felling dozens instantly, blood splattering 5 steps. In an instant, the 33rd floor of the tower became a hellish scene, filled with a thick stench of blood. At that moment, Wang Beihai sensed more people rushing up and frowned. This won't do. Thinking this, Wang Beihai led Ling Ruoying up the stairs. Although they encountered some obstacles along the way, Wang Beihai easily dealt with the hindrances, and soon, he was back on the top floor. Just as Wang Beihai was about to ascend to the rooftop, he felt a sudden tension, sidestepped, and a sharp long knife grazed past his face. Dodging the attack, Wang Beihai quickly retreated 2 steps, steadying himself to see Hu Tian standing at the rooftop entrance, holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, smirking at him. "Today, you're not going anywhere." Hu Tian's face contorted into a vicious expression, then he aimed the black muzzle at Wang Beihai and pulled the trigger. Flames burst from the barrel, and a bullet shot straight towards Wang Beihai's face. Wang Beihai had no time to think, blocking the bullet with Qi Xiao, only to find Hu Tian already at his side. This is bad. Wang Beihai inwardly cursed, as Hu Tian's long knife slashed towards him. In the narrow corridor, Wang Beihai swiftly dodged, but was still grazed on his left arm by the sharp blade. Unsatisfied with the miss, Hu Tian retreated and fired another shot at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai dared not block it head-on, only able to dodge awkwardly. Hu Tian seized the opportunity and charged forward with his long knife, repeating this several times, leaving Wang Beihai with obvious wounds on his hands, waist, and thighs. Coincidentally, the pursuers from behind caught up. In an instant, Wang Beihai was caught between 2 fronts, wary of Hu Tian in front and protecting Ling Ruoying on his back, resulting in him being covered in wounds. Adding to his previous injuries, Wang Beihai's body, if not for the heavenly justice repairing it, would have been riddled with holes. Seeing the endless stream of people behind him and Hu Tian's attacks growing faster, Wang Beihai grew anxious. "I can't hold out much longer." Wang Beihai inwardly lamented, fighting while using his spiritual sense to find a way out, but no matter the path or method, it all seemed a dead end. Is it really over? Wang Beihai thought, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. In this critical moment, Qi Xiao in Wang Beihai's hand suddenly glowed brightly red. Wang Beihai sensed it and slashed at Hu Tian with Qi Xiao. Hu Tian was immediately blasted away by the powerful sword aura, his long knife shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai rushed to the rooftop. Upon arrival, he saw Ling Tianxi and others aiming guns at him. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai leaped, executing the sword technique from his mind again. A flash of sword light, and Ling Yingjie and Su Wenxing felt a chill on their necks before collapsing to the ground, perhaps never understanding why Wang Beihai was so powerful. Li Yixuan and Ling Tianxi managed to dodge the fatal blow but had their arms severed by Wang Beihai's sword aura, falling unconscious. Well done, Wang Beihai. You've now made enemies of the Li, Su, and Ling families. Hu Tian, clutching his chest, approached Wang Beihai and said gleefully, "But don't worry, you'll soon be dead." As he spoke, a horde of men from downstairs stormed onto the rooftop. Hu Tian waved his hand, and over 100 men wielding large knives surrounded Wang Beihai. "Kill him!" Hu Tian waved, and the crowd charged forward with shouts. Wang Beihai looked at Qi Xiao and smiled. "Brother, shall we fight once more?" Qi Xiao vibrated slightly, emitting a resonant hum. Wang Beihai laughed heartily and charged into the sea of men again. In an instant, screams, clashes, and the clang of metal intermingled on the rooftop, with blood staining the floor red. The battle lasted a full half-hour, and by then, Wang Beihai stood amidst a sea of corpses. Covered in blood from head to toe, Ling Ruoying, trembling, covered her head with a curtain and clung to Wang Beihai's back, too afraid to open her eyes. "That's enough." Hu Tian, stunned by Wang Beihai, glanced at the corpses on the rooftop and shouted at Wang Beihai. "Enough, too many have died today. Aren't you afraid of being haunted by a demon from excessive killing?" "Heh, to hell with demons. If you want to fight, I'll oblige." Wang Beihai smirked, using Qi Xiao to prop himself up, now utterly exhausted. "Emph! No matter what, I will kill you today, using your blood to honor the souls of my Black Gold Society brothers. Hu Tian snorted, and the crowd continued their relentless assault. The heavens are forsaking me. Wang Beihai let out an unwilling roar just as he looked up, and in that moment, a helicopter appeared overhead on the rooftop. Young master. As soon as Hu Tian saw the helicopter, he immediately bowed respectfully, and upon seeing this, everyone else followed suit. Incompetent fool. You were supposed to kill one man, yet you've cost me so many of my brothers. The man on the helicopter was the same one who had previously observed the disturbance at Jishir Hall, and he was also the eldest son of the Black Gold Society, Black Tiger. Basie, you're truly formidable. My father would definitely value someone like you, but unfortunately, you've now become my enemy. I have no choice but to kill you. Black Tiger stood on the helicopter, speaking to Wang Beihai through a megaphone. After finishing his words, he immediately pulled out a submachine gun from the helicopter and, without another word, unleashed a torrent of bullets at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai glanced at the helicopter flying overhead and immediately devised a plan. Wang Beihai tightened the curtain that bound Ling Ruoying, then rolled to dodge the bullets, circled around to the other side of the helicopter, and with a leap, he jumped directly onto the lightning rod, now only about 2 meters away from the helicopter. At that moment, Hu Tian finally sensed something was amiss and hastily shouted, "Young master, be careful." However, it was already too late. Wang Beihai mustered all his remaining strength for a final leap, carrying Ling Ruoying into the helicopter. Before Heihu could react, Wang Beihai struck with his sword, causing Heihu to plummet from the helicopter, landing heavily beside Hu Tian, evidently lifeless. At that moment, Wang Beihai swiftly placed his sword against the helicopter pilot's neck, forcing the pilot to fly away quickly. At that very moment, the sun slowly rose in the sky, heralding the dawn. The sunlight bathed the rooftop in a crimson glow, coloring it red. Hu Tian watched the helicopter fade into the distance, let out a long sigh, and slowly said, "The skies of Longquan County are about to change." #### Chapter 75. Deterioration. Head to Wulong Village. On the helicopter, Wang Beihai set Ling Ruoying down and instructed the pilot to fly directly to Wulong Village. Shortly, the helicopter landed in front of Li Xiaofeng's house. Seeing no one around, Wang Beihai carried Ling Ruoying and jumped off. "Spare me, big brother, I'm just a pilot. I know nothing. Please don't kill me." At that moment, the helicopter pilot scrambled over to Wang Beihai, pleading desperately. Wang Beihai frowned, hesitating, when Ling Ruoying grabbed his hand and shook her head at him. "Enough people have died today. You're different from them." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, and the ferocity in his eyes gradually faded. Then, Wang Beihai approached the pilot, placing his hand on the pilot's head. He secretly activated the Hunyuan Ju, applying slight pressure, and the pilot's eyes rolled back as he fainted. "What are you doing?" Ling Ruoying exclaimed in surprise, but Wang Beihai just smiled. Soon, the pilot regained consciousness. "Who am I? Where is this?" The pilot looked disoriented, clearly having lost his memory. Ling Ruoying's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but she quickly composed herself. After the day's events, she was no longer fazed by Wang Beihai's abilities. "This is Wulong Village, and the house in front is your home." Wang Beihai pointed at Li Xiaofeng's former house. The pilot glanced at the earthen house, a trace of doubt in his eyes, but he nodded in thanks to Wang Beihai and hesitantly entered the house. Although I erased his memory, his skills in piloting the helicopter are still ingrained. You should go find Sister Li and have her bring people to hide the helicopter for future use. Wang Beihai looked at Ling Ruoying, speaking weakly. "What about you?" Ling Ruoying asked curiously. "I think I need to rest." As he spoke, Wang Beihai's body suddenly went limp, and Ling Ruoying quickly supported him. Upon closer inspection, she found that Wang Beihai had already fainted. Seeing Wang Beihai's body covered in wounds, Ling Ruoying felt a pang of heartache. She mustered all her strength to carry him on her shoulder. "Thank you," Ling Ruoying whispered in Wang Beihai's ear. Then, Straining, she helped him walk towards the village. Fortunately, they soon encountered villagers working in the fields. Upon seeing Wang Beihai, they didn't ask questions and took him from Ling Ruoying, quickly bringing him to his home. Li Xiaofeng was at the factory checking accounts when she heard about Wang Beihai's accident. She immediately dropped her work and rushed home. Upon entering, she saw Ling Ruoying covered in blood and, further inside, Wang Beihai with numerous injuries. How did this happen? How did Beihai become like this? Li Xiaofeng covered her mouth in shock, her eyes red as she looked at Ling Ruoying. Who are you? Why did Beihai become like this? Ling Ruoying showed a hint of reluctance and didn't mention the events of the previous night to Li Xiaofeng, merely saying, "He saved me." After speaking, Ling Ruoying left Wang Beihai's house and, reaching the village entrance, saw Ling's car approaching. "Beihai, though it pains me, I must return to the Ling family. What happened last night could shake the entire Longquan County, even the entire Jiangnan region. I will persuade my grandfather. If we must go to war with the Su family, the Li family, and the Black Gold Society, the Ling family will fully support you. Take care." Ling Ruoying sent a text message, then glanced back at the direction of Wang Beihai's house before her expression hardened and she got into the car, leaving Wulong village. Meanwhile, at the top of the Heaven on Earth building, the rooftop, a bald, one-eyed man coldly surveyed the bodies on the ground. His face showed no emotion, yet exuded an aura of authority. This man was Heya, the leader of the Black Gold Society. "Where is he?" Heya said indifferently. "He escaped." Hu Tian stepped forward, his expression grim. Smack. Without warning, Heya slapped Hu Tian, sending him flying 10 meters. "Useless. All of you are useless. So many enforcers, so many hunters, yet you couldn't handle a country bumpkin. In the end, I have to clean up your mess." Heya's veins bulged, his eyes filled with rage. "Please calm down, Chairman. This bumpkin does have some skills." Seeing this, Hu Tian quickly covered his face and ran to Heya, saying, "In my opinion, this bumpkin's cultivation is at least at the level of a martial ancestor, and he has a precious sword. We underestimated him." Martial ancestor? Heya was taken aback. A 20-year-old martial ancestor? Hu Tian nodded. "If he hadn't reached the level of a martial ancestor, he would have died under my blade yesterday." Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Heya burst into laughter. "Do you know what it means to be a 20-year-old martial ancestor?" Heya suddenly looked at Hu Tian. "In the entire Shenzhou, I've only seen one person reach this level at such a young age. Are you referring to the first on the Yaxin ranking, known as the number 1 young master of the capital, Yin Wushuang?" Hu Tian said, his face immediately showing astonishment. "Correct. Imagine, if such a monstrous talent is allowed to grow, he will surely become a formidable enemy to the Black Gold Society. Since we are already at odds with him, we must eliminate him before he grows stronger." Heya's expression gradually became ferocious. "Use the Black Gold Society's name to issue the Black Gold Order, calling for a full-scale extermination. I want him to pay for my son's life." With that, Heya picked up the body of his son, Heihu, and slowly walked downstairs. That same evening, the Li, Su, and Ling families received the tragic news of their family members' deaths. Although the Li family was enraged, this anger was mysteriously suppressed. When Ling Tianxu was about to erupt, Ling Ruoying arrived home. After explaining, Ling Tianxu merely sighed and spent the day in his study. The most furious, however, was the Su family. Upon hearing the news of Su Wenxing's death, the head of the Su family, Su Banqing, rushed to Longquan County without delay. After seeing Su Wenxing's remains, Su Banqing fainted 3 times from grief. Then, he questioned Hu Tian about Wang Beihai's identity and posted a staggering 10 billion bounty on the dark web. The promise of a hefty reward attracted many brave souls. Despite hearing about Wang Beihai's prowess, numerous top-ranked hunters took on the task under the lure of money. An hour after the Su family's bounty, the Black Gold Society issued a 10 billion Black Gold order across all underground factions, causing the entire Jiangnan region's underworld to erupt. Almost overnight, the newly established Jisher Hall was smashed to pieces by hundreds of people. Ruiying International's manufacturing plant was attacked, and even the miraculous De Huanyang wine was hijacked. In an instant, Wang Beihai became the target of public ire. It wasn't until the next day that Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing Li Xiaofeng asleep at the bedside, Wang Beihai smiled gently, covering her with a blanket. He then took out his phone and saw hundreds of missed calls. Wang Beihai frowned, dialed Lui Hong's number, and after a moment, his face drastically changed. Hashtag Chapter 76, Departure. So soon? After hanging up the phone, Wang Beihai frowned. In just one night, all industries related to him had been impacted, and even those under Lui Hong and Ren Yunfei had been slightly affected. Oh, you're awake, Beihai Gij. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng woke up, rubbing her eyes and looking at Wang Beihai. Yes. Wang Beihai smiled gently, then leaped off the bed, which startled Li Xiaofeng. Beihai Gij, you're injured. You can't jump like that. Li Xiaofeng said worriedly. It's nothing serious. Wang Beihai smiled and then called Yang Li to confirm her safety. Afterward, he looked at Li Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, inform everyone to temporarily close the winery and let the villagers rest for a few days. With that, Wang Beihai picked up a clean set of clothes and left the room. Beihai Gij, where are you going? Seeing Wang Beihai leaving, Li Xiaofeng finally reacted and hurried out to ask. I have something to do and need to be away for a while. Remember, the winery cannot operate until I return. If anyone asks about me, just say you don't know. With that, Wang Beihai didn't linger and quickly left. Take care, Beihai Gij. Li Xiaofeng watched Wang Beihai's retreating back and quietly prayed. After leaving, Wang Beihai went straight to the village committee. Seeing Bai Yi, he didn't say much and went to the bathhouse to shower and change clothes before sitting down on a chair. Finished? Seeing Wang Beihai sit down, Bai Yi approached. Yes, you've heard about my situation, right? Wang Beihai spoke frankly. Zhu Xiao called me this morning. You're quite impressive, taking on the Black Gold Society alone and even killing the son of the Su family. Bai Yi said calmly, but her eyes showed a hint of respect for Wang Beihai. What did Zhu Xiao say? Wang Beihai bypassed Bai Yi's topic and asked directly. Zhu Xiao said that Wulong Village is a key construction site. As long as you're not in the village, even the Black Gold Society won't dare to act recklessly. Understood. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed and he stood up. Please thank Zhu Xiao for me. It's the least I can do. Bai Yi nodded. Seeing Wang Beihai about to leave, she couldn't help but ask, what are you planning next? Not decided yet. The villagers are my biggest concern. With Zhu Xiao's assurance, I can rest easy. With that, Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled and he chuckled. Being just prey is boring. Sometimes, it's fun to be the hunter. After saying that, Wang Beihai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave the village committee. Take care. Bai Yi watched Wang Beihai leave, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. After leaving the village committee, Wang Beihai didn't immediately leave Wulong Village. Instead, he went to Li Xiaofeng's previous home and found the amnesiac pilot. Zhang San, come here. Wang Beihai waved to the pilot, who looked at him with confusion. Oh, I forgot. Your name is Zhang San. Wang Beihai smiled, and the pilot immediately understood, thanking Wang Beihai several times. You used to fly this thing, right? Remember how to do it? Wang Beihai prompted. This? Simple. Zhang San grinned and jumped into the helicopter. After fiddling with it, the helicopter started normally. Seeing this, Wang Beihai was overjoyed. Zhang San, get ready. We're leaving tonight to make big money. Make big money? Great. Zhang San was delighted. At that moment, Wang Beihai's lips curled up. He sensed a group of people stealthily approaching Wulong Village. That's settled then. I'll come find you tonight. Wang Beihai patted Zhang San's shoulder and then hurried away. Soon, Wang Beihai quietly approached the winery along a small path and indeed found a group of people lurking nearby. Most of them were ordinary, except for one whose aura was stronger. Wang Beihai smiled, concealing his presence as he approached them. He summoned the Qi Shao sword into his hand, shrinking it to the size of a dagger. Taking a deep breath, Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened. The lurking men felt a shiver, then saw Wang Beihai flash past like lightning. By the time they reacted, their leader was already lifeless. "Heard you're looking for me?" Wang Beihai smirked, causing everyone to panic. Just as they were about to flee, Wang Beihai struck like a ghost, leaving only one alive within a minute. Wang Beihai stepped on the man, his eyes cold. Just as he raised the dagger to finish him off, his phone rang. "Hello, good. We'll meet in Jiangbei." Wang Beihai spoke into the phone, the content heard by the trapped assassin. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly loosened his foot, and the assassin seized the opportunity to break free and flee. Watching the assassin run away, Wang Beihai's lips curled up as he put away his phone. There had been no actual call. Letting the assassin go was intentional. Wang Beihai wanted to divert attention. "Black Gold Society, Su family, let's play a game." Wang Beihai smiled, cleaning up the corpses of the assassins and then taking a short nap. As the sun set, he leisurely walked to the west side of the village. Going to make money? Seeing Wang Beihai approach, Zhang San immediately greeted him with a smile. "Yes, time to make money." Wang Beihai smiled and then jumped onto the helicopter. Zhang San also happily boarded the helicopter. Relying on instinct, he quickly got the helicopter airborne. Raised the altitude as high as possible. Wang Beihai waved, then glanced at Wulong village from the air, filled with melancholy. "Boss, where are we going to make money?" At that moment, Zhang San turned to ask. "To the Sky Palace." Wang Beihai smiled, directing Zhang San towards the Sky Palace. Soon, the words Sky Palace appeared before Wang Beihai's eyes. "Fly the helicopter higher and wait here." Arriving above the rooftop, Wang Beihai smiled at Zhang San and leaped off the helicopter, landing steadily on the rooftop. Good, they're all still here. As soon as he landed, Wang Beihai closed his eyes and sensed Hu Tian and others' presence. Wang Beihai summoned the Qishao sword into his hand, and his eyes flashed with killing intent as he vanished into the night like a ghost. Chapter 77. Nightmare. In the sky above the celestial realm, Zhang San circled the aircraft high above the building. Suddenly, Zhang San felt the temperature plummet, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He looked up and saw that the previously clear sky had been obscured by a mass of dark clouds, completely covering the moon. Zhang San couldn't help but shudder, murmuring, "What a dark and windy night." Meanwhile, in the surveillance room of the celestial realm, Hu Tian watched coldly as the aircraft appeared on the screen. "Boss, what is that Bei trying to pull? He hijacked our plane, and now he's returning it? Is he brave or just stupid? Please, it's obvious. Bei must have been scared out of his wits by our Black Gold Society's momentum and is eager to return the plane as an apology." Two men wearing sunglasses conversed in front of Hu Tian. "Shut up." Hu Tian roared, then turned his gaze back to the monitor, his expression grave. "When did this plane land on the rooftop?" Hu Tian asked coldly. "It seems like it was about 10 minutes ago." One of them replied nervously. Seems like?" Hu Tian glared at the man, his voice stern. "I need accuracy, not seems like." "This we're not too sure." The two men stammered, and before they could finish, cold blades were pressed against their necks. A chill ran through them, and then they felt a sharp coldness at their throats, followed by a gush of blood. Hu Tian stood by, watching their lifeless bodies, his face expressionless as he wiped his long sword clean. Then he said indifferently, "Next life, be more precise." At that moment, one of the screens in the surveillance room flickered. Hu Tian glanced over and saw Wang Beihai standing right in front of the camera, giving a friendly international gesture. "You bastard, you won't leave here alive," Hu Tian said through gritted teeth, then sniffed the air, his nose wrinkling as a strong scent of blood wafted in from outside. With a creak, the surveillance room door was suddenly pushed open. Without turning his head, Hu Tian held a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, firing wildly at the doorway. After emptying a clip, Hu Tian kicked off with his legs, rolling on the ground and taking cover behind a desk. After confirming his safety, he looked towards the door. Two corpses of Black Gold Society members stood there, having taken all of Hu Tian's previous attacks. Damn it! Hu Tian muttered under his breath, his eyes darting as he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Heya. Then, he shouted towards the door. You stinking bay! Never thought you'd really come back. Today, you won't escape. Surrender your weapons now, and maybe I'll let you die a whole corpse. After speaking, Hu Tian tightened his grip on his long sword, his eyes alertly fixed on the doorway. At that moment, Wang Beihai's voice suddenly appeared beside Hu Tian. Hu Tian's heart tightened, and he swung wildly around, only to find he was slashing at the surrounding tables and chairs. Bei, if you've got the guts, come out and fight me openly. Sneaking around isn't very manly. A bead of sweat trickled down Hu Tian's forehead. Nothing was more despairing than an enemy lurking in the shadows. I think so too. This isn't very fair. Suddenly, Wang Beihai appeared ghost-like behind Hu Tian, causing him to shudder and almost drop his gun. You stinking Bei. Never thought you'd really come. Hu Tian suppressed his unease, gripping his sword while searching for an opportunity to attack. Hee, there's nothing I wouldn't dare. Wang Beihai smiled calmly and continued, I owe so much to your Black Gold Society. It's only right I repay some of it. Imph, sharp tongue. Today, you won't leave this building alive. Hu Tian snorted coldly, pressing an emergency button on the table, causing alarms to blare around them. Don't waste your effort. While you were lecturing your underlings, I already repaid the interest. Wang Beihai chuckled, kicking aside the two corpses blocking the door. Immediately, the corridor was revealed, filled with bodies lying haphazardly, all with throats slit. Such ruthless methods. Hu Tian frowned, his heart skipping a beat despite his own ruthlessness upon seeing the scene. Ruthless? Compared to your methods, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Wang Beihai smirked, flicking his hand to reveal the Qi Shao sword. How about it? Enough time has passed. Haven't your men arrived yet? Wang Beihai smiled at Hu Tian, who immediately realized that most of the headquarters personnel had been dispatched to block Wang Beihai at Lomian River. Even if they rushed now, it would take 2 hours. The only one left alive in the celestial realm was Hu Tian himself. Hee, never thought you had this kind of ability. We underestimated you. Hu Tian forced a smile, gripping his sword with both hands as he locked eyes with Wang Beihai, a fierce fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Though we fell into your trap, it's still uncertain who will win. Forgot to tell you, I'm also a martial grandmaster. As he spoke, Hu Tian stripped off his shirt, revealing a torso covered in scars, and an astonishing aura erupted. Wang Beihai, instead of fearing, burst into laughter. It's rare to see you so serious. I'll fulfill your wish, but I must remind you, Ling Ruoying isn't here today. With that, Wang Beihai suddenly accelerated, his speed doubling. Before Hu Tian could react, a bloodstain appeared on his chest. You bastard, die! Hu Tian roared, turning his sword to strike Wang Beihai with the flat side. The flat side. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, not thinking much, and blocked with Qi Shao. At the moment of the clash, instead of a collision, a layer of black liquid suddenly appeared on the flat side of Hu Tian's sword. Contact with the air caused it to explode instantly. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, unable to dodge in time, and he was blown away. What the hell is this? Wang Beihai struggled to his feet, only to be blown away again as Hu Tian's flat side struck once more. Hee, this is what you forced me into. Hu Tian sneered, holding his sword horizontally in front of him. Bei, did you think my nickname, Explosive, came from? The liquid on my sword is my most powerful weapon, a black bomb I developed myself. I admit you're strong, Bei, but today, I'll make you regret this decision. After saying that, Hu Tian charged at Wang Beihai again, only to miss. I thought it was something impressive. Boring. Wang Beihai suddenly appeared behind Hu Tian, yawning. Hu Tian panicked, swinging his sword wildly behind him. After a series of explosions, Wang Beihai reappeared in front of Hu Tian. How is this possible? Hu Tian's face was filled with disbelief. Just a day ago, Bei had been driven to a dead end by him, yet now, the outcome was reversed. No need to be surprised. From today on, I'll be your Black Gold Society's nightmare. Wang Beihai smiled. A day ago, due to Ling Ruoying's presence, Wang Beihai had been both restrained and disoriented. But today, he was alone, his abilities fully unleashed. As he spoke, Hu Tian attacked again, but Wang Beihai dodged the explosions with ease. After a series of swings, Wang Beihai remained unscathed. Impossible, impossible. How could I, a martial grandmaster, lose to you? Hu Tian's voice was filled with desperation. Hu Tian took 2 steps back in disbelief. At that moment, Wang Beihai's figure flashed, appearing before him like a ghost. Before Hu Tian could react, his throat was pierced by the long sword. You are a martial sage. Hu Tian looked at Wang Beihai in shock, his body slowly collapsing backward. Chapter 78. Declaring War. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai appeared on the rooftop of the Celestial Realm. Upon seeing Zhang San, he immediately landed the helicopter with joy. How was it, Brother Hai? What did you get? Zhang San looked at Wang Beihai with eager anticipation. Wang Beihai laughed heartily and tossed a black bag to Zhang San. Upon opening it, Zhang San found bundles of cash inside. Wow, Brother Hai, you're incredible. In less than an hour, you've earned so much money. Zhang San's eyes widened at the sight of the cash. Wang Beihai just smiled faintly. These were merely the cash deposits of the Black Gold Society stored at the Celestial Realm, but even so, they amounted to over 10 million yuan. All right, it's time to go. You can look at it all you want later. Seeing Zhang San almost drooling, Wang Beihai let out a wry smile, took back the bag, and then boarded the helicopter again. Zhang San glanced at the bag in Wang Beihai's hand and immediately perked up. Where to next? Longling County, the Ling family. With that, the two left in a flash, riding the helicopter. 2 hours later, Heya returned with his men. However, a few hundred meters from the Celestial Realm, Heya saw flashing police lights and a large number of special police. What's going on? Heya frowned, took out a telescope, and saw that the police had completely sealed off the Celestial Realm. Damn it! What the hell is happening? Heya's heart raced as he jumped out of the car and rushed downstairs. Just as he was about to break through the cordon, several police officers stopped him. What's going on, officer? Heya suppressed his anger and asked softly. Nothing much. The Celestial Realm was attacked, and dozens were killed. Since there's no evidence yet, the exact cause is still under investigation. For now, the Celestial Realm will be completely sealed off, and no unauthorized personnel are allowed in. Please leave. After the officer spoke, he coldly extended his hand, signaling for Heya to leave. Back in the car, Heya was furious. He had never been treated so coldly before, and even worse, he was standing right at his own doorstep but couldn't get in. Damn it! Heya roared, and the glass of the car window cracked instantly. At that moment, a phone call came in. Heya picked it up and saw it was Hu Tian calling. Hu Tian, you bastard. Where have you been? Heya picked up the phone and yelled into the receiver, but there was no response from the other end. What are you doing? Don't think you can get away with silence. Seeing the other side remain silent, Heya immediately frowned. Aha! Finally, a yawn came from the phone. Who are you? How is Hu Tian's phone in your hands? Heya asked sternly, his anger palpable through the screen. Heh, you've been looking for me, haven't you? Wang Beihai chuckled, and Heya's face immediately darkened. Did you do this today? Just a small greeting, don't take it too seriously. Despite Heya's accusatory tone, Wang Beihai remained unruffled. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, I found your company's security lacking, so I called the police for you. No need to thank me. Upon hearing this, Heya was on the verge of exploding, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and the phone started to deform from his grip. Wang Beihai, you killed my son, destroyed my business. From now on, you are the #1 enemy of the Black Gold Society. I swear, I will use all the resources of the Black Gold Society to make sure you die a miserable death. Heh, the enemy of the Black Gold Society? Wasn't I already? Facing Heiya's threat, Wang Beihai shook his head and smiled, then looked up with a cold gaze. Today, it's not you who declares war, but me. Remember, from now on, wherever I am, there will be no Black Gold Society. As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, he heard a burst of static, as Heiya had crushed the phone. Damn you, Wang Beihai, you've gone too far. Heiya's veins bulged as he coldly said, Find him, everyone, find him. No matter what, we must locate Wang Beihai. That night, Longquan County was in an uproar. Countless cars from the Black Gold Society roamed every corner of the city, all in search of a man named Wang Beihai. Meanwhile, the very person Heiya was frantically searching for had arrived at the Ling family residence in Longling County. Upon reaching the Hibiscus City, Wang Beihai showed no hesitation, directly instructing Zhang San to land the helicopter in the Ling family's courtyard. As soon as they disembarked, dozens of bodyguards rushed out and surrounded them. Seeing this situation, Zhang San panicked and instinctively tried to flee, but Wang Beihai grabbed his collar. Don't panic, watch me. Wang Beihai smiled at Zhang San and then shouted loudly, Is this how the Ling family treats their savior? Sure enough, Ling Ruoying immediately ran out, gave Wang Beihai an annoyed look, and then waved her hand, causing the bodyguards to retreat. Come on, Grandpa said you would come. He's waiting for you in the study. As Ling Ruoying approached Wang Beihai, her face turned red. Oh, it seems the Ling patriarch is quite perceptive, even predicting my arrival. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, and then looked at Ling Ruoying. What's wrong with your face? Are you sick? As he spoke, Wang Beihai reached out to touch Ling Ruoying's forehead. Get away, you're the one who's sick. Ling Ruoying panicked and pushed Wang Beihai's hand away, her face turning even redder. Hurry up, Grandpa is waiting for you. Ling Ruoying lowered her head and led Wang Beihai into the house. Grandpa, he's here. After escorting Wang Beihai to the door, Ling Ruoying called out, then looked at Wang Beihai with a complex expression. Although you saved me, you also killed Ingjia and crippled my uncle. No matter what my grandfather says, you must not lose your temper. Ling Ruoying reminded Wang Beihai in a low voice, fearing that Ling Tianqi might inadvertently anger Wang Beihai and be killed. All right, I understand. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, Wang Beihai saw Ling Tianqi standing by the table with his hands behind his back. His once dark hair had turned white, and his slightly emaciated back exuded a hint of sorrow. Wang Beihai, you really have a lot of guts. Ling Tianqi didn't turn around, but his tone carried a hint of anger. I'm just doing what I should. Wang Beihai spoke without reservation. What I should do? Like crippling my son's legs? Killing my grandson? Ling Tianqi suddenly turned around, rushed to Wang Beihai, and glared at him. Shouldn't I save your granddaughter? Facing Ling Tianqi's fury, Wang Beihai remained calm and retorted. You did save my granddaughter, but you also killed my grandson and injured my son. This, you can't escape. As Ling Tianqi spoke, he tremblingly took out a pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Wang Beihai's head. Seeing this, Wang Beihai just chuckled and then sternly rebuked Ling Tianqi. For so many years, what kind of people are Ling Tianqi and Ling Ingjia? Do you not know? What kind of life has Ling Ruoying been living? Do you not understand? What happened to her parents? Don't you have any idea? With 3 consecutive questions, Ling Tianqi's hands trembled. Enough. Seeing this, Wang Beihai pushed away Ling Tianqi's pistol. I'm not here to confront you. Besides, there are no bullets in your gun. Chapter 79. The Secrets of the Ling Family. How do you know there are no bullets in my gun? What if there are? Ling Tianqi snorted coldly and randomly pressed the gun against Wang Beihai's head. If there really were bullets in this gun, your head would be blown off. Dare to bet? Hee. If you, Mr. Ling, really want to take my life, then go ahead and pull the trigger. Seeing this, Wang Beihai smirked, leisurely pulled a chair over, and sat down. Beihai, you killed my grandson. Aren't you afraid I'll shoot? Ling Tianqi said with a fierce expression. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come. Wang Beihai remained as composed as ever. You. Ling Tianqi glared, then threw the gun onto the table beside him, shaking his head helplessly. I really don't know what you're thinking, Beihai. You guessed right. There really aren't any bullets in my gun. As Ling Tianqi spoke, he clapped his hands, and the bodyguards outside the door quietly withdrew. It seems that if I had given in just now, I would have been truly doomed, wouldn't I? Wang Beihai smiled. From the moment he entered the Ling family villa, he had been aware of every move inside the villa. Hee, indeed, heroes come from the young. Ling Tianqi laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness as he looked at Wang Beihai and continued, You're right. When I first got the news, I really wanted to kill you, and even just now, if you had shown the slightest hint of regret, my bodyguards would have killed you without hesitation. Wang Beihai, you didn't disappoint me, Ling Tianqi said, nodding in satisfaction. At least, you're worth making this decision. After all, your opponent is the Black Gold Society. There aren't many people in the entire Jiangnan who dare to openly oppose them. Oh! Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Can't even the 4 great families stand against the Black Gold Society? The 4 great families? Hee. Ling Tianqi laughed self-deprecatingly. What the 4 great families are is just a facade. Whether in terms of wealth, manpower, or heritage, they are all inferior to the Black Gold Society. If the 4 great families were still united and collaborative in the past, the Black Gold Society would indeed be insignificant. But now, each of the 4 great families has its own schemes, acting independently, and their strength naturally cannot match the vast Black Gold Society. Ling Tianqi said, his eyes flashing with a hint of regret, then turned to look at Wang Beihai. I know you have talent, but the Black Gold Society's power is far more formidable than you imagine. Going it alone, you will never be a match for the Black Gold Society. Wang Beihai remained unfazed, calmly saying, I know that. That's why I came to you today. So, Mr. Ling, have you decided? Will you join me to fight against the Black Gold Society and rescue your son? Or will you kill me and ally with the Black Gold Society? Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Ling Tianqi widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Wang Beihai. My son is in the hands of the Black Gold Society. How did you know that? Guessed it. Wang Beihai smiled and continued. Actually, after Mr. Hu revealed his true identity, I had my suspicions. Seeing Ling Tianzi and his son on the rooftop further confirmed my guess. If I'm not mistaken, the Ling family has already been infiltrated by the Black Gold Society. Mr. Hu first incited Ling Tianzi and Ling Yingjie to stage a fake plane crash, using it as an opportunity to kidnap Ruoying's parents, and then used this to coerce you into submission to the Black Gold Society. Subsequently, Ling Tianzi, eager to take power, borrowed a demonic blade from the Black Gold Society and placed it in your room, and you were completely unaware, almost losing your life. And then, here we are. If I'm not mistaken, Ruoying's parents are still in the hands of the Black Gold Society. Wang Beihai finished and looked at Ling Tianqi, as if asking if his deduction was correct. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous at such a young age. Ling Tianqi sighed deeply, looking meaningfully at Wang Beihai. You're right. Ruoying's parents are indeed still alive, and I was indeed controlled by Ling Tianzi. If it weren't for your appearance, the Ling family might not have had today's situation. However, there's one thing you got wrong. Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai and continued. Actually, Ruoying's parents have always been in the Ling family. In the Ling family? Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned and immediately cast a questioning glance at Ling Tianqi. Yes, they've been in the Ling family. The Black Gold Society's methods are far more brutal than you imagine. Ling Tianqi said, his eyes revealing a hint of anger. That plane crash was indeed the work of the Black Gold Society, and the informant was Tianzi. But on the night of the crash, the Black Gold Society sent Ruoying's parents to the Ling family. Strangely, after their return, Ruoying's parents seemed to have changed. They would bite anyone they saw, like wild beasts, and those bitten by them would also exhibit their symptoms. In just a few days, dozens of people in the Ling family were infected. It took me 2 weeks to resolve the matter. Strangely, no matter whom I asked for help or how much money I spent, my son and daughter-in-law's condition remained unchanged. Every month, They have to rely on the medicine sent by the Black Gold Society to stabilize their condition. As Ling Tianqi spoke, he looked at Wang Beihai. In fact, I've long known that the knife Tianzi gave me was problematic, but I just wanted to see if anyone could cure me. To be honest, I had already given up until your appearance. Ling Tianqi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Wang Beihai. So you think that if I can cure your illness, I can also cure your son's illness? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, looking at Ling Tianqi, unsure whether to call him clever or foolish. Have you ever thought that if I hadn't appeared, you might have died? Hee hee. Ling Tianqi let out a bitter laugh. To think that the Ling family, once so glorious, would have its legacy destroyed in my hands. What face do I have to live in this world? I'd rather die than see the Ling family become a tool of the Black Gold Society. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me, Ling Tianqi said, looking at Wang Beihai with a sense of relief. Wang Beihai, you're very good. From today on, the Ling family will fully support you in fighting against the Black Gold Society. Of course, the premise is that you must first cure my son and daughter-in-law's illness. After all, they are Ruoying's parents. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, Mr. Ling, if you want to cooperate with me, I advise you to drop your arrogant attitude. Remember, I'm helping your son because they are Ruoying's parents, not because I need the Ling family. Wang Beihai's words left Ling Tianqi stunned, looking at the young man before him, a sense of shame rising in his heart. All right, where are they now? I'll take a look at their condition first. Wang Beihai waved his hand, and Ling Tianqi immediately understood. He walked to the desk, twisted the desk lamp slightly, and a secret passage appeared behind the bookcase. This is the secret chamber of the Ling family, with many forks inside. Follow me closely. After saying this, Ling Tianqi led the way, and Wang Beihai, without hesitation, followed into the secret passage. Chapter 80. Healing. As soon as the two entered the secret passage, Ling Tianqi clapped his hands, and the previously dark corridor lit up with lights, while the entrance behind them closed immediately. Wang Beihai looked inside with the help of the light, seeing that the passage was relatively spacious at both ends and seemed quite long. The two walked for about 5 minutes, encountering numerous forks along the way. It must have taken a lot of time and money to build this. Wang Beihai was secretly amazed. At that moment, Ling Tianqi, who was walking in front, stopped. Are we there? Wang Beihai asked. Ling Tianqi smiled and shook his head, then gently pressed a spot under the light in front of him, and a hidden door appeared beside them. Let's go down this way. The front is a forbidden area of the Ling family, even I haven't been inside, Ling Tianqi said, leading Wang Beihai into the hidden door. The hidden door then closed, and the lights turned on. Wang Beihai couldn't help but be surprised. This is actually an elevator. The passage is too deep. No wonder Ling Ruoying couldn't find it after searching for so long. The elevator quickly descended for 10 seconds before slowly stopping. As soon as the elevator door opened, the view in front of the two suddenly became vast. Deep underground, there was an extremely spacious house, fully equipped with furniture and daily necessities, some modern and some retro. Wang Beihai's eyes widened as he even saw advanced medical instruments. It seems that the four great families are not just boasting. Being able to build such an underground chamber is no small feat. Wang Beihai exclaimed, addressing Ling Tianqi. Hee hee, brother Wang, you jest? This underground chamber was built by the ancestors of the Ling family. In case the Ling family ever faced disaster, they could have a place to hide. It was never used before, but now it's being put to use here, Ling Tianqi said, showing a hint of shame on his face. Everything changes according to its own law. As the saying goes, fortune turns with the wind. There is a heavenly will in everything. There's no need for you to blame yourself, Elder Ling. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, feeling a sense of enlightenment. He hadn't expected such a drastic change in his life before. By the way, where are they? At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly remembered the purpose of their visit and quickly asked, Follow me. At this, Ling Tianqi's expression instantly turned serious. He strode quickly towards the depths of the house, with Wang Beihai following closely behind. Soon, the two arrived in front of a heavy iron door. Just standing in front of the door, Wang Beihai could smell a strong scent of blood. For safety, you should watch from here first. Ling Tianqi cautiously opened a small window on the iron door. Wang Beihai stepped forward, looking inside through the small window. Under the dim light, a figure was crouching on the ground, holding the carcass of a cow or sheep, and was frantically gnawing at it. Where's the other one? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes slightly, just as a question arose in his mind. A dark shadow suddenly darted out from the shadows and lunged towards the window. Wang Beihai stepped back to dodge the shadow's attack, then reached out and grabbed its chin. Under the light, Wang Beihai saw the face of the shadow clearly. The crazed person had bloodshot eyes, a ferocious expression, and their teeth had become sharp from gnawing, resembling zombies from TV shows. Can this illness be cured? Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai with great expectation. It's hard to say. Wang Beihai let go of his hand and then frowned. This condition was not found in the memories he inherited. Normally, as soon as he touched someone's body, their physical condition would automatically appear in his mind. But today, all he felt was chaos. Hearing this, Ling Tianqi's eyes instantly dimmed. But it's not incurable. Wang Beihai pondered for a moment, then continued. But the premise is that I need to go inside and get close to them, so I can analyze what kind of illness they have. This? Ling Tianqi's face immediately showed a troubled expression. It's too dangerous to do that. I can't let you take that risk. That's not a problem. Wang Beihai smiled and then asked, is there a way to make them unconscious or reduce their aggressiveness? Upon hearing this, Ling Tianqi's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, we experimented before, and alcohol can temporarily numb them. Saying this, Ling Tianqi rushed to the medical room and soon came out carrying a spray bottle. This contains medical alcohol, which can be sprayed on the body to prevent their attacks. But after so much time, I don't know if they have become immune to it. Ling Tianqi hesitated. That's not a problem. Wang Beihai said, directly having Ling Tianqi spray the alcohol on him, then asked for the keys and opened the iron door, walking in. Indeed, as soon as Ling Tianyu and his wife smelled the alcohol on Wang Beihai, they retreated in fear. At this moment, Wang Beihai finally saw the couple's appearance clearly. The man was elegant, the woman had delicate features, and although they were somewhat ferocious now, their natural beauty could not be concealed. No wonder Ling Ruoying is so beautiful. Wang Beihai muttered to himself. Suddenly, Ling Tianyu and his wife froze in place, their eyes becoming dazed. Could it be that they still have consciousness? Wang Beihai was shocked by this action and then repeated Ling Ruoying's name. Sure enough, Ling Tianyu and his wife became even more dazed. Taking advantage of this, Wang Beihai swiftly stepped forward, skillfully inserting silver needles into their acupoints. The couple let out a muffled groan and instantly collapsed to the ground. Wang Beihai did not waste time, directly supporting Ling Tianyu and injecting spiritual energy into his body. Soon, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly opened wide, his face covered with dark clouds. Damn it! Using such despicable means. Through the previous investigation, Wang Beihai had already discovered the reason why the couple had become like this. In Ling Tianyu's brain, Wang Beihai sensed a cocoon-like thing, with countless tiny worms wriggling inside, controlling Ling Tianyu's every move. No wonder I couldn't detect it before. It's because they were infested with a goo. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he directly took out a 1-foot-long silver needle from his sleeve, stabbing it into Ling Tianyu's crown. Instantly, Ling Tianyu's body convulsed, and a shrill scream came from his head, followed by a dark shadow flying out from his brain, heading straight towards Wang Beihai. Humph! A desperate struggle. Wang Beihai's mouth curled up, and a burst of flame suddenly appeared. With a flick of his finger, the shadow was instantly incinerated. Phew, it's finally done. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai repeated the process, forcing the goo worm out of Ling Ruoying's mother's head. After finishing everything, Wang Beihai wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly walked out of the iron door. How is it, Brother Wang? Seeing Wang Beihai come out, Ling Tianqi hurried forward to ask. Wang Beihai waved his hand. It's nothing serious, just need some time to recuperate. Oh, And remember to find them some clothes. Upon hearing this, Ling Tianqi was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he was about to kneel down to Wang Beihai, but was stopped by Wang Beihai's hand. There's no need for that. Don't forget, we are now on the same side. Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai with teary eyes, full of excitement. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Black Gold Association, on a hill behind a manor, a pool filled with venomous creatures, an old man suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of black blood. My Gu technique has been broken. Come, go to the Ling family and see what happened. The old man waved his hand, and 4 figures beside him instantly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 81. The Countermeasure. A day later, Ling Tianyu and his wife were carried back to the Ling family home. In the room, Ling Ruoying stood by, watching her parents, who were covered in wounds and in a wretched state, and she covered her mouth, crying uncontrollably. Why don't you, as the grandfather, go and comfort her? Wang Beihai stood by, watching Ling Ruoying's tears, his heart filled with a surge of emotion, suddenly recalling his family who were killed 10 years ago, his fists tightening involuntarily. Alas, Ruoying hasn't cried so bitterly since her parents went missing. It's better to let some emotions out. Ling Tianqi glanced at Ling Ruoying, his eyes filled with deep concern, but he refused to step forward to comfort her. Then he looked at Wang Beihai again. I'm old. Some things are better said by you young people, aren't they? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback, then looked at Ling Tianqi. Forget it. I won't fall for your old fox's tricks. Ruoying is doing fine right now. Let her spend more time with her parents. We should also discuss our cooperation. The enemy is the Black Gold Society. We need to come up with a good countermeasure. Saying this, Wang Beihai quietly exited the room, and Ling Tianqi followed suit. Entering the study, Ling Tianqi quickly closed the door and turned to look at Wang Beihai with a solemn expression. What are you planning to do? Don't rush. Wang Beihai smiled and waved his hand, then walked directly to the balcony of the study and leisurely started making tea. Come, sit down. Have some tea first. Wang Beihai gestured to sit, but Ling Tianqi was impatient. Why sit? Everyone outside is looking for you now. You said the enemy is the Black Gold Society. We need to prepare. How can we not do something? Preparation is necessary, but not now. Wang Beihai smiled and handed a cup of tea to Ling Tianqi. What we need to do now is just one word, wait. Wait. Ling Tianqi blinked, then said, This is already urgent, and we're still waiting? Yes, just wait. Wang Beihai said, drinking the hot tea in his cup in one gulp, then let out a satisfied sigh and looked at Ling Tianqi. Do you know about Gu arts? Gu arts? Ling Tianqi was startled, his eyes showing an unconcealable fear. That kind of thing can't exist. 100 years ago, the Gu masters in Miaojiang used Gu arts to ruthlessly harm the people, causing great suffering in the land. Finally, the martial artists of Shenzhou rose up in resistance, driving them out at a very heavy cost. Over the years, there have been no Gu masters in Shenzhou, let alone such sinister Gu arts. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ling Tianqi again. What if I told you your son was poisoned by Gu? Impossible. As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Ling Tianqi shouted, seemingly instinctively fearful of Gu arts. Fear won't help. I'll be blunt. Your son was poisoned by Gu arts, and it's a very insidious, mind-controlling Gu. What? Ling Tianqi exclaimed and collapsed to the ground. But you don't need to be afraid. I have a method to counteract the Gu worms. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Ling Tianqi's concern was evident to him at a glance. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Beihai said this, Ling Tianqi's expression improved significantly. If my son really was poisoned by Gu arts, then there must be someone raising Gu in the Black Gold Society? After regaining his composure, a terrifying thought suddenly surged into Ling Tianqi's mind. You're right, judging from the current situation, there really are Gu masters in the Black Gold Society, and their position must be quite high. After all, doing this is tantamount to opposing Shenzhou. Wang Beihai said, pouring himself another cup of tea. So what should we do now? Ling Tianqi looked around vigilantly. After all, The methods of goo masters to place goo were unpredictable and could infiltrate anywhere. I said, just wait. Wang Beihai smiled and continued. Although goo masters have vicious and unpredictable methods, it takes a lot of effort to cultivate a batch of goo worms. Judging from the goo worms in your son's body, the person who placed the goo must attach great importance to these goo worms. In other words, as soon as these goo worms are destroyed, the person who placed the goo will definitely sense it. Ah! Ling Tianqi was instantly stunned. Doesn't this mean the people from the Black Gold Society will come immediately? Why are we still drinking tea? We should gather people and get rid of them as soon as possible. Seeing Ling Tianqi's anxious face, Wang Beihai couldn't help but shake his head. This didn't look like the demeanor of an old man in his 70s or 80s. He was practically an old, mischievous child. Don't rush. You said it yourself. The people raising goo are all in Miaojiang. I think the goo master must also be not far from Miaojiang. That means they will take at least a day to get here. This day is enough for us to do a lot of things. Wang Beihai said, sipping tea by himself. After pondering for a moment, Ling Tianqi revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment and started drinking tea as well. For a whole day, Ling Ruoying stayed by the bedside of Ling Tianyu and his wife. Although her eyes were swollen from crying too much, it couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Take a break, you're tired. As night fell, Wang Beihai walked into the room, patted Ling Ruoying's head, and handed her a cup of hot coffee. You go to sleep, I'm not sleepy. Ling Ruoying took the coffee and shook her head. Wang Beihai didn't say much, and just as he was about to leave, he heard Ling Ruoying's voice. Thank you. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, waved his hand, and walked out. The next day, before dawn, Wang Beihai gathered all the Ling family's bodyguards. Under Ling Tianqi's supervision, each bodyguard swallowed a specially made pill by Wang Beihai. Then, Wang Beihai didn't forget to sprinkle special medicinal powder around the Ling family villa. After finishing everything, Wang Beihai directly pulled everyone to have a party in the Ling family's courtyard. For a while, everyone listened to music and grilled barbecue, having a great time. Around noon, Wang Beihai, who was sitting aside drinking tea, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed 4 unusual auras. They're here. Wang Beihai's mouth revealed a smile. Then he walked to Ling Tianqi's side and patted his shoulder. I'm going to clean up the trash. You all have fun. Ling Tianqi was startled and immediately became vigilant. At that moment, shadows slowly emerged from the shadows of the Ling family villa's walls. I didn't expect the Ling family to be so fun, having a good time. One of the shadows said, the happier they are now, the more painful it will be later. The boss didn't tell us to leave any survivors. It's a good opportunity for my little purple to have a good meal. Another shadow said, a purple worm appearing in his palm. All right, don't just think about killing. How mundane. I heard the eldest daughter of the Ling family is one of the 4 great beauties of Jiangnan, with both looks and figure being top-notch. These years we've been following the master, eating only radishes and vegetables. Today we brothers have to enjoy ourselves. One person finished speaking, and everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they found the right moment to release the goo worms, but unexpectedly, as soon as the goo worms touched the medicinal powder Wang Beihai had placed, they instantly died on the spot. Not good, there's an ambush. Hurry up and retreat. Seeing this, everyone immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to flee. Suddenly, Wang Beihai appeared in front of them like a ghost, his mouth slightly raised as he said, Since you're here, stay. Chapter 82. Leaving the mountain. Damn it. Who do you think you are? Acting all mysterious in front of us brothers? Don't you want to live anymore? One of them said, waving his hand towards Wang Beihai, and instantly, a cloud of purple smoke drifted towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he deftly dodged the toxic mist. When he turned back, the nearby plants had already been corroded into black sludge. Witchcraft is unworthy of existence in this world. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes and threw a punch, the powerful gust of wind dispersing the toxic mist, causing the 4 men to stagger back. Martial Lord? The 4 were startled, and almost simultaneously, they launched a fierce attack on Wang Beihai. In an instant, The exterior of the Ling family villa was enveloped in a riot of colorful toxic mists. After a fierce battle, the four Gu masters and Wang Beihai were evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. Wang Beihai glanced at the four men before him, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. It had to be said that the techniques of these Gu masters were indeed strange and elusive. Several times, Wang Beihai had been entangled by Gu insects, and with the four working together in perfect harmony, he found himself at a loss for effective countermeasures. Hee, even if you are a martial lord, what does that matter? Today, you will still die at the hands of our four brothers. One of the shadows said, charging straight at Wang Beihai, his hands shrouded in black mist, directly aiming for Wang Beihai's face. You're courting death. Wang Beihai was just looking for an opportunity. Seeing someone charging alone, he naturally felt elated. With a wave of his hand, a red light flashed, and Qishao instantly appeared in his grasp. Then, with a tap of his foot, Wang Beihai transformed into a red light and disappeared from his spot. The red light pierced through the attacker's body at an incredible speed, and Wang Beihai reappeared. With a crack, the attacker's body exploded in mid-air. Fourth brother. The remaining three shouted, then looked at the Qishao in Wang Beihai's hand, not only not angry or fearful, but also showing a greedy expression. A spiritual weapon. You actually have a spiritual weapon. Looks like today we have no choice but to kill you. The three said and attacked Wang Beihai again. This time their movements suddenly became cold and sharp, and their attacks became fierce. Although Wang Beihai had Qishao, facing such a frenzied onslaught from the three, he could only dodge awkwardly. Haha, know our power now? The three brothers said in unison, laughing. Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, seized the gap, and leaped over the wall, jumping into the courtyard. Hee, they're out of tricks, chase them, kill them, avenge fourth brother. The three exchanged a glance, then all leaped over the wall. As soon as they landed, they saw Wang Beihai sitting across from them, holding a cup of tea. Welcome, gentlemen. Wang Beihai smiled at the three, who then realized they had been tricked, feeling a sense of impending doom. Just as they were about to flee, Ling Tianqi waved his hand, and the bodyguards immediately pulled out a net, trapping the three. You're courting death, brothers. Release the Gu insects. Saying this, the three shook their bodies, and dozens of small insects instantly crawled out, burrowing into the bodyguards. Heh, this is what you asked for. Once you're infected with Gu, you'll die a violent death. One of them said with a hideous smile, his eyes fixed on Wang Beihai, as if he had already foreseen the fate of the bodyguards. However, as time passed, several minutes later, the bodyguards showed no signs of any abnormality. How is this possible? The man's eyes widened, showing an incredulous expression. Hee, Gu arts, after all, are not fit for the grand stage. At this moment, Wang Beihai stepped forward, smiling and said, if you know what's good for you, just listen to me and tell me about your connection with the Black Gold Society. Hee, dream on. The three said, their eyes filled with determination. Master, avenge us. With that, the three immediately spat out blood, collapsing in the courtyard, their breaths gone. Dead. Ling Tianqi's eyes widened, about to step forward to check, but was stopped by Wang Beihai. Be careful. Wang Beihai shouted, and immediately, the three corpses in the net exploded, releasing a cloud of poison, causing the bodyguards to turn black and collapse. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he quickly threw a punch into the mist, dispersing the poison. Ling Tianqi and Wang Beihai looked closely to see that more than 20 bodyguards were severely injured. Fortunately, with Wang Beihai's warning, although they were badly hurt, none lost their lives. Such vicious methods. Ling Tianqi narrowed his eyes, unable to help but sigh. Wang Beihai, however, frowned and stood silently. From what the three had said, there was at least one extremely powerful Gu master within the Black Gold Society. Wang Beihai thought about it, feeling a headache coming on, as there was a significant difference between martial artists and Gu masters. Unable to think further, Wang Beihai decided to be carefree, patted Ling Tianqi on the shoulder, and then leisurely drank tea again. While the Ling family was busy cleaning up the corpses, near the border of the Divine Land, in the Black Gold Society's headquarters manor, an old man suddenly emerged from a poison vat, opened his mouth on the ground, and spat out a pool of black blood. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Heya, standing by, immediately stepped forward to inquire when he saw the old man's condition. "Someone killed my disciples," the old man said with a murderous glint in his eyes. "Ah, my 4 senior brothers?" Heya was shocked, his mind suddenly flashing with the image of Wang Beihai, but quickly, he dismissed the thought, as in his view, Wang Beihai was, at most, a martial lord, not capable of killing his 4 senior brothers. "It seems the Ling family has a master." The old man sighed, his eyes becoming profound. "Back in the day, my Miaogu arts were feared by all. None of the 4 great families dared to oppose me. Now a small family like the Ling dares to kill my disciples. It seems I have to go out for a walk this time." After saying this, the old man turned into a black shadow and disappeared from his spot. Seeing this, Heya immediately gathered a group of people and rushed towards the Ling family. One day later, Wang Beihai stood on the balcony of the Ling family, looking at the rising sun in the distance, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. For some reason, Wang Beihai felt a vague sense of unease. "What's wrong? You're not usually like this." At this moment, Ling Ruoying, rarely, walked onto the balcony. "It's nothing, just thinking about some things." Wang Beihai forced a smile, then looked at Ling Ruoying. "Aren't you with your parents?" "It's good enough to see them. The doctors have also checked, they're fine, just waiting to wake up. I'm also a person. Okay, sometimes I need to come out for a walk." Ling Ruoying said, pretending to be angry, and glared at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai smiled, turned his gaze to the horizon. The calm lake surface rippled slightly, the sunrise reflected on the lake. The sunlight painted the lake golden. "So beautiful." Ling Ruoying looked at the distant scenery, her steps unconsciously moved to Wang Beihai's side. Ling Ruoying glanced at Wang Beihai, then blushed, her small hand tightly clenched. After thinking for a moment, as if making a great decision, she softly said to Wang Beihai, "Wang Beihai, I like?" However, before Ling Ruoying could finish, Wang Beihai frowned and directly shielded Ling Ruoying behind him. In the distance, the sunlight of the sunrise was blocked by a black mist. Within the mist, a figure appeared faintly, and soon, an old voice came from afar. He, old man has come out of the mountain. Today is the day the Ling family will be annihilated." Chapter 83, Bloody Battle. "What is that thing?" Ling Ruoying watched the black mist approaching from the distance, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes widening in fear that rose from the depths of her heart. "It's coming fast." Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, sensing the formidable energy within the black mist, and for the first time in his life, he felt fear. "What should we do? Should we fight?" At that moment, Ling Tianxian rushed to the rooftop, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of the black mist. "Can we win?" Ling Tianxian couldn't help but think. "You can't win, but you can evade." Wang Beihai furrowed his brows and then turned to look at Ling Tianxian. "Now, take Ruoying and her parents and escape to the shelter. As for the enemy, I'll hold them back." "No, we should all go together." Upon hearing Wang Beihai's words, Ling Ruoying immediately shook her head. "Yes, Brother Wang, it's better to keep our lives than to worry about firewood. Let's all go to the shelter. The supplies there are enough for us to live for many years. We can wait for the storm to pass and then seek revenge." Ling Tianxian spoke while glancing at the black mist, his eyes growing increasingly anxious. "It's useless." Wang Beihai shook his head and said, "Someone needs to distract the enemy, or he will eventually find the shelter. Right now, no one is more suitable than me." But before Ling Ruoying could say anything more, Wang Beihai covered her mouth. "You've just found your parents. Don't get into trouble. Don't worry, I'll be fine." With that, Wang Beihai gave a gentle smile. Ling Tianxian glanced at the black mist, which was now even closer, then grabbed Ling Ruoying's hand. "There's no time, let's go." After saying that, Ling Tianxian bowed to Wang Beihai, said his farewells, and then led Ling Ruoying and the Ling family into the basement. Wang Beihai went to the study, sprinkled powder all over the room, and just as he stepped out, the black mist hovered above him. He, Beihai, is it you who killed my 4 beloved disciples? An old man slowly emerged from the black mist, his emaciated body almost skeletal, his aged face, and his eyes as deep as black holes. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of impending doom. Yes, I killed them. Wang Beihai admitted without hesitation. Beihai, you're quite audacious. I see you're only in your 20s, yet you managed to kill my 4 disciples. You truly are gifted. The old man glanced around but didn't sense any presence other than Wang Beihai's, immediately frowning and sneering. Beihai, if you tell me where the Ling family has gone and swear a blood oath to become my disciple, I'll spare your life. How about it? Wang Beihai smiled slightly at the offer. That's quite an enticing condition, but unfortunately, I'm allergic to evil ways. Whenever I see people like you, I just want to eliminate them. With that, Wang Beihai stomped his foot and instantly charged towards the old man, summoning Qishao to stab at the old man's chest. Qishao plunged into the old man's body, but no blood flowed out. The old man glanced at Wang Beihai, a red glow flickering in his pitch-black eyes, then tightened his body, clamping Qishao firmly. I didn't expect you to possess a spiritual weapon, Beihai. This belongs to me now. Saying that, the old man slapped Wang Beihai on the shoulder, who spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. After landing, Wang Beihai frowned, realizing the old man's body was too bizarre, and without further thought, he summoned Qishao back to his hand. Seeing the spiritual weapon slip away, the old man grew furious. Well, I didn't expect this spiritual weapon to have its own consciousness. Let me kill you first, Beihai, and then refine the weapon. With that, the old man's eyes glowed red, and he became serious. The old man waved his hand, and the black mist enveloped the Ling family villa, countless goo insects flying out from the mist, heading straight for Wang Beihai. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's heart tightened, and he didn't dare to be careless. His Haotian qi erupted entirely, turning into purple flames that enveloped him. The goo insects that approached the flames were instantly vaporized. Feeling the aura emanating from Wang Beihai, the old man was startled and then licked his lips. I didn't expect you to be a cultivator, Beihai. It's my lucky day. If I consume your flesh and blood, I can achieve supreme demonic arts. Beihai, hand over your life. With that, the old man's body shook, and his already small frame began to swell visibly, soon becoming a 2-meter-tall giant. Wang Beihai looked at the old man in the air, instinctively wanting to flee, but in that moment of distraction, the old man's figure had already appeared before him. This is bad. Wang Beihai's heart raced. Just as he was about to retreat, the old man's hand pressed against his shoulder. Instantly, black toxins invaded Wang Beihai's body, causing excruciating pain in his arm, then numbness. Wang Beihai quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from the old man, hanging his arms, while cautiously watching the old man and desperately using his Haotian qi to resist the poison in his arm. Ahaha, Beihai, you're quite formidable to withstand my 5 poison palm. I wonder if you can withstand this next move, the old man said, not giving Wang Beihai any chance to rest, and with a wave of his hand, countless goo insects once again attacked Wang Beihai. Qishao. At that moment, Wang Beihai shouted, and Qishao reappeared, first slashing out a sword aura that annihilated the goo insects, then piercing through the door behind Wang Beihai. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai pushed off with his foot and dashed out of the Ling family estate. At your last breath, you still managed to escape? The old man sneered and leaped into the air, reaching out to grab Wang Beihai. Just as the old man was about to catch Wang Beihai, a bomb flew over, hitting the old man squarely. The bomb exploded instantly, the intense blast wave sending Wang Beihai flying. Fortunately, Wang Beihai had spiritual energy protecting him, and after a brief moment of dizziness, he recovered. Shaking his head, Wang Beihai looked up to see the old man's body blown to pieces, but in the next second, his eyes widened. A black mist quickly flew to the old man's side, and under its connection, the old man's shattered body began to slowly mend. Hee, Beihai, you hurt me so much. The old man's half-face revealed a sinister gaze. Wang Beihai's heart tightened, then the sound of helicopter rotors echoed, and looking up, it was Zhang San piloting a helicopter, clearly the one who had launched the bomb. Brother Hai, hurry up, Zhang San said, lowering the helicopter. Wang Beihai seized the opportunity, leaping with all his might to board the helicopter. Quick, take off. Wang Beihai didn't waste words, immediately instructing Zhang San to lift the helicopter. Stinky Beihai, you won't escape. As Wang Beihai's helicopter flew far away, the old man's body had fully recovered. With a roar, he transformed into a black mist and pursued. Thank you. Why didn't you go to the shelter with them? On the helicopter, Wang Beihai recovered while expressing his gratitude. When Brother Hai is in trouble, how could I leave on my own? Zhang San turned around and gave Wang Beihai a foolish smile. Wang Beihai was deeply moved, about to speak, when he suddenly saw a fast-approaching black in the distance, his eyes widening as he shouted, "Watch out!" However, it was too late. The black rocket, like death itself, struck the helicopter, and with a loud explosion, the helicopter disintegrated in mid-air. Wang Beihai fell from the sky into a lake, his eyes closing as he lost consciousness. Chapter 84, 1 month. Haha, I was wondering who spoiled my master's plans. So it's you, you damned Basie. It really is a small world. Didn't you act all tough before? Let's see how tough you can be now. On the lakeside road, Haya held a rocket launcher, laughing heartily at the sight of the helicopter he had just reduced to wreckage. At that moment, a cloud of black mist drifted over. Haya hurriedly threw down the rocket launcher, then knelt on one knee, preparing to greet the figure. Before he could even speak, the black mist transformed into the form of an old man and slapped Haya across the face. You fool! Who told you to destroy the plane? The old man's anger was palpable as he glared at Haya, who was bewildered and asked, Master, I was just killing someone. Isn't that normal? Normal? Humph. The old man sneered and shouted at Haya, No matter what method you use, find that Basie for me. Even if it's just a bone or a scrap, bring it back to me. With that, the old man waved his sleeve and dissipated into the black mist, leaving. Has Master gone senile? That Basie is probably reduced to ashes by now. Haya scratched his head, perplexed as he looked at the debris on the lake. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and ordered his men to start dredging the lake. After 3 days of dredging, they found nothing but the remains of the helicopter. Haya was convinced that Wang Beihai had died under his missile attack. Continuing this search would only waste effort, especially since they still couldn't locate the Ling family. So, he decided to stop the search and returned with his men. A month later, Ling Tianqi quietly emerged from a secret passage. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings of the villa, ensuring everything was safe before finally relaxing. After informing Ling Ruoying of the safe situation, Ling Tianqi went to the courtyard, looking at the mess with concern for Wang Beihai's safety. Several calls to Wang Beihai were met with busy signals. Dad. At that moment, Ling Tianyu approached. He had woken up the second day after entering the shelter and, after a month of treatment, his wounds were mostly healed. What are you thinking about? Ling Tianyu walked up to Ling Tianqi, surprised by the state of the courtyard. Nothing much, just worrying about our benefactor, your savior. I wonder how he's doing. Ling Tianqi spoke with a hint of regret, lamenting leaving Wang Beihai behind to fend for himself. Grandpa, do we have any news about him? The Ling family members gradually emerged from the secret chamber, with Ling Ruoying rushing to Ling Tianqi, eager for an answer. Ling Tianqi gave an apologetic look, shaking his head helplessly. Seeing this, Ling Ruoying's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she recalled her past with Wang Beihai. He'll be fine. He has to be fine, right? Ling Ruoying looked at Ling Tianqi desperately, but Ling Tianqi avoided her gaze, only nodding slowly, not even sure himself if Wang Beihai was still alive. No, I have to find him. Ling Ruoying suddenly stood up, about to run out the door, but was stopped by Ling Tianyu. It's too dangerous out there. There might be Black Gold Society members nearby. Going out now would be suicide. Ling Tianyu quickly dissuaded her. Beihai must still be alive. He must be waiting for me in Longquan County. Ling Ruoying struggled, mentioning Longquan County, her eyes lighting up. She quickly took out her phone and called Yang Li, Lui Hong, and Ren Yunfei, but still found no news of Wang Beihai. Thud. Time seemed to freeze as Ling Ruoying's phone slipped from her hand, shattering on the ground. In that moment, Ling Ruoying was completely panicked, looking around as if she had lost something or someone very important. At that moment, a gentle arm embraced Ling Ruoying, and a soothing voice said, "Don't be afraid. Believe in him. He'll be fine." Ling Ruoying calmed down, turning to see her mother, Murong Xiaoxiao, speaking. "Don't worry. Wang Beihai is our benefactor. We will use all our resources to find him." Ling Tianqi spoke up, his face dark, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. As the Ling family members regained their freedom, Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up from a luxurious bed. "Zhang San." Wang Beihai called out, shaking his head to clear the fog. After regaining some clarity, he looked around at the opulent surroundings. "Where am I?" Wang Beihai, recalling the ambush, jumped off the bed, only to collapse on the soft carpet. "You're awake. As a patient, you shouldn't be moving around like that." A familiar voice spoke, and Wang Beihai looked up to see a graceful figure approaching from the doorway. "Zhong Momo!" Wang Beihai exclaimed, recognizing the beautiful face. "Just call me Momo." Zhong Momo shook her head, helping Wang Beihai to lean against the bed. As he felt the unique scent of Zhong Momo, Wang Beihai blushed, thinking how this woman was as alluring as ever. "By the way, how long have I been asleep? How did I end up here?" Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Momo with questioning eyes. "You're really lucky to be alive after all that. I wonder if you saved the galaxy in your past life." Zhong Momo smiled, tending to Wang Beihai's wounds as she spoke. "Everyone probably thought you were dead. After all, you've been asleep for a whole month." "A month?" Wang Beihai's eyes widened. "What about the distillery? The village? How are Li Jie and Pongzi? Will the Black Gold Society bother them?" Seeing Wang Beihai's anxiety, Zhong Momo patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, they're all fine. The Black Gold Society can't openly confront the government. Your distillery has been closed for a month, though, so there's been a significant loss. As long as they're safe." Wang Beihai relaxed, then asked, "By the way, you haven't told me how I ended up here." "That's a long story." Zhong Momo winked, her eyes soft yet alluring. "You've been asleep for so long. You must be hungry. How about we eat while I explain?" Wang Beihai felt his empty stomach and nodded. Zhong Momo clapped her hands, and servants brought in a cart of delicacies. After setting the table and helping Wang Beihai to his seat, they left. Seeing the feast, Wang Beihai's stomach growled. He glanced at Zhong Momo standing by and, without hesitation, dug in ravenously. The story begins a month ago. Zhong Momo watched Wang Beihai enjoying his meal, a smile playing on her lips as she began to recount the past events. Chapter 85, Emergence from the Cocoon. "A month ago, after hearing about your incident with the Black Gold Society, my father and I were both shocked. Therefore, our treasure pavilion also used its own intelligence network to keep an eye on your movements," Zhong Momo said, taking a sip of red wine from the table. "When everyone thought you would choose to flee, you unexpectedly charged alone into the heavenly abode and annihilated Hu Tian's gang. This caused quite a stir in Longquan County and even on the dark web. Actually, after learning that you went to the Ling family, we roughly guessed your intentions. Of course, no matter how many calculations we made, we never expected the Black Gold Society to have such terrifying monsters." As she spoke, Zhong Momo's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "Actually, that day, I was on the island of Haiteng City number 8. When I saw the helicopter explode, my heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. And then?" Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai became excited and immediately looked at Zhong Momo. What did you do afterward? I was watching through a telescope the whole time. So, the moment I saw you fall into the water, I sent someone to quietly fish you out from the bottom of the lake. That's why the Black Gold Society never found you. It turns out that you saved me in the end. Recalling the scene of that day, Wang Beihai's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude. Then, his eyes lit up as if he had remembered something, and he hurriedly asked Zhong Momo, "Did you find another person when you rescued me?" Wang Beihai looked at Zhong Momo expectantly, filled with gratitude and guilt towards Zhang San. However, Zhong Momo shook her head. According to the divers, besides you and some aircraft debris, there were only some severed limbs at the bottom of the lake. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes instantly dimmed. Zhong Momo glanced at Wang Beihai and then comforted him. The dead cannot be revived, so please accept your loss. Wang Beihai nodded, then looked at Zhong Momo and slowly said, "Thank you, Momo." "Oh, what's there to thank? To be honest, it's all because you're incredibly lucky. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Unlike you, nothing can harm you." Zhong Momo joked, and Wang Beihai smiled slightly. Feeling his body, he suddenly felt a headache. Through introspection, he found that not only were his meridians disordered, but the spiritual energy in his dantian was also completely depleted. Now, he was no different from an ordinary person, except perhaps for his stronger mental power. Feeling his poor condition, Wang Beihai couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Zhong Momo, seeing this, merely took another sip of wine and then asked, "What are your plans next?" "Revenge," Wang Beihai said calmly, his tone filled with a sense of killing intent. Hearing this, Zhong Momo was stunned and quickly leaned closer to Wang Beihai, feeling his forehead. "Are you crazy? With your current condition, what can you use to seek revenge? If you go out now, don't even think about the powerful figures behind the Black Gold Society. You can't even defeat Black Gold. In my opinion, it's better to find a place to recuperate and restore your full strength before making any plans." "I understand what you're saying." Wang Beihai nodded, then his gaze turned cold as he said coldly, "Before, I relied on secret techniques, thinking that with my meager strength, I could protect everything. Now it seems I was too naive. I lack practical experience and rely too much on other abilities. Once I recover, I will go out to train. I won't reappear until my strength reaches a certain level." Hearing this, Zhong Momo was stunned and softly asked Wang Beihai, "Where do you plan to go?" "I don't know, but there must be places where I can rapidly enhance my strength." Wang Beihai bit into the chicken leg in his hand and furrowed his brow as he began to think. "I think there's a place that suits you quite well, where you can quickly improve your strength and make money." Zhong Momo's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and soon her eyes lit up. "Where?" Wang Beihai hurriedly asked. "The dark web?" Zhong Momo smiled slightly, and Wang Beihai's eyes instantly brightened, slapping his head. "Oh, how could I have forgotten about that?" As he spoke, Wang Beihai began to search through his clothes, only to realize with embarrassment that he had changed. "Are you looking for this?" Seeing Wang Beihai's confused look, Zhong Momo couldn't help but laugh, then took out a brand new phone from her pocket and handed it to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai didn't stand on ceremony, taking the phone and saying thank you before eagerly logging into his dark web account. The phone screen darkened, then a red announcement popped up. "Wang Beihai is still alive. The bounty remains in effect." Soon, the Su family's bounty task reappeared on the public screen. "Hee, it seems the Su family really despises me to the core," Wang Beihai said, glancing at his bounty amount and smirking. Then, he closed the announcement bar and directly entered the hunter-exclusive area, where a series of tasks immediately appeared before his eyes. Find Grandma Zhao's lost dog, cooperate to intercept an armored vehicle, help the leader of the Green Dragon Society escape. Wang Beihai widened his eyes as he looked at the bounty tasks, shaking his head. "What kind of tasks are these?" Zhong Momo, watching Wang Beihai, couldn't help but giggle. Bounties are classified into different levels. The ones you see are the lowest level, usually taken by those with lower abilities. With your skills, you can definitely take on higher level tasks. As she spoke, Zhong Momo took the phone from Wang Beihai and, upon seeing the words, Neighbor Wang on the screen, was stunned. Zhong Momo looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief, exclaiming, "Your neighbor Wang, the one who defeated Xiao Luo and earned 100 million from the Xiao family?" "Yes, it's me." Wang Beihai didn't intend to hide it and nodded directly. Unexpectedly, Zhong Momo let out a sharp cry. Her beautiful eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Wang Beihai. "You're my idol, my idol." Wang Beihai shyly shook his head, quickly changing the subject. "How do I find higher-level tasks?" Zhong Momo regained her composure, tapping on the phone as she said, "Since you were able to fend off Xiao Luo, your level is on par with his. These are the difficulties he took on. Take a look." With that, Zhong Momo handed the phone back to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai took the phone and saw a smile immediately appear on his lips. These tasks were all assassination missions, targeting figures from the lower echelons of power to foreign officials, each one filled with challenges. "That's more like it." Wang Beihai smiled, placing the phone on the table, then looked at Zhong Momo. "Thank you for this matter. I owe you a favor, Wang Beihai. Also, I have one more thing to ask of you." Zhong Momo pretended to be angry and pouted. "You haven't even repaid that one favor, and now you want another. What is it?" "I need a comprehensive map of the Divine Land and a few medicinal herbs. I believe this shouldn't be difficult for the treasure pavilion. As for the money, you can name your price. How about it, Miss Zhong?" Zhong Momo glared at Wang Beihai. "I told you to call me Momo, you unromantic." Despite her words, Zhong Momo got up and brought a piece of paper, handing it to Wang Beihai. "Here, write down the herbs you need, and I'll have someone deliver the map to you later." Wang Beihai took the paper and pen, glanced at Zhong Momo, then said, "Thank you, Momo." That's more like it. I have something to do, so I'm leaving. Just give the paper to the servant when you're done." Zhong Momo huffed, then winked at Wang Beihai before turning and walking out of the room. Chapter 86, Moving North. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Black Gold Society, Heya was surrounded by a group of seductive women in a large swimming pool, enjoying himself immensely. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in and handed Heya a phone. Upon seeing the phone, Heya's playfulness vanished, and he pushed away the scantily clad women beside him. With a light leap, he stepped out of the water. "What's going on?" Heya asked coldly. "I don't know. This is a message that suddenly appeared on the dark web 3 days ago," the subordinate replied, kneeling timidly on the ground, his eyes occasionally darting towards Heya, observing his every move. 3 days ago? Heya's face twisted into a sinister smile. With a swift chop of his hand, the subordinate fell dead on the spot. 3 days ago, and you're only telling me now? Heya licked the blood off his hand and then laughed. "So, Wang Beihai, you still haven't died. Let's see how I deal with you." The more Heya spoke, the more restless he felt, so he jumped back into the pool. Soon, moans echoed from the water. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by swirling mist. With each breath, visible turbid air was expelled from his body. 3 days have passed, and my internal injuries are almost healed. It's time to awaken the spiritual energy in my dantian. Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes, which had regained their former clarity. After careful sensing, he found that his previously chaotic meridians had returned to normal. Moreover, perhaps due to the previous battles, he felt his meridians were now more resilient than before. This is probably a blessing in disguise, Wang Beihai thought, his heart remaining calm, though a slight smile curled his lips. Since being defeated by the elder of the Black Gold Society, Wang Beihai's temperament had become much steadier. In another day, my spiritual energy will be restored, and I can leave here to train. Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled as he picked up his phone and began browsing through bounty missions. After several glances, his fingers stopped on an announcement. Mission: Assassinate Imo Yuan, the head of the Imo family in Jiangbei. Reward: 100 million. Difficulty: Cess. As Wang Beihai read the announcement, the voice of Xiao Min suddenly appeared in his mind, and a strong longing welled up within him. Speaking of which, it's been a full month since I last contacted you after the incident. Min, are you doing well? Wang Beihai's eyes shone with longing, and with a determined look, he accepted the mission. On one hand, he genuinely missed Xiao Min, and on the other, there was a deep-seated grudge between him and Mo Yuan. However, Wang Beihai didn't want to reveal his whereabouts too soon. After careful consideration, the mission to assassinate Mo Yuan naturally became his top choice. Are you crazy? At that moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open. Zhong Momo rushed to Wang Beihai's bedside with her phone, glaring at him angrily. Do you think you're tired of living? The Mo family is a formidable force, even in all of Jiangbei. Few can match them. Besides, with your current state, you couldn't even beat the Black Gold Society, let alone the Mo family. Zhong Momo's anxious appearance made Wang Beihai pause. Strange, this is the first time I've seen you so unsteady. Wang Beihai scratched his head and directly voiced his thoughts. Unsteady? Do you know the status of the Mo family? Zhong Momo glared at Wang Beihai and continued, You should drop the mission right now. Forget everything else. As she spoke, Zhong Momo reached out to snatch Wang Beihai's phone. Wang Beihai lightly dodged her hand and looked at her with confusion. You know my true strength. I can even confront the Azura. Do you really think a small Mo family in the north can stop me? Hearing this, Zhong Momo gave Wang Beihai a disdainful look and chuckled. A small Mo family in the north? Indeed, the Mo family is at most a second-tier family in Jiangbei, far inferior to the 4 great families in Jiangnan. Then what's there to worry about? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. But have you thought about it? With their meager strength, how can the Mo family thrive in Jiangbei? Zhong Momo frowned and continued, apart from Mo Li, the eldest son, the Mo family also has a daughter, Mo Yuyan, who is the fiancée of Huang Fuling, one of the 4 young masters of the capital and known as the #1 young talent in the Divine Land. Huang Fuling. Wang Beihai murmured the name, narrowing his eyes. The #1 young talent in the Divine Land. What is that? It's a ranking compiled by the dark web, taking into account the overall strength of outstanding young people from various families and factions. As Zhong Momo spoke, she handed her phone to Wang Beihai. Indeed, Huang Fuling's name topped the list. This ranking not only represents your strength among the younger generation, but also your standing in the eyes of the higher-ups in the Divine Land. Let me put it this way. Huang Fu family was just a 3rd-tier, unknown family in the capital. But after Huang Fuling emerged, in just 10 years, the Huang Fu family rose to become a super family in the capital. Zhong Momo glanced at Wang Beihai and brought the conversation back on track. And the mission you've accepted is to assassinate the father-in-law of this #1 talent. Whether you succeed or fail, you'll face endless retribution from the super family. Do you think I should advise you? Super family, #1 young talent in the Divine Land. Wang Beihai repeated these words, showing no sign of fear, but rather a surge of fighting spirit in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhong Momo shook her head and continued. In the eyes of those super families, the 4 great families of Jiangnan, including the Black Gold Society, are nothing. I've said so much. Have you understood? Cancel the mission. Wang Beihai nodded. Zhong Momo smiled, thinking Wang Beihai was about to give up the mission, but instead, he directly posted a notice on the dark web's public screen. Within 7 days, I will take Mo Yuan's head. You're crazy. Zhong Momo was shocked, her beautiful eyes glaring at Wang Beihai, at a loss for words. At that moment, Wang Beihai spoke. Momo, I know you're doing this for my sake, and I know the formidable strength behind the Mo family. But I understand that if I give up out of fear today, my strength will forever stagnate. Fear is never an excuse for cowardice. I need training. I need strong opponents. Only then can my strength grow further. I've lost once, and I don't want to lose again. You. Zhong Momo looked at Wang Beihai in front of her, feeling the desire in his gaze, and could only sigh helplessly. Then she shrugged and leaned down to kiss Wang Beihai on the forehead. I've prepared 3 sets of clothes for you. They'll be delivered soon. If you need anything else, just ask me. Besides, We're currently in the central city of Jiangbei, not far from the northern city where the Mo family resides. I'll have someone take you there tomorrow." With that, Zhong Momo turned and prepared to leave with light steps. "Thank you, Momo," Wang Beihai said with a sincere smile. Zhong Momo paused at the door, turned back, and gave Wang Beihai a stunning smile. "Don't die. I'll be waiting for you in Jiangnan." Chapter 87. Reunion with Xiao Min. The next day, as the sky began to lighten, Wang Beihai boarded the car that Zhong Momo had prepared early, heading towards the direction of the northern city. "Take care." Zhong Momo stood on the balcony of the villa, watching the departing car, her eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. "Why, can't bear to part?" At that moment, a voice came, and Zhong Liang's figure appeared behind Zhong Momo. "Father." Zhong Momo turned and bowed, then said, "It's not that I can't bear to part. It's just that thinking about the dangers he faces on this journey, I can't help but worry." "Heh, you've grown up so much. How could I not know what's on your mind?" Zhong Liang chuckled, stepping forward to look at the disappearing car. "Beihai has matured a lot. If he can come out of this mission unscathed, he might even make it onto the list of the younger generation's top talents in the Divine Land." "Ah." Hearing this, Zhong Momo covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief, stammering, "Isn't that a bit too much? What's too much about it?" Zhong Liang smiled, looking across the entire Divine Land. How many of the younger generation can surpass him? Huang Fuling's exceptional talent is undeniable, but how many of the others can match him? The great families of the Divine Land have become too extravagant these years. It's time someone steps up to give them some motivation. Wang Beihai's emergence is just right. Zhong Momo was slightly stunned, looking at Zhong Liang in disbelief. After so many years, it was the first time she had heard Zhong Liang speak so highly of someone, and that someone was a young man from a small village, not yet 20 years old. "Momo, the Divine Land will one day change. Choosing sides is crucial. Do you like Beihai in your heart?" Zhong Liang suddenly turned his gaze to Zhong Momo. She was taken aback at first, then quickly averted her eyes, trying her best to control her emotions. Nevertheless, her slightly flushed cheek spoke volumes. Seeing Zhong Momo silent, Zhong Liang patted her shoulder with a smile. "Young people, if you like something, you should go for it. If he can return alive from the Mo family, he'll be worthy to be my son-in-law." With that, Zhong Liang said no more, just glanced in the direction the car had disappeared, then turned and left. "Do I like him?" After Zhong Liang left, Zhong Momo looked at the horizon where the rising sun had painted the sky red, making the cityscape particularly romantic. "You must come back alive." Zhong Momo clasped her hands together, silently praying to the rising sun. By midday, the car had reached the northern city. From afar, Wang Beihai saw a vast artificial lake. "This is the artificial lake of Chongqing University." Wang Beihai immediately recognized it. Sure enough, after circling the lake for a while, the car arrived at the gate of Chongqing University. "Stop the car." Wang Beihai couldn't wait to call for the car to stop, thanked the driver, and then got out alone. Standing at the gate looking at the words, Chongqing University, Wang Beihai's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He had come to this school for a mission, and it was here that he met the woman he dared not let down for a lifetime. As he thought about it, Xiao Min's image slowly appeared in Wang Beihai's mind. "Min, are you all right?" Wang Beihai whispered, his eyes lighting up. "Right. I'm still a student of Chongqing University." Wang Beihai suddenly remembered that after returning, Xiao Min had specially told him to keep his student status for future contact. "That means I can enter the school directly as a student. This way, I can get closer to Min, and the student identity is also a good disguise." With that, Wang Beihai's face broke into a graceful smile, and he made up his mind. "Oh, long time no see, Mr. Rogue." At that moment, a hand patted Wang Beihai on the shoulder, and a sweet voice came. Wang Beihai turned to see Xiao Linger standing behind him with a smile. "Yes, long time no see." Wang Beihai nodded with a smile. Xiao Linger was still as pure as ever. "I thought you wouldn't come back." Xiao Linger pouted, then looked at Wang Beihai mysteriously and said, "You have no idea. Ever since you left, My sister has been unable to eat or sleep, and even in class, she often spaces out, completely out of it. Tell me, did you do something to my sister? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, then burst out laughing and said directly, I'll be your sister-in-law from now on. Xiao Linger's eyes widened like copper bells. You really? Tell me quickly, how did you win over my sister? Seeing Xiao Linger's gossipy look, Wang Beihai couldn't help but cover his face and walk towards the school by himself. Hey, don't go. At least tell me. Please, Mr. Rogue. No, brother-in-law. Xiao Linger ran after Wang Beihai, pleading desperately. Thus, the two walked one in front and one behind in the school, attracting many curious glances. Some sharp-eyed boys recognized Xiao Linger and looked at Wang Beihai with hatred. Linger, it's not appropriate for you to be so openly affectionate in school. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind, and Wang Beihai stopped in his tracks. Sister, look who's here. Xiao Linger turned around and made a face at Xiao Min, then pulled Wang Beihai around. Min. Wang Beihai turned around, his eyes already red with emotion. After many trials and tribulations, he finally saw the woman he had been longing for day and night. Looking at Xiao Min, upon seeing Wang Beihai, she froze on the spot, her body trembling uncontrollably. All the longing and grievances turned into tears, streaming down her face. Suddenly, Xiao Min wiped away her tears, turned, and ran away. Why are you standing there? Go after her. Seeing Wang Beihai still standing there foolishly, Xiao Linger couldn't help but slap him, and Wang Beihai finally reacted, chasing after her quickly. Xiao Min ran fast, stopping only when she reached the rooftop of the teaching building. Wang Beihai followed closely behind, and seeing Xiao Min stop, he didn't hesitate, rushing forward and hugging her from behind. Let go of me. Xiao Min, struggling to hold back her tears, shouted loudly, then struggled again. But Wang Beihai held her like that until she had no more strength. Let go of me. Why did you appear now? Why did you leave me alone? Why did you do those foolish things? Xiao Min bit Wang Beihai's arm hard, then turned to look at him, her face tear-streaked as she said, Do you know? I always thought you were dead. Wang Beihai was slightly stunned, then hugged Xiao Min tightly. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I will never leave you again. At that moment, a cool breeze blew, and under the intense sunlight, Wang Beihai held Xiao Min even tighter. Chapter 88. Intimacy. They held each other like this until the bell signaling the end of class rang. Xiao Min finally broke free from Wang Beihai's embrace and looked at him, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. It's all your fault. I missed my class, she pouted, playfully punching Wang Beihai. He pretended to be hurt, coughing dramatically before staggering as if about to fall. Xiao Min, believing his act, hurried to support him. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Beihai pulled her closer and kissed her passionately. Despite her attempts to push him away, he refused to let go. Gradually, Xiao Min gave up resisting and closed her eyes, savoring the love of the man before her. Their kiss lasted several minutes until the bell for the next class rang, prompting Wang Beihai to release her. Xiao Min, flushed and breathless, glared at him reproachfully. You liar, go to class now, she said. Wang Beihai grinned cheekily. With you here, the teacher, what class would I go to? You remember I'm a teacher, don't you? Xiao Min shot him a look and then straightened her clothes, looking at him seriously. Remember, at school, we are teacher and student. Even though you're not a real student, we still need to be careful. It's not good to cause a scene. Got it, Miss Xiao, Wang Beihai replied, pretending to be a good student and winking at her. Xiao Min shrugged helplessly and continued, All right, stop fooling around. I need to go teach. If you want to listen, hurry up and follow. With that, Xiao Min turned and ran down the stairs, and Wang Beihai followed with a smirk. In the university's public lecture hall, which usually accommodated over 100 students, most were sitting in the back rows, either sleeping, playing with their phones, or doing other things. Only Wang Beihai sat attentively in the front row. During a medical theory class, Wang Beihai didn't absorb a single word. He propped his chin on his hand, smiling and intently watching Xiao Min the entire time. Xiaomin felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze and discreetly signaled him several times, all of which Wang Beihai ignored. Finally, when the class ended, Xiaomin rushed out without even assigning homework, and Wang Beihai followed closely. "Can you be a bit more discreet?" Xiaomin walked faster, and Wang Beihai kept pace. "Isn't this discreet enough?" he chuckled. Xiaomin didn't respond but picked up her pace even more. "Hey, isn't that Miss Xiao? Why the hurry? Having trouble?" As Xiaomin passed the track field, a PE teacher stepped forward to block her path, smiling. "What's up, Miss Xiao? In a rush?" No, Xiaomin replied, looking at the man and frowning. He was Luo Hongxian, the PE teacher at the college, known for his good looks and physique, who flirted with both teachers and students. Xiaomin not only disliked but also felt repulsed by him. "If there's nothing, I'll be going," she said, walking around Luo Hongxian and continuing on her way. Luo Hongxian, feeling rejected, was displeased. Just then, Wang Beihai followed Xiaomin and accidentally bumped into him, knocking him to the ground. "Hey you! Which college and class are you from?" Luo Hongxian shouted, rubbing his shoulder as he got up. "Oh no," Xiaomin thought, stopping in her tracks. "I'm sorry, sir. It was an accident," Wang Beihai apologized, seeing Xiaomin stop. "You look unfamiliar. Are you a new student?" "Do you know the rules here? If you injure someone, you have to pay compensation," Luo Hongxian said, gesturing with his fingers as if counting money. "Beihai, let's go." "Ignore him," Xiaomin said, walking over and taking Wang Beihai's arm, leading him towards the gate. "Wait, who is he to you?" Luo Hongxian was shocked. He had never seen Xiaomin so close to a man. "Boyfriend," Xiaomin replied, leaving just those 3 words before walking away with Wang Beihai. "Damn it, you bitch. Not interested in me but in this young guy. Don't let me catch you, or I'll make you pay," Luo Hongxian muttered, slinking away. At the school gate, Xiao Linger stood with a few bouquets of flowers, looking around as if waiting for someone. Seeing Wang Beihai and Xiaomin, she threw the flowers to the ground and ran towards them. "Sister, brother-in-law?" Xiao Linger greeted them playfully. Xiaomin blushed again and shot her a look. "Stop talking nonsense, kid. Who's your brother-in-law?" "You two are like this. Of course he's my brother-in-law," Xiao Linger said, pointing at Wang Beihai. Realizing her mistake, Xiaomin quickly let go of his arm. "Come on, cousin. Let's go eat." "I'll treat you," Wang Beihai said, quite pleased with the title. "Great." Xiao Linger's eyes lit up as she started thinking about what to eat, thanking Wang Beihai for the treat. Xiaomin, watching the two of them so in sync, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, lowering her head and following Wang Beihai to the snack street. After a satisfying meal, the trio returned to their original residence. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Linger went to her room and locked the door. "That girl," Xiaomin sighed, smiling helplessly. Wang Beihai, not wasting this perfect alone time, walked up behind Xiaomin and gently hugged her from behind, whispering in her ear, "I miss you." Xiaomin trembled and turned to look at him affectionately. "Me too." They kissed passionately. Under the bright moon and starry sky, Wang Beihai carried Xiaomin to the bedroom, closing the door and drawing the curtains. The room soon filled with moans, and this night promised to be sleepless. Chapter 89. Tracking. The next morning, Wang Beihai woke up early. Checking his phone, he realized it was the weekend. He stretched, gently kissed Xiaomin on the forehead, and then headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As he walked through the living room, he noticed a note on the table. Picking it up, he read, "Dear cousin and cousin-in-law, please be more restrained. I've arranged to go shopping with classmates. Enjoy your time together." Below the note, Xiao Linger had scrawled a smaller message. "Mr. Rogue, if you dare not treat my cousin well, I'll be the first to take you down." Asterisk. After reading the note, Wang Beihai searched the house but found no trace of Xiao Linger. "That little rascal," he chuckled, folding the note and putting it away before starting to cook breakfast. After a night of intimacy, Xiaomin slept until noon. Wrapped in her nightgown, she walked into the living room to find a feast spread out. She smiled, walked up to Wang Beihai, wrapped her slender arms around his neck, and kissed him on the lips. Looking at him with a blissful expression, she said, "I feel like the happiest person in the world." Xiaomin's smile was as warm and bright as the winter sun. "Absolutely," Wang Beihai replied, gently brushing her hair and lightly tapping her nose. "Now, look at you, sleeping in so late on a weekend. Go wash up and come eat." Xiaomin pouted like a spoiled child before darting off to the bathroom. They enjoyed a warm lunch together, after which Wang Beihai recounted his experiences over the past month to Xiaomin. As she listened, she gripped his hand tightly, and Wang Beihai could feel her concern through the pressure of her grip. "So this trip to Jiangbei was partly to see you and partly for the Mo family," Wang Beihai finally confessed, unable to deceive Xiaomin any longer. Upon hearing this, Xiaomin was momentarily stunned, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes, but it quickly faded. Instead, she gripped Wang Beihai's hand even tighter. "All I care about is that you stay alive. If there's something you must do even at the risk of your life, I'll be with you." After a long hesitation, Xiaomin finally voiced her true feelings to Wang Beihai. At her words, he was so moved that he hugged her tightly, only releasing her after a long while. "Thank you, Min," he said gratefully. Xiaomin nestled her head against his chest and whispered, "I support you no matter what you do." After a moment of tenderness, Wang Beihai stood up and began planning the assassination, while Xiaomin silently retreated to the bedroom. When she emerged, she had changed into a white shirt, black skirt, high ponytail, and black-rimmed glasses, looking every bit the capable professional. "What are you doing?" Wang Beihai asked, puzzled by her appearance. "Helping you, of course," Xiaomin replied, stepping forward to snatch the map from his hands. She pulled out a pen and skillfully circled several locations on the map. "What are these?" Wang Beihai asked, looking at the circles. Xiaomin spread the map on the table and pointed to the circles with her slender finger. "Here, here, and here. These are all places Mo Yuan frequents daily. This is the Northern Temple. Mo Yuan goes there to burn incense every morning." She then pointed to another circle. "This is the headquarters of the Beima Group. Mo Yuan attends meetings there every noon. And here is the Northern Royal Luxury Cruise. It's called a cruise, but it's actually Mo's private casino. Mo Yuan checks the accounts there daily, but getting on the cruise requires a high status. It's not easy for an ordinary person. Finally, there's this." Xiaomin pointed to the smallest circle at the bottom. "The Nightingale Bar. Mo Yuan goes to this small bar in the suburbs at least 3 times a week. It's far from the city center, with fewer bodyguards, making it the best time to strike." Xiaomin finished and glanced at Wang Beihai, finding him already stunned. "Hey, I'm serious here. Did you hear me?" She waved her hand in front of his eyes. Suddenly, Wang Beihai burst into laughter, lifting Xiaomin and giving her a passionate kiss. "I knew it. You're my lucky star. With your map, I have a better chance now." "That's true, but don't get too excited," Xiaomin said, pushing her glasses up. "Although you defeated Mo Yuan last time, he lost because of a personal grudge. Otherwise, the outcome might have been different. You should know, Mo Yuan, that old fox, led the Mo family to prosperity merely by leveraging the prestige of the super family in the capital. His talent and wisdom are far beyond the ordinary. And I've heard there are always 2 hidden masters protecting him. Whether it's true or not, you must be cautious when dealing with Mo Yuan." "I understand," Wang Beihai nodded, knowing he couldn't afford to be careless with Mo Yuan. The next day, as dawn broke, the gates of the Mo family's residence in Northern City slowly opened, and a Rolls-Royce drove out, followed by 3 black Mercedes. It seems Min was right. Mo Yuan does have a habit of going to burn incense, Wang Beihai thought as he climbed down from a distant tree. Just moments ago, he had sensed 2 powerful presences in Mo Yuan's car. These must be the 2 strong men Min mentioned. Wang Beihai mused, his expression growing serious as he sensed their formidable strength. This won't do. The chances are too slim. Following the convoy to the temple, Wang Beihai saw that even during the incense burning, the 2 strong men remained by Mo Yuan's side. "Let's see," he frowned, realizing that the incense time wasn't the best opportunity to strike. Next, Wang Beihai followed Mo Yuan to the company and the cruise, but in both places, the security was extremely tight. After the previous failure, Mo Yuan seemed to have become even more cautious. Wang Beihai sighed as night fell, watching Mo Yuan's car enter the Mo family compound. He returned home, sitting on the sofa with a furrowed brow. "What's wrong?" Xiaomin asked, bringing a bowl of noodles. Despite being a woman, Xiaomin had a boyish nature and was utterly inept at cooking. Yet, Wang Beihai devoured the noodles ravenously, finishing the bowl in no time. Delicious," he said, smiling at Xiaomin before explaining, "Don't mention it. I followed Mo Yuan all day, but there was hardly any chance to strike." "As I expected," Xiaomin replied without surprise, pointing to the last circle on the map with a smile. "The final chance is at the Nightingale Bar." Chapter 90. Past Life, Present Life. Nightingale Bar? Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, gazing at the location on the map, lost in thought. As night fell, Wang Beihai and Xiaomin arrived at the edge of the city by car. The slightly desolate street was dimly lit, with only one medium-sized bar glowing with faint light. A crude blackboard at the entrance read Nightingale in 2 characters. "Is this it?" Wang Beihai looked at the modest facade, feeling a wave of doubt. He couldn't connect this bar with Mo Yuan at all. "Don't be hasty. One shouldn't judge by appearances." Xiaomin smiled meaningfully and then raised her chin slightly. "Haven't you noticed anything unusual?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai looked again and soon widened his eyes. Who would have thought that such a desolate street would have so many luxury cars parked here? Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled. The area around the bar was filled with cars worth millions, and the owners of these cars, without a doubt, were inside the Nightingale Bar. Could it be that this bar hides some secret? Wang Beihai pondered, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, Xiaomin smirked and nudged Wang Beihai with her elbow. "Not too slow, after all. Come on, let's find out what it's really like inside." With that, the two slowly approached the bar. As they reached the entrance, Xiaomin suddenly stopped, glancing at the mirror where a completely unfamiliar face stared back. "Do you think we look convincing like this?" "Don't worry, no one can recognize us now." It turned out that for safety reasons, Wang Beihai had used a special technique to alter their appearances at home. After saying that, Wang Beihai pushed the door open first. To his surprise, the interior of the bar was almost the same as the exterior, without the expected luxury, but rather with a touch of simplicity. Under the dim light, Wang Beihai led Xiaomin inside and found a seat near the bar. After observing, Wang Beihai noticed that the bar wasn't crowded, but everyone there was dressed elegantly and exuded an extraordinary aura. All of them sat with their drinks in hand, their eyes vacant, seemingly lost in thought. "What would you like to drink?" At that moment, a waitress in a maid outfit approached with a smile, handing over a drinks menu as she spoke. Wang Beihai took the menu and opened it, only to find that it was completely different from those in ordinary bars. It listed only cocktails, all priced at over 1,000 yuan per cup. "What is this?" Wang Beihai looked puzzledly at the waitress, who seemed accustomed to such reactions. She smiled at Wang Beihai and said slowly, "I'm sorry, sir. We only serve cocktails here. These drinks are specially mixed by our proprietress, so the price is a bit high." Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback and then looked at Xiaomin, who also shook her head, indicating she had never been inside. Helplessly, Wang Beihai flipped through the menu again and finally pointed at one item. "Then give us 2 past life, present life." "All right, please wait a moment." The waitress took the menu and quickly left. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly felt a gaze on him. Following his instinct, he saw a woman sitting at the bar. This woman had slightly curled hair, looked about 30 years old, and had delicate features. Most notably, her skin was as white as snow. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Wang Beihai staring at the woman at the bar, Xiaomin pouted her lips and stomped on Wang Beihai's foot. Wang Beihai winced in pain and quickly looked away. "Nothing. I just found that woman a bit strange." "Humph, just admit you were peeking." Xiaomin snorted coldly, feeling quite upset. At that moment, The waitress brought over 2 glasses of drinks, one red and one blue. "Sir, yours is blue, and the lady's is red." The waitress placed the drinks in front of Wang Beihai and Xiao Min. "We both ordered past life, present life. Why are the colors different?" Wang Beihai looked at the drinks in front of him, puzzled. Everyone's past and present are different, let alone the color of the drink. The waitress smiled faintly, saying something vaguely before turning and leaving without further conversation. "This bar is indeed strange," Wang Beihai muttered, then lifted the glass to his nose and sniffed. A faint fragrance wafted up, instantly refreshing him. "Cheers." Wang Beihai smiled, clinked glasses with Xiao Min, and downed the drink in one go. Instantly, a chill ran down his throat and exploded within him. Wang Beihai was startled, and the scene before his eyes began to spin. When he regained consciousness, Wang Beihai found himself in a desolate desert. "Where am I? How did I get here?" Wang Beihai scanned his surroundings, feeling a strange sense of familiarity despite never having been here before. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Wang Beihai looked up to see a crack tearing through the sky, from which a giant arm emerged. The sky was slowly torn apart by this hand, and countless terrifying spirits poured out from the void. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, feeling an instinctive fear that made his body tremble uncontrollably. What kind of monsters are these? Just as Wang Beihai was shocked, a figure suddenly flew past him. The person leaped into the air with a tap of their feet. "This is the sacred land of the divine province. How dare you, vile creatures, run rampant here," the person said, waving their hands, causing the space before them to distort. Then, with a point of their finger, the landscape lost its color, and thousands of spirits were crushed into ashes. "He, your majesty, you dare to ruin my plans." At that moment, a giant eye appeared in the crack of the sky, filled with endless destruction. As the words were spoken, a massive palm descended from the sky, heading straight for the person. However, the person was not to be outdone. A flash of red light appeared, and a long sword instantly materialized in their hand. "Red Dawn!" Wang Beihai exclaimed, recognizing the divine sword Red Dawn in the person's hand. One sword slashes through heaven and earth. One thought severs the ancient. The person shouted, their forms seemingly merging with the surroundings. An incredibly powerful righteous energy erupted from within them. With a gentle wave of their hand, a massive sword aura shot towards the giant palm in the sky. At the moment of collision, time seemed to freeze, followed by a flash of light. When Wang Beihai opened his eyes again, the surrounding desert had been cut in half, and another crack appeared in the sky. "You filthy beings, even if I exhaust all my cultivation, I will not let you defile this sacred land," the person said, throwing the sword away, their body beginning to burn. At the last moment, the person turned and gave Wang Beihai a smile, whose appearance was exactly the same as his own. "Order!" the person shouted, turning into a golden light that shot into the crack. A scream echoed from the crack, and the 2 cracks in the sky quickly closed, the giant palm falling into the desert and turning into a mountain. Then, a flash of golden light spread across the sky, quickly covering the entire expanse with an invisible shield. Ding! At that moment, a bell chimed in Wang Beihai's ear, causing him to startle. The scene before his eyes changed once again. After a short while, Wang Beihai opened his eyes and realized he was still in the bar. Xiao Min across from him also slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with equal astonishment. Hashtag Chapter 91. The Nightingale. "You're awake." At that moment, a melodious voice like silver bells came from behind Wang Beihai. He turned to see the woman he had noticed at the bar earlier, walking towards them slowly. "Who are you?" Wang Beihai frowned, glancing around to realize that the other patrons in the bar had already left, leaving only him and Xiao Min at their table. "You drank my wine without paying, and now you're glaring at me so fiercely. What kind of person are you?" The woman gave a coquettish smile, and Wang Beihai felt a wave of dizziness. He looked at Xiao Min, who was staring at the woman with a silly grin, her eyes glazed. Charm magic. Wang Beihai was startled and quickly activated the Hunyuan Ju, clearing his mind. Who exactly are you? Wang Beihai looked at the woman with caution. Seeing that Wang Beihai was unaffected by her charm, the woman was momentarily stunned, then walked directly to his side without any hesitation, sitting down closely beside him. I'm Yi Ying, the owner of this bar. The woman whispered into Wang Beihai's ear, her alluring scent making him dizzy. So you're the owner of this place. Wang Beihai recited the Qingxin mantra in his heart. Although he had guessed it earlier, seeing her in person still surprised him. Yes. Ying blinked, then snapped her fingers at Xiaomin, who immediately fell unconscious. What did you do? Wang Beihai's face darkened at the sight. Oh, are you feeling protective? Ying looked at Wang Beihai with a provocative tone. Why don't you spend the night with me, and I'll wake her up for you? Dream on. Wang Beihai snorted coldly. If anything happens to her, your bar will be shut down. Hee, just you? Upon hearing this, Ying immediately stopped smiling and leaned close to Wang Beihai. A guy who doesn't even dare to show his face. What makes you think you can deal with me? How did you figure it out? Wang Beihai was taken aback and decided not to hide anymore, revealing his true appearance. Oh, you look much more handsome like this. Ying smiled and threw herself into Wang Beihai's arms, cooing, How about it? Think about it. I like your type, or else your little girlfriend here might be in trouble. As she spoke, Ying extended her long fingernails, slowly reaching towards Xiaomin's face. Get lost. At that moment, Wang Beihai shouted loudly, his spiritual energy erupting and sending Ying flying. A cultivator? Ying spun agilely in the air and landed gracefully on the ground. Her eyes filled with shock as she looked at Wang Beihai. You're a cultivator? Ying asked in surprise. And how did you know? Wang Beihai was equally puzzled. How could the owner of a small-town bar know such terms? Hee, no wonder you dared to walk in so boldly. Ying straightened her clothes, regaining her previous poise, then sauntered to the bar, pouring herself a glass of crimson wine. So, what exactly did you come here for? Ying took a sip of the wine and looked directly at Wang Beihai. I just wanted to see what makes people linger here. Wang Beihai stated his purpose. Ying relaxed upon hearing this. You scared me. I thought it was something serious. Ying patted her chest, then beckoned Wang Beihai with a wave. Come sit here. Wang Beihai glanced at Xiaomin, still unconscious, then strode to the bar. I didn't expect you to be so young and a cultivator. Ying looked at Wang Beihai, her beautiful eyes revealing a different emotion. Wang Beihai snorted coldly upon seeing this. I'm just curious, tell me if you want to. With that, Wang Beihai stood up to leave. Don't go. Ying quickly stopped him, then reached out into the air, magically producing a glass of wine. You young people are always so impatient. Ying said, pushing the wine towards Wang Beihai. You've already tasted my wine. How was it? Ying asked slowly. Wang Beihai immediately thought of the scene in the desert, and his eyes lit up. Ying noticed Wang Beihai's expression and understood his feelings, smiling and continuing. The wine I mix is like this, whether it's about past lives, meditation, or beautiful dreams. Each glass has its own name, and once someone drinks it, they achieve the effect described by the wine's name. So many people come a long way to my bar, spending thousands of yuan just for a glass of wine. A glass that makes them forget everything, carefree. Ying said, looking at the wine in front of Wang Beihai. You can try it too. Humph, you're just pretending to be mysterious. Wang Beihai snorted, but still picked up the wine on the table. As soon as he drank it, he felt a warmth enveloping him. In that instant, it felt like he was floating in the clouds, bathed in warm sunlight, without a trace of worry. No wonder. Wang Beihai steadied his mind, waking up from the illusion, and looked at Ying seriously, setting aside his previous disdain. There's a guy named Imo Yuan who comes here from time to time. I want to know when he comes, with whom, and what he does here. Imo Yuan? Yi Ying's beautiful eyes showed surprise as she sized up Wang Beihai, then suddenly said, So you're the little Wang next door? That's right. Wang Beihai nodded calmly, not intending to hide his identity. Hee, the Mo family is really unlucky to have run into you. Ying smiled and continued, yes, Mo Yuan used to frequent this place, always ordering the memories, life and death, and carefree wines. And every time he entered the bar, he was alone. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes lit up. I know what you're thinking, but let me warn you, don't even think about causing trouble in Ying's bar. Ying saw through Wang Beihai's thoughts and immediately turned serious. However, at that moment, Ying's eyes twinkled and she said, if you agree to one condition, I can do it for you and deliver Mo Yuan's head to you. Oh? What condition? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, surprised that Ying would make such a proposal. It's simple, I need a Rongling Dan, a pill that's very useful to me, and only cultivators can refine it. Ying said, looking at Wang Beihai with her beautiful eyes, how about it? You give me the pill, and I'll kill for you? Rongling Dan. Wang Beihai muttered, quickly reviewing the contents of his inheritance, realizing that this pill was used to help demons transform. You're a demon. Realizing this, Wang Beihai's gaze turned cold, his body instinctively filled with a killing intent towards such evil beings. Seeing this, Ying did not show fear, but instead let out a coquettish cry, revealing her true form. A slender tail, fluffy ears, clearly a cat demon. Chapter 92. The Death of Mo Yuan. Yes, I am a demon. Nightingale swished her cattail and looked at Wang Beihai without any hesitation. But I have never harmed anyone. Opening this bar is just to soothe people's hearts. Of course, if you insist that all demons are the same, then there is no need for us to cooperate. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback. After careful consideration, he realized that Nightingale hadn't done anything excessive since they entered the bar. With this thought, Wang Beihai withdrew his cold gaze. I'll think about the soul fusion pill. Saying this, Wang Beihai walked directly to Xiao Min's side. When will she wake up? That's easy. Nightingale smiled, transforming back into her human form. Then, she slowly approached Xiao Min, blew a breath towards her, and Xiao Min let out a soft moan before slowly opening her eyes. Here's my phone number. Think it over carefully, as the 7 days you mentioned are not far off. Nightingale patted Wang Beihai's shoulder, handing him a business card, and then said, I'm sorry, but the bar is closing now, you two. Let's go. Wang Beihai glanced at Nightingale, pocketed the card, and then helped Xiao Min out of the bar. Why did I fall asleep? On the way back, Xiao Min shook her dizzy head. It's nothing, probably the wine was too strong. Wang Beihai didn't reveal the truth to Xiao Min, making up an excuse, while his mind was filled with Nightingale's words. What's wrong with you? Xiao Min glanced at Wang Beihai. Her intuition as a woman told her that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. It's nothing, just thinking about some issues. Wang Beihai looked at Xiao Min and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Seeing this, Xiao Min didn't ask further and instead obediently leaned on Wang Beihai's chest. The night soon passed. The next day, Wang Beihai surprisingly didn't follow Mo Yuan, but accompanied Xiao Min to the university, attending several medical classes. Undoubtedly, the university courses were quite helpful for Wang Beihai. After a few classes, his understanding of medicine deepened. It seems I need to study more in the future. Wang Beihai thought to himself. After having lunch with Xiao Min, he insisted on dragging her to the school library, borrowing a stack of medical books, and spent the entire afternoon reading in the library. As the night fell, Wang Beihai closed the books. Looking at the pile of books on the table, he couldn't help but smile. With the help of the chaos art, Wang Beihai could read books 10 times faster than normal people. In just one afternoon, he had read 20 medical books. That's it for today. Wang Beihai glanced at Xiao Min, who was resting on the opposite side, and gave a warm smile. Oldie, you're finally done. Xiao Min stretched, glanced at the books on the table, and her eyes revealed a hint of shock. Reading so many books, can you remember them all? Even our dean probably doesn't read as much as you. Xiao Min teased. The essence of medicine lies within the heart. Wang Beihai smiled. Let's go. I'm hungry, let's eat. Saying this, Wang Beihai pulled Xiaomin and ran out. After leaving the school gate, Wang Beihai directly took Xiaomin to the most elegant restaurant near the school, ordered delicious dishes, and even specially ordered a bottle of red wine. Seeing this, Xiaomin reached out to touch Wang Beihai's forehead. "What's wrong with you today? Did reading books fry your brain?" Wang Beihai laughed and took Xiaomin's hand. "Is it so difficult to just want to have a candlelight dinner with you?" Hearing this, Xiaomin's face instantly turned red, and she stammered, "It's not that. I mean, aren't you going to keep an eye on Mo Yuan?" "Of course I have to." Wang Beihai pulled Xiaomin to sit down, swirled the red wine in his hand, and then said, "Don't worry, someone will handle it for me." Xiaomin was slightly stunned, having some guesses in her mind but didn't voice them out. Instead, she raised her glass of red wine and clinked it with Wang Beihai's. While the two were enjoying their romantic dinner, a long Maybach drove out from the Mo residence, heading straight to the outskirts of the city, stopping in front of Nightingale Bar. In the car, Mo Yuan was about to get out when a tall and thin man beside him quickly reached out to stop him. "Mr. Mo, the young lady has instructed that you are in a dangerous situation now, and you must take us too with you wherever you go." "Yes, Mr. Mo, it's too dangerous for you to go in alone." On the other side, a short and fat man chimed in. However, Mo Yuan shook his head vigorously. "Aren't you too annoying? You sleep in the same room as me, and you even follow me to the bathroom. Can't you give me some private space? Besides, isn't it just a newly minted martial arts master? You two are almost half a step into the martial saint realm. Don't you think you can handle him? Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. After all, he's in the dark while we're in the open." The tall man earnestly advised. "Don't worry, this is not Nightingale Bar." Mo Yuan sneered, pointing at the sign of Nightingale Bar. "This place is filled with big shots. Over the years, I've never seen anyone dare to cause trouble inside. Besides, you two stay outside. If that bay dares to come, you'll know immediately." Saying this, Mo Yuan stepped over the tall man and jumped out of the car. The fat and thin men were about to follow when Mo Yuan glared at them. "You don't listen to what I say?" Seeing this, the two had no choice but to stop. "That's more like it." Mo Yuan stretched, enjoying this rare freedom. Just as he reached the bar entrance, Mo Yuan suddenly shivered, looked around and wondered. "That's strange. Usually there are a lot of fancy cars, but today there's not even a bird in sight." However, Mo Yuan just said it casually and didn't delve deeper. Then, he shook his head and pushed the door to enter the bar. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Mo? What wind brought you here? It's been a long time. You're looking more prosperous than ever." As soon as Mo Yuan entered the bar, Nightingale greeted him with a smile. "Haha, look at you, always so sweet-talking." Mo Yuan laughed, sizing up Nightingale, and then, he casually put his arm around her, caressing her as they walked to the bar counter. "The usual, 3 drinks." Mo Yuan patted Nightingale's butt and then glanced around the bar. Usually there are a lot of people. Why is it so empty today? How long has it been since you last visited my little bar?" Nightingale walked into the bar, giving Mo Yuan a pretend scolding look. "You forgot. At this time, there are hardly any people coming." Mo Yuan was slightly stunned, looked at the bar clock, and then slapped his head. "Look at my memory. I forget things easily when I see a beauty." Saying this, Mo Yuan directly took out a stack of money and placed it on the bar. "Mr. Mo, this is too much, isn't it?" Nightingale's eyes sparkled, reaching out to take the money, but Mo Yuan grabbed her hand. "Part of this is for the drinks, and the rest, well, since the bar is empty now, keep me company, and the money is yours." Mo Yuan leered at Nightingale. Nightingale immediately showed a troubled expression. "Not enough? Plus these," Mo Yuan said, putting another stack of money on the table. This time, Nightingale's eyes lit up, nodding, and then she gave Mo Yuan a flirtatious look, making him itch with desire. He pulled Nightingale to him, ready to kiss her. At that moment, Nightingale raised her hand to stop him. "How annoying, why so impatient? No romance at all." Saying this, Nightingale took out a glass of wine from the bar. This wine is called Flame of Desire. Drink it first. Heh, I knew you were up to something, you little minx. Mo Yuan took the glass, didn't think twice, and drank it all in one go. Immediately after, Mo Yuan felt the scene before him change, and his mind was flooded with unspeakable images. As Mo Yuan sank into the illusion, his face filled with enjoyment, Nightingale slowly walked up behind him. Her eyes flashed with red light, and her fingernails instantly became sharp. Goodbye, Mr. Mo. Nightingale smiled faintly, her fingers gently slashing across Mo Yuan's neck. Then, she collected the money on the table and quietly vanished into the darkness. Chapter 93. Mo Yuan. Why hasn't she come out yet? Outside the Nightingale bar, the fat and thin duo checked the time and immediately sensed something was amiss. After a brief exchange of glances, they pushed the door open and entered the bar. Under the dim lighting, they quickly spotted Mo Yuan seated at the bar counter. Mr. Mo, it's so late. Don't you think it's time to go back? The tall and thin man asked softly. However, there was no response. Mr. Mo? The man tried again, only to see Mo Yuan still motionless. Something's not right. The short and fat man narrowed his eyes, sniffing hard, and a faint scent of blood reached his nostrils. Instantly, an ominous thought surged through his mind. The fat and thin duo rushed to the bar counter in a flash. Upon seeing Mo Yuan, their faces turned pale. Mo Yuan was sitting on a bar stool, holding a wine glass, his face beaming with a blissful smile. A deep cut had been slashed across his throat, and blood was slowly trickling from the wound. Big trouble is brewing. The fat and thin duo exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Then, the tall and thin man swiftly disappeared from the spot. Half an hour later, he returned to the bar, shaking his head at the fat man. What do we do? The murderer can't be found. The thin man looked at the fat one, both of them at a loss. Call Missy. After much deliberation, the fat man finally took out his phone. The next day, before dawn, the news of Mo Yuan's murder spread rapidly across Beicheng. Wang Beihai woke up with Xiao Min in his arms, opened his phone, and saw the news of Mo Yuan's demise. Wang Beihai smiled, put the phone aside, and proceeded to the kitchen to make breakfast as usual, as if everything was within his expectations. Was it Nightingale? Half an hour later, Xiao Min walked out in a white shirt, revealing her long legs. Imichim. Wang Beihai smiled, walked over to Xiao Min, and gave her a deep kiss. Ahem. At that moment, Xiao Linger, still half asleep, opened the bedroom door and walked into the living room, witnessing the scene. She covered her eyes and coughed loudly. Hearing the sound, Wang Beihai and Xiao Min quickly separated. I didn't see anything. You too. Continue. Xiao Linger stuck out her tongue, tiptoed to the dining table, grabbed some breakfast, and ran back to the bedroom. Now look what you've done. Xiao Min's face turned red, and she lightly punched Wang Beihai's chest. Wang Beihai laughed heartily and hugged Xiao Min tightly. All right, it's time for breakfast. Saying that, Wang Beihai gave Xiao Min a princess carry and brought her to the dining table. What are you planning to do next? Xiao Min took a bite of breakfast and looked at Wang Beihai. Regardless of who killed Mo Yuan, this matter is connected to you. And don't forget, you had a significant conflict with the Mo family over the ginseng incident. Now that Mo Yuan is dead, Mo Yuan's target will definitely be you. I welcome it. Wang Beihai smiled. His purpose here was to train. Hiding all the time wouldn't achieve that. The enemy is in the open, and I'm in the shadows. If it comes to a fight, it's hard to say who will come out on top. Seeing Xiao Min furrow her brows with worry, Wang Beihai immediately comforted her. Hopefully. Xiao Min's expression softened, but there was still a hint of concern in her eyes. No matter what, I'll be with you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a warmth in his heart and kissed Xiao Min's forehead. By the way, what's Mo Yuan like? Suddenly, Wang Beihai thought of something and asked the question directly. Although Mo Yuan is just a woman, you must be very careful. Her scheming is even more ruthless than Mo Yuan's. Xiao Min recalled carefully. Moreover, She's renowned as a genius in Jiangbei, has good relationships with many influential families, and most importantly, she has the support of the Huangfu family. With such a big incident, the Huangfus will definitely get involved. The Huangfu family. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the Mo family's morning hall, a group of people dressed in white surrounded Mo Yuan's body. In front of Mo Yuan's body, a delicate woman stood expressionlessly, accompanied by a handsome man, while Mo Li stood trembling beside them, not daring to breathe loudly. This woman was Mo Yuyan, the eldest daughter of the Mo family, and the man beside her was Huang Fu Ling, known as the #1 prodigy in the younger generation of the Divine Land. Mississippi. At that moment, the fat and thin duo stepped forward, kneeling down before Mo Yuyan. It's our fault for failing to protect Mr. Mo. We take full responsibility for this incident. Punish us as you see fit. They said in unison. Indeed, it's your fault. Mo Yuyan coldly glanced at them, then fetched 2 long knives and threw them at their feet. Considering your long years of loyalty to the Mo family, I'll give you a chance today. My father was most afraid of loneliness, so today, one of you must accompany him. You decide who it will be. After saying that, Mo Yuyan turned around. The fat and thin duo looked at the long knives on the ground, their eyes filled with hesitation. I don't have much time. You have 1 minute to decide. Mo Yuyan's voice echoed again. The fat and thin men exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and picked up the long knives. However, instead of attacking each other, they pointed the knives at Mo Yuyan. Are you two trying to rebel? Seeing this, Mo Li stepped forward and scolded. The fat man, holding the knife, angrily shouted, Yes, we are rebelling. Miss Mo, we have guarded the Mo family for years, and for you to show no regard for our loyalty is truly heartbreaking. Either let us go today, or don't blame us for being impolite. Mo Yuyan, however, remained unmoved, turning around and coldly staring at them. You refuse to take the easy way out. Himph, I've had enough. Today, we brothers are leaving, and I'd like to see who dares to stop us. The thin man roared, his aura suddenly erupting, causing those around to step back. Go. The fat and thin duo exchanged a glance, then darted out of the morning hall in a flash. Heh, do you think you can escape? At that moment, Mo Yuyan sneered, and Huang Fu Ling shot out like lightning. Soon, the sounds of a fight echoed in the courtyard, lasting a few minutes before 2 black shadows were thrown into the morning hall. These shadows were the fat and thin brothers, now battered and bruised, their long knives shattered. Himph, a martial master? Pathetic. Outside, Huang Fu Ling rotated his wrist, looking at the two with disdain. The fat and thin brothers glanced at each other, then their bodies shuddered, and they bit their tongues, committing suicide. In an instant, 2 more corpses lay in the morning hall. Yet, Mo Yuyan burst into laughter, turning coldly to the Mo family subordinates in the hall. Listen to me. From today on, go all out to hunt down Wang Beihai. Even if you have to turn the entire Jiangbei upside down, find him and kill him at all costs. Yes. Everyone knelt on the ground, responding in unison. At that moment, Mo Li seemed to remember something and said directly, Sister, I might have some information about him. Hashtag chapter 94, kidnapping. Oh, you have news about him? Mo Yuyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp light as she turned to look at Mo Li. Yes, this neighbor Wang once protected Xiao Linger and spent some time as a student in our class, so Xiao Linger must know his true identity. Mo Li smiled obsequiously, trying to curry favor with his sister just as one would with a superior. Well, your suggestion is very good and crucial. Mo Yuyan smiled, then spoke coldly to the crowd. You know what to do, right? I want to see Xiao Linger by the end of today, or else disappear from my sight. Hearing this, everyone scrambled away without thinking twice. Yes, listen to my big sister. At that moment, Mo Li stepped forward and shouted. Mo Yuyan instantly became furious and slapped him across the face. Sister, why did you hit me? Mo Li looked at Mo Yuyan with grievance. but she merely snorted coldly and gazed at him with displeasure. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, father wouldn't have made enemies with that person. If they hadn't become enemies, why would that person target father? A simple sentence left Emily speechless. At that moment, Emo Yuyin narrowed her eyes. Now, I am curious who has the audacity to put a bounty on my father's head on the dark web. While the Emo family was making significant moves, Wang Beihai and a few others had just finished lunch and were satisfied as they entered the school. Hey, rogue brother-in-law, you're not going to class? Xiao Linger blinked and made a cute expression. I won't be attending the dissection class. Wang Beihai shook his head. Now that he had the inheritance of the Haoyan Jingqi Ju and the perception of the Hunyuan Ju, Wang Beihai's eyes were like having X-ray vision. If he wanted, ordinary objects appeared transparent to him. So, instead of studying dissection, he decided to go to the library to read some medical classics. All right, then I'll go with my sister. Xiao Linger stuck out her tongue at Wang Beihai and pulled Xiao Min along towards the direction of the teaching building. Oh, wait. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly remembered something and took out 2 jade pendants from his chest, handing them to Xiao Min. You must keep this on you. Wang Beihai earnestly instructed. When Xiao Linger saw the jade pendants, her eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed them. With the previous experience in mind, Xiao Linger didn't even look at them and carefully placed the jade pendants in her pocket, reminding Xiao Min to be careful with them. Xiao Min smiled and nodded at Wang Beihai. Then we'll see each other later. See you later. After saying this, Wang Beihai turned and ran towards the library. Unbeknownst to them, the Mo family had been watching their every move. Wow, Brother Feng, that Xiao family girl is something else. The female teacher beside her is also beautiful, especially that figure, that butt, TSK. Such a beauty, it's a pity to capture her. In a car not far away, a tattooed bald man observed Xiao Linger through binoculars, his saliva almost dripping. Humph, short-sighted. Next to him, a man in a suit and sunglasses snorted coldly, then snatched the binoculars. She's the Xiao family's eldest daughter. The Xiao family is very powerful in Jianghe. What else can you think about besides women? The man glanced at his Rolex and then said, Stay sharp, everyone. After school, keep a close eye on her. If anyone lets her escape, I'll kill them. Understood, Brother Feng. The bald man immediately and his gang responded. Disgusting. Before the class had even ended, Xiao Linger found an excuse to run out of the classroom. What kind of dissection class is this? It's so disgusting, I almost vomited my lunch. Xiao Linger retched a few times. For a young girl, dissection was indeed hard to stomach. I should have gone to the library with my rogue brother-in-law. Xiao Linger walked alone by the artificial lake, thinking about where to go. Suddenly, she stopped, her big eyes turning, and she had an idea. It's always brother-in-law cooking. How about I cook a meal this time? Thinking of this, Xiao Linger happily smiled and skipped out of the school gate. Brother Feng, Xiao Linger is out. As soon as Xiao Linger left the school gate, the bald man woke up the man beside him who had been dozing. Brother Feng, what should we do? Should we make our move now? At this, Brother Feng slapped the bald man. Are you stupid? This is the school gate, with so many cameras watching. Drive and follow her. Wait until we reach the blind spot ahead to make our move. After saying this, the driver started the car and followed. However, Xiao Linger was completely unaware of the imminent danger. She was busy planning what dishes to prepare. Hey, isn't that Linger? At that moment, a boy riding a bicycle also saw Xiao Linger. His name was Peng Hao, a classmate of Xiao Linger who was usually quiet but had a special fondness for her. What should I do? Should I go up and say hello? What should I say? Peng Hao thought, unconsciously riding past the school gate and following behind Xiao Linger. Today, I must talk to Linger. Peng Hao stopped his bicycle, silently encouraged himself, then got on his bike and rode forward. Hello, Linger. Peng Hao's words were barely out when a van suddenly accelerated, swerved, and stopped directly in front of Xiao Linger. Linger, be careful. Peng Hao sensed danger and shouted at Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger was startled by the sudden situation. While she was still in a daze, the van door opened, and two masked men jumped out, grabbing Xiaolinger and lifting her into the van. You bastards! Seeing Xiaolinger in danger, Peng Hao didn't know where the courage came from. He rushed forward, clenching his fists to fight the kidnappers. Before he could reach the van, one of the kidnappers kicked him, and Peng Hao's frail body was sent flying. Cough. Peng Hao coughed painfully, half kneeling on the ground, watching the van speed away. Peng Hao struggled to stand, looked around, and realized there were no cameras. He immediately gave up the idea of calling the police and went straight to his bicycle, riding after the van. 2 hours later, the school bell rang for dismissal, and Wang Beihai, as agreed, went to the school gate to wait for Xiao Min. Soon, Xiao Min came out of the school. Hey, where's Linger? I don't see her. Wang Beihai glanced behind Xiao Min and asked curiously, Didn't she go with you? Xiao Min was slightly taken aback. I remember she said something about the dissection class being disgusting and then went to find you. Wang Beihai shrugged, indicating he hadn't seen Xiaolinger. This brat, where has she gone now? Xiao Min's heart raced as she hurriedly took out her phone and called, but after more than 10 calls, it remained turned off. This girl, let's go back first. Maybe she went out to play with some classmates. Xiao Min helplessly shook her head and was about to pull Wang Beihai away when she noticed Wang Beihai standing still with his eyes closed. What's wrong? Xiao Min asked. Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes, filled with solemnity. The jade pendant has been activated. Something has happened to Linger. Chapter 95. I will protect you. What's going on? Xiao Min's heart tightened as she quickly asked. Do you remember the jade pendant I gave you? Whenever the wearer is harmed, the pendant not only protects the owner but also sends out a signal. Just now, I sensed the pendant's distress signal. Since only you and Linger have this pendant, I'm certain that something has happened to Linger. What should we do? Seeing Wang Beihai's serious expression, Xiao Min also began to panic. Don't worry, the pendant's reaction isn't too strong, indicating that Linger hasn't suffered much harm. We just need to hurry and find her. After saying this, Wang Beihai closed his eyes to sense the location, and when he opened them again, his gaze was icy. What's wrong? Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, Xiao Min couldn't help but feel nervous. I know where she is. Wang Beihai coldly said. She was taken by the Mo family. The Mo family. Xiao Min frowned, her eyes behind her glasses revealing a hint of coldness. Let's go now. If anything happens to Linger, I will risk my life to make the Mo family pay. Xiao Min said angrily, and Wang Beihai nodded. He knew that Xiaolinger was like a real sister to Xiao Min. The two looked around and went straight to the security room to borrow a motorcycle. Get on. Xiao Min took off her glasses, tied her hair up high, and sat on the motorcycle, exuding a heroic aura. Wang Beihai nodded, got on the motorcycle, and followed Xiao Min straight to the Mo family's residence. 10 minutes later, Feng's group drove into the Mo family's gate. Peng Hao, who had been following, stopped his car a dozen meters from the gate. Why the Mo family? Even such a big family would do something so underhanded. Peng Hao was panting heavily, and suddenly remembered the news of Mo Yuan's death in the morning, his face immediately showing an incredible expression. Could it be that the death of the Mo family head is related to Xiaolinger? The thought just crossed his mind when Peng Hao vigorously shook his head and scolded himself. What a fool! Miss Linger is so lovely. How could she be the culprit? With a curiosity to uncover the truth, Peng Hao directly approached the back wall of the Mo family's compound. Seeing no one around, he agilely leaped over the wall. At this moment, in the Mo family's hall, Mo Yuyan was sitting coldly on the sofa, leaning against Huang Fu Ling's embrace. Bring her in. Mo Yuyan waved her hand, and the bald man and Feng led Xiaolinger in. She is Xiaolinger, the bald man said, removing the black hood from Xiaolinger's head. Scoundrels, do you know where you are? I am the young lady of the Xiao family. Kidnapping me will incur the wrath of the Xiao family. Xiaolinger cautiously looked around, tightly clutching the jade pendant Wang Beihai had given her. Heh, what a great Xiao family, such a mighty Xiao family. At this moment, Mo Yuyan sneered, stood up, slowly walked to Xiaolinger, bent down, and lifted Xiao Linger's chin with her hand. What a beautiful face. It would be a shame to ruin it. Mo Yuyin said, directly slapping Xiao Linger across the face, causing Mo Li, who was watching, to feel a pang of heartache. Let me tell you, you are now in Jiangbei, in the Mo family's territory. Even if the Xiao family is powerful, here, you have to bow to me. Mo Yuyin sneered disdainfully, then lifted Xiao Linger's chin again and slapped her once more. If you are sensible, tell me about the information of that neighbor Wang. I promise not to trouble you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Neighbor Wang? Xiao Linger was startled and immediately thought of Wang Beihai. Then, she turned her head away. There is no such word as submission in my dictionary. Heh, refusing to drink the wine offered by the wise. Mo Yuyin suddenly revealed a sinister expression, waved her hand, and the bald man and Feng stepped forward, punching and kicking Xiao Linger. Soon, Xiao Linger's body was covered in bruises. Are you going to talk? Mo Yuyin coldly looked at Xiao Linger. I'll say to your uncle. Xiao Linger endured the pain, glaring at Mo Yuyin with eyes full of resentment. You dare to glare at me? Mo Yuyin was furious, grabbing a fruit knife from the table and approaching Xiao Linger. You little brat, I'll gouge out one of your eyes and see if you still dare to be arrogant. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger was shocked. She never expected that this seemingly sweet-looking woman could be so vicious. Xiao Linger immediately closed her eyes in fear. Just as the knife was about to touch Xiao Linger, the jade pendant finally reacted, creating a protective barrier around her. Mo Yuyin's knife was instantly broken as if it had hit a wall. What's happening? Mo Yuyin was full of shock, while Xiao Linger felt a sudden sense of security and happiness. However, at this moment, Huang Fu Ling, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly stood up, looking with interest at the protective barrier around Xiao Linger. Who would have thought that in such a small place, one could encounter a jade talisman? It seems the Xiao family has quite a deep foundation. Huang Fu Ling smiled, then rolled up his sleeves. I wonder how many jade talismans you have. With that, Huang Fu Ling shouted and punched the barrier. Despite the golden light, Xiao Linger still felt a powerful impact. With just one punch, the barrier from the jade talisman dimmed significantly. How is this possible? Xiao Linger was so shocked that she covered her mouth. A few months ago, this barrier had withstood many attacks, yet it couldn't withstand Huang Fu Ling's punch. It was clear how strong Huang Fu Ling was. Oh, quite sturdy. Seeing the barrier hadn't shattered, Huang Fu Ling laughed loudly and punched again. Stop. Just as the jade was about to break, at the critical moment, a voice came. Everyone turned to see a frail young man holding a phone, trembling as he walked into the hall. Do you know this is illegal? Peng Hao held his phone, surveying the menacing men around him, feeling extremely nervous. I've already called the police, and the live broadcast is still ongoing. You are kidnapping a girl in broad daylight and assaulting her. Such crimes have angered every citizen. If you don't release her now, I will expose you. As Peng Hao spoke, he walked to Xiao Linger's side. Miss Linger, are you all right? I'm here to save you. My name is Peng Hao, your classmate. Peng Hao turned and grinned, but before he could finish, Xiao Linger showed a look of panic. Watch out! Xiao Linger shouted, but it was too late. Huang Fu Ling's fist hit Peng Hao's chest, and he was sent flying several meters, his phone landing in Huang Fu Ling's hands. Mo Yuyin quickly took the phone from Huang Fu Ling, checked it, and then calmed down, smashing Peng Hao's phone heavily on the ground. You brat, you have quite some guts. You almost fooled me. After saying this, Mo Yuyin gave Huang Fu Ling a meaningful look, and Huang Fu Ling stepped forward again, ready to punch Xiao Linger. Ah, Linger, I will protect you. Seeing Xiao Linger about to be hurt, Peng Hao didn't know where the strength came from. He shouted loudly, suddenly stood up, leaped in front of Xiao Linger, and took Huang Fu Ling's punch for her. Chapter 96, First Encounter. No. Facing Huang Fu Ling's fist, Xiao Linger screamed directly. Just as she covered her eyes, a slender figure stepped in front of her. A dull thud rang out, but the expected pain did not come. Confused, Xiao Linger opened her eyes to see Peng Hao lying in front of her, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. How could this happen? Xiao Linger was stunned. She hadn't expected this boy, whom she barely knew and whose name she didn't even know, to do something like this for her. Hold on, classmate. Seeing Peng Hao lying on the ground with blood gushing from his mouth, Xiao Linger felt both moved and anxious. I'll give you one last chance. Will you speak or not? Mo Yuyin coldly stared at Xiao Linger, while Huang Fuling raised his fist high. Boom. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the Imo family's gate was kicked open in an instant. Wang Beihai and Xiao Min walked in slowly. No need to ask. The person you're looking for is me, Wang Beihai said, and with a step, he instantly appeared in the hall. It's him, that's him. Imo Li immediately recognized Wang Beihai upon seeing him. He's the one who killed father. Imo Li's eyes flashed with a cold light as she pointed at Wang Beihai and shouted loudly. Beihai, you've got guts. Imo Yuyin glanced at Wang Beihai, then waved her hand, and the Imo family's enforcers instantly surrounded him. Wang Beihai glanced at Xiao Linger, but did not explain the matter of Imo Yuan's death, instead walking slowly towards her. Brother-in-law, please save him quickly. Xiao Linger tugged at Wang Beihai's sleeve. Wang Beihai looked down at Peng Hao lying in Xiao Linger's arms, then in full view of everyone, he bent down, his hand flicking out several silver needles. With a sharp gaze, Wang Beihai inserted the silver needles into Peng Hao's body. Almost instantly, Peng Hao's complexion improved significantly. Do you think we're heir? Seeing Wang Beihai's calm demeanor, Imo Yuyin snorted coldly, and the surrounding men instantly pounced on Wang Beihai. Get lost. At that moment, a loud shout came from outside, and Xiao Min rushed in, sending a nearly 2-meter-tall man flying far away. Are you okay, Linger? Xiao Min glanced around, confirming Xiao Linger was unharmed before finally relaxing. Min, take them back first. Wang Beihai glanced at Xiao Min and said indifferently. No way. Xiao Min was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. We leave together. This classmate is seriously injured and needs to be taken back for treatment. Their target is me now. They won't bother you. Don't worry, they can't do anything to me. Wang Beihai patted Xiao Min's shoulder. Xiao Min's eyes flickered with hesitation, but eventually, she picked up the injured Peng Hao. As Xiao Min led Xiao Linger and Peng Hao out of the Imo family's residence, Wang Beihai let out a loud laugh and charged towards the Imo family's enforcers. What should we do, sister? Seeing Xiao Linger and the others about to leave, Imo Li was anxious. It's fine, let them go. We're only after Wang Beihai. No need to get into a life-and-death struggle with the Xiao family. Imo Yuyin's eyes flashed with a cold light, her attention fully on Wang Beihai now. Facing the ordinary enforcers of the Imo family, Wang Beihai was like a wolf among sheep, overwhelming them all by himself. Soon, the enforcers of the Imo family were all lying on the ground groaning in pain. Good skills, impressive. Standing beside Imo Yuyin, Huang Fuling watched Wang Beihai moving through the crowd, his face showing an excited smile. When the last of the Imo family's enforcers fell, Huang Fuling made his move. Wang Beihai felt a rush of wind from a distance, his heart tightening as he threw a punch into the air, meeting Huang Fuling's kick head-on. Instantly, an invisible force erupted in the hall, flipping over the surrounding tables and chairs. Good heavens, what kind of power is this? Imo Li stood aside, marveling, while Imo Yuyin gazed at Huang Fuling in the battlefield with stars in her eyes. In her view, no matter the opponent, they would surely fall before her fiancé's valor. Wang Beihai put more force into his hand, and both men took a few steps back. Regaining his balance, Wang Beihai looked at Huang Fuling from a distance, his heart slightly startled. You're the legendary #1 young talent of the Divine Land? Haha, you actually recognize me. Huang Fuling laughed loudly, his eyes filled with battle fervor. Beihai, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. I haven't had an opponent in a long time. If you can defeat me today, I'll let bygones be bygones. Brother-in-law, how can this be? He's the one who killed. Hearing this, Imo Li, who was watching the battle, was anxious. But before she could finish, Imo Yuyin shouted angrily. Shut up. Don't you trust your brother-in-law's strength? Seeing this, Emoli, though reluctant, still stepped back. Hee, then I really have to thank you. At that moment, Wang Beihai suddenly laughed loudly. Don't get too excited, just win against me first. Huang Fuling said, his aura suddenly erupting, the powerful pressure instantly filling the entire hall. Impressive. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, secretly shocked. The aura Huang Fuling was emitting now far surpassed that of the previous fat and thin men, the pressure even approaching that of the mysterious elder from the Black Gold Society. Whatever, let's give it our all. Wang Beihai's eyes darkened. He took a step, his body instantly retreating to the courtyard outside the hall. Then, Wang Beihai didn't back down, his spiritual energy instantly erupting. Although his momentum was not as strong as Huang Fuling's, Huang Fuling also felt a hint of danger from Wang Beihai. Haha, Beihai, take this. Huang Fuling laughed loudly, his fist imbued with unstoppable momentum, smashing towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, his feet quickly tapping the ground, his body becoming elusive, causing Huang Fuling's punches to all land in vain. Good footwork. Huang Fuling frowned, his speed skyrocketing, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's eyes widened. Before he could react, Huang Fuling's fist was already in front of him. In a rush, Wang Beihai could only extend his hands to block. With a bang, Wang Beihai was instantly sent flying, his feet leaving a long furrow on the ground. What terrifying strength! The #1 young talent of the Divine Land indeed lives up to his reputation. Wang Beihai shook his numb hands, looking at Huang Fuling, who was only a few years older than himself, his heart filled with both shock and reluctance. Haha, Beihai, you look to be around 20 years old. Among the young talents of the Divine Land I've seen, you're far superior to them. Given time, you might even surpass me, but today, you probably won't have that chance. With that, Huang Fuling shouted loudly, his speed increasing again, appearing in front of Wang Beihai in the blink of an eye. It's still too early to say that. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, summoning the red cloud sword and slashing forward. Huang Fuling sneered, his body dodging the incoming sword effortlessly. However, just as Huang Fuling steadied himself, Wang Beihai's fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Huang Fuling, caught off guard, was hit squarely in the chest. Wang Beihai's punch was fully powered. Huang Fuling groaned, spewing a mouthful of blood, then flew backward, crashing into the sofa in the hall. Lingling. Seeing this, Mo Yuyan's heart tightened. She hurried forward to check on him. I'm fine. Huang Fuling slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time in his life he had been so humiliated, and it was caused by someone younger than him. Beihai, how did you do it? Huang Fuling's eyes were unusually calm, clearly regarding Wang Beihai as an equal opponent. Just prediction. Wang Beihai didn't intend to hide anything, speaking out plainly. Hashtag Chapter 97. The 3-Day Pact. What a prediction. Huang Fuling narrowed his eyes, recalling the previous punch, which indeed seemed unbelievable. Again. Suddenly, Huang Fuling shouted and was about to attack again, but Wang Beihai waved his hand. What, do you admit defeat? Seeing this, Huang Fuling stopped his attack, his eyes flashing with disdain. Who said I admitted defeat? I'm not in good condition today. Let's have a proper match in 3 days. If I win, the conditions remain the same. If I lose, I'll accept any punishment from you. How about it? Wang Beihai squinted at Huang Fuling. Despite the brief encounter, it was clear that Huang Fuling was a martial arts fanatic. As expected, upon hearing Wang Beihai's proposal, Huang Fuling surprisingly nodded. You're right. My condition isn't good either. We should find a proper place to have a good fight. I disagree. At that moment, Mo Yuyan frowned and coldly glared at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, are you taking us for fools? Don't think I don't know what little tricks you're playing. If you run away in 3 days, won't we be left with nothing? Hearing this, Huang Fuling also frowned and nodded. In contrast, Wang Beihai looked disdainfully at Mo Yuyan. We practitioners of martial arts always uphold the principle of trust. It's not something a woman like you can understand. If we fight, we fight. Today's situation, if Huang Fuling wins, it would only be an unjust victory. Wang Beihai spoke with righteous indignation, glancing at Huang Fuling. Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, anyone normal would curse him for being shameless. But to Huang Fuling, Wang Beihai seemed like a steadfast martial artist. All right, I agree. Huang Fuling was moved, his eyes brimming with tears, and he slapped his thigh, agreeing immediately. Brother-in-law, you can't do this. He's the one who killed my father. Seeing Huang Fuling agree to Wang Beihai's proposal, Mo Li stepped forward to protest, and this time, Mo Yuyan did not stop him. Enough. The righteousness of martial artists is something you wouldn't understand. I trust him. Huang Fuling waved his hand, ignoring Mo Li. Thank you. Wang Beihai bowed to Huang Fuling. Although he had no good feelings towards him, he admired his martial arts fanaticism. Wait. Just as Wang Beihai was about to leave, Mo Yuyan called out to him. Wang Beihai, don't play any tricks. If you dare to run away in 3 days, I swear, I'll find all your family and friends and make them suffer. Seeing Mo Yuyan's furious expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but laugh, then sympathetically glanced at Huang Fuling. Brother, I see your fiancée has a mean and narrow-minded face. It's better to get rid of her before you marry. After saying that, Wang Beihai ignored the livid Mo Yuyan, laughed loudly, and walked out the door, leaving in high spirits. Bastard, bastard. Watching Wang Beihai's retreating figure, Mo Yuyan was so angry that her lips turned purple, and her body uncontrollably trembled. Yuyan, don't worry, he'll come back. Seeing this, Huang Fuling quickly reached out to pat Mo Yuyan's shoulder, intending to comfort her, but Mo Yuyan turned around, pushed his hand away, and glared fiercely at Huang Fuling. Huang Fuling, I'm telling you, you let him go today. If he doesn't come back in 3 days, you'll have to dig up the earth to give me an explanation. If he comes to the appointment and you can't kill him, you'll never get on my bed for the rest of your life. After saying that, Mo Yuyan turned around and left angrily. Huang Fuling's face was ashen as he watched Mo Yuyan's retreating figure, his ears echoing Wang Beihai's earlier words. An hour later, at Jiang Bei's home, Xiao Linger was tenderly caring for Peng Hao, who was lying unconscious on the sofa, while Xiao Min was pacing nervously in the living room, often glancing at the door with worry in her eyes. Suddenly, there was a click, and Wang Beihai walked in. Seeing this, Xiao Min rushed to Wang Beihai, carefully checking his body to confirm he was unharmed. Ignoring Xiao Linger beside her, she hugged Wang Beihai tightly. You fool! How could you leave me behind? Xiao Min sobbed softly on Wang Beihai's shoulder. Wang Beihai felt a warmth in his heart, patted Xiao Min's back, and said gently, I'm back safe and sound. Now, let's take a look at your student. We mustn't let anything happen to him. Hearing this, Xiao Min let go of Wang Beihai and led him to the sofa. This person should be from our class. Wang Beihai looked at Peng Hao on the sofa, narrowing his eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yes, he is from your class. Xiao Min nodded and continued, I checked. His name is Peng Hao, from Central Jiangbei. His family isn't well off. His parents are farmers. But he has good grades and was directly admitted to Chongqing. He's also the only student in our medical department to receive a scholarship. He's a good seed. It would be a pity if he were to be crippled today. Wang Beihai nodded, having a bold idea in mind. Brother-in-law, he got like this protecting me. Please save him. At that moment, Xiao Linger tugged at Wang Beihai's clothes, her eyes red with pleading. Don't worry, I wouldn't let someone like him suffer even if you didn't ask. Wang Beihai said, bending down to press his fingers on Peng Hao's pulse, soon frowning. Such severe internal injuries. Wang Beihai sighed. Huang Fuling's punch had broken Peng Hao's ribs and shattered his internal organs. It was fortunate that Wang Beihai had previously sealed his blood vessels with a few needles. Otherwise, Peng Hao would have been dead by now. How is it, brother-in-law? Can he be treated? Xiao Linger asked urgently. Yes, I can treat him. I even managed to save you. He's no exception. Wang Beihai said, instructing Xiao Min and the others to move Peng Hao to the bed in the bedroom. I'll treat him in a while. Min, take Linger to help me get some herbs. As he spoke, Wang Beihai took out paper and pen, quickly writing a prescription and handing it to Xiao Min. Xiao Min nodded, not daring to delay, and took Xiao Linger downstairs to get the herbs. After they left, Wang Beihai directly lifted Peng Hao, inserting several silver needles into his acupoints. Then, with a determined look, he pressed his palms against Peng Hao's back, and his spiritual energy slowly flowed into Peng Hao's body. 10 minutes later, Wang Beihai was drenched in sweat. With a sharp look in his eyes, he suddenly exerted force with his palms, and Peng Hao immediately spat out a pool of black blood mixed with internal organ fragments. Cough, cough. With the black blood expelled, Peng Hao gradually opened his eyes. Don't move. At that moment, Wang Beihai's voice reached Peng Hao's ears. Do you want to become my disciple, Peng Hao, and focus on cultivating and studying medicine? Peng Hao was slightly surprised, but then nodded seriously. Good. Then swear now that you will use your skills to save the world and uphold justice. I swear. Though weak, Peng Hao followed Wang Beihai's words and made the vow. Satisfied, Wang Beihai nodded. Good. Now close your eyes, regulate your breathing, and follow the warmth in your body to sense the location of your dantian. Peng Hao trusted Wang Beihai and followed his instructions. Soon, he felt refreshed, and when he opened his eyes again, they were clear and bright. What is this? Peng Hao felt the spiritual energy around him and was filled with curiosity. This is spiritual energy. I'll explain its uses to you later. Now, get up and move around to see how your injuries are. Peng Hao stood up upon hearing this, moved his body, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. This is truly miraculous. Not only am I fully recovered, but I also feel even more energetic. It's a marvel in the medical world. As he spoke, Peng Hao directly knelt down before Wang Beihai. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I will strictly follow your teachings in the future. Rise. Wang Beihai smiled in satisfaction. Just then, Xiao Min and Xiao Linger pushed the door open and walked in. Both of their faces were grim, and they held a poster in their hands. Something big has happened. Xiao Min approached Wang Beihai and handed him the poster. Wang Beihai opened it to see, and the large words on the poster were strikingly prominent. A cross-century suicide challenge. Wang Beihai challenges the first young talent of China, Huang Fu Ling. Chapter 98. The Indestructible Azura Body. Oh, so Mo Yuyin really has some tricks up her sleeve, doesn't she? She's afraid I might leave. Wang Beihai chuckled, looking at the prominently displayed words suicidal on the poster, deep in thought. How is this a suicidal challenge? Xiao Linger stood beside him, pouting her lips, clearly unconvinced. If we really fought, it would indeed be a suicidal challenge for me. Wang Beihai shook his head, though he didn't want to admit it. The truth was the truth. You really agreed to it? Xiao Min looked puzzled. You know you can't win, so why would you do something so foolish? With your strength, you could just escape. At worst, Linger and I could hide at the Xiao family for a while. Seeing Xiao Min's concern, Wang Beihai felt a warmth in his heart and gently touched her head. I know you're worried about me, but that woman, Mo Yuyin, won't give up easily. It's better to settle this quickly rather than dragging it out. I'll end it with her once and for all. But, before Xiao Min could say more, Wang Beihai gently touched her lips with his finger. Don't worry, you know me. I wouldn't do anything without a plan. Besides, although Huang Fu Ling is strong, it's not a sure defeat. Don't forget, I'm not weak either. But there's only 3 days left, is that enough? Xiao Min pointed at the date on the poster. 3 days, just enough, I think. Wang Beihai frowned. Then glanced at the people in the room. For the next 3 days, I'll be in seclusion in my room. Unless it's an emergency, don't come in. I'll handle my own meals and such. Hearing this, Xiao Min and the others were startled, but seeing how serious Wang Beihai was, they didn't argue. Oh, right, Min. Did you buy the medicine I asked for? Wang Beihai suddenly remembered something and asked Xiaomin. It was then that Xiaomin realized and quickly handed over the traditional Chinese medicine. Aren't these medicines for Peng Hao? Xiaomin looked puzzled at Wang Beihai. They're for me. Wang Beihai smiled, though he didn't mention that some of these medicines were for refining the soul fusion pill. After all, talking about monsters was too fantastical. Whatever you're doing, be careful. We'll be waiting outside. If there's an emergency, just call us. Xiaomin wanted to ask more, but after thinking it over, she swallowed her words. Imagine. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, nodded, then walked straight into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He then went to the bathroom and poured all the herbs into the bathtub. Satisfied with his preparations, Wang Beihai glanced at the poster in his hand, a smile appearing on his lips. He then sat cross-legged on the bed. Heavenly Book without words. Is this method really reliable? Wang Beihai slowly closed his eyes and silently pondered in his heart. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared within Wang Beihai, and the Heavenly Book without words instantly flew out, hovering in front of him. It turned out that when Wang Beihai was no match for Huang Fuling, the Heavenly Book without words had already told him the method of cultivation. Of course, that preemptive punch was also a reminder from the Heavenly Book without words, intended to bluff Huang Fuling. Stinky Beihai, have you ever heard of tempering steel through repeated forging? A lazy voice came, and the Heavenly Book without words transformed into a ball of light. Each of these herbs has extremely potent medicinal properties, but each also has the effect of transforming the body. If you can endure the pain brought by the medicinal power, even if your Haotian positive energy art hasn't reached the 3rd level, you can still enhance your resilience to an extremely terrifying degree. There is a group of people in this world who do not pursue spiritual power or internal spiritual cultivation. In their eyes, there is only the daily tempering of their bodies. They all want to prove the Tao with their bodies, but most end in failure, resulting in shattered bodies and bones. Then why are you making me practice this? Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyelids twitched, and he cursed inwardly. What do you know? At that moment, the Heavenly Book without words voice drifted over again. Although proving the Tao with the body is extremely difficult, there were successful ones in ancient times. In the end, they were all powerful figures who dominated their areas. Pango, who opened the heavens and the earth, was a being with an extremely strong body. After him, there were the 4 ancient gods, the Ho, the divine tortoise who patched the sky, and the legendary Kuanping ancestor, all of whom proved the Tao with their bodies. And now, the indestructible Azura body I'm giving you is the heart technique left behind by the Kuanping ancestor. It is said that if practiced to the extreme, one can shatter mountains and rivers with a punch and tread on the heavens and earth with a step. In 3 days, it will be your life and death battle with Huang Fuling. You can only have a chance to fight him if you master the 1st level, the bronze skin and iron bones. Think about it yourself. I'm tired after saying so much. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, the light in front of Wang Beihai flew back into his body. Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of hesitation. The Heavenly Book without words was right. The herbs he had Xiaomin by were all extremely potent. But to defeat Huang Fuling within 3 days, there was no other way for Wang Beihai but to undergo body refinement. In an instant, memories since regaining consciousness flashed before Wang Beihai's eyes, and the figures of people like Yang Li, Ling Ruoying, Tian Can, and Zhang San appeared in his mind. After a full quarter of an hour, Wang Beihai pulled himself out of his memories, his eyes instantly becoming resolute. If it's death we're talking about, then so be it. I'll give it my all. Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, went back to the bathroom, and saw that the water in the bathtub had turned a blood-like red from the herbs. Wang Beihai swallowed hard, infused spiritual energy into the water, and the once calm surface suddenly began to bubble violently. Taking off his clothes, Wang Beihai looked at the water in the bathtub, narrowing his eyes. From a distance, he could already feel the enormous energy in the water that could tear flesh apart. This time, I don't want to lose again. Wang Beihai thought to himself, placing one foot into the bathtub. Instantly, he felt as if thousands of bullet ants were biting his foot, and a bone-piercing pain surged into his heart. In less than a minute, Wang Beihai's face had turned red from the pain. Enduring the intense pain, Wang Beihai placed his other foot into the bathtub, and the pain doubled, nearly causing him to faint. Think about it, you can still get out now. At that moment, the heavenly book without words voice entered Wang Beihai's mind. Forget it, if I can't even endure this much pain, how can I seek revenge? Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and slowly lay down in the bathtub. The crimson medicinal water instantly submerged Wang Beihai, who felt as if his body was being torn apart, his consciousness already blurred, relying solely on his will to endure. Fortunately, after experiencing the intense pain, Wang Beihai's body tissues began to repair themselves under the effect of the medicinal power, a warm energy spreading throughout his body, dulling the pain somewhat. However, before Wang Beihai could rejoice, the feeling of being torn apart returned, even more intense than before. This cycle repeated an unknown number of times, and Wang Beihai had already lost consciousness. Chapter 99. The battle begins. 3 days later, in the living room, Xiaomin's hair was disheveled, her eyes fixed on the bedroom door. Despite the heavy dark circles under her eyes, she forced herself to stay awake. Go and rest for a while, sister. Xiaolinger brought a glass of milk with a heartache. It's already been 3 days, and there's been no movement from the bedroom. I wonder how Beihai is doing inside. Xiaomin said softly, her voice filled with exhaustion. Don't worry, sister. I don't know what brother-in-law is doing, but I believe he can get through it. You haven't slept for 3 days. Go and rest. Peng Hao and I will keep watch here. Xiaolinger said with heartache, and Peng Hao nodded in agreement. Over the 3 days, he had been coming over whenever he could, helping Xiaolinger with chores and cooking. Gradually, he had become more familiar with her. It's okay. I'll wait a little longer. I can feel he's about to come out. Xiaomin's eyes were firm as she stared at the bedroom door. At that moment, a loud bang came from inside the room. Xiaomin immediately stood up, alert, looking at the bedroom door, hesitating whether to rush in. Suddenly, the bedroom door was violently pulled open, and a figure appeared in everyone's sight. Beihai! Xiaomin covered her mouth with her small hand, looking at Wang Beihai in disbelief. Wang Beihai stood at the door, his whole body steaming with a faint red vapor. His previously somewhat slender body now had distinct muscle lines. Xiaomin ran to Wang Beihai, touching his body with her hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. In just 3 days, how did you achieve this? What did you go through these 3 days? Xiaomin regained her composure and stroked Wang Beihai's face with heartache. All right, you've been through a lot these 3 days. Seeing the dark circles under Xiaomin's eyes, Wang Beihai naturally knew how she had spent these 3 days. He gently kissed her forehead. Ahem, brother-in-law, maybe you should put on some clothes first. At this moment, Xiaolinger and Peng Hao stood by, their faces turning red as they watched the affectionate scene. Noticing Xiaolinger's gaze, Wang Beihai suddenly remembered that his clothes had been removed earlier, leaving him completely naked. Just then, a gust of cold wind blew, making Wang Beihai shiver. He quickly turned and ran back into the bedroom. When Wang Beihai reappeared in front of them wearing clothes, Xiaolinger was stunned. If Wang Beihai could barely be called clean before, now he was simply stunningly handsome. After a thorough cleansing and transformation, Wang Beihai's physique and demeanor had undergone a qualitative leap. Brother-in-law, you look so good now. I never noticed before, Xiaolinger said, looking at Xiaomin beside her and pouting. Sister, you're so lucky to have such a handsome man by your side. I'm so envious. Xiaomin shook her head and didn't respond, but her eyes looking at Wang Beihai also revealed a touch of girlish shyness. All right, there should only be a few hours left before the agreed time. We should get ready. At this moment, Wang Beihai suddenly mentioned the challenge, and everyone's expressions instantly turned serious. How is it? Do you have confidence? Xiaomin stepped forward and looked at Wang Beihai. Don't worry, these 3 days weren't spent in vain. Wang Beihai smiled and then pinched Xiaomin's nose. You, go and sleep now. I'll wake you up later. Xiao Min wanted to say something, but after staying awake for 3 days, the moment Wang Beihai mentioned it, a wave of sleepiness hit her. She yawned, walked into the bedroom, and collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Seeing Xiao Min asleep, Wang Beihai smiled and then walked up to Xiao Linger. "Take care of your sister. I'll be back soon." "Brother-in-law, you're not taking us with you?" Xiao Linger immediately understood Wang Beihai's intention and hurriedly asked. "I'm worried that Mo Yuyin, that vicious woman, might play dirty tricks if you come along. If she takes you hostage to threaten me, I'll definitely lose. Don't worry, Huang Fuling is no match for me now. Just wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." Wang Beihai smiled gently and then opened the door, leaving alone. The venue for the challenge was set up at the Central Stadium in the northern city. On the way there, Wang Beihai could see the publicity for the challenge from afar. "Heh, Mo Yuyin really thinks highly of me, making such a big deal out of this." Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly, but today, it's hard to say who will come out on top. While Wang Beihai was heading to the stadium, at the Mo residence, Huang Fuling also woke up from his meditation, his eyes flashing with golden light. Huang Fuling waved his fist and then nodded in satisfaction. Judging by his condition, he seemed to be in much better shape than 3 days ago. "How are the preparations going?" At that moment, Mo Yuyin swayed her body over to Huang Fuling, giving him a seductive smile. "Don't worry, I'm in top form today. A little bug like him, I can handle with one hand." Huang Fuling didn't pay much attention to Mo Yuyin's seduction, but still said confidently, "That's good. You have to perform well today. If you win, you can do whatever you want of me tonight." As she spoke, Mo Yuyin leaned close to Huang Fuling's ear and bit his earlobe. Huang Fuling shivered, but for some reason, ever since hearing Wang Beihai's words that day, he found it hard to be interested in this woman in front of him. So, Huang Fuling pushed Mo Yuyin away and said, "Let's go, it's getting late. You've made such a big spectacle. People from other places must have come. It's better not to be late today." After saying that, Huang Fuling walked out directly. Mo Yuyin frowned, feeling that Huang Fuling was somehow different, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was, so she gave up thinking about it and followed him out. At noon, the scorching sun was directly above the stadium, the wide lawn steaming with heat. However, despite the heat, the stands around the stadium were filled with spectators. Among them were representatives from various prominent families from Jiangbei and Jiangnan. They had gathered here to witness the prowess of the first young talent of the land, Huang Fuling. As for who the other guy, Wang Beihai, was, they didn't care at all. "Grandpa, do you know who this Wang Beihai is?" In the stands, Ling Ruoying sat in a black Chong Sam, her demeanor icy and aloof, like a shining star in the dark night, drawing attention with every move. "I don't know." Ling Tianyu shook his head and then said, "But I heard that this Wang Beihai is quite skilled. In just a few months, he has completed several S-level missions, and even one against Xiao Luo. Among the young generation, only Wang Beihai can compare with him." As soon as Ling Tianyu finished speaking, Ling Ruoying's face turned pale, and then she looked back at Ling Tianyu. "Do you think Wang Beihai could be Beihai?" Hearing this, Ling Tianyu was slightly stunned, then quickly suppressed the thought. After all, both had achieved too much. If Wang Beihai were indeed Beihai, Ling Tianyu didn't dare to imagine how terrifying that would be. On the opposite side of the stands, Zhong Momo wore a water-ink Chong Sam. Her striking figure, cool demeanor, and unique charm naturally drew the attention of those around her. "Do you think who will win this match?" Zhong Liang sat beside her, looking calm. On one side is the recognized first young talent of the land, and on the other is a rising star from the dark web. This battle seems to have no suspense, but there are many variables. Momo is foolish and can't really tell. Zhong Momo smiled slightly, and Zhong Liang also smiled. "Well said, who is stronger and who is weaker, only by competing will we know." As the words were spoken, a ceremonial cannon suddenly shot up into the sky. With the explosion of the cannon in the air, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze towards the center of the arena, where Huang Fuling confidently walked out. Upon seeing Huang Fuling, The crowd immediately erupted in cheers. Huang Fu Ling waved to the audience around the arena, appearing to relish the cheers. At that moment, a person wearing a mask leaped from the stands and landed steadily in the center of the arena. "I'm here." Under the mask, Wang Beihai's lips curled up, revealing a smile. #### Chapter 100, 100:1. Upon seeing Wang Beihai standing in the center of the arena, the surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of boos and jeers. Emoli, seated on the podium, flushed with excitement, laughed loudly and shouted, "Ha ha, trash. See the difference between you and my brother-in-law? Give up, you little trash." Emo Yuyin, sitting beside him, gazed with deep satisfaction, then turned her eyes to Wang Beihai, who stood alone in the arena, revealing a cold smile. "Beihai, this is your own choice. Don't blame me." With that, Emo Yuyin picked up the microphone on the podium and gently called out, "Quiet." Instantly, the bustling stadium fell silent. Emo Yuyin nodded in satisfaction and then declared the start, prompting another wave of cheers from the crowd. Huang Fu Ling took a deep breath and looked at Wang Beihai, who stood not far away with a calm demeanor, feeling a slight surprise. "I feel you're different from before. Did you hide your strength earlier?" Wang Beihai smiled. "Whether it's different or not, we'll know after the fight." "Haha, you have character. I like that." "Beihai, what's your name? You're a notable figure, and I'll personally carve your gravestone when you die." Huang Fu Ling looked at Wang Beihai with a mix of pity and respect. "No need for names. Besides, who wins and who loses is not certain yet." Wang Beihai sneered, then stomped his foot, and the vast righteous energy within him erupted, sending a powerful surge that startled the onlookers. A martial grandmaster, Beihai is actually a martial grandmaster. Goodness, it said Beihai is only 20 years old. A 20-year-old martial grandmaster. How monstrous is that? It must be an illusion. Even if he started training from the womb, he couldn't reach this level at such a young age. Looks like we're in for a good show. This visit is worth it. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and many no longer looked at Wang Beihai with the previous mockery. "Hee, it seems you really did hide your strength." Feeling the astonishing aura from Wang Beihai, Huang Fu Ling's eyes burned with battle fervor. "Do you look down on me?" With that, Huang Fu Ling roared and unleashed a formidable energy, his pressure slightly surpassing Wang Beihai's. The crowd was again surprised. Wang Beihai's presence had already shocked them, and now Huang Fu Ling's aura was even stronger. This energy must be at the martial saint level. Indeed worthy of being the top young talent in the Central Plains. We old folks are truly ashamed. Not necessarily. That Wang Beihai is younger than Huang Fu Ling. In terms of talent, he might not be inferior. True, but the gap in strength is clear. No matter how powerful a martial grandmaster is, they can't match a martial saint. Haha, I knew it. How could my Huang Fu Ling lose to a faceless brat like Beihai? As Huang Fu Ling's aura erupted, the tide of opinion in the arena shifted back towards him. Some even started betting. Place your bets, Huang Fu Ling versus Beihai. Odds 1:100, time is running out, make your choice. Hee, 1:100? Zhong Liang looked at the bookmaker and then at the betting situation. Most were betting on Huang Fu Ling's victory, as the outcome seemed clear from the auras. The few who bet on Wang Beihai were mostly lured by the high odds. "Let's join in, Momo. Go place a bet." Zhong Liang smiled and took out a check, filling it for 1,000,000. Zhong Momo took the check, walked to the counter, and her stunning beauty immediately drew attention. With a charming smile, she placed the check on Wang Beihai's name without hesitation. The crowd was startled by her action, and the bookmaker's forehead broke into a sweat. "Miss, you've placed it in the wrong spot." "No mistake, I'm betting on him. Make sure to pay me according to the odds," Zhong Momo said, ignoring the surrounding mocking and doubtful looks, and walked back to her seat. On the other side, Ling Ruoying was experiencing a similar situation. Ling Ruoying's eyes were fixed on Wang Beihai in the arena, feeling an inexplicable connection with him. As the crowd was busy betting, Huang Fu Ling in the arena laughed loudly and launched the first attack. His speed was astonishing, even faster than when he was at the Imo family's residence. Seeing Huang Fuling's approach, Wang Beihai's expression grew serious. Despite having mastered the first layer of the Azura immortality body, he still dared not directly block Huang Fuling's punch. Thoughts raced through his mind. Wang Beihai activated the Hunyuan Ju, and his consciousness instantly enveloped the entire stadium. Huang Fuling's movements were immediately transmitted to his mind. Here it comes. Wang Beihai's eyes snapped open, and Huang Fuling's fist appeared right in front of him. This time, Wang Beihai was prepared, sliding his feet and moving his body sideways to Huang Fuling's back. After dodging the attack, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he propped himself on the ground, kicking twice. Huang Fuling was startled and quickly adjusted his body in midair, blocking Wang Beihai's kick with his arms, though the force sent him flying several meters. The stadium erupted. Regardless of the outcome, Wang Beihai's strength was evident with that kick. "You've got some skills, indeed stronger than before." Huang Fuling shook his arms, smiling at Wang Beihai. "Beihai, I'm getting serious." With that, Huang Fuling's upper clothes shattered, revealing his muscular physique. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned and quickly moved aside but was still caught by Huang Fuling's fist wind, stumbling back a few steps. Wang Beihai was secretly shocked. Despite the aid of his consciousness, Huang Fuling's speed and strength far surpassed his own, making it difficult to dodge in time. After pondering, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth. Facing Huang Fuling's torrential attacks, he decided not to dodge anymore, extending his fists to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, both threw hundreds of punches, the sound of flesh colliding making the crowd shudder. The audience was no longer concerned about the outcome, both men's prowess leaving them in awe. Bang! Another loud crash, both retreated dozens of steps, their bodies covered in various wounds. This round was evenly matched, with no clear victor. Beihai, I was wrong. Among the younger generation, only you can fight me to this point. I admit you're strong, but that's it. Huang Fuling sneered, wiping the blood from his mouth, then looked at Wang Beihai, clenching his fists. Energy around him rapidly gathered towards his fists. Beihai, today I'll let you see the power of martial skills. Chapter 101. Martial Techniques. Martial Techniques. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, recalling the skills he had learned from the Book of Nothing earlier. He then turned his gaze towards Huang Fuling, who was gathering strength. This feels somewhat similar, but the power seems to be lacking. Wang Beihai carefully sensed the surrounding energy, feeling more composed. Martial techniques, these are actually lost martial techniques. As Huang Fuling gathered strength, the sharp-eyed spectators immediately exclaimed in surprise. Is this a martial technique? No wonder they are a prominent family in the capital, possessing such terrifying moves. My goodness, is this even human? That Beihai is surely doomed this time. The audience looked at Wang Beihai with sympathetic eyes, as if they had already determined that he would inevitably lose under the martial technique. Haha, miss, thank you for that million. The man at the betting stand laughed as he picked up the check, proudly waving it in front of Zhong Momo. However, Zhong Momo paid no attention, her eyes fixed on the field, her small hands tightly clenched, filled with anxiety. Wang Beihai, what will you do now? And amidst everyone's anticipation, Huang Fuling finally finished gathering his strength. Die! Huang Fuling's eyes glowed with golden light as he threw a punch towards Wang Beihai from midair, causing countless phantom fists to appear in the void. Heaven-shaking fist! Huang Fuling shouted loudly, and the countless phantom fists all struck towards Wang Beihai, each carrying terrifying power, directly rubbing the grassland they passed over into sparks. Good, let me try your heaven-shaking fist. Wang Beihai laughed loudly, then stomped his feet on the ground, clasped his hands together, shouted, and a red light instantly enveloped his body. Indestructible Azura body. Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly widened as Huang Fuling's phantom fists arrived before him. Countless phantom fists struck Wang Beihai's body, directly raising a cloud of dust on the clean lawn. What a fool! He didn't even dodge? The audience exclaimed, then covered their eyes, not daring to look at the center of the field. Alas, what a pity, such a promising talent. Many spectators shook their heads, feeling regret for Wang Beihai as they watched the dust rising in the middle of the field. Beihai. At this moment, Zhong Momo on the stands couldn't help but stand up, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, he's fine. At this moment, Zhong Liang beside her also stood up, though his eyes were filled with incredulity. Dad, are you saying? Zhong Momo looked at Zhong Liang in disbelief, who then nodded. Hee, who would have thought? This little guy can really surprise people. As the dust in the field dispersed, Wang Beihai was seen standing there resolutely, the surrounding area blown into a deep pit by the terrifying energy, but Wang Beihai was merely torn in his clothes. When did this guy? Zhong Momo glanced at Wang Beihai's perfect physique, her face turning red, and the tension in her heart finally eased. How is this possible? Seeing this, everyone present, including Huang Fu Ling himself, widened their eyes, looking at Wang Beihai, who had only suffered minor external injuries, in shock. Look, what's that red light on Beihai's body? At this moment, someone with sharp eyes shouted, and everyone looked over. After a while, someone else exclaimed again. Martial techniques, these are martial techniques, and it seems to be a defensive one. In an instant, the stadium was filled with exclamations. This time, everyone's gaze changed, looking at Wang Beihai no longer with disdain and contempt, but with a hint of reverence. What has Beihai experienced in these 3 days? Mo Yuyin stood up directly from her chair, her face dark as she looked at Wang Beihai in the field, regretting deeply in her heart. I should have never let him go in the first place. Mo Yuyin thought, glancing at Huang Fu Ling, who was still in a daze, and then shouted directly. Lingling, if you don't bring out your trump card now, when do you plan to do it? Upon hearing this, Huang Fu Ling was startled, then turned to look at Mo Yuyin, who was glaring angrily at him. Huang Fu Ling gritted his teeth, turning back to look at Wang Beihai. Beihai, I regret it. If you weren't an enemy of the Mo family, we might have become good friends, but now, it has to be this way. As he spoke, Huang Fu Ling roared, his eyes covered with a layer of red mist, followed by a series of crackling sounds from his body. Huang Fu Ling's body slowly expanded, his robust muscles covered with bulging veins. What is this? Wang Beihai was shocked, immediately understanding where the Mo family enforcer's rampage came from, but Huang Fu Ling's rampage was more pure and complete. A few seconds later, Huang Fu Ling let out a long breath, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Wang Beihai. Beihai, to force me to this extent, you are already top-notch. Although using this form will leave me weak for a long time, I must win today's battle. Huang Fu Ling clenched his fist, not for any other reason. But if he lost this battle, the Huang Fu family in the capital would become a laughingstock for other families. I'm sorry, I also have a reason I must win this battle. Wang Beihai gently waved his hand, then raised it and softly said, Come on. Beihai, take this. Huang Fu Ling shouted, instantly turning into a red shadow, flashing around Wang Beihai. With the enhancement of his rampage, Huang Fu Ling's speed and strength were several times stronger than before. Suddenly, Wang Beihai felt a flash of red light in front of him, and before he could react, he had already been punched in the abdomen. This time, even with the protection of the indestructible Azura body, Wang Beihai felt a sharp pain. However, before Wang Beihai could counterattack, Huang Fu Ling's figure disappeared again, and the next second, the red light flashed, and Wang Beihai was punched again. This repeated, and within just 2 minutes, Wang Beihai had been struck over 100 times. Pfft. Wang Beihai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. Just as Wang Beihai tried to stand up, a huge fist appeared in front of him. With a bang, Wang Beihai's body was directly sent flying, sliding in the air for dozens of meters before crashing heavily into the wall below the stands. Alas, it's a pity, he's still young, and he still has to lose. At this moment, the size of the surrounding audience entered Wang Beihai's mind. Wang Beihai shook his head, struggling to stand up, looking at the crowd on the stands, then turning his gaze back to Huang Fu-ling. "Are you sure you want to use that move?" In his mind, the voice of the Book of Nothing came. "Think carefully. Even if you've cultivated the indestructible Azura body, your body is only barely enough to withstand it, let alone your current state. No need to think, I've said it, I won't retreat anymore, and I won't lose again." Wang Beihai muttered to himself, raising his fist and shouting towards Huang Fu-ling not far away. "Today, I'll let you see what a real heaven-shaking fist is." Hashtag Chapter 102. Victory or Defeat. Imph, arrogant fool. You think you're worthy of using the techniques of the Huangfu family? Huang Fu-ling sneered. His mind cleared despite the berserk state he was in. He glanced disdainfully at Wang Beihai before gathering his strength once more. This time, the shadows of his fists were more condensed than before, and their number had doubled. "Let's see how your counterfeit, heaven-shaking fist compares to mine," Huang Fu-ling challenged. Wang Beihai glanced at the shadows of fists Huang Fu-ling had conjured and smiled faintly. According to the records in the Book of the Void, the true heaven-shaking fist was created by the ancient Kuanping ancestor. When perfected, a single punch could shatter mountains and rivers, shaking the heavens and the earth. Such a divine technique was far beyond what a few mere shadows of fists from Huang Fu-ling could compare to. With this in mind, Wang Beihai took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy into his fists according to the method in the Book of the Void. He then ran the Hunyuan technique in his mind, bringing his thoughts to a state of emptiness. When Wang Beihai opened his eyes again, everyone present felt an incredibly powerful aura envelop the arena. Is this the void state? Huang Fu-ling, who was beside him, looked at Wang Beihai and was startled by his exceptionally clear gaze. Others might not know, but Huang Fu-ling had heard rumors that when a martial artist will reach a certain level, they would enter a state of unity with heaven and earth. In this state, the martial artist's potential would be fully unleashed, and some veteran martial artists called this state the void. How could he so easily enter this state? Huang Fu-ling's eyes widened in shock and jealousy. He gritted his teeth, roared, and the shadows of his fists behind him instantly became more solid. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the stadium, and the clear sky abruptly darkened with a few ominous clouds. What's happening? As everyone was puzzled, Huang Fu-ling looked up at the sky and then back at Wang Beihai. For some reason, he felt a first-time fear in the face of Wang Beihai's fist. "I'll take the initiative. I'll give it my all." Huang Fu-ling's eyes hardened, and he shouted, charging at Wang Beihai with his shadows of fists. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed. Azura's indestructible body, activate. Instantly, red light enveloped Wang Beihai's body, and countless shadows of fists rained down on him. Wang Beihai frowned, feeling a sweet taste in his throat, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite this, Wang Beihai remained unmoved, allowing the fists to pound on him, enduring the intense pain while transferring all his energy to his fists. Die! Finally, the hundreds of fist shadows disappeared, and Huang Fu-ling shouted, his massive fist carrying immense power, heading straight for Wang Beihai's face. The sheer energy of the punch created a sonic boom as it tore through the air. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as Huang Fu-ling's fist struck Wang Beihai's face. Wang Beihai staggered back a few steps, his foot braced against the wall of the stands. His mind went dizzy, and he almost fainted, his eyes closing. It's over. Huang Fu-ling confidently retracted his fist, looking at Wang Beihai's bloodied face. He was certain that no one could survive such an attack. You are a worthy opponent. As Huang Fu-ling's words fell, the audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, celebrating Huang Fu-ling's victory or perhaps marveling at the intensity and excitement of the match. Huang Fu-ling nodded, waving to the crowd, then turned to remove Wang Beihai's mask. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes suddenly opened, and Huang Fu-ling's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly retreated several meters. Give up. You can't defeat me. Huang Fu-ling, suppressing his shock, tried to persuade Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai ignored him, slowly walking to the center of the arena, his steps unsteady, muttering to himself. With my body as the vessel, gather the essence of heaven and earth. Focus all in this one punch, capable of splitting rivers and shaking mountains. The first form of the heaven-shaking fist. Shake the mountains and rivers. With that, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and threw a punch at Huang Fuling. Look, what's that? As Wang Beihai threw his punch, everyone felt a sense of oppression. Looking up, they saw a massive shadow emerging from the clouds. The shadow swung a fist in the air, and the fist descended like a mountain towards Huang Fuling. I don't believe you can surpass me. With a roar of frustration, Huang Fuling unleashed his heaven-shaking fist once more, directly confronting the colossal fist. However, the mere shadow of his punch against the towering fist was akin to a pebble in the vast sea, failing to diminish the giant fist's might in the least. Ah, damn it! Seeing the approaching massive fist, Huang Fuling screamed and closed his eyes, the fist crashing down. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and when it calmed, a giant crater appeared in the center of the arena. Huang Fuling stood dumbstruck beside the crater, realizing the fist had narrowly missed him. Why? Huang Fuling looked at Wang Beihai, puzzled and astonished. You could have taken my life? Hee. It's rare to meet a worthy opponent. It would be boring if you died. Wang Beihai forced a smile, though he hadn't deliberately avoided Huang Fuling. His body was already in extreme pain. The combined assault of Huang Fuling's attack and the burden of the heaven-shaking fist had left him on the brink of collapse, barely holding on by sheer willpower. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, Huang Fuling was stunned, deactivated his berserk state, and laughed heartily, looking at Wang Beihai with respect. You're right. It's rare to meet a worthy opponent. This match, I've lost. With that, Huang Fuling turned and walked out of the arena. Instantly, the entire stadium erupted in cheers and screams. Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying stood up, their eyes filled with unprecedented excitement. He won. He defeated Huang Fuling. He actually won. Looks like the title of the top young talent of the Central Plains is changing hands. Everyone was discussing fervently, and the man who had opened the betting pool looked pale, staring at the $1 million check in his hand. According to the odds, he owed a full $1 billion. Finally won. I'm exhausted. Wang Beihai squinted, a smile on his lips, then took a difficult step, dragging his battered body, ready to leave. Wait. At that moment, a sharp voice called out behind Wang Beihai. Turning back, he saw Mo Yuyin leading Mo family enforcers chasing after him. Little Wang from next door, you killed my father. Don't think you can just walk away. Today, I will make you pay in blood. Mo Yuyin's face was contorted with rage. Clearly, the outcome of this match had dealt her a heavy blow. She waved her hand, and the Mo family enforcers immediately surrounded Wang Beihai. Hee. Is this how the Mo family keeps its word? Wang Beihai chuckled coldly, struggling to stand, ready to fight despite his near-limit condition. Hee. Word? So much has happened. You're destined to be at odds with the Mo family. If I let you go today, when you grow stronger, you'll surely become a great threat to the Mo family. So today, even if I have to bear the stigma of breaking my word, I will kill you. With that, Mo Yuyin ignored the doubts of the crowd and waved her hand, sending the Mo family enforcers rushing at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai frowned, wanting to fight back, but his body was at its limit, unable to move. Just as the Mo family enforcers were about to reach Wang Beihai, a wall of fire suddenly appeared beside him, the intense heat instantly forcing the Mo family back. TSK. I never expected the Mo family to be so despicable. Not only do they break their word, but they also want to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Let's see who dares to cross this wall today. Those who cross die. Accompanied by a carefree voice, a figure in black with silver hair, Xiao Luo, leaped from the stands and slowly landed in front of Wang Beihai. #### Chapter 103, the finale. How did you get here? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, looking up at Xiao Luo with his swollen eyes, his mouth curling slightly unconsciously. Hee, you really are quite pathetic. Xiao Luo chuckled, nodding at Wang Beihai. Leave the rest to me. You focus on healing. Wang Beihai didn't waste any more words and immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, circulating the spiritual energy within his body to begin repairing his injuries. Who are you? Mo Yuxuan frowned as she looked at Xiao Luo, who had suddenly appeared. In the stands, Zhongliang and Ling Tianxian also sat down simultaneously, putting away their weapons. I didn't expect this young man to have such a powerful friend. I underestimated him. Zhongliang narrowed his eyes and smiled, while Zhong Momo beside him was full of doubts. Seeing Zhong Momo's lingering concern, Zhongliang continued, Don't worry, if I'm not mistaken, that silver-haired man should be the top of the hunter list, Xiao Luo. Although I don't know why he appeared, since he wants to protect Wang Beihai, the Mo family basically can't do anything. Upon hearing this, Zhong Momo breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry in her eyes diminished considerably. On the other side, Ling Ruoying's expression also gradually calmed down. Watching Wang Beihai recuperate in the arena, Ling Ruoying's mind kept flashing with scenes of her time with Wang Beihai. Is it you, Beihai? Ling Ruoying clutched her chest, her eyes full of anticipation. Friend, this is a matter between the Mo family and Beihai. I advise you not to interfere. Mo Yuxuan coldly looked at Xiao Luo, her words filled with a strong threat. Big sister, what did you say? I didn't catch it. Xiao Luo didn't care, and instead reached up to scratch his ear, acting in a carefree manner. Instantly, the tense atmosphere once again attracted the attention of the crowd in the venue. Who is this Beihai, daring to meddle in the Mo family's affairs? He doesn't look old, truly fearless like a newborn calf. Not necessarily, but speaking of which, the Mo family is quite shameless. The guy already won and got hurt like that, yet they still want to make things difficult for him. This guy must be a friend of little Wang from next door. Judging from his move earlier, he's definitely not weak. Who would have thought that among the younger generation, so many experts have emerged? This is going to be a good show. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with discussions, some gloating, some adding fuel to the fire, and some condemning the Mo family's actions. Facing the boos from the stands, Mo Yuxuan's already ugly face grew even darker. Brother, I'll advise you one last time. Don't throw away your bright future for someone unrelated. If you stop now, the Mo family can offer you many benefits. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. As Mo Yuxuan spoke, she waved her hand, and a series of clicks sounded as the Mo family's enforcers all pulled out firearms from their pockets. Instantly, the crowd in the stands erupted in a wave of boos and curses. Dad, what should we do? Grandpa, what should we do? Seeing firearms appear in the arena, Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying stood up almost simultaneously, asking in unison. Don't panic, let's watch first. With Xiao Luo, these firearms can't hurt him. Zhong Liang waved his hand, signaling for Zhong Momo to sit down. On the other side, Ling Tianxian also made the same gesture, although both secretly gripped their weapons, ready to act at any moment. In the arena, Xiao Luo looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh. Yo, you've prepared quite well. You've really scared me. As he spoke, Xiao Luo pretended to be frightened, then pleaded, How about this? I won't interfere today, but you have to give me something, Mo family. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuxuan's eyes lit up and she sneered. It's wise to be pragmatic. It's good that you've come to your senses. Just name it, as long as it's not too excessive, I'll agree. Simple, I want all your family's assets, plus your head. How about it? Xiao Luo's mouth curled up, and a playful glint flashed in his sapphire blue eyes. Mo Yuxuan was slightly stunned, then her face twisted in fury. You bastard, you dare to play tricks on me. Since you like it so much, go to hell with him today. With that, Mo Yuxuan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, and with a wave of her hand, dozens of guns fired simultaneously, a dense barrage of bullets shooting straight towards Xiao Luo and Wang Beihai. Looking for death. Xiao Luo laughed loudly, his sapphire blue eyes instantly turning red, and 6 fiery wings of flame spreading out behind him. Rise. Xiao Luo raised his finger slightly, and a ring of fire instantly rose around Wang Beihai, the bullets hitting the fire wall and instantly melting into molten iron due to the terrifying heat. Flame Angel, Red Lotus Sword. Xiao Luo's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, two flaming long swords appeared in his grasp. Following that, a momentum completely on par with Huang Fuling's slowly emanated from Xiao Luo, causing the entire arena to become scorching hot. Goodness, what kind of monsters are these? Many people, feeling the intense pressure, opened their mouths wide, realizing that this day had completely overturned their perceptions. Who exactly are you? Seeing Xiao Luo's terrifying aura, Mo Yuxuan knew there was no hope of keeping Wang Beihai today and screamed hysterically at Xiao Luo. Hee, if you like, you can call me Xiao Luo. The words fell, and the entire venue was shocked. Everyone present, upon hearing the name Xiao Luo, instinctively felt fear in their eyes, followed by an unprecedented cheer erupting in the arena. Even Zhong Momo and Zhong Liang, who had already guessed, couldn't help but feel a bit of shock when Xiao Luo confirmed his identity himself. Xiao Luo, impossible, impossible. Mo Yuxuan shook her head frantically, pointing at Xiao Luo. Little Wang from next door is clearly your enemy. Why are you helping him? You're wrong. Xiao Luo shook his head. He is my enemy, but also my friend. Now that you know my identity, do you still plan to keep us here today? As Xiao Luo spoke, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Mo Yuxuan was stunned, unable to refute Xiao Luo's threat. Wait. At this moment, a voice came, and then a figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Luo. Upon closer inspection, it was Huang Fuling, who had left earlier. Lingling quickly. Help me kill him. Seeing Huang Fuling appear, Mo Yuxuan's eyes lit up, pulling Huang Fuling's arm and pointing at Wang Beihai, who was healing. Oh, are you planning to make a move? Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow, looking contemptuously at Huang Fuling. You misunderstand. Huang Fuling shook his head, then turned to look at Mo Yuxuan. Give up, go back. We've already lost enough face today. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuxuan's heart skipped a beat. Then she raised her jade hand and slapped Huang Fuling across the face. Waste, you're a waste. Huang Fuling stood frozen for a full 10 seconds, then flung Mo Yuxuan's hand away. That's enough. I've long been tired of your arrogant face, Mo Yuxuan. From today on, our engagement is void, and from now on, the Huangfu family and the Mo family have no more relations. After speaking, Huang Fuling didn't give Mo Yuxuan a chance to explain, turning to Xiao Luo and Wang Beihai to say a word of farewell before flashing away. Mo Yuxuan's eyes instantly went blank, her legs giving out as she slumped to the ground. Huang Fuling's words had undoubtedly pushed the entire Mo family into the abyss. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. Suddenly, Mo Yuxuan muttered a few words, then grabbed a gun from one of her subordinates and fired directly at Wang Beihai. However, in front of Xiao Luo, those bullets were as powerless as cotton. Xiao Luo shook his head and no longer paid attention to Mo Yuxuan. He reached out to help Wang Beihai to his feet, and with a flap of his wings, he took Wang Beihai away. Oi! Shura shook his head and no longer paid attention to Mo Yuxuan. He reached out to help Wang Beihai to his feet, and with a flap of his wings, he carried Wang Beihai away. Oi! Seeing the two depart, Mo Yuxuan let out a series of frustrated and angry roars to the sky. Let's go! Mo's family is truly finished now, Zhong Liang said, closing his eyes slightly as he quietly led Zhong Momo away. As they passed through the corridor, it was clear that the people present were looking at Mo Yuxuan with increasingly cold eyes. Let's go. The Mo family is truly finished now. Zhong Liang closed his eyes slightly and quietly left with Zhong Momo. As they passed through the aisle, it was not hard to notice that the eyes of the people present were gradually growing cold as they looked at Mo Yuxuan. Chapter 104. Drinking Under the Moon. In just one day, the news of Wang Beihai defeating the top young talent of the Central Plains and the appearance of Xiao Luo spread like wildfire. The dark web even underwent a major overhaul of its youth rankings, adding Xiao Luo to the list. Wang Beihai's name soared on the hunter rankings, second only to Xiao Luo, making him the second-ranked hunter. While everyone was engrossed in discussing the battle from the day before, the Mo family was plunged into a deathly silence. "Sister, this Huang Fuling is too inhumane. How can he just break off an engagement?" he said. "Regardless of his status, he had a physical relationship with you, and I doubt he'd dare to act so recklessly." In the Mo family's grand hall, Mo Li was furious, ranting incessantly in front of Mo Yuyin. Mo Yuyin sat on the sofa, her head propped up by her hand, looking utterly haggard. "Enough, stop talking," Mo Yuyin frowned, interrupting Mo Li. "Pack your things, we're leaving today." "Leaving? Where to?" Mo Li widened his eyes, looking at Mo Yuyin in confusion. "You don't understand Huang Fuling. If he says it, he will do it." Mo Yuyin sighed helplessly. "Today, our Mo family has reached this point by setting traps for others in the shadows. Those who dare not speak out are all wary of the Huangfu family's power. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Now that the Mo family is losing the support of the Huangfu family, those we've offended and those eyeing our assets will surely come knocking." Mo Yuyin's eyes flashed with a mix of reluctance and regret. "Sister, it can't be that bad, can it? Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. No matter what, the Mo family's current strength isn't something those insignificant people would dare to challenge, right?" Mo Li retorted unwillingly, his voice raised. Mo Yuyin shook her head. "Mo Li, you're young. You don't understand. The people who praise you the most when you're successful are the ones who will crush you the hardest when you fall. This time, the Mo family has truly lost, and to an unknown person from the north." Tears finally streamed down Mo Yuyin's usually aloof face. At that moment, Mo family henchman delivered a letter. Mo Yuyin opened it to find the last glimmer of hope in her eyes extinguished. The letter was from the Huangfu family, essentially canceling her engagement to Huang Fuling. Indeed, Mo Yuyin chuckled bitterly. This was the bitter fruit she had sown, and now she had to swallow it herself. "Mo Li, hurry up. We're leaving this place, leaving Beicheng, leaving Jiangbei." After a while, Mo Yuyin wiped away her tears and her eyes turned cold. "Take the most important and valuable things from the Mo family. As long as we're alive, I will exact revenge for this." 3 days later, just as Mo Yuyin had predicted, in just 3 days, all of the Mo family's assets were devoured by various factions. Some families who had grudges with the Mo family even sought revenge against Mo Yuyin and Mo Li in secret, but they couldn't find any trace of them in the entire Jiangbei. Meanwhile, as the Mo family was in disarray, Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes. "You're awake?" Xiaomin, looking worried, leaned over immediately. Familiar faces, familiar scents, familiar feelings. Wang Beihai felt a smile curl on his lips as he savored these familiar sensations. "This feels great," Wang Beihai mused aloud. Xiaomin, pretending to be angry, glared at him. "Why didn't you wake me up that day? Why didn't you let me see you? What if something had happened to you? Do you even have me in your heart?" As she spoke, Xiaomin began to sob. Wang Beihai's heart stirred, and he pulled Xiaomin into his embrace. "Don't leave me behind next time," Xiaomin choked out. Wang Beihai didn't respond but held her tighter. After a while, Xiaomin suddenly jolted and rushed to the living room, returning with a note. "This is what Xiao Luo left when he brought you back. He told me to give it to you once you woke up. I almost forgot." Wang Beihai took the note from Xiaomin, opened it, and immediately smiled. Xiaomin curiously leaned over to see 8 words written on the note. "Return to the old place, drink under the moon." What does that mean? Xiaomin frowned. "Nothing. Xiao Luo invited me for a drink," Wang Beihai said, glancing at the time, which was already evening. He quickly jumped out of bed, rushed to the bathroom to bathe, and changed into clean clothes. "Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." After saying this, Wang Beihai gently kissed Xiaomin on the forehead and dashed out the door. "This guy, leaving me again." Xiaomin stomped her feet in anger, but after a brief complaint, she smiled contentedly. As night fell and the moon rose, The back hill of Chongqing University was filled with the chirping of insects and the cool breeze. In the pavilion among the hills, Xiao Luo leaned on one hand while holding a wine jug with the other, gazing at the full moon and sipping his wine. Drinking to the songs of life. How many times can we do this? Xiao Luo smiled, reciting poetry to the moon, his silhouette under the moonlight exuding an indescribable loneliness. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, and Xiao Luo smiled. "You're here?" Without turning his head, Xiao Luo picked up a jug of wine from the side and threw it behind him. Outside the pavilion, Wang Beihai caught the jug, laughed heartily, and took a big gulp. "Good wine," Wang Beihai exclaimed, his mood exceptionally bright. "Hee hee, I didn't expect your skills to improve so much in just a few months." Xiao Luo turned to look at Wang Beihai, his eyes calm. "You've improved too," Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, sitting down beside Xiao Luo. From the aura Xiao Luo exuded, it was clear he had grown stronger. "If I didn't, I'd be left behind." "But really, did you have to go to such lengths just to beat Huang Fuling?" Xiao Luo said, giving Wang Beihai a disdainful look. Wang Beihai burst into laughter. "If I hadn't, would you have shown up?" Wang Beihai joked, and the two shared a laugh. "Well, now you're famous. I bet your name has spread across the entire Central Plains. What are your plans for the future?" Xiao Luo raised his wine and clinked it with Wang Beihai's. "I've heard that the Su family, Li family, and Black Gold Society in Jiangnan are all looking for you. Don't you want to go back and seek revenge?" "Of course I do. Every time I close my eyes, I think about it." Wang Beihai took a big gulp of wine, his eyes gleaming. "The matters in Jiangbei are almost settled. It's time to return to Jiangnan." "Hee hee, I knew it." Xiao Luo glanced at Wang Beihai, a slight smile on his lips. "The Black Gold Society is formidable, far more than just the old man you saw. Be careful this time. I have to disappear for a while, and if something happens to you, no one will come to save you." Xiao Luo looked up at the moon. "You can go with peace of mind. This time, I won't lose again." Wang Beihai smiled, taking a big gulp of wine and looking up at the moon. Under the bright moon, the scenery was particularly pleasing. Chapter 105. Returning to Jiangnan. A month later, as the temperature rose, Chongqing University also welcomed a long summer vacation. During this month, Wang Beihai was naturally not idle. He spent most of his days attending classes and reading at the university, accumulating a lot of knowledge imperceptibly. In the evenings, besides accompanying Xiaomin, Wang Beihai transformed into Jebi Xiaowang to take on missions. The targets of Wang Beihai's missions were mostly notorious villains or key figures from the Black Gold Society. In just a month, the name Jebi Xiaowang had become a nightmare for the Black Gold Society. Through these missions, Wang Beihai earned a considerable amount of commission, which would serve as his capital for returning to Jiangnan to confront the Black Gold Society. Meanwhile, at the Black Gold Society's headquarters on the border of the Divine Land, in a vast conference room, Heya sat at the center. Seeing the empty seats around the round table, his face was extremely grim. The leaders present also looked at Heya with ashen faces, creating an eerie atmosphere. "This is too much. This Jebi Xiaowang, ever since defeating Huang Fuling and gaining fame, has become so arrogant that he dares to provoke the Black Gold Society. How infuriating." At that moment, a burly man with a ferocious appearance slammed the table and shouted angrily. As he spoke, the other leaders of the Black Gold Society joined in with curses. "Enough." Just as the noise grew, Heya slammed the table, and everyone immediately fell silent. Jebi Xiaowang is indeed overconfident. If it's unintentional, that's one thing. But if he's deliberately targeting the Black Gold Society? Heya's eyes flashed with a cold light, and everyone present shivered, realizing this possibility for the first time. Heya snorted coldly and continued, "Shame on you for being branch managers. It seems Jebi Xiaowang can kill you all because you're just that stupid." Despite their displeasure, everyone lowered their heads under Heya's rebuke. Judging from Jebi Xiaowang's activities this month, he's basically in Jiangbei now, and his missions, though seemingly random, are consistently targeting the Black Gold Society. Think about it. If Jebi Xiaowang had no prior dealings with us and no grudges, why would he target us like this? Heiya's eyes gleamed with insight as he spoke. It's simple. Jebi Xiaowang must have had a significant grudge with our Black Gold Society in the past. And considering the time he reappeared, Jebi Xiaowang is likely Wang Beihai, who disappeared half a year ago. This statement caused a wave of shock among the attendees. Impossible. Wang Beihai was utterly defeated back then. He must have been seriously injured. In less than half a year, even if he were a god and had taken divine pills, he couldn't have become so powerful. An old man sitting beside Heiya stood up, his eyes wide. He and Heiya had captured Wang Beihai that day, so he knew the situation well. Heh, old ghost, your vision is still too narrow. Heiya sneered, waving his hand to reveal a black goo worm in his palm. In this world, nothing is absolute. Just like how I never expected to have such talent in goo arts. Heiya flicked his hand, and the goo worm landed on the table, crawling around and eliciting fearful expressions from everyone. Come back. Satisfied with the reactions, Heiya called the goo worm back. Of course, I'm not certain if Jebi Xiaowang is indeed Wang Beihai, but from today on, stay alert and keep an eye on his every move. Whether it's Jebi Xiaowang or Wang Beihai, anyone who threatens the Black Gold Society's position will face our deadly retaliation. With that, Heiya clapped his hands, and a strikingly beautiful woman emerged. Next, let me introduce someone who harbors deep hatred for Jebi Xiaowang. From today, she will be my wife. When I'm not around, she will be in charge. Understood? Everyone looked at the woman in surprise. They all knew she was Imo Yuyan, who had been defeated and fled by Wang Beihai. Please take care of me, everyone. Imo Yuyan flashed a bright smile, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. The next day, Wang Beihai woke up early, looking out at the sunny weather, his mood exceptionally good. What's got you so happy? Xiaomin rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. Don't you remember? You promised to go to Jiangnan with me today. Is that all? You're that happy about it? Xiaomin chuckled, slightly annoyed. Of course, I'm happy. You don't know, it's the first time I'm bringing a wife home. Li Jie, Pengzi, and Zhu Xiao will definitely be thrilled. As he spoke, Wang Beihai's eyes sparkled, recalling the faces of many people he had often thought about during his 6-month absence. All right, hurry up and get ready. If you miss them so much, let's go quickly. Seeing Wang Beihai's excitement, Xiaomin shook her head and urged him to get up. At noon, as they packed up and headed downstairs, Xiaomin's private car was already waiting. Xiao Linger stood downstairs, bidding farewell to Peng Hao reluctantly, until she saw Wang Beihai and Xiaomin coming down. She hurriedly ran over. They sure are close. Wang Beihai winked at Xiao Linger, who immediately blushed and ran into the car, exclaiming, "You're so annoying. How about coming with me to Jiangnan?" Wang Beihai approached Peng Hao and asked softly. Peng Hao immediately looked troubled, as he still had several summer jobs to attend to. At that moment, Wang Beihai seemed to see through Peng Hao's thoughts and said with a smile, "By the way, I've opened a clinic there, and it's short-staffed. If you're free, come help me out. The salary is 8,000 a month, and it'll also be convenient for me to teach you things." Peng Hao's eyes lit up at once, then glanced at Xiao Linger sitting in the car, laughed heartily, nodded, and then parked his bicycle and got into the car. Thus, the group of them chatted and laughed all the way to the Lomian River. After crossing to the other side on the ferry, the unique coolness of Jiangnan enveloped them. After disembarking, Xiao Linger switched to another car, as the Xiao family didn't allow her to wander around. Wang Beihai and the others continued their journey southward by car, finally arriving at Longquan County in the evening. Finally back. As soon as he got off the car and set foot on this familiar homeland, Wang Beihai stretched contentedly and took out his phone to call Ren Yunfei and the others. Soon, Ren Yunfei, Lui Hong, and others arrived at Wang Beihai's location based on the GPS. Upon meeting, they hugged each other excitedly. It was worth mentioning that with Wang Beihai's help, Lui Hong had completely shed his fatty label and now was a dashing young man. After a brief exchange of greetings, Wang Beihai introduced Xiao Min and Peng Hao to them. Ren Yunfei and the others were naturally delighted. That night, They sang and drank to their heart's content. Sitting to the side, Xiaomin quietly watched Wang Beihai, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Chapter 106, Returning to the Village. The next day, Wang Beihai woke up early. Before dawn, he roused Xiaomin, and then the two of them went to Peng Hao's room to wake him up. After a quick wash-up, Wang Beihai led the group downstairs, where Lui Hong was already waiting with the car at the hotel entrance. Please, sister-in-law, Lui Hong said with a grin, ushering Xiaomin and the others into the car before driving off. Beihai, what's the big secret that got us up so early? Where are we going? Xiaomin asked, stifling a yawn as she looked at Wang Beihai in the car. To my home. It's not really a secret. I'm just eager to get there, Wang Beihai replied with a smile. Truthfully, he really missed Wulong Village. Xiaomin chuckled in response. At that moment, Lui Hong glanced at the rearview mirror and said with a laugh, yeah, sister-in-law, don't blame Brother Hai. He hasn't been home for almost half a year. You wouldn't believe it, but the villagers have been missing Brother Hai so much. Every time I go to the village, they ask me where Brother Hai is and when the distillery will restart. It's almost driving me crazy. As he spoke, Lui Hong kept an eye on the rearview mirror, and soon they were on the highway. I didn't realize you were so popular in the village, Xiaomin said, looking at Wang Beihai with a hint of disbelief. Blushing slightly, Wang Beihai scratched his head. Before he could say anything, Lui Hong continued, well, sister-in-law, you don't know the huge contributions Brother Hai has made to Wulong Village. Not to mention, the road we're driving on now was funded by Brother Hai. This revelation left not only Xiaomin but also Peng Hao, sitting in the front passenger seat, gaping in astonishment, their eyes wide as they glanced at the road outside. Of course, that's just a small part, Lui Hong went on. Back in the day, Wulong Village was a place where even birds wouldn't lay eggs. It was so desolate that even thieves would lose money if they went there. At its most difficult time, it was Brother Hai who proposed building the distillery in Wulong Village, and almost all the workers were recruited from the same village. It was Brother Hai's actions that moved the county magistrate, and with government support, within a year and a half, Wulong Village had completely transformed into a tourist resort that everyone envied and longed for. Lui Hong talked on like a tour guide, spitting out tales with great enthusiasm. All right, Hong. Wang Beihai shook his head, trying to stop Lui Hong from continuing, but Xiaomin quickly covered Wang Beihai's mouth and said to Lui Hong, her eyes sparkling, go on. Thus, Lui Hong became even more animated, embellishing Wang Beihai's legendary deeds within half an hour. It was clear that Lui Hong had a knack for storytelling. The journey was filled with Xiaomin and Peng Hao's rapt attention, and even after getting off the car, they still felt eager for more. Okay, Brother Hai, I have some business at the hotel, so I'll leave you here. I'll come find you after I finish my work, Lui Hong said, not lingering any longer as he drove off. Finally, back home, Wang Beihai stretched and looked around the village entrance. Undoubtedly, Wulong Village had undergone significant changes in the past 6 months. Where once there was wasteland, hotels and goose houses had been built, and further away, one could see the new school buildings and newly constructed houses. I didn't expect you to have such abilities, Xiaomin said, looking at Wang Beihai with admiration. Peng Hao, on the other hand, had become an even bigger fan of Wang Beihai after hearing Lui Hong's tales, feeling even more convinced of his master's capabilities. Don't listen to that fatty exaggerate, I'm not that great, Wang Beihai shrugged, unsure of what else to say. You are great, and in my eyes, you are a hero, Xiaomin said, winking at Wang Beihai, her charming smile stirring his heart. Let's go. I haven't been back in a while. Let's take a walk around the village, Wang Beihai said, shaking off his thoughts and leading Xiaomin and Peng Hao into the village. Goodness, is this a poverty-stricken village? Peng Hao exclaimed as he saw the advanced and intelligent facilities along the way. This is so different from my village. At that moment, Wang Beihai felt a tinge of emotion and patted Peng Hao on the shoulder, saying with a smile, don't worry, your hometown will be like this too someday. Yeah, Peng Hao nodded confidently, encouraged by Wang Beihai's words. Beihai, you're back? An old village doctor, who was resting at the village entrance, saw Wang Beihai and quickly sat up from his reclining chair. Yes, old master. I'm back, Wang Beihai replied with a smile, which greatly excited the old doctor. The doctor quickly ran to the pavilion at the village entrance, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted, "Villagers, our benefactor, Wang Beihai, is back?" As the broadcast echoed, villagers of all ages flocked to the village entrance, chattering excitedly as they surrounded Wang Beihai. "Beihai, you're back just in time. We're killing a chicken today. Come have dinner at my place." "Beihai, you've gotten so much fairer in the past half year. You look really handsome. How about considering my daughter?" "Beihai, it's been half a year since you left. We've missed you so much." "Boss Wang, when will the distillery start up again? We don't want to go out to work anymore. We just want to work for you at the distillery." Hearing the villagers' mostly caring words, Wang Beihai felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you all. I will restart the distillery soon, and the villagers who used to work there can come back, with double the salary, Wang Beihai announced, causing the villagers to cheer. After a while, Wang Beihai gestured for everyone to quiet down and then took Xiao Min's hand, introducing her to the crowd. "This is Xiao Min, my fiancée. She will be one of us in Wulong village from now on, so please take good care of her." Wow! The villagers erupted in a louder cheer, many of them scrutinizing Xiao Min. No wonder Boss Wang is so capable. He can even marry such a beautiful girl. Yes, she's really pretty, much better looking than my second daughter. Oh, what a pity. I was thinking of introducing my silly daughter to him. Xiao Min blushed at the villagers' chatter, but instead of feeling annoyed, she felt a sense of happiness with these simple villagers. "Let's go. I'll take you to the distillery for a visit," Wang Beihai said, finally managing to disperse the villagers. He sighed deeply before leading Xiao Min and Peng Hao towards the distillery. Chapter 107, starting over. In Wang Beihai's home, perhaps due to habit or the unique sixth sense of a woman, Li Xiaofeng had woken up early. She had a vague feeling that something good would happen today. Sure enough, not long after dawn, Li Xiaofeng heard the village broadcast announcing that Wang Beihai had returned. Her heart began to race like a little deer. He's really back. He's finally back. Li Xiaofeng bit her lip, quickly putting on her newly bought dress. Usually uninterested in makeup, she sat in front of the mirror, trying to imitate Yang Li's style. With no experience in dressing up, it took her a full hour to be barely satisfied. Then, glancing at the time, she hastily opened the door, only to bump into Wang Beihai, who was walking in. "Xiaofeng, where are you rushing off to?" Wang Beihai asked, seeing Li Xiaofeng and feeling a surge of joy. "Beihai Gij," Li Xiaofeng stammered, shaking her head and looking up to see the face she had been longing for. Feeling the close presence, Li Xiaofeng's face turned red, and she quickly stepped back from Wang Beihai's embrace, murmuring, "You're back, Beihai Gij." "Yes, I'm back," Wang Beihai smiled, glancing at Xiao Min behind him and introducing, "This is Li Xiaofeng, my sister. Xiaofeng, this is my fiancée, Xiao Min, and this is my classmate, Peng Hao." "Fiancé?" Li Xiaofeng's heart jolted upon hearing this, looking at Xiao Min, whose beauty and stature were indeed extraordinary. Yet, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. As a woman, Xiao Min quickly noticed Li Xiaofeng's unusual reaction. After observing, she smiled and stepped forward, taking Li Xiaofeng's hand gently. "Xiaofeng, from now on, we're family. You can share your joys and sorrows with me. Call me Min Jie from now on." With Xiao Min's warm words, Li Xiaofeng's expression brightened. She looked up at Xiao Min and softly called, "Min Jie." Xiao Min patted Li Xiaofeng's backhand. Seeing her makeup, couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiaofeng, who did your makeup? It's quite unique." Hearing this, Li Xiaofeng turned away, her face even redder with embarrassment. "All right, I'm teasing you. Come, let me teach you how to do makeup." "Really?" Li Xiaofeng's eyes lit up at Xiao Min's words. After all, as a girl, she was quite interested in makeup. Thus, Xiao Min led Li Xiaofeng into the room to teach her makeup. Soon, the room was filled with the laughter of the two women, clearly getting along well. "I never expected this to be Master's home," Peng Hao remarked, surveying the dilapidated walls with much emotion. "It's just a place to stay. As they say, a house with thousands of rooms, but a peaceful life needs only 6 feet. For me, having a bed to sleep on is already great. Wang Beihai smiled, unaware that his simple words stirred profound thoughts in Peng Hao's mind. After a long silence, Peng Hao came to his senses and asked Wang Beihai, "By the way, master, where will I be working?" "Don't rush. We'll take you there after settling the village's affairs." As they spoke, Xiao Min and Li Xiaofeng emerged. Xiao Min was quite skilled in makeup. After her makeover, Li Xiaofeng's image and demeanor had significantly improved. With a light makeup and pure appearance, Li Xiaofeng now looked like a lotus flower rising from the water, elegant and noble. Heavens, is this still the same Xiaofeng who was so clumsy? Wang Beihai joked, feigning surprise. Li Xiaofeng's face turned crimson, glaring at Wang Beihai with wide eyes. "All right, no more jokes." Wang Beihai laughed and asked, "By the way, where's Li Jie?" Li Xiaofeng realized and looked at Wang Beihai with a hint of worry. "Ever since she heard about your accident, Li Jie locked herself in her room and cried for 3 days straight. She's lost a lot of weight. She's been pouring all her energy into Ji Shitang, saying it's the only way to keep her from thinking about you." Li Xiaofeng glanced at Xiao Min beside her, her eyes revealing a faint sense of loss. Hearing this, Wang Beihai sighed, imagining Yang Li's concern for him, feeling a pang of guilt. Xiao Min stepped forward at that moment, holding Wang Beihai's hand. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai calmed down. "Let's go to the winery. It's been closed for so long. It's time to restart." Li Xiaofeng's eyes lit up at the news. Without waiting for Wang Beihai's instructions, she ran into the house to grab the keys and dashed ahead towards the winery. When Wang Beihai and the others arrived at the winery, Li Xiaofeng had already opened the gate, eagerly waiting for him. How could it be like this? Xiao Min, being a martial artist, felt the intense spiritual energy as soon as she stepped into the winery. She felt every cell in her body rejoicing, and her long-stuck bottleneck as a martial master seemed to loosen slightly. Compared to Xiao Min's confusion, Peng Hao was outright shocked. Upon entering, he was drawn to the medicinal garden. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? This is Fengling Chao, Jin Xianyi, Longwang Su. These herbs aren't of the same season, and their properties are conflicting. How could they grow so luxuriantly?" Wang Beihai smiled faintly. These herbs, nurtured by spiritual energy, not only extended their lifespan but also enhanced their medicinal effects. They were more like spiritual herbs than ordinary ones. Thus, amidst Xiao Min and Peng Hao's astonishment, Wang Beihai led them around the winery. When they returned to the entrance, Li Xiaofeng was full of anticipation. Wang Beihai smiled, his gaze falling on the large sign reading Feiyang Winery, revealing a trace of nostalgia. "I'm back. Everything starts anew from here." Wang Beihai took a deep breath and instructed Li Xiaofeng to turn on the factory's broadcast. Familiar music echoed, and from afar, Wang Beihai could hear the villagers' joyful cheers. Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly. Black Gold Society. Wang Beihai, am back. Hashtag Chapter 108. Far-reaching fame. At noon, Wang Beihai gathered the villagers at the winery, announced a few matters, and organized a group meal. Thus, the winery, which had been closed for half a year, was reopened. While everyone was busy, Wang Beihai handed over the winery affairs to Li Xiaofeng and Lu Yiheng, who had arrived at noon, and returned to the city with Xiao Min and Peng Hao. "It's been half a year. I wonder how Ji Shitang is doing?" Wang Beihai squinted his eyes, took out his phone, and dialed Yang Li's number. After several calls went unanswered, he dialed Li Zhenshi's number, but the result was the same. What's going on? Wang Beihai furrowed his brows, feeling a tinge of worry. Half an hour later, Wang Beihai and the others arrived at the square where Ji Shitang was located. From a distance, they saw that the doors of Ji Shitang were tightly closed. How could this be? Wang Beihai hurried to the door, peering through the glass to see the shop in disarray, with medical equipment completely moved out. What exactly happened? Mysteriously, Wang Beihai felt an inexplicable restlessness. "It's okay. Why don't you call someone else?" Seeing this, Xiao Min quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Wang Beihai calmed down, thought for a moment, and then dialed Zhang Shuming's number. This time, the call was answered, and Wang Beihai immediately inquired about the situation. Zhang Shuming's hearty laughter came through the phone. I almost forgot to tell you, Beihai. In these 6 months, Ji Shitang has consistently adhered to the principle of practicing medicine to save the world. With the help of Dr. Li, many people from the lower strata have been treated. But as our reputation grew, more and more people came to see the doctor. Eventually, Dr. Li, Yang, and I decided to move Ji Shitang to the top floor of the mall. This way, the environment is better, the space is larger, and it's also quieter. Hearing Zhang Shuming's words, Wang Beihai finally relaxed. Looking up, he saw the Ji Shitang signboard hanging above him. I was overthinking. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Wang Beihai turned back to look at Xiaomin. They exchanged a smile and, accompanied by Peng Hao, took the special elevator of Ji Shitang straight to the top floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Wang Beihai saw the signboard of Ji Shitang, surrounded by a wall of honor adorned with various sized banners. A few steps in, they opened the door and entered the spacious lobby of Ji Shitang. Indeed, as Lao Zheng said, this lobby is much wider than before. Wang Beihai glanced around and suddenly stopped at the statue in the center of the lobby. He rubbed his eyes, stepped closer, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Isn't this you? When did you become a statue? Seeing Wang Beihai's expression, Xiaomin curiously approached to take a look. She found that the statue was indeed of Wang Beihai and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Peng Hao, on the other hand, carefully observed everything in Ji Shitang, nodding in satisfaction. Although Ji Shitang was on the top floor, both fire safety and space facilities were well equipped, and the specifications were even higher than some second- or third-tier hospitals. Clearly, it had been thoughtfully designed, with a large garden outside the wards for patients to relax. Don't look around, let's find someone first. At that moment, Wang Beihai interrupted Peng Hao's thoughts. There will be plenty of time for you to look around later. Peng Hao nodded, looking at Wang Beihai's back, feeling a surge of admiration. Wang Beihai didn't want to disturb others, so he led Xiaomin and Peng Hao to search the premises themselves. Patients and nurses passing by would instinctively pause for a few seconds, as if they had seen Wang Beihai somewhere before. Ji Shitang's current scale was indeed several times larger than before. It took Wang Beihai 10 minutes to find the office. Peeping into the office, he saw Yang Li handling a mountain of documents on her desk, with her phone placed on the table by the door. No wonder she didn't pick up the phone. Wang Beihai muttered to himself, and then quietly entered the office. Approaching closer, he noticed that Yang Li had indeed lost weight, and her demeanor was vastly different from the naive woman she was 6 months ago. Now, Yang Li exuded a sense of shrewdness and capability. Ahem. Wang Beihai coughed intentionally. For registration, go to the front desk. For consultation, visit the outpatient clinic. To see Dr. Li, please register at the front desk for an appointment. Yang Li didn't look up, continuing to handle the documents in front of her. I wonder which department to register for homesickness? Wang Beihai smiled softly. Yang Li stopped her work immediately, then looked up sharply to see Wang Beihai standing in front of her. Tears gushed from her eyes as she cried, pinching her face to confirm it wasn't a dream. She then rushed to Wang Beihai, hugging him and sobbing loudly. You scoundrel, where have you been all these days? If you hadn't shown up, I would have thought you were dead. Yang Li cried, pounding Wang Beihai's chest with her fists. I told you to live a steady life, but you wouldn't listen. You had to do those foolish things. If you were dead, what would I do? Wang Beihai silently listened to Yang Li's sobs, letting her fists land on his chest. He knew he owed this woman too much. Xiaomin stood outside the office, silently watching the two inside. On the way here, Wang Beihai had told Xiaomin about Yang Li, and Xiaomin knew that in Wang Beihai's eyes, Yang Li was like an elder sister. But through Yang Li's actions and eyes, Xiaomin could see the love Yang Li had for Wang Beihai. Even so, Xiaomin just smiled faintly. She suddenly felt that her initial decision wasn't foolish but rather fortunate that she chose Wang Beihai. Thinking of this, Xiaomin's smile froze, and a hint of melancholy appeared in her eyes. She then found an excuse to leave the office. Yang Li cried in Wang Beihai's arms for a full half-hour until Li Zhenshi called. Only then did Yang Li let go of Wang Beihai. Through the phone, Wang Beihai could hear the busyness in Li Zhenshi's voice. It seems that in my absence, you've managed Ji Shitang very well. Wang Beihai smiled with relief. Yang Li shrugged, wiping away her tears, revealing a look of fatigue. Ji Shitang has now become a benchmark for saving lives in the hearts of the people of Longquan County. Not only that, but the mayors of Longling County and several other counties have also visited Ji Shitang, expressing their desire to open branches of Ji Shitang. Now, Ji Shitang is far-reaching in its fame, but the problems are also significant. Yang Li spoke, and Li Zhenshi called again. After answering the phone, Yang Li quickly hung up. See, this is the problem. More people are coming to see the doctor, but there are not enough doctors. This is a small problem. Wang Beihai smiled, then picked up 2 new white coats, one for himself and the other tossed to Peng Hao at the door. Let's go. Starting today, Ji Shitang has 2 more doctors. Chapter 109. The Miracle Doctor. Stepping out of the office, Wang Beihai scanned the surroundings but didn't spot Xiaomin's figure. Strange. Where did she go? Wang Beihai scratched his head, about to ask Peng Hao, when Li Zhenshi's call came through to the office again. Never mind, let's not worry about it for now, he thought, reasoning that such a big person wouldn't get lost easily. After pondering for a moment, he put on a mask and pulled Peng Hao towards the expert clinic. Before they even reached the expert clinic, Wang Beihai saw a long line forming, counting at least 100 or 200 people. Seriously, so many people for just one clinic? Peng Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, then glancing around at the sparse clinics, he felt a surge of curiosity. Master, who exactly is the doctor here? It seems most of the patients are here for him. Wang Beihai smiled mysteriously. Just go in and see. It'll be a pleasant surprise for you. Hearing this, Peng Hao was slightly taken aback, then followed Wang Beihai with a mix of doubt and anticipation towards the clinic. As they walked, they observed the patients in line, some coughing and sneezing, others with broken limbs, and even some with complex ailments. The more they saw, the more astonished Peng Hao became, growing increasingly eager to meet the doctor. After all, in this era of specialized medical practice, doctors capable of curing all kinds of illnesses were rare. Could it be one of the 4 great miracle doctors inside? Peng Hao just asked this question when he immediately dismissed it. The 4 great miracle doctors are such esteemed figures that even major first-tier hospitals would struggle to secure their presence, let alone in such a small clinic. Peng Hao self-mockingly remarked, while Wang Beihai smirked and gently pushed open the door of the consultation room. Inside, Li Zhenshi was skillfully taking the pulse of a patient. For common ailments, he could diagnose and prescribe just by feeling the pulse, and for more serious conditions, he could identify the cause after a thorough examination. Wang Beihai and Peng Hao stood quietly by the side, and within 10 minutes, Li Zhenshi had seen over a dozen patients. Seeing Li Zhenshi's swift and accurate techniques, Peng Hao couldn't help but gulp, his excitement growing as he watched closely. Li Zhenshi, you're the legendary Li Zhenshi. Finally, unable to contain his joy, Peng Hao pointed at Li Zhenshi and exclaimed loudly. This sudden shout startled Li Zhenshi, who looked up to see 2 young men in white coats and masks standing at the door, assuming they were helpers sent by Yang Li. A wave of joy washed over him as he waved them over. Great, come over here. Li Zhenshi called the 2 to his side, carefully looked at Wang Beihai, then shook his head and said to them, Now, one of you will assist me with the consultations, and the other will help me fetch the medicines. Who will take which role? I'll take the consultations. Wang Beihai deliberately lowered his voice, while Peng Hao, without hesitation, nodded enthusiastically. As a medical university student, being able to work with one of the legendary 4 great miracle doctors, Li Zhenshi, was a dream come true for Peng Hao. Now, even if he was asked to fetch medicines, or even clean the toilets, he wouldn't have any complaints. Good, young people, your thinking is clear. Li Zhenshi nodded in satisfaction as the 2 quickly made their decision. Immediately, they divided their tasks. Peng Hao went to the back to prepare the herbal medicines, while Wang Beihai brought a table and chair and set it up next to Li Zhenshi. Seeing Wang Beihai's actions, Li Zhenshi frowned and called out to the door, "Next, we can have 2 patients at a time." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 haggard-looking people entered, both vying to be seen by Li Zhenshi when they noticed another consultation spot next to him. "All right, you come here, and you go there." Li Zhenshi immediately stopped them sternly, and the other patient reluctantly went to Wang Beihai's consultation table. "Waited so long in line, only to get a rookie. What a bad omen," the patient muttered, glaring at Wang Beihai. Unfazed by this, Wang Beihai quickly glanced at the patient in front of him and scribbled a few words on a piece of paper. Before Li Zhenshi even finished taking the pulse, Wang Beihai handed the prescription to Peng Hao. "Is that it?" the patient exclaimed in surprise, and everyone around looked astonished. "Rookie, you're too hasty." The patient's face turned pale, then he slammed his hand on the table. "Young man, don't be too rash," Li Zhenshi frowned, having just finished his prescription. He then called Wang Beihai's patient over, diagnosed him, and found it to be the same illness. After carefully checking the prescription, he handed it to Peng Hao, who promptly handed out the medicines according to Wang Beihai's earlier prescription. "So fast?" Li Zhenshi glanced at the herbs in the tray, identical to what he had written, without any deviation. Instinctively, he reached out to take the medicine. At that moment, Peng Hao coughed coldly and whispered, "Sorry, Dr. Li, the medicines being fetched now are according to my master's prescription. Yours haven't been fetched yet." "What?" This made Li Zhenshi's heart skip a beat. He quickly grabbed the diagnosis book, examined it closely, and shook his head in disbelief. "Impossible, in Longquan County, there is no young man faster and more accurate than me, except for my master." At this point, Li Zhenshi suddenly stopped, looked at Wang Beihai, who was wearing a mask, and his eyes welled up with tears. "Is it you, master?" Li Zhenshi's voice trembled. Wang Beihai slowly removed his mask, revealing a faint smile. "You've worked hard, Dr. Li." Seeing the familiar face and hearing the familiar voice, Li Zhenshi's tears flowed freely, almost rushing forward to embrace Wang Beihai. A few minutes later, Li Zhenshi calmed down and chuckled. "Who would have thought? Me, an old man on the verge of the grave, would be reduced to tears by a junior like you." Despite his words, Li Zhenshi's smile was filled with relief and sincerity. "All right, let's focus on treating patients first. We can catch up during breaks," Wang Beihai said, glancing at the long line outside. Li Zhenshi then realized, chuckled inwardly, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to get to work. But Wang Beihai stopped him. "You've been working hard for so long. It's time for a break." "Master, there are still over 100 people outside." Li Zhenshi was taken aback. Wang Beihai, unconcerned, sat back down. "That's perfect. It's been over half a year since I last treated anyone. You'll have to watch closely this time." Li Zhenshi's eyes lit up, and he quickly sat beside Wang Beihai, his eyes fixed on him like a diligent student taking notes. Peng Hao's mind was already numb with shock. Li Zhenshi, such a renowned figure, was showing such respect to Wang Beihai, even calling him master. This made Peng Hao feel that calling Wang Beihai master was not unjustified. Thinking this, Peng Hao also turned his gaze to Wang Beihai. "All right, come in." As Wang Beihai called out, patients began to enter the consultation room. No matter what ailment they had, Wang Beihai could accurately diagnose the cause just by taking their pulse. What's more, he could cure even the most difficult cases with just a few silver needles. Especially that dazzling acupuncture technique, seen by Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao, seemed like an artistic performance of ancient Chinese medicine. In less than 2 hours, all the patients left Jishir Hall with praises. "Master, please accept my obeisance." Seeing everyone leave, Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao almost simultaneously bowed to Wang Beihai. Just as Wang Beihai smiled and accepted their gestures, Xiaomin pushed the door open with a solemn expression. Chapter 110. Farewell. "Come out for a moment. I have something to tell you." After saying this, Xiaomin turned and left directly. Wang Beihai, seeing Xiaomin appear, had intended to boast about his medical skills but noticed her serious expression and felt a tremor in his heart. He hurriedly followed her. Xiaomin walked straight to the garden of Jishir Hall, not in the mood to admire the scenery. She looked down at the people walking back and forth below, her face filled with hesitation. What's wrong? Wang Beihai approached, the first time he had ever seen Xiao Min with such an expression. A sense of unease immediately rose in his heart. I'm leaving here tonight to return to the Xiao family. After much hesitation, Xiao Min finally bit her lip and said it. Return to the Xiao family? Why? Wang Beihai was taken aback. How long have we been here? Has something happened to the Xiao family? No, it's my own matter. Don't ask. Xiao Min bit her lip, turned away, and dared not look at Wang Beihai. What exactly is it? With you like this, how can I not ask? Wang Beihai's heart was in turmoil. Just don't worry about it. Xiao Min suddenly shouted harshly, and then immediately regretted it. Sure enough, with Xiao Min's shout, Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat. His face turned pale, his legs weakened, and he almost fell backward. Seeing this, Xiao Min quickly stepped forward to support him. I'm sorry Beihai, it's my fault. Xiao Min cried and apologized frantically. Why? Wang Beihai frowned, stood firm, and then grabbed Xiao Min's arms, asking in confusion. These things, it's better you don't know. Xiao Min sighed, calmed down a bit, and then looked at Wang Beihai with steady eyes. Beihai, I'm really forced to return this time. Trust me, once I handle my own affairs, I will definitely come back to you. What can't we handle together? You have me. Wang Beihai shook his head and continued to press for answers. Don't worry about it so much, I beg you. Xiao Min pleaded. I know your temper, but the forces involved behind this matter are far beyond your imagination. If not handled properly, the price to pay is not something you can bear. Not just you, even the entire Xiao family, the entire Jiangnan, or even the entire Xinzhou cannot bear it. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai was stunned. What kind of existence could even the entire Xinzhou not withstand its wrath? The thought flashed briefly in his mind, and Wang Beihai quickly steadied his gaze. No matter what terrifying existence it is, if it wants to separate us, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will slay him. I just want to be with you. If the gods obstruct, I will slay the gods. If the heavens obstruct, I will destroy the heavens. Wang Beihai said each word to Xiao Min, whose eyes were filled with determination, causing Xiao Min to be completely captivated. Beihai, thank you. Xiao Min closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around Wang Beihai's neck, and passionately kissed him. Feeling Xiao Min's passion, Wang Beihai reciprocated her affection. Just as he was about to fully relax, Xiao Min suddenly patted him on the back. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he passed out. Beihai, I'm sorry. Xiao Min, with tears in her eyes, helped Wang Beihai lie down on a nearby bench. She gazed at him with reluctance. After some thought, Xiao Min's eyes hardened. She took out a delicate jade pendant from her pocket and placed it in Wang Beihai's pocket. Then, she stroked his hair lovingly. Beihai, please forgive me. Being your woman, I am truly happy. If we ever have the chance to meet again, I will surely be your wife. That will be even more blissful. Saying this, Xiao Min found some paper and a pen, wrote a few lines, and placed them beside Wang Beihai before hurriedly leaving. Min, don't go. In the evening, Wang Beihai suddenly sat up from the bench, reaching out but grasping empty air. Looking around, the familiar figure was no longer there. A sense of desolation flashed in Wang Beihai's eyes. At that moment, his hand happened to touch the note Xiao Min had left. He quickly picked it up and read, Watch the sky at dawn, watch the clouds at dusk, thinking of you whether walking or sitting. Take care. Those few words pierced Wang Beihai's heart like needles. Min, what could make you leave me so decisively? Wang Beihai, in anguish, covered his forehead and suddenly remembered the consequences Xiao Min had mentioned. His heart shuddered. It must be because I'm too weak. Min didn't dare tell me. I'm so useless. Wang Beihai blamed himself and pounded his chest. After a while, he stopped, reached into his pocket, and felt something small. Pulling it out, he saw a delicate jade pendant. Wang Beihai looked at the pendant, his eyes widening. This is a spirit jade. Feeling the unique aura of the jade, Wang Beihai's heart rejoiced. He tried to transmit his spiritual energy into the jade. Soon, the jade emitted a hum. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he increased the output of his spiritual energy. Suddenly, the jade emitted a purple light, revealing a vision of an earthly paradise before Wang Beihai's eyes. The vision lasted only a few seconds before disappearing, but those few seconds gave Wang Beihai immense hope. Could it be that Min is there? Wang Beihai murmured, his heart filled with renewed hope. Don't worry, Min. I will definitely find you. But before that, I must become stronger. Wang Beihai clenched his fist, thinking of Xiao Min's final words to him. A sense of pressure surged in his heart. Master, there you are. I finally found you. At that moment, Li Zhenshi's voice came, looking like he had been searching for a long time. Nothing, just resting from being tired. Wang Beihai smiled and made an excuse. Oh, I see. Li Zhenshi didn't suspect anything and looked around curiously. What are you looking for? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. I heard from Xiaopeng that you brought your fiancée here. I'm looking for her. To be my master's wife. She can't be too bad. Li Zhenshi said while curiously examining the surroundings, looking like an old rascal. Upon hearing Li Zhenshi's words, Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with sadness, then quickly returned to clarity, clearing his throat. You can't just meet your master's wife. She has gone back for some business. Next time, I'll definitely introduce her to you. All right, it's a deal. Next time, I must meet the master's wife. Li Zhenshi laughed loudly. Yes, we have a deal. We will definitely meet again. Wang Beihai raised his head, looked at the sky, and unconsciously raised the corner of his mouth. Hashtag chapter 111. A new chapter. In the following days, Wang Beihai changed his usual carefree demeanor. He spent his days at Jishirtang, diagnosing patients, and during his spare time, he would guide Li Zhenshi and Peng Hao. At night, Wang Beihai was equally busy. Normally averse to socializing, he surprisingly started attending various parties with Ren Yunfei, Lui Hong, and others. Through these interactions, he naturally met many figures from the upper echelons of society. After half a month, one morning, Wang Beihai arrived at Jishirtang as usual for his shift. Just as he sat down and was about to start, he heard the sound of high heels approaching. Looking up, he saw the door to the consultation room being pushed open forcefully. Ling Ruoying stood at the entrance, glaring at Wang Beihai with anger in her eyes. Wang Beihai's heart tightened as he realized he hadn't contacted Ling Ruoying since his return. He awkwardly smiled at her. Hi, long time no see. He scratched his head, struggling to find the right words. Long time no see, my foot, Ling Ruoying retorted, rolling her eyes. Today, she had dressed up meticulously, with exquisite makeup, a sexy black wraparound miniskirt, and elegant high heels. Even a mere eye roll from her was stunningly beautiful. Do you even know how to come back? Ling Ruoying said, crossing her arms and turning her head away, feigning anger. I'm sorry, Wang Beihai muttered, not knowing what else to say, only bowing his head repeatedly in apology. At that moment, he felt a gentle fragrance wafting towards him. Looking up, he saw Ling Ruoying had approached him. What's there to apologize for? She snorted coldly. Then without giving Wang Beihai a chance to react, she wrapped her slender arms around him and whispered, as long as you're back safe. Feeling Ling Ruoying's concern, Wang Beihai was both touched and helpless. They say the hardest thing to repay is a beauty's kindness. Now that he had Xiao Min, even if the person in front of him was 1,000 times better than Xiao Min, Wang Beihai only acknowledged Xiao Min. Thinking this, Wang Beihai gently pushed Ling Ruoying away. She was slightly stunned and then looked at him quizzically. Ruoying, how's the company doing lately? Wang Beihai saw her expression and quickly changed the subject. As expected, when the topic of work came up, Ling Ruoying refocused her thoughts and said seriously, thanks to you, Ruoying International has firmly held the top spot in skincare products with the beauty cream and immortal water. The only issue is that customers are always complaining about the slow updates. It's true that just 2 products aren't enough to sustain such a large market. We've been researching new products, but none of them compare to your formulations. I wonder how your brain works, Ling Ruoying said, her eyes sparkling with a different kind of emotion as she looked at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai nodded, deliberately avoiding her gaze, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got it. I have another formula, a health tea that not only beautifies the skin but also helps people lose weight quickly without side effects. Long-term consumption also has health benefits. Really? Ling Ruoying's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was easy to imagine that if this product truly had such miraculous effects, Ruoying International's status would rise even further. Yes, really, Wang Beihai smiled. The prototype of this tea was based on Lui Hong's prescription, which only needed minor adjustments to become a weight loss sensation. That's wonderful, Ling Ruoying exclaimed, hugging Wang Beihai and planting a kiss on his head. Taken by surprise, Wang Beihai blushed and quickly pushed her away, coughing awkwardly. Ling Ruoying seemed to realize her actions were inappropriate and blushed, saying, "Sorry, I got too excited. By the way, can you leave work early today? My grandfather wants to invite you for dinner. Maybe another day. I'm busy these days. Once I'm done, I'll personally bring good wine to visit him. Today, please convey my apologies for me," Wang Beihai replied without hesitation. Ling Ruoying stared at Wang Beihai, feeling that something was different about him, as if he was deliberately distancing himself from her. "Do you have something on your mind?" she finally asked after a long pause. "No, what could I have on my mind?" Wang Beihai smiled, pretending to be nonchalant. Seeing this, Ling Ruoying sighed in relief, then hesitated before saying, "No matter what, if you need someone to talk to, I'm willing to be your first listener." After saying this, she blushed and ran off. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Beihai sighed deeply. Flowers may have intentions, but the flowing water is indifferent, and in this case, the water refers to Wang Beihai himself. That night, after finishing his shift, Wang Beihai sat leisurely at a tea table on the top floor of the Dihao Hotel. Opposite him sat Ren Yunfei, Lui Hong, and Zhu Lingji. "What a fine tea," Lui Hong said, sipping the tea and showing a look of enjoyment. "You should try it too," Wang Beihai smiled, gesturing for Ren Yunfei and Zhu Lingji to drink. They lifted their cups and inhaled, the refreshing aroma instantly filling their lungs. "What a fragrant tea!" Ren Yunfei and Zhu Lingji exclaimed in unison, smiling at each other before drinking the tea in one go. Their brows immediately relaxed, showing expressions of satisfaction. "What kind of tea is this?" Zhu Lingji's eyes became clear. With his status, he had tasted all kinds of famous teas, but none compared to the one Wang Beihai brewed, which made one feel at ease. "It's not anything special, just something I grew in the factory's open space. What do you think about its market potential if we were to sell it?" Wang Beihai smiled, pulling out an iron box from his pocket, which contained the tea leaves. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lingji and the others perked up, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In short, if this tea is indeed grown in the distillery and can be mass-produced, it would definitely dominate the market, Ren Yunfei said, trying to remain calm but unable to hide his excitement. Zhu Lingji and Lui Hong nodded in agreement. "Then it's settled. Our next step is to sell tea. Anyone interested in investing?" Wang Beihai decisively made the decision. With the success of the distillery, the three men didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. The next day, Wang Beihai contacted Su Jianquan from the construction team and quickly began preparations for building the tea factory. A week later, two shocking news items erupted in Longquan County. The first was the emergence of a tea called Immortal Tea, which, with its elegant taste and refreshing fragrance, quickly swept through Longquan County, becoming a favorite gift among celebrities and high-ranking officials. The second was Ruoying International's long-awaited new product, the weight loss miracle Guerin tea, which instantly became a hit among the wealthy ladies. Wang Beihai's name was once again propelled to the pinnacle of Longquan County. While everyone celebrated, far away at the border, Haya looked grimly at the TV screen, smashing the remote in anger. His eyes glinted with cold light. "Wang Beihai, you really didn't die." Chapter 112. Reunion with Lin Feng. "Good old Bei, I never thought you'd survive such a perilous situation," Black Cliff sneered, his eyes fixed coldly on Wang Beihai's image on the television. He licked his lips with his tongue, and then pulled Mo Yuyan, who was leaning against his thigh, up abruptly. Pointing at Wang Beihai on the screen, he asked, "Darling, do you recognize this man?" Mo Yuyan, upon hearing this, forced her half-closed eyes open slightly. When she saw Wang Beihai's face, she abruptly stood up from Black Cliff's lap, her eyes widening in shock. "This face, I will never forget it. That neighbor, little Wang. It's him who brought me to this wretched state." As she spoke, her body trembled violently. "Excellent. It seems my guess was correct," Black Cliff said with a sinister smile, pleased by Mo Yuyan's confirmation. "So, little Wang is indeed Wang Beihai. This is getting interesting. Old grudges and new hatreds will be settled together this time. I won't let you escape so easily." Black Cliff spoke coldly, while Mo Yuyan beside him clenched her teeth. "Yes, this time we must make him suffer unbearably. I will make sure he experiences my wrath." Just as she spoke, Black Cliff frowned and slapped Mo Yuyan across the face. She let out a soft cry and fell to the ground. Black Cliff leaned down, lifting her chin with his hand, and said discontentedly, "Remember, it is I who have the power to punish him, not you. Put away your worthless pride. Without me, you are nothing but a stray dog." With that, Black Cliff tore off Mo Yuyan's clothes and began to violate her without restraint. Mo Yuyan, with tears in her eyes, felt immense humiliation. As she endured the tearing pain, she couldn't help but look at Wang Beihai on the television, her eyes burning with a desire for revenge. While Black Cliff was tormenting Mo Yuyan, Wang Beihai had already returned to Wulong Village. "The television coverage must be widely publicized. The more places it reaches, the better," he said, ending the call and walking into the newly constructed tea factory, pleased with the fresh growth of tea leaves. "It seems the upgraded version of the Gathering Spirit Array is much more effective than before," Wang Beihai mused with a smile. A week ago, he had rearranged the Gathering Spirit Array according to the method in the Book of Heaven, and now it not only covered a larger area but also gathered more potent spiritual energy. With these two explosive pieces of news, the Black Gold Association should have received them by now, Wang Beihai thought with a smile. His grand publicity was not just to boost product sales but more importantly, to let Black Cliff know that he was still alive. "It's time to take the next step," Wang Beihai said, approaching a tea tree, inhaling its fragrance, and then opening his eyes with a slight smile. The next morning, Wang Beihai surprisingly did not go to the Jishir Hall. Instead, he contacted Lin Feng, someone he hadn't spoken to in a long time. "You finally remembered to contact me, huh?" Lin Feng said, playfully complaining as he patted Wang Beihai's shoulder in the restaurant. "What, are you too big a boss now to care about us little bodyguards?" "No," Wang Beihai replied with a smile, feeling guilty for not having contacted Lin Feng since the winery was established. He picked up a bag from a nearby chair and handed it to Lin Feng. "What's this?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled, but his eyes widened in astonishment when he opened the bag. "Wow, great young liquor, immortal tea, beauty cream, and divine water. That's quite the generous gift." "Hee, I promised you this earlier, but then I got busy and some things happened, so it was delayed until now. I'm really sorry," Wang Beihai said sincerely with a smile. "Ah, it's no big deal. I've heard about your situation, and unfortunately, we couldn't help much due to our limited abilities. As long as you're safe, that's what matters," Lin Feng said, his eyes glistening as he raised his glass towards Wang Beihai. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt warmth in his heart and clinked his glass with Lin Feng's, truly acknowledging him as a brother. "By the way, you wouldn't have contacted me today just to say you missed me, would you?" Lin Feng asked directly after finishing his drink. "I want to join forces with you to fight against the Black Gold Association," Wang Beihai said without beating around the bush. "What? Fight against the Black Gold Association?" Lin Feng exclaimed, jumping up from his seat, then quickly realizing his voice was too loud and lowering it as he sat back down, whispering to Wang Beihai, "Brother, are you okay? I only have a small security company. How can I help you against such a colossal entity?" "I'm fine," Wang Beihai replied, shaking his head, then reached into his jacket and handed a book to Lin Feng. "Take a look at this book first." Lin Feng took the book and was immediately engrossed. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, knowing that the book contained a simplified version of the Haoyan Jingqi, which was enough to help ordinary people quickly break through the barriers of martial arts without needing numerous spiritual herbs. Sure enough, after a short while, Wang Beihai felt a faint spiritual energy fluctuation beside him, indicating that Lin Feng was beginning to awaken. "Let me help you," Wang Beihai said with a smile, placing his hand on Lin Feng's back. A few minutes later, Lin Feng let out a long sigh, and when he regained his senses, his entire demeanor had changed. "How do you feel?" Wang Beihai asked with a smile. Lin Feng stared at Wang Beihai for a long time, then clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you." Wang Beihai was taken aback and then laughed. "It was just a small favor. No need to thank me." "No, you don't understand," Lin Feng said, straightening up and looking gratefully at Wang Beihai. "I've always been pursuing the realm of martial arts, but no matter how much I challenged and strived, it was all in vain. I could break through physical limits, but I could never break through the barrier of this realm. Until today, when I met you. To you, it might seem like a small favor, but to me, it's a new beginning." With that, Lin Feng bowed again to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, seeing this, no longer demurred and said, "So, how about it? Do you still want to join forces?" Lin Feng's eyes sharpened. "The Black Gold Association is indeed formidable, but my hundreds of brothers are not cowards. Many of them, like me, are warriors seeking the path of martial arts. If your technique can be practiced by them, we can give it a try." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Beihai was overjoyed and immediately raised his glass. "It's settled then. Starting tomorrow, I'll begin training you all. By then, even if the Black Gold Association comes, we won't have to fear them." "Agreed," Lin Feng said, downing his drink in one gulp and then looking at the book in his hand, his eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 113, Lin Feng's Team. The next day, Lin Feng arrived at the Emperor's Pride Hotel early in the morning to pick up Wang Beihai and drove out of the city. Isn't your company in the city?" Wang Beihai looked around and asked in confusion. "Hee, the company is in the city, but the training base isn't necessarily in the city," Lin Feng said mysteriously with a smile. "Most of my brothers are retired veterans from the battlefield, and the least capable are underground boxing experts. The city is too small and has too many restrictions, naturally not meeting the training requirements. Don't be surprised when we get to the training base later." As he spoke, Lin Feng stepped on the gas, and the car sped out of the city, heading straight to the suburbs. Before long, Lin Feng parked the car at the foot of a mountain. Wang Beihai got out and saw a winding staircase leading up to a dense forest. From a distance, he could see many figures moving nimbly among the trees, and occasionally hear shouts coming from the forest. "This place is pretty good," Wang Beihai said, looking up at the sky where the sun had just risen over the mountain. "Of course," Lin Feng said proudly, patting his chest and nudging Wang Beihai with his elbow. "Hey, we agreed yesterday that this martial art manual is mine. Even if I show it to my brothers, you can't go back on your word." Seeing Lin Feng's childish serious expression, Wang Beihai couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't go back on my word." Wang Beihai shook his head, and seeing Lin Feng still looking worried, he raised his hand and made an oath gesture, which finally put Lin Feng at ease. Wang Beihai shrugged helplessly. Lin Feng didn't know that the martial art manual he treasured so much was something Wang Beihai could easily obtain. "All right, let's go up," Lin Feng said with a smile, taking the lead up the stairs and turning to look at Wang Beihai. "If you can't even keep up with me, my brothers won't be convinced by you." With that, Lin Feng laughed loudly and ran towards the top of the mountain. "Hee, such a big man, still so playful," Wang Beihai said with a smile, shaking his head, and with a slight movement of his foot, he disappeared from the spot. On the way up, Lin Feng moved nimbly, as if walking on flat ground despite the steep slope. In less than 10 minutes, he had already reached the barracks at the top of the mountain. Where's Beihai? Isn't he still behind me?" Lin Feng looked around but didn't see Wang Beihai. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. It seems even martial artists can't fly over walls and roofs. As Lin Feng spoke proudly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. He turned around to see Wang Beihai smiling and holding a freshly brewed cup of hot coffee. You. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Wang Beihai smiled and took a sip of the coffee. What are you talking about? You're too slow. I've already brewed this coffee by the time you arrived. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a tingle in his scalp, unable to figure out how Wang Beihai had managed it. Unable to come up with an answer, Lin Feng could only shrug and shake his head with a bitter smile. Well, I took a look just now, and your training camp is quite interesting, Wang Beihai said with a smile, patting Lin Feng's shoulder and changing the subject to the training camp. At Wang Beihai's words, Lin Feng immediately perked up. That's right. By the way, the path we took just now was just the morning warm-up. The real challenge is yet to come. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a whistle from his pocket and blew it gently. Immediately, the forest rustled, and countless figures emerged from the trees. In less than 3 minutes, the once empty field was filled with people. Wang Beihai counted them and found there were over 200, each one robust and impressive. This is far better than the enforcers of the Ling and Mo families, Wang Beihai thought to himself. Attention! Stand at ease, attention! Lin Feng shouted, and everyone responded in unison. Boss, hello? The sound was thunderous, giving the impression of facing an army of millions. 10 men per group, begin this morning's training, Lin Feng ordered, and everyone quickly formed groups and started different training exercises. Such efficient action speed, Wang Beihai said, narrowing his eyes. The best is yet to come, Lin Feng said with a smile, leading Wang Beihai around the camp. After a few steps, they saw the first group of people, 2 men each, engaging in combat, each move fully powered. Further ahead were various obstacle courses, followed by actual combat simulation and shooting ranges. Although the camp seemed small, it took half an hour to walk around it. It encompassed all the daily training routines of special forces, and even Wang Beihai couldn't help but be impressed. Not bad. No wonder you can be Ren Yunfei's bodyguard, Wang Beihai nodded. Just as Lin Feng was feeling proud, Wang Beihai changed the subject. However, I think it's still not enough. With just this, you can't fight against the Black Gold Society. Have them stop training for now. I'll help you design future training routines. Lin Feng was initially stunned, but upon hearing that Wang Beihai would personally oversee the training, he was overjoyed. He knew about Wang Beihai's one-man one-sword stand against the Black Gold Society, and having such a seasoned warrior as an instructor was undoubtedly the best. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately blew the whistle. Soon, everyone gathered again. This time, before Lin Feng could speak, Wang Beihai stepped forward first. Wang Beihai scanned the crowd and said disdainfully, "Is this what you call training? Is this what you call special forces and underground fighters? Is this the highest level your boss talks about? If that's the case, you might as well go to bed. The way you are now, what's the difference between this and a vacation?" Wang Beihai's words caused Lin Feng's eyes to widen. None of these men were easy to provoke, and such words were undoubtedly seeking trouble. Lin Feng wanted to stop it, but found that everyone present was glaring angrily. You, a kid with no hair on your face, dare to say such things? A burly man with a scar on his face stepped out from the crowd. Li Kuei, what are you doing? Get back, Lin Feng shouted, his eyelids twitching. But before he could say more, Wang Beihai waved his hand. Don't worry about me. I want to see how good your soldiers are. Lin Feng had no choice but to step back. Seeing this, the crowd immediately cheered, encouraging Li Kuei to step forward. Yes, I'm just a kid with no hair on my face, but what I want to say is, you're not even as good as me, this kid. Wang Beihai's face was calm, but his words were like pouring oil on fire, and the soldiers, unable to bear it, started shouting for Li Kuei to deal with Wang Beihai. You shouldn't have come here, brat, Li Kuei sneered and reached out to grab Wang Beihai. It had to be said that although Li Kuei was large, his movements were not slow. Even Lin Feng had to be wary of him. But facing Li Kuei's attack, Wang Beihai was not afraid at all. Compared to enemies like Huang Fuling, Li Kuei was just like a 3-year-old child in his eyes. Wang Beihai's lips curved slightly, and with a slight movement of his foot, his body instantly leaped into the air, turning in an incredible arc before landing steadily on the ground. Seeing his attack miss, Li Kuei quickly adjusted his position and kicked directly towards where Wang Beihai stood. Wang Beihai, having anticipated this, dodged to the side, and Li Kuei's kick once again missed its mark. After several minutes of this, Li Kuei still hadn't touched Wang Beihai's body. "You're just dodging around. What kind of hero are you? Have the guts to face me head-on," Li Kuei shouted angrily, his mind thrown into chaos by Wang Beihai. "All right, I'll grant your wish," Wang Beihai said. Wang Beihai let out a cold laugh, stopped in his tracks, crossed his arms, and looked disdainfully at Li Kuei. "You asked for it, brat." Li Kuei let out a loud laugh, and then threw a powerful punch directly at Wang Beihai. Lin Feng and everyone else widened their eyes, eagerly anticipating this fight with little suspense. This time, Wang Beihai did not dodge. He met Li Kuei's punch head-on with his own fist. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, Li Kuei was sent flying and landed heavily in a nearby mud pit. It was clear that he had lost, and lost completely. Hashtag Chapter 114, Dragon Slaying Team. How could this be? Lao Kuei actually lost in a direct confrontation. Fake, right? This Bazi must be on drugs. No way. We have to take this Bazi for a urine test. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with discussion, still angry but no longer looking at Wang Beihai with the previous disdain. No, even if he took drugs, the physical gap is real. Lin Feng frowned as he watched Wang Beihai, instinctively feeling a sense of dread. The young man in front of him seemed like a ticking time bomb, brimming with terrifying energy. "Wang Beihai, what kind of monster are you?" Lin Feng thought to himself, glancing at his brothers, who still showed signs of discontent. Clearly, just defeating Li Kuei wasn't enough to make them submit. Sure enough, at that moment, someone else stepped forward from the crowd. A short man slowly walked up to Li Kuei, showing no sympathy but rather sneered, "Heh, useless trash." However, no one, including Li Kuei, voiced any doubt or ridicule. Instead, they all watched the man intently. What's going on? Feeling the unusual atmosphere, Wang Beihai gave Lin Feng a look. To his surprise, when he turned around, Lin Feng was also full of shock. He's called Ghost Master. He rarely makes a move, but when he does, he takes lives. He's a real mercenary who's retired from the battlefield. Don't judge him by his size. He's ruthless. Lin Feng said sternly, hoping Wang Beihai would retract his challenge. Unexpectedly, Wang Beihai just smiled and extended his hand towards Ghost Master. "One isn't enough. I want to fight 10. Hearing this, the crowd instantly erupted. "Wow, this Bazi is too arrogant. Damn it, Bazi, you're dead for sure." Arrogance really does bring its own door, doesn't it? Listening to the crowd's chatter, Ghost Master's eyelids twitched, clearly displeased with Wang Beihai's performance. "Bazi, the last person as arrogant as you I saw was on the battlefield 10 years ago, and I sent him to his grave," Ghost Master muttered, pulling out a dagger from his waist and licking it. "My dagger hasn't tasted blood in years. Today, I'll use you to whet its appetite." Without waiting for Lin Feng to say anything, Ghost Master dashed towards Wang Beihai, slashing his dagger precisely towards his throat. Not bad speed. However, in Wang Beihai's eyes, the lightning-fast move seemed like slow motion. He easily dodged the dagger with a slight turn. Ghost Master's eyes flickered, and with a flick of his hand, the dagger fell. Just as it was about to hit the ground, Ghost Master's other hand caught it and slashed upward fiercely. This unexpected change genuinely startled Wang Beihai. Unable to dodge in time, a fine cut appeared on his arm. Seeing this, the crowd cheered again. Interesting move. Wang Beihai glanced at the wound on his arm, then beckoned to Ghost Master, his playful gaze turning serious. Ghost Master was also secretly shocked. His counter-stab had been a sure kill, yet Wang Beihai had dodged it. Thinking quickly, Ghost Master pulled out another dagger from his waist, thrusting both daggers towards Wang Beihai. In the arena, Ghost Master's two daggers danced with unparalleled skill, slashing from unexpected angles at Wang Beihai. For a moment, Wang Beihai could only dodge. The crowd cheered for Ghost Master again. However, Ghost Master was already astonished. Despite using all his deadly moves, he couldn't touch Wang Beihai. Just as the cheers reached their peak, Wang Beihai laughed loudly at the crowd. Watch closely. This is what real combat looks like. In a high-stakes match, there's no need for fancy moves. A decisive strike is the best choice. With that, Wang Beihai's eyes locked onto Ghost Master, who felt a surge of danger and tried to withdraw his move, but it was too late. Wang Beihai smiled and sidestepped, placing a hand strike on Ghost Master's neck at the same time. In an instant, all movement ceased. The force of Wang Beihai's strike lifted Ghost Master's hair. Ghost Master glanced at Wang Beihai, swallowing hard. If Wang Beihai hadn't held back, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Thinking this, Ghost Master tremblingly put his daggers away and clasped his hands in salute. Brother Bei is indeed formidable. Thank you for showing mercy. With that, Ghost Master walked back to the group, this time without any trace of arrogance. Now, no one in the group dared to speak. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then stepped forward and announced loudly, "From today on, I am your new coach and your team leader, while Lin Feng remains your boss." This statement elicited some boos from the crowd, but after the previous two fights, they were much calmer. As your coach, I have 2 points to make. Wang Beihai scanned the crowd's expressions, then nodded in satisfaction before continuing. First, my training will be 10 to 100 times harder than what you're used to. If there are any delicate flowers who can't take the hardship, please leave now. The crowd burst into laughter at Wang Beihai's first condition, scoffing in disdain. Second, once our team is trained, you will all serve me. When needed, you will act like my gun, pointing where I aim. Our recent enemy is the Black Gold Society. As soon as Wang Beihai finished, the crowd's laughter ceased, and many began to stir. Several younger members stepped forward, ready to leave, clearly finding these terms beyond their acceptance. Very well, you can go. Wang Beihai didn't mince words, waving them off, and they left after a few curses. Good. Looking at the remaining 100 or so, Wang Beihai nodded again, then called Lin Feng over and nodded to him. Lin Feng understood, stamping his feet and shouting, his martial artist aura erupting instantly. The crowd gasped in surprise. Just a day ago, Lin Feng was just a skilled special forces soldier. How did he become a martial artist overnight, reaching the level of a martial master? Everyone had the same question, and Ghost Master's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Wang Beihai. At that moment, Wang Beihai spoke again. Of course, I know you're afraid of the Black Gold Society's power, but think about it. If we were a team composed entirely of martial artists, what kind of formidable force would that be? As an exchange, I can't teach you the cultivation techniques. It was only now that Wang Beihai dangled the bait. Indeed, under the condition of becoming martial artists, those who initially complained quickly changed sides, agreeing to Wang Beihai's terms. I underestimated you. Standing aside, Lin Feng watched as Wang Beihai had the team in order within an hour, unable to help but sigh. Let's give the team a name. Calling it a security company is too embarrassing. Lin Feng added. That's true. Wang Beihai stroked his chin, then his eyes lit up as he addressed the crowd. From today on, we'll be called the Dragon Slaying Team. Chapter 115. Attack. Dragon Slayers? Haha, what a domineering name. Lin Feng repeated the name Wang Beihai had given, couldn't help but burst into laughter, and soon, the whole team followed suit. After a brief introduction, Wang Beihai dialed Yang Li's number and told him about a large number of herbs, the quantity of which was astonishing. After hanging up the phone, Wang Beihai looked at everyone with a sinister smile. Today's first lesson, body tempering. Your physical development is far from its limit. Now, everyone run to the foot of the mountain and back up. 1 round trip is a set. Run 50 sets, finish before lunch, and those who don't finish, no lunch. Ah! As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, groans of despair came from the team. Normally, running up and down a few laps was routine, but running 50 laps within a time limit seemed almost impossible. Those who want to stay, follow suit. At the moment of hesitation, Lin Feng shouted and led the way down the mountain. Seeing this, everyone shouted and followed Lin Feng's footsteps. Lin Feng, you've led a good team. Wang Beihai squinted and smiled, then walked to the side and picked up a cup of coffee. Before long, it was noon. With the rise in temperature, many in the team had turned pale and started to feel weak. Except for Lin Feng and Ghost Elder, whose faces remained normal, the others were groaning in pain. At that moment, a large truck drove up the mountain. Before the doors opened, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted from the carriage. What is this? Just as everyone was puzzled, they suddenly noticed Wang Beihai's figure by the truck. When did he come down? How did we not notice? Everyone was surprised, and their guesses about Wang Beihai's strength grew even more. To think he has such skill at a young age. Ghost Elder stood beside Lin Feng, expressing his admiration. Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly startled. Ghost Elder had never said such things about others before, and thinking about it, he felt a sense of wonder. Why think so much? Let's run. There are still more than 10 laps, and I still want to eat. Ghost Elder patted Lin Feng on the back, and then quickly ran up the mountain. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly followed. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai, after giving the driver a few instructions, found another road up the mountain with the truck and arrived at the training camp. As soon as he got off the truck, Wang Beihai looked up at the sun in the sky, then instructed the driver to park by the pool. The back of the truck opened, and the herbs fell into the pool. After finishing this, Wang Beihai took out a barbecue grill and fresh ingredients from the truck, setting up a barbecue right in the camp. The enticing aroma slowly drifted into the woods, and many exhausted team members, despite their hunger, ran harder, spurred on by the smell. Finally, half an hour later, Ghost Elder and Lin Feng completed the task first and sat down beside Wang Beihai, devouring the barbecue. Seeing this, the other team members pushed themselves to their limits, all wanting a bite of the barbecue. An hour later, all the team members had finished the task. Looking around, the camp was filled with men gasping for breath. All right, you have 5 minutes to eat the barbecue, then get into the pool. Wang Beihai glanced at the pool water, which had turned purple-black due to the herbs, then stood up, stretched, and shouted to everyone. Hearing this, some team members who hadn't eaten yet groaned and started gnawing on half-cooked barbecue. Let's try it first. At that moment, Lin Feng and Ghost Elder stood up, walked to the pool, looked at the water, and without a word, stripped off their clothes and jumped in. Just as Lin Feng braced himself for the pain, a very gentle energy flowed into his body. Lin Feng was overjoyed, lifted his head out of the water, and exchanged a glance with Ghost Elder. It was clear that both were enjoying the sensation. With splashes, the team members jumped into the pool one by one, all showing the same expression as Lin Feng. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile. The herbal formula not only effectively relieved fatigue but also accelerated metabolism, achieving the effect of strengthening the body. By the end of the morning, no one in the team questioned Wang Beihai. Everyone's eyes were filled with reverence. In the afternoon, Wang Beihai had Lin Feng teach everyone a simplified version of the Haoyan Jingqi Ju. In just one day, half of them broke through barriers and became martial artists. This made Wang Beihai the undisputed leader and boss in everyone's eyes. The next day, Wang Beihai demonstrated combat techniques. Unlike before, every move of Wang Beihai's was extremely cunning. Each attack aimed at the opponent's vital points with full force. By the end of the day, many were seriously injured, but with Wang Beihai's medicinal support, they quickly recovered. On the third day, Wang Beihai increased the training difficulty again, but everyone managed to endure. In the following days, except for changing the morning training, Wang Beihai spent the rest of the time soaking in the pool and practicing. By the fifth day, Li Zhenshi called Wang Beihai. As soon as Wang Beihai picked up the phone, his expression turned grim. 20 minutes later, Wang Beihai rushed to Ji Shitang. From afar, he saw smoke rising from the top floor of Ji Shitang. Wang Beihai arrived at the scene, where many were covering their noses and running downstairs. The collapsed stones from the bomb had crushed some people, including Yang Li. What happened? How is the situation? Wang Beihai saw Li Zhenshi in the crowd and hurried over to ask. I don't know what happened. Li Zhenshi, flustered, shouted. His forehead was also scratched, and his emotions were unstable. Today, we saw someone suspicious coming to the clinic. When the security personnel approached to question him, the bomb exploded. At that moment, a soot-covered Peng Hao stepped forward. Sister Li saved a patient and was crushed by the stones. Now, we're waiting for rescue. Master, it's too dangerous to go now. Seeing Wang Beihai about to approach, Peng Hao hurriedly stopped him, but Wang Beihai had already reached the ruins. Wang Beihai closed his eyes and his spiritual sense immediately detected Yang Li's weak presence. We can't wait any longer. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, and without drawing attention, he placed his hand on the large stone in front of him, exerting force. The stone shattered, and Wang Beihai quickly moved the stones aside, pulling out Yang Li and several others. Then, Wang Beihai quickly took out silver needles and began treating the injured on the spot. When the fire brigade and ambulances arrived, Wang Beihai had already treated dozens of people. After sending Yang Li, Li Zhenshi, and a few others to the ambulance, Wang Beihai looked back at the destroyed Ji Shirtang and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Finally here, Black Gold Society. Chapter 116, Granting Techniques. That night, Wang Beihai stood outside the hospital ward, gazing at Yang Li who lay unconscious on the bed, his eyes flickering with heartache and fury. What a sinister move. Lu Yihong, standing beside Wang Beihai, shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. They came for me today. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. It was evident that the Black Gold Society had been observing him in secret all along. Otherwise, they wouldn't have directly brought a bomb to Ji Shirtang. As he spoke, Wang Beihai glanced at Lu Yihong and then patted his shoulder. Don't worry, as a brother, I won't let anything happen to you. If you're really scared, just cut ties with me. Hee, what are you saying, Haigu? Although I'm not a saint, I'm certainly not a coward who fears death. In the time I've known you, I've gained a lot of benefits. I wouldn't do anything as treacherous as crossing the bridge and tearing it down. Lu Yihong snorted. Although he was scared, he would rather face the Black Gold Society than betray his brothers. Wang Beihai nodded slightly, his eyes flickering. In that case, call Laoren, Zhu Xiao, and a few other close brothers. Now, meet at your Dihao Hotel. Lu Yihong nodded and, without asking further, hurried to make the calls. Wang Beihai glanced at Yang Li, feeling a tinge of worry, and then dialed Lin Feng's number. Within half an hour, Lin Feng arrived with a few burly men. After understanding the situation, Lin Feng slammed his fist into a nearby stone pillar, cracking the marble pillar. Damn the Black Gold Society. They don't even care about the lives of ordinary people just to deal with you. Don't worry about anything else. Li Kuei and Lao Gui are overseeing the training at the dragon slaying team. If anything happens, I'll contact you immediately. As Lin Feng spoke, he made a few familiar gestures, and the men immediately understood, nodding and disguising themselves as passers-by, sitting in different positions that seemed casual but effectively locked down the ward entrance. Seeing this, Wang Beihai didn't say more and patted Lin Feng's shoulder before leaving with Lu Yihong. 10 minutes later, at the top floor of Dihao Hotel, Wang Beihai looked gravely at Lu Yihong and the others. You must have heard about my situation. Are you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? At this moment, Ren Yunfei spoke first, and the others nodded in agreement. Zhu Lingji even stood up, slightly angered, saying, The Black Gold Society has always been rampant, relying on their strategically located headquarters and endless tactics, evading government military encirclements multiple times. My father said that as long as you don't go too far in Tianshang Renjian, he supports you. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhu Lingfeng to tacitly approve of his slaughter. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. The Black Gold Society has indeed overstepped in recent years, not only controlling most of the underground smuggling and drug trades, but also doing many things that force good people into prostitution, leading to many families being torn apart and ruined. Zhu Lingji said indignantly, In recent years, my father has clashed with them many times, but each time he returns defeated. In the long run, forced by their power, Even my father can only watch from the sidelines and hate in his heart. But your emergence has severely struck the Black Gold Society's arrogance. This is a good thing. Beihai, my father said that if there ever comes a day when we truly go to war with the Black Gold Society, he will fully support you. After saying this, Zhu Lingji looked deeply at Wang Beihai. This was not only his father Zhu Lingfeng's intention, but also Zhu Lingji's personal wish. With Zhu Lingji's words, the others naturally set aside their concerns and strongly supported Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai nodded gratefully, then took out several manuals from his bosom. These techniques are my own summaries. If you trust me, you can try practicing them. They can help you quickly break through your own barriers and become true martial artists. At this, everyone looked at each other in amazement. People of their level had heard of martial artists to varying degrees, but hearing Wang Beihai say this today felt like opening a new world. Are there really martial artists in this world? Zhang Shuming flipped through the manual, unable to help but ask. Just then, an unusual energy emanated from Ren Yunfei beside Zhang Shuming. Wang Beihai smiled slightly, placing his hand on Ren Yunfei's shoulder and injecting his own spiritual energy into him. Soon, a pop sound was heard, and Ren Yunfei opened his eyes, his brow now carrying a hint of sharpness. The truth was more convincing than any words. Ren Yunfei's transformation spoke louder than any argument. Seeing this, Lu Yihong immediately pulled the manual from Wang Beihai's hand and began practicing according to the contents, with the others following suit. An hour later, everyone present had entered the ranks of martial artists. What is this feeling? I now feel like I can break a tree with a single palm, Lu Yihong said, his eyes shining as he felt the surging energy in his body, laughing heartily. Now, don't even mention the Black Gold Society. Even if their mother comes, I wouldn't be afraid. Compared to Lu Yihong's excitement, Zhu Lingji was more composed. He looked at his hands and then thanked Wang Beihai. Thank you, Beihai brother. I have one more request. I don't know if you can agree? As Zhu Lingji spoke, he glanced at the manual in his hand. Wang Beihai lightly glanced and immediately understood Zhu Lingji's intention. The manual is yours. Take it back and cultivate a few loyal bodyguards. In these special times, it's also a form of self-protection. Hearing Wang Beihai's words, everyone was stunned, looking at him with gratitude in their eyes. All right, the main reason I called you here today is for this. Remember, before confronting the Black Gold Society head-on, make sure to protect your own safety. That's it for today. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving first. After saying this, Wang Beihai stood up and walked straight to the elevator, taking it downstairs. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai arrived in his room at Dihao Hotel, taking out a stack of blank books. As he recalled the cultivation techniques given to him by the Book of No Words, he simplified them through his own deductions and wrote them down. This continued until late at night. Just as Wang Beihai was writing enthusiastically, a sudden gust of cold wind blew in, and a long shadow appeared behind him under the light. You're here. Wang Beihai didn't even look up, still writing his book. You're really something. It's rare for me to dress so sexy today, and you won't even look up at me. From the darkness, a slender figure slowly emerged, her beautiful face illuminated by the light, revealing herself to be Yi Ying, who had been missing for a long time. Chapter 117. Reaching an Agreement. Who would have thought that the renowned Wang Beihai, the neighborly Wang next door, is not only a doctor who practices medicine but also a boss with hundreds of millions in assets, Nightingale said as she sauntered over to Wang Beihai, her chest inadvertently exposed as she leaned down to look at him. Oh, what are you writing? Nightingale pretended ignorance, bringing her mouth close to Wang Beihai's ear, and as she spoke, her warm breath rushed into his ear. Move away from me, or I guarantee there will be a dead cat in the trash tomorrow, Wang Beihai warned. Nightingale's pupils contracted sharply, and her body reflexively jumped back. You really don't know how to appreciate a woman, she said, glaring at Wang Beihai before plopping down on the bed, striking a seductive pose. After half an hour, Wang Beihai finished writing the last of the techniques, exhaling deeply. Turning around, he saw Nightingale provocatively lying on his bed. Get off my bed, he said sternly, his brow furrowing. Humph, stingy. Nightingale pouted, sitting up and glaring at Wang Beihai. I'm a girl, after all. Can't you be more generous as a man? Wang Beihai ignored her, pouring himself a glass of water and then looking at Nightingale. The premise is that you are human. Nightingale's face darkened instantly, and she stopped teasing him, extending her hand towards him. Humph, I've killed the person you asked me to. So, where's my payment? Don't worry, I always keep my promises, Wang Beihai said, pulling a small box from his pocket and tossing it to Nightingale without even looking. Nightingale opened the box to find a pale purple pill inside. She sniffed it and her eyes lit up with joy. So it's the rolling pill. I didn't expect you to have some skills, she said, tucking the box away before fixing Wang Beihai with a cold stare. We're even now, but I still need to tell you one thing. Don't be so quick to distinguish between humans and beasts. There are plenty of human beasts among humans, and not all beasts are bad. With that, Nightingale leaped to the window and prepared to leave. Wait, Wang Beihai called out, genuinely moved by Nightingale's words, a bold idea forming in his mind. What now? Nightingale asked impatiently. Want to sit down and chat? Wang Beihai pulled out a chair at the dining table, inviting Nightingale to sit. Nightingale raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued, but she still sat down. What's there to talk about? Aren't you quite disdainful of beasts? Wang Beihai remained silent, pouring a glass of fine wine and handing it to Nightingale before pouring one for himself. If my words earlier offended you, I apologize. Nightingale, though puzzled, responded by sipping her wine. You're quite the enigma, changing your attitude so often. Wang Beihai smiled, realizing Nightingale's words had enlightened him. Why couldn't humans and beasts coexist? Not all humans are good, and not all beasts are evil. It's the heart that determines one's nature. How about a deal? Wang Beihai proposed. What kind of deal? Nightingale asked, both puzzled and wary. You know my situation with the Black Gold Society. We're at odds, and they're always watching me, while I know nothing about them. Wang Beihai glanced meaningfully at Nightingale. Nightingale understood immediately. You want me to spy on the Black Gold Society? Exactly. Your agility and stealth are top-notch. This task shouldn't be too challenging for you. Nightingale abruptly stood up. Are you kidding? The Black Gold Society is full of powerful beings, including my own kind. Going there would be suicide. You're pushing me into a trap? As she turned to leave, Wang Beihai spoke slowly. As payment, I'll give you this supreme cultivation technique for beasts. He quickly wrote a few lines of the technique and handed it to Nightingale. Nightingale glanced at it, frozen in place. This is the 10,000 beast divine art, left by the ancient Kuanping ancestor. She trembled, following the lines and feeling a surge of pure energy. It's real. Nightingale stared at Wang Beihai incredulously. Legend has it that the 10,000 beast divine art is the highest cultivation method for beasts, lost during the ancient wars. How did you get it? That's none of your concern, Wang Beihai said, his respect for the wordless heavenly book growing. So, can we talk now? Wang Beihai glanced at Nightingale, whose eyes wavered. How do I know this technique isn't incomplete? Nightingale asked. You don't have a choice, Wang Beihai said with a smile, sipping his wine. Even with the rolling pill, your chances of breaking through to fully transform are only 1 or 2%. If you can't fully transform, you only have 3 years left to live. As a cultivator, do you really want to live in mediocrity, dying with regrets? Don't you want to ascend, to become a beast cultivator, even a deity? Wang Beihai's passionate words finally swayed Nightingale. Tired of the sidelong glances, she yearned to break free. Wang Beihai's words struck a chord. All right, I'll monitor the Black Gold Society's movements, Nightingale agreed, though reluctantly. But I have conditions, she added. What are they? Wang Beihai asked, pleased. First, if there's any danger, I'll retreat immediately, and you can't complain. Second, I want at least 1 page of the technique per week. Fine, no problem, Wang Beihai agreed readily. With Nightingale's help, countering the Black Gold Society would no longer be aimless. That settles it. If the Black Gold Society makes any moves, I'll inform you right away, Nightingale said, finishing her wine and leaping out the window from the 18th floor. You're really willing to take risks? A voice echoed in Wang Beihai's mind as the wordless heavenly book emerged from his body. Chapter 118. Strategic Deployment. I didn't expect you, Wang Beihai, to be so kind-hearted despite your lackadaisical appearance. The Book of No Words transformed into a luminous shadow and floated before Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Oh? What do you mean by that? Hmph. You can deceive others with your words, but not me. Knowing she is of the demon race, you still gave her the highest cultivation technique of the demon race. Aren't you afraid that the demon race will rise again in the future and overthrow the human rule? Is it that serious? Wang Beihai feigned a helpless expression and continued. You didn't tell me beforehand. Ignorance is no crime. I'll just stop giving it to her later. Facing Wang Beihai's evasion, the Book of No Words merely shook its head. You are inherently kind-hearted and would never go back on your word. Well, you gave her a chance at fortune. I hope she will understand the virtue of gratitude in the future. Heh, I call it a mutually beneficial arrangement. There's no need for gratitude. Wang Beihai chuckled, waving his hand. When he looked up, the Book of No Words had already returned to his body. The next day, Wang Beihai got up early, first visiting the hospital to see Yang Li, awakening her personally, and then handing her a simplified cultivation technique. Sister Li, this technique is called Xianin Gong. Follow what it says, it can protect you in critical moments. After saying this, Wang Beihai didn't give Yang Li a chance to speak, merely urging her to take care of her health before leaving the hospital. For Wang Beihai, time was of the essence now. Now that the Black Gold Society has started to move, I absolutely cannot fall behind. At least I must protect those I can protect. Thinking this, Wang Beihai quickly boarded a bus heading to Wulong Village. This time returning to the village, Wang Beihai did not inform Luihong and the others, as they still needed time to comprehend the techniques. So, Wang Beihai chose to take the bus. Just as the bus was about to leave Longquan County, it suddenly took a turn onto a secluded path, stopping not far from the main road. So persistent, aren't you? Sitting in the back, Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at the passengers on the bus, a smile curling his lips. You really think highly of me, with 18 martial masters and 1 martial grandmaster on this bus. With that, Wang Beihai slowly stood up, extending his hand towards the crowd. Come on, I'm in a hurry, let's do this all at once. The words had barely left his mouth when the elderly man beside Wang Beihai suddenly erupted, launching an attack at lightning speed towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai dodged the attack by tilting his head, and soon a series of clanging sounds filled the bus as the passengers drew their weapons and lunged at Wang Beihai. Flames sparked within the confined space as Wang Beihai deftly dodged, each dodge resulting in another assassin falling. After 20 minutes of such fierce combat, the bus fell completely silent. The door opened, and Wang Beihai slowly stepped out, while all the assassins inside were dead. Phew! Tired to death, Wang Beihai stretched, preparing to leave when suddenly his eyelids twitched. A flash of firelight in the distance, a silver bullet slicing through the air, grazed Wang Beihai's face and struck an inconspicuous bomb in the driver's seat. Instantly, a deafening explosion, and Wang Beihai was engulfed by a wave of heat before he could react. A few minutes later, a figure appeared at the explosion site. Heh! The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Seems you still don't understand that principle, the figure chuckled, looking at Wang Beihai lying on the ground. Removing his hat, if Li Yishuan were here, he would recognize this man as the hunter Zhuiying, who had shot Tian Qin that day. Zhuiying sneered as he approached Wang Beihai, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Wang Beihai's head. Just as Zhuiying was about to pull the trigger, Wang Beihai suddenly sprang up from the ground, his hand snapping Zhuiying's right wrist. Then, with a powerful kick to Zhuiying's knee, a crack echoed, and Zhuiying let out a wail as both his leg bones were shattered. Why? Zhuiying lay on the ground, his eyes full of confusion as he looked at the unharmed Wang Beihai. Was it you who fired that shot a year ago? Wang Beihai coldly stared at Zhuiying, then patted his back, leaning down to whisper in Zhuing's ear, "Don't think only you have my whereabouts. I am equally aware of yours." With that, Wang Beihai lightly tapped Zhuing's head, and Zhuing's eyes rolled back, his life extinguished. After dealing with everything, Wang Beihai nonchalantly walked to the main road, whereby Yi was already waiting in a car. "Let's go. Back to the village," Wang Beihai said indifferently, and the two drove towards Wulong village. At the village entrance, Wang Beihai handed several written techniques to Bai Yi. "I'm going to handle something now. Go to the distillery and find a group of trustworthy, skilled people. Give these techniques to them, thanks." After saying this, Wang Beihai directly headed up the path at the village entrance towards the mountain. In no time, Wang Beihai stood atop Wulong Mountain, overlooking the entire Wulong village. After a moment, he smiled faintly, his figure swiftly darting through the forest. At each specific spot, Wang Beihai punched the ground, creating large pits, then tossed several jade stones into the pits. After an hour, Wang Beihai returned to the village entrance. Only one step left. Wang Beihai wiped the sweat from his brow, then walked directly to the ancient pagoda tree at the village entrance, placing his hand on it. "Rise," Wang Beihai silently chanted, a strand of dragon soul from his dantian flying out and directly merging into the roots of the pagoda tree. 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation, rise. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and with the infusion of spiritual energy, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire Wulong village. "It's done." Wang Beihai's heart rejoiced. With this 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation, even if that terrifying old man comes, he can be held off for 10 minutes. Wang Beihai confidently smiled, recalling the recent ambush, feeling a renewed sense of urgency. "It's time to meet with Ling Tianxiao." Wang Beihai nodded. Cooperation with the Ling family had always been part of his plan, and now with the Black Gold Society stirring, it was the perfect time to see Ling Tianxiao. Thinking this, Wang Beihai directly took out his phone, briefly chatting with Ling Ruoying, then left Wulong village, heading straight to the city. Chapter 119. The Ling family's attitude. In the office of Ruoying International Building, Ling Ruoying carefully checked her appearance in the mirror, while Ling Tianqi sat beside her, smiling with satisfaction. "Ruoying, you're already so beautiful. Why are you still looking in the mirror? When that Bei comes, he'll probably be staring with his eyes wide open. Besides, you never used to care about dressing up before," Ling Tianqi said, stroking his beard. Oh, Grandpa, what are you talking about? I dress up not for him to see. Besides, what girl doesn't love beauty?" Ling Ruoying shot Ling Tianqi a glare, her cheeks instantly turning red. All right, not for him to see. Then I'll call and tell him not to come." Ling Tianqi rolled his eyes at Ling Ruoying and took out his phone as if to make the call. Seeing this, Ling Ruoying hurriedly snatched the phone from Ling Tianqi, her face flushed as she said, "Grandpa, you're getting more and more improper." Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Both of them turned to see Wang Beihai standing at the entrance. "Oh, Beihai's here. Come on in and sit," Ling Tianqi said with a smile, standing up to lead Wang Beihai to the tea table and gesturing for him to sit down. Then he glanced at Ling Ruoying. "Ruoying, make some tea quickly." "Yes," Ling Ruoying nodded, unusually agreeing, and walked lightly to sit opposite Wang Beihai. It had to be said that Ling Ruoying was quite skilled at making tea. Her elegant movements, paired with her simple attire, exuded a unique charm in every gesture. This sight made Wang Beihai think of the phrase, "In the north, there is a beauty, peerless and independent." "Beihai, here's your tea." Ling Ruoying pushed the tea towards Wang Beihai. Noticing him staring at her, she couldn't help but smile, her cheeks turning red. "Oh!" Wang Beihai snapped out of his reverie, inwardly cursing himself for being a fool, then shook his head, feeling flustered, and lifted the scalding hot tea to his lips. The hot water made Wang Beihai wince, his comical expression causing Ling Ruoying to giggle. Ling Tianqi, sitting beside them, also struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning red. "Ahem," Wang Beihai coughed lightly. "Well, let's talk about today's business. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to see you, Mr. Ling. I'm really sorry about that, Wang Beihai said, bowing slightly to Ling Tianqi. Oh, Beihai, that's nothing to worry about. Ling Tianqi waved his hand, then looked Wang Beihai up and down, nodding in satisfaction. It's been half a year since the last time you had an accident. I didn't expect you to have become so much stronger in just half a year. I feel quite inadequate, Ling Tianqi said, his voice tinged with admiration. Mr. Ling, you flatter me, Wang Beihai smiled, not denying Ling Tianqi's words. In fact, what Ling Tianqi said wasn't exaggerated. Wang Beihai had completely shed his former immaturity in both appearance and aura. Hee, at just over 20 years old, you already possess wisdom and courage that even us old folks can't match. Looking across the entire divine land, among the younger generation, there's probably only you, Ling Tianqi said with a smile, scrutinizing Wang Beihai, feeling more and more satisfied with what he saw. Suddenly, Ling Tianqi's eyes lit up as if remembering something, and he quickly asked, "By the way, Beihai, I heard that during your disappearance, you were recuperating in Jiangbei. Have you heard about the recent challenge by the little Wang from next door against the #1 young prodigy of the Divine Land, Huang Fuling?" At this question, Ling Ruoying, who had been making tea, suddenly stopped her movements and looked up at Wang Beihai, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. "I am the little Wang from next door," Wang Beihai said calmly after taking a sip of tea. "What?" Ling Tianqi's eyes widened, and he crushed the teacup in his hand. Ling Ruoying also trembled, knocking over a teacup beside her. "You are the little Wang from next door?" Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai in disbelief. Although he had already guessed, hearing Wang Beihai admitted himself still felt incredible. After all, this was the person who had defeated Huang Fuling and forced Xiu Luo to make a move. Ling Tianqi rubbed his eyes, unable to believe that the legendary figure was the Wang Beihai before him. Sitting opposite Wang Beihai, Ling Ruoying had forgotten about the tea she was pouring, her mouth agape, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "It really is you." After a long while, Ling Ruoying reacted and asked in surprise. "Yes, it is me," Wang Beihai nodded, not hiding his identity. "But I remember Huang Fuling was at the Martial Saint level, and you were only at the Martial Lord level half a year ago. How could it be only half a year later?" Ling Tianqi said halfway before stopping himself, then nodded and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Right, with your abilities, it's indeed not appropriate to judge you by ordinary standards. I was being narrow-minded." "Hee, there's no need for you to say that, Mr. Ling," Wang Beihai said, looking at Ling Tianqi's expression. "There are many talented individuals in the vast world, and there are countless things beyond our understanding. In fact, improving one's strength isn't that difficult." After saying this, Wang Beihai glanced at Ling Tianqi, who indeed shook his head. "If it were that easy, our 4 great families wouldn't have fallen into such a state. I once read in our family history that hundreds of years ago, during ancient times, there were many martial practitioners on this land. But for some reason, the number of martial practitioners began to decrease, and now, those who can comprehend the heavens and break through shackles are few and far between. Even among our 4 great families, only the Xiao and Li families still maintain martial cultivation. The Su and Ling families abandoned martial arts for commerce 100 years ago, and now, our family members are dwindling." After saying this, Ling Tianqi's eyes showed a hint of melancholy. "That's not necessarily true," Wang Beihai said with a smile, then took out a book from his chest and tossed it to Ling Tianqi. "With your experience, Mr. Ling, you should know what this is." Ling Tianqi took the book and his body trembled with excitement. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Ling Tianqi's reaction, Ling Ruoying hurried over to ask. "No, I'm fine," Ling Tianqi waved his trembling hand, then looked at Wang Beihai. "Although I'm not a martial practitioner, I know this is an excellent cultivation technique. So, tell me, what do you want me to do?" Ling Tianqi wasn't stupid. He knew Wang Beihai wouldn't make such a generous offer without conditions. "Haha, Mr. Ling, you're clever. My request isn't high. It's more of a cooperation than a condition." Wang Beihai smiled. "I just hope you can pass this technique to the Ling family members, revive the martial glory of the Ling family. In the future, when I'm in trouble, I hope the Ling family can support me wholeheartedly. Hearing this, Ling Tianqi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Well said, Wang Beihai. My Ling family is already in opposition to the Black Gold Society. Even without this technique, we would fight the Black Gold Society to the end. But since Brother Beihai has such a generous spirit, I will gratefully accept it. After saying this, Ling Tianqi quickly tucked the technique into his pocket, afraid that Wang Beihai might change his mind. Having done all this, Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai seriously and said, "Your kindness to my Ling family, Ling Tianqi, will remember. If you ever need anything in the future, my Ling family will do everything in our power to support you." "Thank you, Mr. Ling," Wang Beihai said, feeling much relieved after settling the matter. He raised his teacup and drank the tea in one gulp. "Oh, by the way," Ling Tianqi glanced at Ling Ruoying and suddenly called out to Wang Beihai, "Brother Beihai, my granddaughter has something she's been wanting to tell you, but you've been busy. Since we've met today, why don't you two have a private chat? I'll go prepare some food for you." After saying this, Ling Tianqi didn't give Wang Beihai a chance to speak and quickly left the office. Chapter 120. Ling Ruoying's Confession. What tricks is this old man up to? Wang Beihai watched Ling Tianxiang's hurried departure and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Then he turned to Ling Ruoying. "Go ahead. What do you want to talk to me about?" I. Seeing Wang Beihai's eyes fixed on her, Ling Ruoying's cheeks flushed red, and her heart raced. She stammered for a while but couldn't get the words out. Wang Beihai, seeing Ling Ruoying's anxious expression, smiled slightly, glanced at the time, and then said, "If you don't say it, I'm leaving." With that, Wang Beihai started to get up. "Sit down." At that moment, Ling Ruoying panicked and shouted, startling Wang Beihai into sitting down, looking at her in confusion. "I meant, stay a little longer before leaving." Ling Ruoying patted her chest, scolding herself 1,000 times in her heart, then took a deep breath and said softly, her head lowered, "Are you okay? You must have gone through a lot during your absence, right?" Hearing this, Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow and thought about his time in Beicheng, which seemed quite comfortable. But seeing Ling Ruoying's concerned expression, he didn't want to disappoint the girl's worry, so he nodded gently and said, "Yeah." At Wang Beihai's response, Ling Ruoying immediately looked up, her eyes filled with worry. "You can't be so reckless in the future. The Black Gold Gang is such a powerful force. It's not something you can stand against alone. If it happens again, let's face it together. We can hide underground for 3 to 5 years and see if they still look for us." Wang Beihai felt warmth in his heart as he watched Ling Ruoying speak earnestly, but this feeling quickly vanished, replaced by fear. Wang Beihai was afraid. He feared betraying Xiaomin and letting down Ling Ruoying's sincere feelings. After some deliberation, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth and deliberately put on a cold, indifferent expression, saying coldly, "Miss Ling, your words seem a bit too much." Hearing this, Ling Ruoying's hopeful expression changed instantly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Wang Beihai. "What did you just call me?" "Miss Ling, isn't that right?" Seeing the dejected Ling Ruoying in front of him, Wang Beihai felt a sharp pain in his heart. After finishing his words, he stood up. "Sorry, Miss Ling, I have something to do. I'm leaving first." Saying this, Wang Beihai walked to the door, ready to open it. "Stop." At that moment, Ling Ruoying suddenly shouted, and Wang Beihai stopped in his tracks. "Wang Beihai, I like you." Ling Ruoying bit her lip and finally voiced the thoughts she had kept in her heart for so long. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The office was so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeat. "Wang Beihai, I know you're very outstanding and full of ideas." After a long silence, Ling Ruoying broke the quiet. "But I don't know when it started, but there has always been a shadow of you in my heart. Whether eating, sleeping, or even daydreaming in the office, my mind is filled with your image." Ruoying. Wang Beihai's fingers trembled slightly as he was about to speak, but Ling Ruoying interrupted his thoughts. "Don't speak, let me finish first." Ling Ruoying walked behind Wang Beihai and said word by word, "I don't know why I like you, but from the moment you risked your life to lead me out of the siege, Your name was destined to be engraved in my heart. When I heard you were killed by Heya, you don't know how much pain I felt. It was as if my whole heart was hollowed out. Although I don't know what happened to you after you returned, or why you deliberately distanced yourself from me, I'm telling you today, Wang Beihai, I like you. Ling Ruoying said, hugging Wang Beihai from behind. Wang Beihai was startled, feeling the warmth from behind, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. They stood there like statues. After a long while, Wang Beihai's eyes hardened, and he gently pulled Ling Ruoying's hands away. Why? Ling Ruoying looked at Wang Beihai in confusion. Why? What did I do wrong for you to treat me like this? Wang Beihai closed his eyes, hiding his sorrow. I'm sorry, thank you for liking me, but I already have a fiancé. I'm not worthy of you. With that, Wang Beihai opened the door forcefully, only to find Ling Tianxiang eavesdropping outside. I'm leaving first, Mr. Ling. Wang Beihai didn't say much, leaving a farewell and quickly departed. Ahem. Ling Tianxiang coughed awkwardly and then turned to Ling Ruoying, who was now lifeless, her face ashen, her red lips lightly bitten, tears streaming down her cheeks. Ruoying, oh. Ling Tianxiang, seeing Ling Ruoying's state, was full of heartache. He had heard the conversation clearly from the door and could feel Ling Ruoying's grievance and reluctance. Why, Grandpa, why is this happening? Ling Tianxiang approached, and Ling Ruoying buried her head in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. She didn't cry when her parents disappeared, nor when her grandfather was seriously ill, nor even when she was kidnapped and humiliated. But this time, Ling Ruoying couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Oh, silly child, fate is a mysterious thing. It can't be forced. Ling Tianxiang gently stroked Ling Ruoying's back, comforting her softly. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe he could be so heartless. I don't believe he has no feelings for me. Ling Ruoying's voice was almost hoarse. It's hard to say. When he opened the door just now, I saw his expression, and it seemed quite painful and conflicted. Ling Tianxiang recalled the moment Wang Beihai opened the door, indeed seeing a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Really? Ling Ruoying looked up, her eyes glimmering with hope as she sobbed. I'm not sure, but he did mention having a fiancé. While I don't approve of doing foolish things, it's rare to meet someone you like. If you don't give it a try, how can you be content? As he spoke, Ling Tianxiang winked at Ling Ruoying. Hearing this, Ling Ruoying stood up from Ling Tianxiang's embrace, murmuring, yes, he just has a fiancé, not a wife. So there's still a chance, and it's not too late. If I don't strive for what I like, what kind of Ling Ruoying am I? With that, a spark of determination ignited in Ling Ruoying's eyes. I've decided, Grandpa, I'm going to pursue Wang Beihai, and I'm going to do it seriously. Chapter 121. I'm also his girlfriend. Are you sure? Ling Tianxi raised an eyebrow, but did not stop Ling Ruoying. Yes, Ling Ruoying nodded. Her eyes filled with an unwavering determination. Once I make a decision, I won't change it. It's rare to find a man who makes my heart flutter. If I don't fight for it, it wouldn't be my style. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, at least I'll have tried. You, Ling Tianxi sighed as he looked at Ling Ruoying. You've always been this way since you were little. Go ahead and chase after him. No matter what you do, Grandpa supports you. But with someone as outstanding as Wang Beihai, there are bound to be many others with the same intentions as you. You need to be mentally prepared. Ling Tianxi said, giving Ling Ruoying a meaningful look. Ling Ruoying nodded. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what to do. I'm going to find out right now who his so-called fiancé is. Before Ling Tianxi could say anything, Ling Ruoying grabbed her car keys from the desk and hurried out the door. Ling Tianxi watched Ling Ruoying leave and shook his head. Who couldn't you fall for? Why him? I wonder if it's for better or worse. My dear granddaughter, you're in for a tough time. Meanwhile, while Ling Tianxi and Ling Ruoying were talking, Wang Beihai had already left Ruoying International Building. Recalling the scene where he rejected Ling Ruoying, he felt a strong sense of unease. He took out his phone and dialed Xiao Min's number, but the call went straight to a dead end. Next, he dialed Xiao Linger's number, which was also a dead end. Thinking of the familiar smile he once knew, Wang Beihai clenched his phone tightly and then looked up at the sky. Min, where are you and what are you doing? His thoughts turned serious. Once I deal with the Black Gold Society, I will definitely go to the Xiao family to find you. Min, wait for me. Just then, a hand tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Wang Beihai turned around to see Zhong Momo, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Long time no see, Miss Zhong. Wang Beihai smiled, noticing that Zhong Momo was dressed especially lively today. A white tight t-shirt, blue denim shorts, and white sneakers. Just standing there, she gave off a sense of returning to the student era. Under the white t-shirt, Zhong Momo's stunning figure was accentuated, and with just one glance, Wang Beihai felt his head heat up. This was a completely different kind of beauty from Ling Ruoying, but equally alluring. Seeing Wang Beihai's flushed face, Zhong Momo couldn't help but giggle. I never thought the famous Mr. Wang next door would be shy. Of course, I'm human, not a god. Wang Beihai secretly circulated his Hunyuan Ju, trying to calm his turbulent emotions, and then asked Zhong Momo, why is Miss Zhong, who usually doesn't leave the house, here? I told you, call me Momo. Zhong Momo frowned and continued, your new product is on the market again, so of course, I have to come to support it. If I hadn't known your identity, I would never have guessed that such beauty and skincare products were made by you. Well, I have to support myself somehow. Wang Beihai smiled at Zhong Momo. As the two were chatting enthusiastically, Ling Ruoying came out of the company. Before she could even get into her car, she saw Wang Beihai and Zhong Momo chatting happily. Could his fiancée be her? Ling Ruoying froze, recalling that it was also Zhong Momo who had driven Wang Beihai to the Ling family. She became even more certain in her heart. Miss Zhong of the Zhong family is quite beautiful, but I'm not bad either. The only difference is probably there. Ling Ruoying sized up Zhong Momo while comparing herself to her, finally stopping her gaze on her chest, feeling a bit disappointed. I didn't expect Wang Beihai to like this type. With that thought, Ling Ruoying no longer hid and walked straight towards Wang Beihai and Zhong Momo. Neither Wang Beihai nor Zhong Momo noticed Ling Ruoying's arrival. Zhong Momo gave Wang Beihai a seductive smile. After all, I saved your life. How about giving me some face and having a meal with me? Oh, I thought it was something big. Just a meal. I'll treat you. Wang Beihai smiled, knowing that Zhong Momo's request was not at all excessive. No, it's... Before Zhong Momo could finish, Ling Ruoying jumped out from behind her, standing between the two. What? Going to eat? Where to eat? Can you take me to? I'll treat you. Ling Ruoying blinked at Wang Beihai, putting on an imploring expression. Seeing Wang Beihai not responding, Ling Ruoying added again, the food my grandfather's people make is terrible. Please take me with you. Seeing Ling Ruoying's pleading look and remembering his earlier attitude towards her, Wang Beihai softened a bit and glanced at Zhong Momo. Zhong Momo's lips curled slightly. I wonder who it is. It's an honor to have dinner with Miss Ling. Let's go. Zhong Momo smiled and walked up to Wang Beihai, taking his arm. Wang Beihai was slightly stunned but thought it was a good opportunity to reject Ling Ruoying. So he didn't resist and let Zhong Momo pull him along. Hmph, you too. Just because she's his fiancée. What's so great about that? Ling Ruoying followed behind the two, watching their intimate behavior, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. As they walked, Ling Ruoying eventually moved to Wang Beihai's other side. Though she didn't take his arm, she stayed very close to him. On the street, a man and two women walked together. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with red lips and white teeth. One woman had a graceful figure and youthful vitality, while the other had delicate features and an ethereal aura. Naturally, they attracted a lot of attention, and many passers-by took out their phones to take pictures. Soon, the trio arrived at a high-end restaurant by the artificial lake called Shui Mu Yunxiang. From afar, Wang Beihai saw a Porsche sports car with a gold film parked outside the restaurant. Next to the car stood a man in a white suit with a slick-back hairstyle, holding a large bouquet of roses. Heh, there are still people who are so ostentatious? Wang Beihai joked. How did you know? His name is Zhang Yang. Zhong Momo smiled. At that moment, Zhang Yang also spotted Zhong Momo and ran over to them. Seeing Zhong Momo holding Wang Beihai's hand, Zhang Yang's smile immediately faded. Momo, who is this? Zhang Yang asked coldly, deliberately showing off his gold watch. This is my boyfriend. Zhong Momo winked at Wang Beihai, who then realized that Zhong Momo wasn't just inviting him to dinner. She was using him as a shield against Zhang Yang. With this in mind, Wang Beihai looked complexly at Ling Ruoying beside him. Ling Ruoying was also very embarrassed, clearly not expecting this situation. But thinking of her decision, she had to grit her teeth and follow Wang Beihai. Boyfriend? This little white-faced guy? Zhang Yang looked dissatisfied at Wang Beihai. Then his gaze fell on Ling Ruoying next to Wang Beihai, and his eyes widened. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. Zhang Yang glanced back at Zhong Momo with an unwilling expression, then turned to Ling Ruoying, his unwillingness instantly turning into a flattering smile. Hello, I'm Zhang Yang. What's your name, miss? Zhang Yang smiled obsequiously at Ling Ruoying. But at that moment, Ling Ruoying's eyes darted around. She suddenly took Wang Beihai's arm and smiled slightly, saying, I'm sorry, but I'm also his girlfriend. Chapter 122, Poison in the Wine. What? You're also his girlfriend? Zhang Yang widened his eyes in disbelief as he scrutinized Wang Beihai. Is Beihai a plant you guys hired? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, questioning. Otherwise, how could Beihai possibly have both of you, two heavenly beauties, at the same time? Hearing this, Zhong Momo's face darkened as she pretended to be unhappy and coldly said, Zhang Yang, you've known me for so long. Do you really think I'm the type to lie? No. How could it be? Zhang Yang immediately backed down, forcing a smile and apologizing. Interesting, Wang Beihai thought to himself, finding the sight of the comical Zhang Yang intriguing. Let's go. You were the one who invited me to dinner, Zhong Momo continued, causing Zhang Yang's face to stiffen. The thought of having to invite Wang Beihai as well filled him with 1,000 reluctances. Not willing? If it's too difficult, we won't go, Zhong Momo said, ready to pull Wang Beihai away, which made Zhang Yang feel his pride was at stake. Not difficult. How could it be difficult? With that, Zhang Yang reluctantly led Wang Beihai and the others towards the restaurant. Watch this. Wang Beihai winked at Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying as they walked, then stepped forward and nudged Zhang Yang with his elbow. What? Zhang Yang, already harboring hostility towards Wang Beihai, instantly got angry at the nudge. Shh, keep it down. It's not good if Momo hears, Wang Beihai whispered, holding Zhang Yang's shoulder. Zhang Yang glanced back and saw Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying glaring at him, so he suppressed his anger and asked in a low, gritted teeth voice, What exactly do you want? Don't be so petty. Wang Beihai smiled mysteriously at Zhang Yang. Don't you want to know how I managed to win them over? Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yang's face showed a desperate eagerness. Brother? No, big brother. Teach me your secret, and don't say it's just a meal. I'll treat you for life. That's easy. You just need to do this. Wang Beihai chuckled and whispered into Zhang Yang's ear. As he spoke, Wang Beihai suppressed his laughter. His so-called secret was just some tricks he had seen online. Yet Zhang Yang believed it wholeheartedly and listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying walked behind, curious about the intimate conversation between the two men. Finally, Wang Beihai finished his lesson just before entering the restaurant. Instantly, Zhang Yang's attitude towards Wang Beihai, who he had previously loathed, did a 360-degree turn. He grasped Wang Beihai's hand tightly at the entrance, deeply grateful. Brother, you are my life mentor, my reincarnated parent. Hearing your words is better than watching 10 romance films. Come on, order whatever you want a day. I'll treat you. With that, he enthusiastically invited Wang Beihai in, leaving Zhong Momo and the other woman standing at the door. What did that guy say? Ling Ruoying, with her hands on her hips, looked slightly angry. I don't know, maybe that's his charm, Zhong Momo smiled, her eyes fixed on Wang Beihai's back. Seeing this, Ling Ruoying felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Emph, don't think you can be so smug just because you're Beihai's fiancé. Ling Ruoying mustered her courage and said to Zhong Momo. Fiancé? Zhong Momo was first stunned, then realized Ling Ruoying had mistaken her for Wang Beihai's fiancé. With this thought, Zhong Momo smiled faintly. Miss Ling, I think you've misunderstood. Although I also like Beihai, I am not his fiancé. We are just normal friends. Normal friends? I don't believe it. Ling Ruoying was taken aback. She hadn't expected Zhong Momo to deny being the fiancé. Recalling Zhong Momo's intimate actions with Wang Beihai earlier, she began to doubt. Seeing Ling Ruoying's disbelief, Zhong Momo shook her head with a wry smile and said calmly, Believe it or not, it's none of my business. I'm going in to eat, Miss Ling. Please do as you wish. As she walked into the restaurant, Zhong Momo paused and returned to look at Ling Ruoying seriously. I can see you like Beihai very much, but I advise you, your current behavior won't make Beihai fall in love with you. After saying this, Zhong Momo slowly entered the restaurant and sat down next to Wang Beihai. Ling Ruoying stood in place, mulling over Zhong Momo's words several times. Then her gaze hardened with a cold snort. Himph, almost fell for that woman's trick. She clearly wants me to back off so she can have him all to herself. With this thought, Ling Ruoying glared at Zhong Momo in the restaurant. You want to monopolize him, but I won't let you. With this in mind, Ling Ruoying entered the restaurant. Her striking appearance and demeanor immediately caught the attention of many men inside. In the midst of the crowd's gaze, Ling Ruoying slowly walked to Wang Beihai's side and calmly sat down on his other side. Having two beautiful women at his side for dinner, everyone looked at Wang Beihai with envy. Impressive, brother, Zhang Yang, no longer angry, gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up. Let me introduce, Zhong Momo pointed at Zhang Yang during the wait for the dishes. This is Zhang Yang, the young master of Wanbao Pavilion in Jiangbei. As his name suggests, he's very flamboyant in his actions, but don't judge him by his appearance. He's quite skilled in business. Nowadays, he's basically running the entire Jiangbei Wanbao Pavilion. Hearing this, Wang Beihai widened his eyes. Honestly, it was hard to associate the young master of Wanbao Pavilion with the person in front of him. Hee, you flatter me. Momo's abilities are far superior to mine. Zhang Yang waved his hand with a smile, then subconsciously looked at Ling Ruoying. May I know the name of this lady? Ling Ruoying, from the Ling family, Ling Ruoying said indifferently before Zhong Momo could speak. Ling Ruoying? One of the four great beauties of Jiangnan? Zhang Yang's eyes widened instantly. No wonder she's so beautiful, haha. It's an honor to have two of the four great beauties of Jiangnan sitting in front of me today. Brother, you're something else. May I know your name? Zhang Yang gave Wang Beihai a thumbs up. Didn't you always want to know who brewed that wine? He's Wang Beihai, the chairman of Feiyang Winery and the founder of Ruoying International, Zhong Momo said, smiling as she placed her hand on Wang Beihai's shoulder. My idol, my idol. In an instant, Zhang Yang's face turned red with excitement. His eyes, which had previously shown disgust, now filled with desire, scaring Wang Beihai. At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes and a bottle of expensive wine. Pour the wine. Today, I'm going to have a good drink with my idol. Zhang Yang waved his hand, and the waiter immediately poured the wine into the glasses before quietly retreating. Come on, idol, let's drink. Zhang Yang raised his glass, ready to take a sip. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and he stopped Zhang Yang. Wait, don't drink. This wine is poisoned. Chapter 123, Attack. Poisonous. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, and he quickly spat out the red wine in his mouth, feeling a sudden chill. Idol, are you kidding me? The wine was opened right in front of us. How could it possibly be poisoned? Zhang Yang looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. Don't talk. Open your mouth if you want to live. At that moment, Wang Beihai gave Zhang Yang a meaningful glance. Though Zhang Yang was skeptical, he still obeyed and opened his mouth as instructed. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and with a swift kick under the table, he struck Zhang Yang's stomach. Zhang Yang immediately began to retch, and Wang Beihai seized the opportunity to grab a pair of chopsticks from the table and thrust them into Zhang Yang's mouth, pulling them out in less than a second. After this series of actions, Zhang Yang's face was flushed red, clutching his stomach in agony. Cough, cough. Wang Beihai, you're too ruthless. You're trying to kill me. Zhang Yang groaned, pointing a trembling finger at Wang Beihai. All right, stop whining, big man. Get up, I have something to show you. Wang Beihai said calmly. Hearing this, Zhang Yang, despite the pain, lifted his head to see Wang Beihai holding a pair of chopsticks with a purple worm wriggling on them. What is this thing? Zhang Yang widened his eyes, feeling a wave of nausea. It's a goo worm. Wang Beihai frowned. It seems the Black Gold Society is in this restaurant. Black Gold Society? Goo worm? What is all this? Zhang Yang was bewildered, but Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying's faces were as cold as ice. What should we do now? Zhong Momo remained calm and asked Wang Beihai. Now, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the open. Moreover, you are here. If a fight breaks out, I may not be able to protect you all. Wang Beihai said, glancing around and indeed spotting several powerful energies among the crowd. It's indeed troublesome. Zhong Momo frowned, then looked at Zhang Yang's car outside the door, immediately coming up with an idea. If a fight does break out, we might be able to use Zhang Yang's car. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai also looked at the sports car outside the door. That settles it. If a fight does break out, find an opportunity to get to the car. Once you're gone, these people can't do anything to me. No. At that moment, Ling Ruoying tugged at Wang Beihai's clothes. I said, I won't let you face danger alone again. Don't be foolish. Wang Beihai frowned. Although Ling Ruoying's words touched him, the current situation was clearly not the time for sentimentality. Just do as I say later, I'll be fine. As he spoke, a woman sitting behind Wang Beihai suddenly picked up a table knife and lunged at him. Wang Beihai was prepared and dodged the knife by tilting his head, then pushed Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying aside with a hand. Zhang Yang, take them and leave. Wang Beihai shouted, and at that moment, 7 or 8 people stood up from their seats, armed and attacking Wang Beihai. Zhang Yang was about to rush out the door when he was kicked aside by a burly man. Sorry, this way is closed. The man chuckled, locking the door behind him. Seeing this, Zhong Momo narrowed her eyes and picked up a nearby stool, smashing it at the man. The seemingly powerful strike had little effect on the man. Not bad strength, beauty. Are you giving me a massage? The man laughed, patted himself, then looked Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying up and down with a lewd expression. Brothers, take care of that Beihai quickly. I've got 2 beauties here to enjoy later. The man shouted to the room, and the hunters, as if injected with adrenaline, launched even more frenzied attacks on Wang Beihai. Hee hee, come to Big Brother's arms, little sister, the man said, lunging at the 2 women. Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying were startled and ran to either side. But the man was incredibly fast, appearing in front of Ling Ruoying the next moment. Got you. The man laughed, reaching out to grab Ling Ruoying. In her panic, Ling Ruoying mustered the courage to grab a table knife and thrust it at the man. The sharp knife pierced through the man's palm, and he let out a howl of pain, then roared and kicked Ling Ruoying. Ling Ruoying was knocked to the ground, a groan escaping her lips as she felt a sweet taste in her throat and spat out blood. Ruoying. Seeing Ling Ruoying injured, Wang Beihai delivered a heavy blow to push back the attackers, then rushed to her side, sending a surge of spiritual energy into her body. After doing this, Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and with a flying kick, the man in front of him was sent flying, crashing through the locked door. Go quickly. Wang Beihai handed Ling Ruoying to Zhong Momo, and Zhang Yang quickly got into the car, starting the engine. Catch him, don't let him get away. Seeing Wang Beihai and the others approaching the door, the people in the restaurant immediately chased after them. Wang Beihai summoned Qi Xiao and swung it forcefully, a red blade of energy instantly forcing back several attackers. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out from a distance, and a bullet pierced through Wang Beihai's shoulder. Wang Beihai staggered back 2 steps, blood seeping from his shoulder. Beihai! Seeing Wang Beihai injured, Zhong Momo and Ling Ruoying both voiced their concern simultaneously. Ha ha ha, Wang Beihai, you think you're so tough. Let's see how you handle my armor-piercing bullets today. A voice full of arrogance came from afar, and looking over, they saw a familiar figure approaching. Emoli? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. The person holding the gun was indeed Emoli of the Emo family. Ha ha ha, yes, it's me. Emoli approached, intentionally keeping a distance from Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, let's see today if you're faster or my bullets. Without further ado, Emoli pulled the trigger at Wang Beihai without hesitation. Wang Beihai's eyes narrowed, and his footwork shifted, his body becoming elusive. Damn, let's see how long you can keep dodging. Seeing this, Emoli roared, and another gunman appeared behind Wang Beihai. The gunman held his breath, aiming the black muzzle at Wang Beihai. The next second, sparks flew from the barrel, and a cold bullet shot towards Wang Beihai. Be careful. At that moment, Ling Ruoying shouted, leaping high and rushing to Wang Beihai's back. The bullet hit her chest, and she fell to the ground, her blood staining her clothes crimson, her eyes gradually dimming. Chapter 124, Sorrow. Ruoying. Wang Beihai roared, spinning in midair to dodge a bullet from a gunman. His eyes widened, and with a swing of his sword, an invisible sword aura sliced through the air, causing the gunman to freeze, his gun dropping to the ground. As Wang Beihai landed, the gunman's body shuddered and split in two. Emoli, witnessing this, turned pale with fear, losing the arrogance he had initially displayed. At that moment, Wang Beihai's gaze fell upon him, his predatory eyes making Emoli tremble and forget to flee. By the time Emoli snapped out of it, a chill had already spread across his neck, followed by a gush of blood. His body slowly collapsed to the ground. I will make you pay with your lives. Wang Beihai's eyes reddened as he charged into the crowd of hunters with a sword, swiftly cutting them down. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Despite this, Wang Beihai remained indifferent. He dashed to Ling Ruoying's side, quickly inserting several silver needles into her chest, then placing his hand on her shoulder, pouring pure spiritual energy into her body. Cough, cough. Ling Ruoying coughed and regained consciousness, only to immediately vomit blood mixed with fragments of her heart. Are you okay, Ruoying? Why were you so foolish? Wang Beihai anxiously spoke while maintaining her life force with spiritual energy, his eyes already bloodshot. Cough, cough. Ling Ruoying coughed again, her face now ashen. I promised I wouldn't let you face danger alone again. With great difficulty, she managed to smile. You saved me once, and I saved you once. We're even. To see you before I die, to see you cry for me, to lie in your arms, I have no regrets. Ling Ruoying spoke word by word, and Wang Beihai could clearly feel her rapidly fading life force. But there was nothing he could do. The power of the armor-piercing bullet had shattered her heart. No, don't say that. There must be a way. You will be fine. Wang Beihai hugged Ling Ruoying in agony, but she grew weaker by the moment. Cough, cough. Ling Ruoying coughed twice more, using her last strength to touch Wang Beihai's face. Beihai, can you kiss me? Yes, of course. Wang Beihai sobbed, lowering his head to kiss Ling Ruoying's pale lips. There was no romance, no passion. This kiss was pure sincerity, a human connection. As they kissed, Ling Ruoying's hand slowly fell, and Wang Beihai looked up to find the beloved in his arms had passed away. No, no. Wang Beihai wept, desperately pouring spiritual energy into Ling Ruoying's body, but it was all in vain. Her body grew colder. Let's leave first. Zhong Momo approached Wang Beihai, her face solemn, filled with admiration and sorrow for Ling Ruoying. No, no, there must be a way. Wang Beihai held Ling Ruoying's corpse, his eyes nearly mad, refusing to move despite Zhong Momo's pleas. Slap. Zhong Momo stepped forward and slapped Wang Beihai across the face. Snap out of it, Wang Beihai. Ling Ruoying is gone. No matter how sad you are, it won't change that. Shouldn't we now plan how to deal with the Black Gold Society and avenge Ruoying? Zhong Momo shouted angrily at Wang Beihai. Yes, revenge, revenge. The Black Gold Society. I will avenge Ruoying. The slap brought Wang Beihai to his senses, igniting a fire of vengeance in his eyes. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly book echoed in his mind, and Wang Beihai's face lit up with hope. "Quick, let's take Ruoying's body with us," Wang Beihai said, lifting Ling Ruoying's body and placing it in the passenger seat of Zhang Yang's car, startling Zhang Yang. Seeing the lifeless body next to him, thinking of the lively Ling Ruoying from before, Zhang Yang's mind was in turmoil. He had never encountered such a situation before. While Zhang Yang was still in shock, Wang Beihai had already secured Ling Ruoying with a seatbelt and looked at Zhang Yang. "Give me the keys, you get out." Huh. Before Zhang Yang could react, Zhong Momo had already pulled him out of the car. "The keys are in the car. Zhang Yang and I will find a way back to Wanbaoge. Be careful." Zhong Momo gazed deeply at Wang Beihai. "Thank you." Wang Beihai nodded, not wasting words, and got into the car. "Be careful, and call me if anything happens." With that, Wang Beihai stomped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. "Let's go back to Wanbaoge." After watching Wang Beihai leave, Zhong Momo's eyes turned cold. "The Black Gold Society dared to provoke me today. Wanbaoge will definitely seek retribution for this." With that, Zhong Momo left with Zhang Yang. On the city streets, Wang Beihai drove at high speed, soon arriving at the entrance of Ji Shitang. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, skidding the car to a stop, and got out. Looking up at the still under renovation Ji Shitang, he found it deserted at this late hour. "This will do," Wang Beihai muttered, lifting Ling Ruoying's body from the passenger seat and climbing the stairs to the top floor. Finding the door locked, he kicked it open. The vast clinic was eerily quiet. Walking down the narrow corridor, Wang Beihai could clearly hear his footsteps and breathing. "This is it." Wang Beihai placed Ling Ruoying's body in the clinic's cold storage and muttered to himself. What's next? At that moment, a flash of light signaled the reappearance of the heavenly book. "Now, undress her and write these talismans on her body." As the voice ended, a string of intricate talisman symbols appeared in Wang Beihai's mind. Without hesitation, Wang Beihai removed Ling Ruoying's clothes, fetched some ink, and carefully inscribed the talismans on her body. It took an hour to finish, after which Wang Beihai redressed Ling Ruoying. "What's next?" Wang Beihai asked. "Her body is fine. You just need to set up a gathering array in the cold storage and nourish it with spiritual energy daily to maintain her body as it was when she was alive. The most crucial step now is to retrieve her soul." Chapter 125, Journey to the Underworld. Soul retrieval? Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows deeply, asking in confusion, "What do you mean by soul retrieval?" "It's simple. You know that life and death are part of human existence. After death, a person's spirit transforms into a soul, commonly referred to as a ghost. Once a soul, it will naturally head towards the underworld, or the netherworld as you might call it." The Book of No Words spoke leisurely, its content genuinely surprising Wang Beihai. Is there really such a place as the netherworld in this world? Of course. The Book of No Words continued, "All souls that reach the underworld, once they cross the Yellow Spring River and walk over the Bridge of Forgetfulness, will lose all memories of their previous life. By then, even if you manage to retrieve her soul, it won't serve much purpose. Therefore, what we need to do now is to retrieve her soul before it crosses the Bridge of Forgetfulness." "I see." Wang Beihai nodded. "So, once her soul is retrieved, can it just be placed back into her body?" "Hee, you're too naive. Soul retrieval is inherently against the natural order. If it were that simple, there wouldn't be the concept of separation by life and death in the world." The Book of No Words sneered disdainfully and then continued, "To put it bluntly, unless your cultivation reaches the Saint Realm, allowing you to easily shatter the void, the only way for an ordinary person to enter the underworld is to enter a state of apparent death. However, this state is extremely dangerous. One misstep could cost you your life." At this point, the Book of No Words paused, glancing at Wang Beihai, who remained unperturbed, and continued. "Moreover, once in the underworld, if your intentions are discovered, the guardians of the underworld will attack your spirit. If your spirit is destroyed, you will cease to exist. How about it? After hearing all this, do you still plan to go? Yes. Wang Beihai replied without hesitation. She died for me, and no matter how perilous it is, I must bring her back to this world. You have guts, Beihai. The Book of No Words commented, then proceeded to tell Wang Beihai the method to enter the underworld. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai arrived at the bathroom of Jishir Hall, finding a bathtub specifically designed for people with mobility issues, and filled it with water. Have you thought it through? Even if her soul is retrieved, it can only temporarily exist as a ghost for cultivation. Only by condensing a ghost core can she return to her physical body. Ghost cultivation is different from other forms of cultivation. It is an existence that defies the natural order and is fraught with the risk of failure at any moment. Just as Wang Beihai was about to step into the bathtub, the Book of No Words reminded him once more. It's fine. Let's retrieve her first. Wang Beihai's eyes flickered with determination. I believe in her. With that, Wang Beihai dispersed all his spiritual energy and submerged himself in the water. Without the support of spiritual energy, within a minute, Wang Beihai felt a suffocating sensation. Instinctively, he wanted to emerge from the water, but at that moment, an invisible force pressed down on him, preventing him from leaving the surface. Hold on. Only by reaching the brink of death will you have the chance to enter the underworld. Thus, Wang Beihai persisted for another 2 minutes. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, the Book of No Words emitted a glow, and Wang Beihai suddenly felt his vision darken as his body appeared before a massive gate. Looking up, Wang Beihai saw that the gate was at least 100 meters tall, entirely black, and as solid as a rock, covered with various red inscriptions. Taking a step forward, Wang Beihai gently touched the gate, and with a loud rumble, it instantly opened. Before him was a wasteland engulfed in flames, with a fiery path extending far into the distance, where ghosts were queuing up in line. Wang Beihai looked towards the end of the path, but saw only emptiness. So many ghosts. How do I find Ling Ruoying? Wang Beihai felt utterly at a loss. According to the time of that girl's death, she should have already crossed the Yellow Spring River and is about to reach the Bridge of Forgetfulness. At that moment, the voice of the Book of No Words entered Wang Beihai's ears, causing his eyes to widen. What should I do then? No big deal, we'll go below. The Book of No Words said, flying directly into the wasteland. Seeing this, Wang Beihai immediately followed. Indeed, the wasteland below the path, though resembling a maze with numerous forks, was quickly navigated by Wang Beihai under the guidance of the Book of No Words. Soon, he saw a vast river. Is this the Yellow Spring River? Wang Beihai glanced at the calm water, initially seeing no difference from ordinary water, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but gasp. This water is black. Naturally. The Book of No Words said leisurely, the Yellow Spring River's water is the water of the Great Een. Its only characteristic is extreme coldness and zero buoyancy. To cross this river, one must take a special ferry. Otherwise, ordinary objects will sink upon contact. Hearing this, Wang Beihai was slightly startled and looked towards the lake surface, indeed seeing a small boat floating like a leaf. Let's go over. The Book of No Words said, moving forward again, with Wang Beihai closely following. Soon, they arrived at the ferry dock. Take this. As they approached the dock, the Book of No Words suddenly shook, sending a beam of light into Wang Beihai's hand. Opening his hand, Wang Beihai found several gold coins. What's this for? Wang Beihai asked in confusion. Very fair. My identity is special. I can't show myself for now. I'll guide you through telepathy. Be careful. With that, the Book of No Words disappeared into the air. Wang Beihai jingled the gold coins in his hand and approached the ferry, where many ghosts were queuing up. Why do we have to queue up for this? Wang Beihai said anxiously, thinking of Ling Ruoying about to cross the Bridge of Forgetfulness. He wished he could fly over immediately. Young friend, are you crossing the river? At that moment, A hoarse voice came from the dock. Wang Beihai looked up to see an old man in a straw raincoat and a hat waving at him. Wang Beihai stepped forward and found that the old ferryman had his entire face covered with a black cloth. "Can I go first?" Wang Beihai asked cautiously. "Of course, but it requires a bit of compensation," the old man said, pinching his fingers towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai immediately understood, handing the gold coins to the old man. Indeed, after receiving the coins, the old man quickly made way, leading Wang Beihai onto the small boat. Soon, the boat slowly moved across the Yellow Spring River. Wang Beihai looked towards the opposite shore, his eyes gleaming. "I'm coming, Ruoying. Wait for me. Be sure to wait for me." Chapter 126, The Boatman. The ferry across the river seemed slow but was actually swift. Wang Beihai stood at the prow, his heart already in a state of great anxiety. What brings Brother Bei to the underworld? Just as Wang Beihai was focused on speeding up, the boatman suddenly spoke. At his question, Wang Beihai immediately became wary and quickly denied. "What do you mean? I'm here to be reincarnated." "Hee, reincarnation? Few who come to the underworld are as lucid as you, and you still carry spiritual energy. I've been rowing this boat for over 1,000 years. You can't fool me." The boatman spoke leisurely, but Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, alertly asking, "What do you want?" "Hee, I take money to solve problems. I'm just a humble boatman. Just remember to pay when you return, of course, if you can return." With that, the boatman pushed the long pole, and the boat had already reached the opposite shore. "Thank you." Wang Beihai jumped off the boat, thanked the boatman, and then moved forward. The 1523rd. "I hope he can return safely." The boatman sighed deeply and rowed the boat away. As Wang Beihai walked, he saw ahead a pond of lotus flowers, the water glowing with a green light, mist rising from it, and a stone bridge clearly visible above the lotus pond. "Is this the Bridge of Forgetfulness?" Wang Beihai was delighted and scanned the area carefully, spotting Ling Ruoying among the queue of spirits. Excited, Wang Beihai was about to call out Ling Ruoying's name. "Don't make a sound. Hide quickly." At that moment, the voice of the Book of No Words echoed in Wang Beihai's mind. Though puzzled, Wang Beihai obeyed. Just as he hid, two figures in black and white appeared where Wang Beihai had been standing. The black and white impermanents. Recognizing their appearance, Wang Beihai was startled. Their attire and appearance were identical to those in TV depictions of the black and white impermanents. "Strange, I clearly sensed the presence of a living person just now." At this, the white impermanents sniffed vigorously and looked puzzled at the black impermanents. "Maybe it was a mistake," the black impermanents said indifferently. After a brief discussion, the two flew away. "All right, you can go now. Remember, from now on, don't make a sound no matter what happens." The voice of the Book of No Words came again. Wang Beihai nodded and quietly approached Ling Ruoying from behind. Wang Beihai gently tapped Ling Ruoying's back, but she seemed unaware and continued forward, soon reaching the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Seeing Ling Ruoying about to step onto the bridge, Wang Beihai directly reached out, grabbed her arm, and pulled her back. This action caught the attention of the bridge guard, who immediately shouted and charged forward. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, not preparing to fight back, and directly took Ling Ruoying's hand, turning and running. "Ling Ruoying, wake up." In the middle of the run, seeing Ling Ruoying still in a daze, Wang Beihai momentarily forgot the Book of No Words' warning and called out Ling Ruoying's name. Sure enough, with Wang Beihai's call, Ling Ruoying's eyes gradually regained clarity. "Beihai, why are you here?" Seeing Wang Beihai, Ling Ruoying was overjoyed and hugged him tightly. Just as the two embraced, a giant eye suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. The eye looked at Wang Beihai, and then a furious shout echoed from the sky, with the black and white impermanents instantly attacking Wang Beihai. "Now is not the time to reminisce. Run," Wang Beihai said, pulling Ling Ruoying to run. But in the underworld, no matter how fast you run, you can't match the flying speed of the black and white impermanents. Soon, the white impermanents appeared in front of Wang Beihai, blocking their path. Himph! Daring to intrude into our underworld and trying to take someone from the underworld. You deserve death. The white impermanence said, and his staff instantly struck down. Seeing this, Wang Beihai stepped forward, hugged Ling Ruoying, and jumped to the side, barely dodging the attack. However, before Wang Beihai could steady himself, the black impermanence's attack arrived silently. Daring to trespass into the underworld, behold my soul-calling banner. The black impermanence shouted, and his torch instantly transformed into a giant banner, releasing a powerful suction force. Wang Beihai was startled, feeling like he was stuck in mud, unable to move his legs no matter how hard he tried. Die, Bei. At that moment, the white impermanence had already returned, his staff transforming into a blade, slashing down fiercely at Wang Beihai's head. No! Ling Ruoying shouted, and at the critical moment, a golden light suddenly lit up from within Wang Beihai's body. The golden light burst forth, and immediately, a scream echoed from the sky. The black impermanence's soul-calling banner instantly reverted to a torch, and Wang Beihai felt the binding sensation disappear. He quickly pulled Ling Ruoying and ran towards the yellow springs. What is this? The giant eye in the sky blinked. This feeling is familiar. Little black and little white. Stop that person. I'm coming right away. With that, the giant eye disappeared, and the black and white impermanence exchanged a glance before chasing after them. Finally, Wang Beihai reached the bank of the yellow springs. Sure enough, the boatman was already there. Seeing Wang Beihai return, the boatman was momentarily stunned. Wang Beihai didn't care and directly pulled Ling Ruoying onto the boat. Boatman quickly, row the boat. Wang Beihai said, pulling out several gold coins from his chest. At that moment, a gust of wind came from behind, and the black and white impermanence had already appeared not far away. Row the boat quickly. I'll give you double the gold coins. Seeing the boatman still unmoved, Wang Beihai became anxious, urging the boatman while taking out more gold coins from his bosom. Bei, you can't escape. The voices of the black and white impermanence came, and Wang Beihai looked back to see the two ghostly figures had arrived in front of him. Just as he was in despair, the boatman pushed the long pole, and the boat instantly moved dozens of meters away. Seeing this, the black and white impermanence stopped, fearfully glancing at the yellow springs water, then angrily pointing at the boatman. Wuxin, you dare to help outsiders. Wait for the punishment from the underworld king. Hee. At this moment, the boatman smiled slightly, pulling down the black cloth covering his face, revealing a clean and handsome face. Taking money to solve problems, I took Brother Bei's gold coins. Naturally, I have to ferry him across the river. How is that helping outsiders? Saying this, Wuxin pushed the pole again, and the black and white impermanence had become two small dots. Thank you. Wang Beihai looked at the Wuxin in front of him, not knowing what to say for a moment. It's just a small favor. No need to thank me. Wuxin smiled faintly, and the boat had already reached the shore. Go. If you really want to thank me, when you reach the realm of saints, I will find you. After saying this, Wuxin pushed the pole again and disappeared on the water surface. Wang Beihai looked at the water surface with a complex mood. At that moment, the voice of the Book of No Words came. Hurry, that person is coming. Hearing this, Wang Beihai no longer hesitated, pulling Ling Ruoying and running towards the gate of the underworld. Not long after the two left, a figure engulfed in black flames suddenly appeared at the spot where they had stood. I'm still one step too late. The person narrowed their eyes and then snorted coldly, Wuxin, don't expect these people to come to your rescue. In this world, there are no longer those who can enter the realm of saints. You'll spend your life on this yellow springs. With that, the person turned into a black flame and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 127. Ghost Cultivation. Bang. A few minutes later, as Wang Beihai's spirit crossed the threshold of the underworld, the bathtub in reality instantly shattered, emitting a burst of explosive sounds. Wang Beihai, steaming from head to toe, sat up from the water. Phew! Wang Beihai gasped heavily, attempting to stand, but as soon as he rose, his legs gave way, and he slumped back onto the ground. Don't rush. This trip to the underworld has drained all the strength from your body. Had you emerged any later, you would have perished from exhaustion even if the creatures of the underworld hadn't killed you. The Book of No Words spoke, emerging once again from Wang Beihai's body. I never expected it to be so perilous. Wang Beihai lay weakly on the wet floor, recalling the terrifying presence that followed, and couldn't help but shudder. What kind of being was that? Wang Beihai slowly raised his hand, gazing at the ceiling and marveling. That presence was the ruler of the underworld, the king of hell. It's fortunate that the restrictions set by the sovereign prevented the king of hell from stepping out of the underworld. Otherwise, you would have been annihilated. The Book of No Words spoke indifferently, and when it mentioned the sovereign, Wang Beihai remembered the illusion he had after drinking past and present at the Nightingale Bar. The person he saw there was called the sovereign. Even the king of hell can be confined? How powerful must the sovereign be? When I met the sovereign, he had already attained the divine realm. The Book of No Words spoke, its tone tinged with admiration. What is the divine realm? Wang Beihai, regaining some strength, sat up. In ancient times, when the path to immortality was at its peak, people categorized levels of power. The lowest was the human realm, followed by the earth realm, sky realm, nirvana realm, saint realm, divine realm, and finally, the supreme realm. Each level is a vast chasm. Ordinary people can spend their entire lives without crossing the threshold of nirvana. But the sovereign, at just 60 years old, broke through the saint realm to achieve divinity. Had it not been for his duty to protect this land, he might have become the world's first supreme. The Book of No Words tone carried a hint of regret. Wang Beihai listened intently, his eyes filled with yearning. What an extraordinary person! At that moment, Ling Ruoying's voice drifted over. Wang Beihai immediately snapped out of his reverie, looking up to see Ling Ruoying's ghost, semi-transparent, floating in the air. Seeing this, Wang Beihai's heart leaped with joy, and he reached out to grab her, only for his hand to pass through her form. How could this be? Wang Beihai's eyes revealed a deep sense of loss. Seeing this, Ling Ruoying flew to Wang Beihai's side, gently caressing his face. You don't need to blame yourself. I am already content to be like this. As long as I can stay by your side, I am willing, no matter what form, even if it's just quietly watching you. That won't do. Before Wang Beihai could speak, the Book of No Words floated over. Ling Ruoying looked at the Book of No Words with a hint of confusion but did not inquire. What won't do? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. Ghosts are meant to be reincarnated. But now that she's been brought back from the underworld, she's a wandering spirit. If this continues, her resentment will grow, eventually transforming her into a vengeful spirit. At that point, not only will she lose all reason and harm those around her, but the underworld's black and white impermanence will come to the mortal realm to capture her. Hearing this, Wang Beihai panicked. Then what should we do? All this effort to bring her back might end up harming her. Don't rush. At that moment, the Book of No Words flashed, and a golden light instantly infused into Ling Ruoying's body, leaving a red mark on her forehead. Listen carefully, girl. What I just imparted to you is the secret technique of the ghost king Chanking Shan, who once used this method to cultivate as a ghost, achieving the saint realm and reconstructing his body. Now that I've given it to you, if you cultivate diligently, one day you will be able to return to your original body. Hearing this, Ling Ruoying's heart leaped with joy. To say she didn't want to be resurrected would be a lie. Excitedly, she bowed to the Book of No Words. You don't need to thank me yet. The Book of No Words continued. Although you have this technique, ghost cultivation is against the natural order. Every advancement, there will be divine retribution, a trial by thunder. If you survive, you will achieve great enlightenment, but if you fail, the consequence is annihilation. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he looked at Ling Ruoying. Ling Ruoying met Wang Beihai's gaze and nodded. To live again, even if it means being struck by thunder, What does it matter? Nothing is more important than not being able to stay by your side. After all, I've already died once. Dying again doesn't matter. You have a good temperament. The Book of No Words smiled contentedly, then yawned. That's it then. Although ordinary people can't see you, they can sense you. It's better for you to stay in a bottle or something during the day. Also, although sunlight doesn't harm you, too much yang energy is not good. Try to avoid being out during the midday sun. And you, Beihai. After admonishing Ling Ruoying, the Book of No Words turned its attention to Wang Beihai. You have a good temperament and decent talent, but you're too impulsive and easily swayed by emotions. To achieve the true supreme realm, you need to be free of distractions and impervious to worldly influences. Keep striving, as repaying the debt of emotion without a heart is no easy task. With that, the Book of No Words showed signs of fatigue. I'm going to rest now. I won't appear again for a while. Take care of yourselves. This has been exhausting. With those words, the Book of No Words transformed into a golden light and re-entered Wang Beihai's body. Ruoying, I'm sorry. After the Book of No Words left, Wang Beihai looked at Ling Ruoying with a complex expression. Why apologize? There's no need to apologize. It was my choice to shield you from the bullet. Besides, I think it's quite interesting now. Ling Ruoying floated in the air, curiously examining herself. Not for that, but for my fiancé's matter. Wang Beihai pondered and finally decided to tell Ling Ruoying about Xiaomin, as this woman had already sacrificed so much for him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ling Ruoying was stunned, then turned her eyes and said calmly, "Go ahead, I'm fine." So, Wang Beihai recounted everything about himself and Xiaomin to Ling Ruoying, including how they met, how their relationship developed, and how they spent their time together, without omitting a single detail. Ling Ruoying listened intently, her expression gradually hardening. Chapter 128. The Storm Approaches. So that's why you've been neglecting me ever since you returned, Ling Ruoying said slowly after Wang Beihai finished speaking. I'm sorry, Ruoying, Wang Beihai said, feeling guilty. There's nothing to be sorry about, Ling Ruoying said, laughing at Wang Beihai's expression. You never wronged me. In fact, it's been me causing you trouble. From the moment you rushed into the celestial realm and brought me out, my heart has already belonged to you. As for your relationship with Sister Xiaomin, I won't mind. After all, she was willing to risk her life for you, and so would I. The only difference is that she has had you, and I haven't. Ling Ruoying's eyes showed a hint of sadness, but it quickly disappeared. You also said she's only your fiancée, and now she's missing, which means I still have a chance, Ling Ruoying said, winking at Wang Beihai. She then floated to him, lightly kissing him on the lips. Now I suddenly feel that this state of mine isn't so bad. At least, if you end up with Sister Xiaomin, I can quietly stay by your side. Hearing this, Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat, feeling a chill run down his spine. If that's the case, I won't have any privacy at all. No way. He shook his head vigorously. Ling Ruoying, however, climbed onto his back, giggling. I don't care. You brought me back, so you have to take responsibility for me. In the bathroom, the man and the ghost chatted and laughed, and before they knew it, the next day had arrived. When the construction team arrived, Wang Beihai was already standing outside the room with the freezer. Master, what are you doing here? Peng Hao, leading the construction team to make repairs, hurried forward upon seeing Wang Beihai. Nothing, just taking a look, Wang Beihai said with a faint smile. Ling Ruoying was perched on his back, but Peng Hao couldn't see her. By the way, Peng Hao, remember to keep the freezer in this room always powered on. No one except me is allowed to enter this room in the future. Ah. Peng Hao was puzzled but nodded without asking further. How have you been feeling these days? After giving instructions, Wang Beihai started a casual conversation with Peng Hao. Pretty good. While the Ji Shirtang is under renovation, I've been reviewing what you and Senior Brotherly taught me, and I feel like I've gained a lot. Peng Hao said, his face showing excitement. He never imagined he would one day become a fellow apprentice with Li Zhenshi, and all this was thanks to the man in front of him. Good. It's good to have progress. Wang Beihai nodded, then led Peng Hao to the office. What do you think about expanding Ji Shirtang to other places? Wang Beihai asked casually, sitting in the chair. That would be great, Peng Hao said, his heart leaping with joy. Our Ji Shirtang not only has superb medical skills, but also serves the people wholeheartedly. If we can expand it, it would be a great honor for our ancestors. All right, then it's settled. Wang Beihai immediately decided upon hearing Peng Hao's words. After the semester starts, you'll handle this matter. We'll start with Beicheng, and you'll be the chief physician. Am I hearing this right? Peng Hao shook his head in disbelief. Expanding to Beicheng is fine, but having me as the chief physician, isn't that too hasty? No, Wang Beihai winked, then waved his hand, and several silver needles appeared in his palm. I'll now teach you the 9-yin resurrection needle technique. As long as it's not a serious illness, it can be cured. Pay close attention. After saying that, Wang Beihai removed his shirt, revealing his upper body, and then changed his technique, inserting the needles into his acupoints in sequence. Peng Hao kept his eyes wide open, rapidly memorizing Wang Beihai's needle techniques and the changing acupoints until Wang Beihai withdrew the needles, and Peng Hao still hadn't blinked. The entire needle technique consists of 9 needles, each with 9 different variations, and each variation can be combined with 9 different needle paths. It's relatively complex, Wang Beihai said, putting his clothes back on. Today, just memorize the techniques. I'll write down the details later, and you can discuss them with Li Zhenshi. After saying that, Wang Beihai walked out alone. Leaving Ji Shirtang, Wang Beihai headed straight to the training base of the dragon-slaying team. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Wang Beihai looked up and felt something, then smiled. What's wrong? Ling Ruoying asked curiously. Nothing, it's just that there's a terrifyingly powerful force hidden in this mountain, Wang Beihai said, then dashed towards the peak. On the top of the mountain, Lin Feng and the others were training intensely. After days of training and medicinal baths, these people's bodies had become more resilient, and their martial arts cultivation had advanced rapidly. In just a few days, some had broken through from martial artists to martial masters. And Lao Gue, who was already a martial master, had broken through the bottleneck that had held him back for years with Wang Beihai's techniques, reaching the martial grandmaster level. Tasting the sweetness of becoming a martial artist, everyone no longer complained and even added extra practice in private. Not bad. Wang Beihai suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng, nodding in satisfaction. Lin Feng was stunned and turned to look at Wang Beihai. When did you arrive? I didn't even feel it. Wang Beihai smiled and answered vaguely, it seems everyone has broken through. That's for sure, Lin Feng said proudly, patting his chest. Very good. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then called Lao Gue over. Lend me your dagger, Wang Beihai said with a smile. Although Lao Gue was puzzled, he still handed the dagger to Wang Beihai. Watch closely. Wang Beihai took the dagger, then his eyes sharpened, and his hands started moving in the air. His phantom-like figure, unexpected attacks, and ruthless strikes were executed to perfection. Even those training couldn't help but look over. A few minutes later, Wang Beihai stopped and handed the dagger back to Lao Gue. With your high cultivation and unique moves, mastering this blade technique will definitely take your strength to the next level. Wang Beihai's words made Lao Gue's face flush with excitement as he knelt down. Seeing this, Wang Beihai helped him up with a smile, then looked at the crowd and said loudly, as long as you train hard, you'll also receive such rewards. Instantly, the entire forest erupted in a deafening cheer. It's time. Black Gold Society, are you ready to receive my return gift? Wang Beihai looked at the crowd, then turned his gaze to the distance, his eyes showing a hint of coldness. Chapter 129, Nightingale's Intelligence. One day later, Wang Beihai returned to Wulong Village and personally tested the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. As soon as the formation was activated, from outside the village, the entire Wulong Village was instantly enveloped in a thick fog. Interesting, just this fog alone can confuse anyone who comes. Ordinary people might not even find their way. Wang Beihai smiled faintly and stepped into the fog. Relying on his memory, Wang Beihai took a few steps forward, but suddenly the solid ground beneath him turned into mud. Quick as a flash, Wang Beihai sidestepped to avoid it. Before he could steady himself, the clear sky suddenly began to pour with rain. In an instant, wind and rain raged, and just as Wang Beihai was soaked through, a raging fire ignited before him. After this series of maneuvers, even Wang Beihai appeared somewhat disheveled, barely managing to retreat from the village with the help of his Xiao Luo immortal body. Everything in front of him returned to clarity. Indeed, it's formidable, Wang Beihai thought to himself, smiling as he looked at the entrance of Wulong village. He then closed the formation with a wave of his hand. There's only one path through the formation. I'll inform Sister Li and Bai Yi to let the villagers know. This way, Wulong village will be absolutely safe. With this thought, Wang Beihai quickly ran towards the village, first meeting with Bai Yi to explain some details of the formation, and then hurrying back to his home. As soon as he opened the door, Wang Beihai saw Yang Li and Li Xiaofeng sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, clearly radiating a wave of spiritual energy. It seems they've both become martial artists, Wang Beihai thought with a gratified smile. He coughed lightly, and Yang Li and Li Xiaofeng immediately opened their eyes. Seeing Wang Beihai, the two women stood up joyfully. Are you all right, Sister Li? Wang Beihai glanced at Yang Li. The injury she had suffered during the explosion had already healed, and his worry diminished significantly. I'm fine, Yang Li smiled, then looked seriously at Wang Beihai. Beihai, tell me honestly, what other things haven't you told me? There's nothing, Wang Beihai said, scratching his head and hastily denying Yang Li's suspicions under her questioning gaze. Really? Yang Li's face was full of disbelief, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Beihai. Really? Wang Beihai chuckled bitterly. Sister Li, you know me. If there's anything, I tell you first. That's more like it. Yang Li shot Wang Beihai a glance. But lately, I've been restless, always dreaming that you're covered in blood. It's terrifying, Yang Li said, showing a frightened expression. All right, Sister Li, it won't happen. After all, it's just a dream, Wang Beihai said, and Yang Li fell silent, nodding silently, her eyes seeming to hesitate over something. Wang Beihai immediately noticed Yang Li's unease and was about to ask when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a message from Nightingale. Wang Beihai frowned, hurriedly telling Yang Li the safe path through the formation, and then left directly. Soon, in the back mountains of Wulong village, Wang Beihai climbed to a protruding large rock platform, repeatedly surveying the surroundings. After waiting for a while, Nightingale still hadn't appeared. At that moment, a light figure emerged from the woods, arriving before Wang Beihai in a few breaths. You're here? Wang Beihai said indifferently. Nightingale before him had changed significantly. Her eyes were clearer and more lively, her skin smoother and finer, making her look 10 years younger at first glance. Seems the spirit fusion pill and the technique are working quite well, Wang Beihai said. What do you mean quite well? They're simply miraculous, Nightingale said excitedly, almost jumping for joy. Why the rush to find me this time? What's the matter? Wang Beihai smiled faintly. Nightingale's transformation was within his expectations, so his attitude remained calm. Can I find you if there's nothing? I miss you, okay? Nightingale said, her eyes rolling as she began to act coquettishly towards Wang Beihai. Ignoring Nightingale's playful behavior, Wang Beihai pulled out a few sheets of paper from his pocket. If you don't say it quickly, I'll throw away these pages of technique, he said. Seeing this, Nightingale knew Wang Beihai wasn't joking, so she immediately stopped her coquettish act, pouting and complaining. You're such a straight man, a clueless fool. Wang Beihai shot a glance at Nightingale, who immediately became more obedient. I've noticed your recent actions. Are you planning to go to war with the Black Gold Society? Nightingale finally stopped playing around and asked seriously. Wang Beihai didn't respond, just nodded faintly. At that moment, Nightingale's eyes sharpened as she said, This war can't be fought. Why not? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. No, what I mean is, it can't be fought now, Nightingale said, narrowing her eyes. Were you attacked the other day while dining by the lake? Yes, Wang Beihai nodded, not finding it strange. At that moment, Nightingale prompted, Think carefully. What's different between the bus incident and this one? Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned, pondering but failing to figure it out, so he shrugged at Nightingale. Should I say you're smart or just plain foolish? Nightingale covered her face and shook her head, then continued, think about it. Why did I give you intelligence the first time but didn't hear any news the second time? This remark made Wang Beihai's eyes widen as he instantly realized. Right, if it's not because I've been exposed, then the Black Gold Society didn't take action, Nightingale said, narrowing her eyes at Wang Beihai. My presence here now indicates I haven't been exposed, so there's only one possibility. The assassination by the lake wasn't arranged by the Black Gold Society. Someone wants to confuse the situation, kill me, and frame the Black Gold Society. Wang Beihai said coldly, picking up Nightingale's train of thought. You're not too slow, Nightingale smiled, then continued. I didn't want to meddle, but since it concerns your life, I followed this thread to investigate. I remember I killed everyone present that day. How did you investigate? Wang Beihai asked, narrowing his eyes in confusion. Although my strength isn't great, when it comes to intelligence, I'm top-notch, Nightingale said with a smile, giving Wang Beihai a flirtatious glance. Do you remember that guy from the Emo family, Bazi? Emoli? Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow. Didn't I already kill him? Yes, he was indeed killed by you. But do you know where he went after escaping from North City? Where? Wang Beihai's heart skipped a beat. Since the battle in Jiangbei, he hadn't paid attention to the Emo family's movements, and it turned out this oversight almost led him to his demise. Nightingale smiled slightly, not waiting for Wang Beihai to speak before continuing, the Li family in Jiangnan. Chapter 130. Li Yishuan's plot. The Li family. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a buzzing in his head, suddenly recalling that in addition to killing the heir of the Black Gold Society, Black Tiger, he had also taken the life of Su Wenhui of the Su family, and had maimed Li Yishuan, cutting off one of his hands and one of his feet, leaving him in a state of living hell. I never expected it to be Li Yishuan. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, nodding gratefully towards Yang. If not for Yang's intelligence today, perhaps tomorrow morning, Wang Beihai would have led his team into battle against the Black Gold Society. Don't look at me like that. Yang smiled, her head held high. If it weren't for the Kung Fu manual, I wouldn't bother with your life or death. As she spoke, Yang blinked her beautiful eyes and looked back at Wang Beihai. Do you think there's only the Li family involved? You're greatly mistaken. Let me tell you, all the assassins that day came from the Su family. And the one who pulled the trigger and killed Ling Ruiying was a bodyguard from the Su family. At this revelation, Wang Beihai furrowed his brows. From what you say, it seems the Su and Li families are acting together this time. Where did you get so much information? I said it before, don't underestimate any demon clan, and don't underestimate my intelligence network. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have left the Yang bar to return to this hated espionage network. As Yang spoke, she shot a resentful glance at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned but didn't say anything, handing over the Kung Fu manual to Yang. Don't worry, although our demon clan doesn't have a good reputation, when it comes to keeping our word, we're much better than your human race. Yang took the manual, glanced at it, and tucked it into her bosom. Then, looking at the serious Wang Beihai, Yang stepped forward, her chest pressing right up to his nose. Wang Beihai was deep in thought and caught off guard by this sudden surge, startled by Yang, then took a few steps back, his face flushed as he looked at her. What are you doing? You really are a little boy. Seeing how cute you are, I'll let the offense slide. Yang chuckled triumphantly, walking right up to Wang Beihai and giving him a light kiss on the forehead. This way, we're even. With that, Yang leapt and disappeared into the forest. What a troublesome person. Wang Beihai watched the agile figure in the distance, unable to help but smile wryly. Recalling Yang's words, his eyes turned cold. The Su and Li families. Even the celestial realm has your shadows. Since you want me dead so much, then let's start with you. As night fell, in the Li family mansion on Mount Luofeng, Fenghuang County, Li Yishuan sat expressionlessly in a wheelchair, using his remaining hand to place a chess piece on the board. Opposite him, a plump middle-aged man observed Li Yishuan's every move while placing his own pieces. Haha, sorry, Li Zi, this game I win. The fat man spoke as he pressed down his white piece. As soon as it landed, Li Yishuan revealed a triumphant smile. Instantly, Li Yishuan pressed down with his finger, and the black piece fell. The entire board situation turned on its head, and the white pieces crumbled in an instant. How could this be? The fat man rubbed his eyes, his face a picture of disbelief. Hee, sometimes what you see is not necessarily the truth, Uncle Su. You've lost.
李逸轩谦逊地笑了笑，坐在他面前的正是苏家家主苏文兴的父亲苏半成。
Haha, to be so composed and strategic at such a young age, playing a covert game and planning each move meticulously. I lost fairly, no complaints here. Su Banqing let out a hearty laugh, but his expression immediately darkened as his eyes flickered. What a pity, such a talented person, yet so young, has to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. And then to think of my own son, who was at the prime of his life. My heart, it aches with hatred. Su Banqing said, slamming his palm down onto the chessboard, which instantly shattered into two halves. Seeing this, Li Yishuan's eyes also flashed with anger, but he quickly concealed his emotions. Uncle, don't worry. If the plan goes as expected, Wang Beihai should be consumed by rage by now. It's likely that soon, he'll clash with the Black Gold Society. With a wave of his hand, Li Yishuan signaled for the maid to bring up 2 cups of tea. Li Yishuan took a sip of the tea, then his face revealed a cunning expression. Su Banqing, on the other hand, grabbed the teacup and downed the scalding hot tea in one gulp, followed by a hearty laugh. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Your move is truly ingenious.
苏半成笑着拍了拍李逸轩，高兴地说道：“如果能除掉王北海那小子，自然是最好的结果。即便计划失败了，王北海也绝对想不到是我们两家在背后操纵。”
Now that Wang Beihai is fully focused on fighting the Black Gold Society, and with Ling Ruoying's death, his target naturally will only be the Black Gold Society. There's more to it than that. Li Yishuan listened to Su Banqing's analysis, his brow furrowed, and an unhappy expression appeared on his face. If it were just that, why would I have to endure such humiliation? Chapter 130, Li Yishuan's Plot. The Li family. Hearing this, Wang Beihai felt his head buzz, suddenly remembering that in addition to killing Black Tiger, the heir of the Black Gold Society, he had also taken the life of Su Wenfeng of the Su family. Li Yishuan had been mutilated, losing one hand and one foot, leaving him in a state worse than death. I didn't expect it to be Li Yishuan. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes and nodded gratefully towards Yang. If not for Yang's intelligence today, he might have led his team into battle with the Black Gold Society tomorrow morning. Hee, don't look at me like that, Yang chuckled, her head held high. If it weren't for the martial arts manual, I wouldn't care about your life or death. With a blink of her beautiful eyes, she looked at Wang Beihai again. Do you think only the Li family is involved? You're gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, all the assassins that day came from the Su family. And the one who fired the shot that killed Ling Ruoying was a bodyguard from the Su family. At this, Wang Beihai frowned. From what you say, it seems the Su and Li families are working together. But where did you get all this information? I told you, don't underestimate any demon clan, especially my intelligence network. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have left Yang Bar and returned to this hated spy web. As Yang spoke, she shot a resentful glance at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai was momentarily stunned but said nothing, handing the martial arts manual to Yang. Don't worry, although our demon clan doesn't have the best reputation, we are much more trustworthy than your human race. Yang took the manual, glanced at it, and then tucked it into her bosom. Looking at Wang Beihai, who was deep in thought, she stepped forward, her chest almost touching his nose. Startled by the sudden closeness, Wang Beihai stepped back, his face turning red. What are you doing? Hee, you're still just a kid. For your cuteness, I'll let the previous offense slide. Yang smirked, walking up to Wang Beihai, and giving him a light kiss on the forehead. Now we're even. With that, Yang leaped into the forest. What a troublesome person, Wang Beihai muttered, watching her agile figure in the distance. Recalling Yang's words, his eyes turned cold. Su family, Li family. Even the heavenly paradise has your shadows. Since you're so eager to see me dead, I'll start with you. That night, in the Li family residence on Phoenix County's Luofeng Mountain, Li Yishuan sat expressionless in his wheelchair, using his remaining hand to place a chess piece on the board. Opposite him, a fat middle-aged man observed each move of Li Yishuan's, placing his own pieces accordingly. Haha, sorry, Li boy, this round I win. The fat man placed his white piece, and as soon as it landed, Li Yishuan revealed a triumphant smile. With a press of his finger, the black piece fell, instantly turning the tide of the game, leaving the white pieces in disarray. How could this be? The fat man rubbed his eyes, looking incredulous. Hee hee, sometimes what you see isn't real, Uncle Su. You've lost. Li Yishuan smiled modestly. The man before him was Su Banqing, the head of the Su family and father of Su Wenfeng. Ha, young and calm, you've outmaneuvered me. I lost fairly. Su Banqing laughed, then his expression darkened. It's a pity such a talented person has to spend his life in a wheelchair. And thinking of my son, in the prime of his life, I feel such hatred. Su Banqing slammed his palm on the board, shattering the wooden chessboard. Seeing this, Li Yishuan's eyes also flashed with anger, quickly hidden. Uncle, don't worry. If the plan goes as expected, Wang Beihai should be furious by now. Soon, he'll clash with the Black Gold Society. Li Yishuan waved his hand, and a maid brought 2 cups of tea. Li Yishuan sipped the tea, then wore a sinister smile. Su Banqing drank his cup of hot tea in one gulp, laughing heartily. Truly admirable. Your move was ingenious. Su Banqing patted Li Yishuan, pleased. If we can kill Wang Beihai, that's best. Even if we fail, he'll never suspect us. Now Wang Beihai is focused on the Black Gold Society. With Ling Ruoying dead, his target is clear. There's more. Li Yishuan frowned, displeased by Su Banqing's analysis. Do you think I did this just to make Wang Beihai fight the Black Gold Society? Li Yishuan sneered. Do you think I did this just to make Wang Beihai fight the Black Gold Society? Is there more? Su Banqing was intrigued. Ling Ruoying is dead. Not only Wang Beihai, but even Ling Tianxian will go to war with the Black Gold Society for her. Li Yishuan smiled. When 2 tigers fight, one must die and one must be injured. Either way, both will be weakened. Meanwhile, our 2 families will have rested and prepared. When the outcome is decided, we'll strike together, reaping the benefits and unifying the entire Jiangnan region. Li Yishuan's eyes sparkled. Su Banqing finally understood, slamming the table. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'm impressed. As he laughed, Su Banqing narrowed his eyes. What if Wang Beihai or the Black Gold Society finds out it was us? Impossible. Li Yishuan smiled confidently. Think about it. We're targeting Wang Beihai, on the same side as the Black Gold Society. As long as they don't see through our plan, they won't act against us. As for Wang Beihai, my setup was meticulous. Even with 10 brains, he wouldn't figure it out. The 2 laughed heartily. Just as they celebrated their perfect plan, the Li family's gates were suddenly smashed open. Before they could react, dozens of black-clad figures rushed in, slaughtering the Li family's guards in minutes. In the darkness, Wang Beihai stepped into the Li family residence, his eyes locking onto Li Yishuan in the hall. His gaze was that of a demonic god. From afar, Li Yishuan met Wang Beihai's eyes, his body trembling, feeling as if he were falling into an abyss. Is there more? Su Banqing was momentarily taken aback, immediately becoming intrigued. The one who died is Ling Ruoying. Not only will Wang Beihai seek revenge, but even that old man Ling Tianxi will go to war with the Black Gold Society for her sake.
李义轩笑了笑，两虎相争，必有一死，必有一伤。无论最后哪一方胜出，都会元气大伤。而你我两家，则可以趁机养精蓄锐。
Once the outcome is clear, If our two families join forces and strike, we will surely reap the benefits of a fisherman and unify the entire Jiangnan region. Chapter 130. Li Yixuan's Plot. The Li Family. Upon hearing this, Wang Beihai felt a buzzing in his head, suddenly remembering that besides killing the heir of the Black Gold Society, Black Tiger, he had also taken the life of Su Wenhui of the Su family and left Li Yixuan maimed, his life worse than death. I didn't expect it to be Li Yixuan. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, nodding gratefully at Yang. If not for Yang's intelligence, he might have led his team into a battle with the Black Gold Society as early as tomorrow morning. Hee, don't look at me like that, Yang chuckled, her head held high. If it weren't for the martial arts manual, I wouldn't care about your life or death. With a blink of her beautiful eyes, she looked back at Wang Beihai. Do you think this is just the Li family's doing? You're gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, all the assassins that day came from the Su family. And the one who shot and killed Ling Ruoying was also a bodyguard from the Su family. Hearing this, Wang Beihai frowned. From what you're saying, it seems the Su and Li families joined forces. How did you get so much information? I've said it before, don't underestimate any demon clan, and don't underestimate my intelligence. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have left Yang Bar and returned to this network I loathe. Yang said, giving Wang Beihai a resentful glance. Wang Beihai was stunned but didn't say anything, handing the martial arts manual to Yang. Don't worry, although our demon clan doesn't have the best reputation, we are much better than your human race when it comes to keeping our word. Yang took the manual, glanced at it, and tucked it into her clothes. Then, looking at the serious Wang Beihai, she stepped forward, her chest nearly touching his nose. Wang Beihai, deep in thought, was caught off guard by this sudden closeness and took a few steps back, his face reddening. What are you doing? Hee, you're really just a little kid. Considering how cute you are, I'll let the offense slide. Yang smiled triumphantly, walking up to Wang Beihai and gently kissing his forehead. Now, we're even. With that, Yang leaped and disappeared into the forest. What a troublesome person, Wang Beihai muttered, watching the agile figure in the distance, a bitter smile on his lips. Thinking of Yang's words, his eyes turned cold. Su family, Li family. Even the heavenly realm has your shadows. Since you want me dead so badly, then I'll start with you. That night, in the Phoenix County, at the Li family estate on Phoenix Mountain, Li Yixuan sat expressionlessly in a wheelchair, using his remaining hand to place a chess piece on the board. Across from him, a fat middle-aged man observed Li Yixuan's every move while placing his own pieces. Haha, sorry Li boy, this game, I win, the fat man said, pressing down his white piece. As soon as the piece landed, Li Yixuan revealed a triumphant smile. Then, Li Yixuan pressed a finger, and a black piece fell, instantly turning the game around, leaving the white pieces in disarray. How could this be? The fat man rubbed his eyes, looking incredulous. Hee, sometimes. What you see isn't necessarily true, Uncle Su, you've lost. Li Yixuan smiled modestly. The man before him was Su Banqing, the head of the Su family and Su Wenhui's father. Ha, young and steady, a hidden strategy, step by step, I lost without a doubt. Su Banqing laughed loudly, then his expression darkened. It's a pity such a talented person has to spend his youth in a wheelchair. Thinking of my son in his prime, I feel hatred in my heart, Su Banqing said, slamming his palm on the chessboard, breaking the wooden board in half. Seeing this, Li Yixuan's eyes also flashed with anger, quickly hidden. Uncle, don't worry. If the plan goes as expected, Wang Beihai should be enraged by now. Soon, he'll clash with the Black Gold Society. Li Yixuan waved his hand, and a maid brought 2 cups of tea. Li Yixuan took a sip, then showed a sinister smile. Su Banqing picked up the cup and drank the scalding tea in one gulp, laughing loudly. Truly admirable, your strategy is exquisite. Su Banqing patted Li Yixuan, saying happily, if we can kill Wang Beihai, that would be best. Even if we fail, Wang Beihai will never suspect us. Now, Wang Beihai is focused on fighting the Black Gold Society. With Ling Ruoying dead, his target will only be the Black Gold Society. There's more to it. Li Yixuan frowned, showing displeasure at Su Banqing's analysis. If that's all, why would I endure such humiliation? Li Yixuan sneered, continuing, do you think my plan is just to make Wang Beihai fight the Black Gold Society? Is there more? Su Banqing was intrigued. Ling Ruoying is dead. Not only will Wang Beihai, but even Ling Tianquan will go to war with the Black Gold Society. Li Yixuan smiled. When two tigers fight, one will die, the other will be injured. Either way, both will be weakened. In contrast, our two families will be well rested. When the result comes, we'll strike together, reaping the benefits and unifying all of Jiangnan. Li Yixuan said, his eyes gleaming. Su Banqing finally understood, slamming the table and laughing, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'm impressed. Laughing, Su Banqing narrowed his eyes. What if Wang Beihai or the Black Gold Society finds out it was us? Impossible. Li Yixuan confidently smiled. Think about it. We're targeting Wang Beihai, on the same side as the Black Gold Society. As long as they don't see through our intentions, they won't act against us. As for Wang Beihai, my plan is meticulous. Even with 10 brains, he won't figure it out. With that, the two laughed heartily. Just as they were reveling in their perfect plan, the main gate of the Li estate was suddenly smashed open. Before they could react, dozens of black figures stormed in, killing all the Li guards within minutes. In the darkness, Wang Beihai slowly walked into the Li estate, his eyes fixed on Li Yixuan in the hall, like a demon god. From afar, Li Yixuan met Wang Beihai's gaze, his body trembling, feeling like he had fallen into an abyss. Su Banqing finally caught on, slammed the table and laughed loudly. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I am truly impressed, truly impressed. Laughing, Su Banqing suddenly narrowed his eyes. You know, if Wang Beihai or the Black Gold Society finds out it was us, won't we be in trouble? Impossible. Li Yixuan smiled confidently. Think about it. Our target is Wang Beihai, and we are on the same side as the Black Gold Society. As long as they don't see through our intentions, they won't turn against us. As for Wang Beihai, my plan this time is extremely well thought out. Even if he had 10 brains, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. With that, the two of them burst into laughter. Just as the two were reveling in their perfect plan, suddenly, the main gate of the Li family mansion was violently smashed open. Just as the two were bewildered, dozens of shadowy figures burst into the Li residence, and within minutes, they had slaughtered all the Li family's bodyguards. At that moment, Wang Beihai stepped into the Li family home slowly, his eyes locking onto Li Yixuan in the hall, his gaze as fearsome as that of a demon god. From afar, a single glance between Li Yixuan and Wang Beihai sent a shudder through Li Yixuan's body, as if he had suddenly plunged into an abyss thousands of feet deep. Chapter 131. The Game. Wang Beihai? How could he know? Su Banqing narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with surprise. I don't know either. Li Yixuan's body trembled slightly, his face turning pale in an instant. He had calculated thousands of possibilities, but never expected Wang Beihai to dare to make such a bold move. Don't panic yet. Seeing Su Banqing about to draw his weapon, Li Yixuan shook his head. We don't know why they're here yet. Acting rashly would only make us look guilty. And look at the people he brought. Each one exudes an extraordinary aura, clearly prepared. If we fight to the death, it will only be to our disadvantage. Hearing this, Su Banqing paused, then put away his long spear, his gaze towards Li Yixuan filled with a bit more respect. Stop. At that moment, Li Yixuan narrowed his eyes and shouted towards the courtyard. Hold on. Wang Beihai signaled for everyone to stop the attack, then squinted at Li Yixuan. Li Yixuan maneuvered his wheelchair forward a few meters, shouting angrily at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, although I've been unfriendly towards you in the past, since the battle at the Celestial Paradise, even after you cut off my limbs, I chose to swallow my pride and let it go. Now you're launching a massive attack on my Li family. Isn't that a bit too much? Hee, what a great way to let things go, and what a great way to push it too far. Wang Beihai laughed heartily, watching Li Yishuan's seemingly genuine expression. Li Yishuan, I must say, if it's about schemes, among all the people I've met, no one can surpass you. But no matter how many calculations you make, you still fall into your own trap. Just based on the assassination by the lake, today I will exterminate the Li family. Assassination by the lake? What assassination by the lake? Li Yishuan not only remained calm but also put on an extremely surprised expression, looking at Wang Beihai. Since you crippled me, I've been wallowing at home, drinking and playing chess all day, never stepping out. I know nothing about what happens outside these walls. How could there be any assassination? With that, Li Yishuan changed the subject. I've heard you've been at odds with the Black Gold Society. Could it be that they were behind it? Hearing this, Wang Beihai just coldly smiled at Li Yishuan, his heart already killing Li Yishuan 1,000 times over. If not for Nightingale's intelligence, Wang Beihai almost believed Li Yishuan's words. Seeing Wang Beihai not responding, Li Yishuan thought Wang Beihai believed him, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, adding fuel to the fire. No, if the Black Gold Society had done it, you would definitely know. So why come to cause trouble at my Li family's residence? And looking at your setup, you must have been prepared. Could it be that you want to pin the crime of the Black Gold Society on my Li family? Wang Beihai, we are all men, standing tall and upright. How can we do such a thing as framing and shifting blame? Li Yishuan became more and more excited, eventually resembling a righteous man, speaking passionately. Hee, wonderful, truly wonderful. Wang Beihai clapped his hands, laughing heartily. Young Master Li, I must say, your series of schemes are indeed wonderful. Even I almost got fooled by you. Unfortunately, cleverness is often counterproductive. If you really were, as you say, indifferent to worldly affairs, you might still have a way out. But today, you and the Li family must disappear. With that, Wang Beihai didn't give Li Yishuan a chance to explain. Waving his hand, and more than a dozen members of the dragon-slaying squad roared and charged towards the Li family guards. In an instant, the Li family residence echoed with agonizing screams. Wang Beihai, you are going too far. Seeing this, Li Yishuan's eyes widened in anger. Thinking about how his meticulously planned schemes were so easily seen through by Wang Beihai, a surge of anger overwhelmed him, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Uncle Su, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I've dragged you down too. After a few seconds of frustration, Li Yishuan wiped the blood from his mouth, looking apologetically at Su Bansheng. Hey, nephew, don't say that. This isn't your fault. Besides, I've long wanted to personally avenge my son on this Beihai. His attack today saves me some effort in searching for him. Su Bansheng pulled out a short-barreled hunting rifle from his jacket, fired a shot into the sky. Instantly, the sound of numerous footsteps filled the air from outside the Li family's gate. Almost forgot, I always bring my brothers with me when I go out. Su Bansheng chuckled proudly. His family had made their fortune as bandits, always engaged in killing and robbing. Now that a fight had broken out, Su Bansheng directly took off his shirt, revealing a large floral tattoo on his arm. Boys, get your weapons out and give these brats a good welcome, Su Bansheng said, taking out a bloodstain from his pocket and biting it between his teeth, then holding the hunting rifle, firing wildly at the people in the courtyard. Su Bansheng's subordinates also pulled out axes from their waists, forming groups of 3 or 5, surrounding the dragon-slaying squad members and hacking at them fiercely. Although the dragon-slaying squad members were all martial artists, they had just joined not long ago, and soon, some were injured. Haha, Beihai, know the power of your old man now. Today, you'll pay for my son's life, Su Bansheng said, excitedly firing at the crowd. Fall back. Seeing the heavy injuries among his men, Wang Beihai quickly recalled them, then took out a dozen pills from his waist and threw them to the crowd. Take it first, to stop the bleeding. The men took the pills without hesitation, swallowing them directly. Indeed, not long after, the bleeding at their wounds stopped, and there was even a sign of scabbing. Are you the head of the Su family? Wang Beihai stepped forward, his fists smashing out, knocking back the surrounding axe wielders, then looking at Su Bansheng, who was madly firing in the hall. Hee hee, that's right. I'm Su Banching. You little brat who killed my son. Don't wash your head yet. Let me kill you. Su Banching arrogantly shouted, while Wang Beihai's gaze was icy cold, raising 3 fingers towards Su Banching. In 30 seconds, I will kill you. Haha, what a big talk. Hearing this, Su Banching burst into laughter, then looked at Li Yixuan beside him, patting his chest and said, Nephew, today let me show you the style of your old man back in the day. With that, Su Banching waved his hand, and dozens of axe wielders instantly surrounded Wang Beihai, countless axes slashing towards him. Su Banching also charged into the courtyard with the hunting rifle, looking like he was about to personally finish off Wang Beihai. Brave but reckless, take care of yourself. Li Yixuan, watching the chaotic scene, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, taking advantage of the confusion among the crowd, quietly slipped away from the scene. Chapter 132, Trap. In the Li family courtyard, Wang Beihai was being besieged by the Su family's axemen. Seeing this, the members of the dragon-slaying team wanted to rush forward to help. No need to come up, Wang Beihai shouted from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and despite the dense onslaught, Wang Beihai remained calm and composed, moving deftly among the flashes of cold steel. Hep, Beihai's mouth is still tough. Get out of the way. Let me give this guy a taste of my hunting rifle, Su Banching roared. The axemen immediately stepped aside. Su Banching smirked coldly, and his hunting rifle spat out sparks, sending countless steel pellets flying towards Wang Beihai under the propulsion of gunpowder. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Banching's smile froze on his face. The steel pellets passed through Wang Beihai's body without the expected sound of a gunshot, and Wang Beihai remained standing in place. Su Banching rubbed his eyes, and his pupils dilated as he saw Wang Beihai, who had been standing there, slowly dissipate and vanish. Where did he go? Su Banching's heart raced with alertness. The next second, a chill ran down his neck, and Wang Beihai's voice echoed in his ears. I said, I'll kill you in 30 seconds. With that, Wang Beihai didn't give Su Banching any more chances. He slashed with his long sword, and Su Banching's body jolted violently before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, the Su family's axemen panicked. Taking advantage of the chaos, Wang Beihai waved his hand, and the dragon-slaying team members erupted into action, taking down one opponent with a few punches and kicks. Soon, the Li family courtyard was strewn with bodies. Where's Li Yixuan? After eliminating the guards of the Su and Li families, Wang Beihai frowned, suddenly remembering Li Yixuan. Closing his eyes for a moment, he sensed something and frowned again. In his perception, Li Yixuan had already fled. At that moment, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and a sense of danger surged within him. Not good, run. Wang Beihai waved his hand and shouted, signaling the team to leave the Li family estate. However, before anyone could react, the ground beneath them surged with heat, and the entire Li family estate suddenly exploded, engulfing Wang Beihai and the others in a raging inferno. On the highway not far from the Li family estate, Li Yixuan sat in a car, holding a remote control. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched the Li mansion burn fiercely, a twisted smile on his face. Ha ha ha, didn't expect it, Wang Beihai. I knew you'd come, so I prepared a feast for you. It's a pity about that fat man from the Su family and my Li family mansion. Li Yixuan chuckled coldly and took a sip of champagne in front of him. Meanwhile, in the Li family mansion, amidst the raging flames, a figure engulfed in fire slowly walked out. The figure stopped in the center of the courtyard, shook forcefully, and the flames dispersed, revealing the face of Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's expression was blank, his eyes deep, and he was enveloped in a red glow. Well, Li Yixuan. If it weren't for Qi Xiao and the Azura indestructible body, I would have been a charred corpse by now. Wang Beihai glanced around with lingering fear, sensing no signs of life. Thinking of the dozens of dragon-slaying team members he had brought, a surge of anger burned within Wang Beihai. Open! Wang Beihai roared, then swung his hand forcefully. Qi Xiao let out a dragon's roar and slashed forward with a sword beam, extinguishing the flames in its path. After several such slashes, the once fierce fire was completely extinguished. Looking at the charred bodies strewn across the ground, Wang Beihai felt a mixture of emotions. He dug out dozens of bodies from the ground, all of them members of the dragon-slaying team. Seeing these teammates he had known for a short time but held deep affection for, Wang Beihai's heart ached. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to sink by 3 inches, and with another stomp, a small pit formed beneath his feet. Half an hour later, Wang Beihai had dug a large pit in the Li family courtyard by himself. He placed all the team members' bodies in the pit, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding soil quickly covered them. Afterward, Wang Beihai found a large rock, sliced it into a flat gravestone with Qi Shao, and carved Tomb of the Dragon-slaying warriors on it. After a moment of melancholy, he erected the gravestone at the entrance of the Li family mansion, creating a grand tomb for his comrades. Rest assured, brothers, your deaths won't be in vain. I'll bring Li Yishuan's head to pay my respects to you. Wang Beihai kowtowed 3 times to the gravestone, then closed his eyes to feel the surroundings. Soon, his perception covered a radius of 2 kilometers. Found you. Wang Beihai opened his eyes, sensing that Li Yishuan was on a nearby high-rise building. Wait there, I'm coming for you. Filled with fury, Wang Beihai's voice had barely faded when his figure disappeared from the spot. At the same moment, as Li Yishuan enjoyed his victory on the high-rise, his brow furrowed, and an uneasy feeling surged from his heart. What's going on? Li Yishuan thought in surprise, then went to the edge of the building, using binoculars to look towards his home. Soon, he revealed a nearly manic expression. Impossible! How could the fire be extinguished so quickly? It seems Wang Beihai is still alive. Li Yishuan sneered viciously, his eyes darting around, and his expression gradually relaxed. He wheeled himself to the bar, took a sip of the wine on the counter, and then revealed a sinister smile. Heh, never thought it, Wang Beihai. Your life is really tough. But I, Li Yishuan, am not to be trifled with. If you dare come, I'll make sure you never return. With that, Li Yishuan leisurely sipped his wine. Soon, Wang Beihai appeared before Li Yishuan. Today, I lost 12 teammates, Wang Beihai said calmly upon their meeting. Li Yishuan also remained composed. I also lost my home. It seems there's no sentiment left between us. Wang Beihai raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with a cold light. No sentiment, Li Yishuan said, clapping his hands. Instantly, a group of men in black suits rushed out from the stairwell. Warriors? Wang Beihai looked at the men before him, easily sensing the energy they emitted, indicating they were warriors. Heh, Wang Beihai, did you really think I stayed here for so long just to wait for you to kill me? Heh, you're terribly mistaken. Welcome to my trap. Li Yishuan laughed heartily, and with his laughter, a tall figure slowly emerged from the crowd. Wang Beihai turned to look and saw it was Haya. Long time no see, Wang Beihai, Haya said with a smile, revealing a bloodthirsty expression. Chapter 133, First Confrontation. Black Gold Society? Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd around him, his brows knitting with a hint of seriousness. Li Yishuan, weren't you trying to stir up conflict between me and the Black Gold Society, so you could benefit from the situation? How come now you want to collaborate with the Black Gold Society? Wang Beihai rolled his eyes and then mockingly looked at Li Yishuan. Humph, Wang Beihai, don't even think about sowing discord between me and the Black Gold Society. Let me be frank with you. My father is one of the members of the Black Gold Society. Li Yishuan smirked with pride, while Heya beside him coldly glared at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai, you are a talent. I am offering you a way out. If you choose to pledge allegiance to me and join the Black Gold Society, I will forgive all past transgressions, including the murder of my son. As Heya spoke, he punched the wall beside him, and the sturdy wall immediately cracked. Otherwise, this will be your fate. Hee hee. Seeing this, Wang Beihai shook his head and chuckled, then said, Your offer is indeed tempting, but sorry, I have a bit of a cleanliness fetish and have always disliked filthy things. Filthy bastard. You're asking for death. Heiya's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of martial artists swarmed towards Wang Beihai, surrounding him. Wang Beihai frowned. These martial artists were all at the martial master level. Although relying on the immortal Azura body and the Haotian Zhenqi technique, Wang Beihai could barely fend off their attacks. His limited strength made it difficult for him to evade their encirclement. This won't do. I need to find a way out first. Feeling the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, Wang Beihai's heart tightened. He immediately summoned Qi Xiao and executed the Qinglian sword technique. 8 illusory figures emerged around him, each unleashing 8 sword beams in all directions. The martial artists surrounding Wang Beihai instantly cried out in pain, all injured by the sword beams. Good opportunity. Seeing the others retreat, Wang Beihai's heart rejoiced. He brandished his sword and leaped out of the crowd. Filthy bastard, die. At that moment, Heiya's voice rang out. Wang Beihai turned to see Heiya charging at him with a fist wrapped in black energy. Immortal Azura body, break. Wang Beihai shouted and met Heiya's fist with his own. Instantly, both were sent flying. Not bad. No wonder you've eluded capture so many times. Heiya steadied himself, shook his arm, and looked at Wang Beihai with growing excitement. You're not bad either. No wonder you've reached this position. Wang Beihai responded nonchalantly while using his spiritual energy to dispel the mysterious black force clinging to his hand. What are these things? So cold? Wang Beihai was inwardly shocked. Heiya's physical strength wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but the black energy he wielded was extremely eerie. If this battle continued, Wang Beihai knew he would soon be at a disadvantage. Hee Beihai, today I'll have some fun with you. Heiya revealed a ferocious expression and then waved to his subordinates, shouting, You're not a match for him. All of you, step back and watch what true strength looks like. Hearing this, the martial artists retreated to the side, their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched Heiya. Boss, go for it. Kill this bastard. Finish him, boss. In an instant, the crowd cheered loudly, with one person even stepping in front of Heiya to taunt Wang Beihai. You're in my way. At that moment, Heiya reached out and grabbed the person's neck. The person was shocked, looking at Heiya with fear, trembling as he apologized. I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry. Before he could finish, Heiya's eyes turned cold, and with a twist of his hand, he snapped the person's neck with a crack. In an instant, no one dared to utter another word. Noisy. Heiya threw the corpse aside and then looked coldly at Wang Beihai. Now no one will disturb our duel. Wang Beihai frowned, sensing Heiya's strength and ruthlessness. He signaled to Ling Ruoying floating in midair, who immediately understood and turned into mist, entering Wang Beihai's embrace. Come on. Wang Beihai took a stance, kicked off the ground, and shot towards Heiya. Heiya didn't hold back either, shouting as a surge of black energy enveloped him. The two clenched their fists and mercilessly struck at each other. In an instant, the energy waves from their collision filled the entire rooftop, and many onlookers watched the intense battle in the air with shocked expressions. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Looking over, they saw Heiya with disheveled hair, lying on the ground covered in wounds, gasping heavily. Boss! Seeing Heiya's condition, everyone was shocked and wanted to approach to check on him, but Heiya waved them off, laughing as he stood up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and excitedly looking at Wang Beihai. Filthy bastard, didn't expect you to be quite the fighter. Heiya looked at Wang Beihai from afar, and Wang Beihai also looked solemnly at Heiya. At that moment, he wasn't in much better shape than Heiya. Just suppressing the eerie force attached to Heiya had consumed most of Wang Beihai's spiritual energy. Bastard, next. I'm going all out. Heiya shouted, slowly extending his hand, and a small purple-black insect instantly appeared in his palm. Goo bug. Seeing the insect, Wang Beihai was startled. Dealing with Heiya was already taxing enough. Now he had to guard against the goo bug as well, which was indeed challenging. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, pretending to be nonchalant as he secretly gathered his strength into his fist. Heya, I really can't understand. With your formidable skills, why would you collaborate with a scoundrel like Li Yixuan? Aren't you afraid that after we both suffer, Li Yixuan and his father will betray you? Wang Beihai seized the moment to sow discord between Heya and Li Yixuan. Unexpectedly, Wang Beihai's words hit the mark, inadvertently hitting Li Yixuan's true intentions. Heya, don't listen to him. My father and I are sworn to serve you. This guy is trying to sow discord now. He must be out of moves. Hurry, kill him. Li Yixuan's heart raced, urging Heya to act. That's right, he's gathering strength. Back then, he defeated Huang Fuling with this move. Just as the standoff continued, a scantily clad woman rushed out. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes. It was Imo Yuyan. Imo Yuyan looked at Wang Beihai with almost crazed laughter. Wang Beihai, didn't expect it. Today, I will personally kill you. With that, Imo Yuyan pulled out a small pistol from behind and pulled the trigger at Wang Beihai. Chapter 134, Duel. The pitch-black muzzle erupted with blinding flashes of fire, and 9 gunshots rang out in the night sky as bullets sped towards Wang Beihai. Ha ha ha, Wang Beihai, today I will kill you and avenge my father and my brother. Imo Yuyan laughed maniacally while firing her gun until the bullets ran out, yet she continued to pull the trigger. However, despite Imo Yuyan's frenzied state, all the bullets were deftly dodged by Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai landed gracefully on the ground, looking at Imo Yuyan's disheveled appearance, and something seemed to dawn on him. I'm sorry. Wang Beihai's eyes flickered with sympathy as he looked at Imo Yuyan with a hint of reluctance. Although she had always targeted him, seeing her in such a state now, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Hee, sorry? Imo Yuyan sneered, glaring viciously at Wang Beihai. Do you think a simple sorry can make up for the harm you've caused me? Imo Yuyan's voice was hoarse, her tone harsh yet tinged with a hint of rasp. I could have married into a wealthy family, distanced myself from the mundane, and enjoyed the life of a princess. But it was you, Wang Beihai, who ruined everything for me, who turned me into this, who reduced me to a mere plaything for others. As she spoke, Imo Yuyan roared. I endured humiliation and served under Heya just for today, just to be able to kill you with my own hands. Without caring about the onlookers, Imo Yuyan drew a dagger from her waist and lunged at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai's expression was complex. He lightly sidestepped, easily dodging her attack, then delivered a chop to Imo Yuyan's neck. Imo Yuyan groaned and instantly fainted. Hemph, useless woman. At that moment, Heya snorted coldly, looking disdainfully at the unconscious Imo Yuyan. Isn't she your woman? Wang Beihai's face darkened. Humph, a woman? A stray dog, she's just my plaything. Heya said, revealing a lewd smile. But her taste is quite good. I was planning to play with her a few more days, what a pity. You're worse than an animal. Wang Beihai glared coldly at Heya, his hands gathering energy. Bazi, I know you're stalling for time, but it's useless. In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Heya said, charging at Wang Beihai with a step, then waving his hand to send a cloud of purple mist towards him. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the ground with his foot to dodge the mist, but the purple mist seemed to have a mind of its own, turning in midair and rushing towards Wang Beihai again. Are these goo insects? Wang Beihai widened his eyes, realizing that the purple mist was composed of tens of thousands of goo insects. Realizing this, Wang Beihai stopped dodging and summoned Qishao, slashing forward. Sure enough, the purple mist emitted a series of shrill screams and fell to the ground. Damn it! Do you know how much effort it took to raise these little guys? Seeing this, Heya, from a distance, immediately became furious, his veins bulging. Black energy enveloped his body, and he delivered a powerful punch towards Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai held Qishao in front of him. The punch struck the sword, producing a metallic clang, and Wang Beihai was sent flying. So strong. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, a mouthful of blood spilling from his throat. Heiya's strength far surpasses that of Huang Fu-ling. In terms of martial levels, he's at least at the peak of a martial saint, or even higher. Wang Beihai thought, finally completing his energy buildup. Heiya, take this punch. Wang Beihai shouted, and instantly, the sky darkened, and strong winds arose. A giant figure vaguely appeared in the void. Hammering heaven fist break. Wang Beihai said, swinging his fist towards Heiya, and a colossal fist shadow descended fiercely upon him. What the hell is this? Heiya widened his eyes, panicking as he saw the incoming fist. Damn it, I'll see just how strong you are. With a cold glare, Heiya's black energy enveloped his entire body. He clenched his fists and struck the giant fist in the sky. As the two fists collided, Heiya felt a powerful energy surge into his body, his hands going limp, and he was smashed into the floor by the giant fist. A loud crash echoed, and the building beneath them trembled. As the dust settled, Heiya was seen embedded in the floor, spitting blood and looking utterly disheveled. Boss! His underlings rushed forward to help him up. Heiya shook off their hands, the pain making him grimace. Good job, Basie, you really have some skills. Heiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Wang Beihai's fist with a hint of apprehension. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai, though appearing unharmed, was actually on the verge of exhausting his spiritual energy. Hee, I have to show some real ability to deal with you. Wang Beihai smiled, contemplating how to handle Heiya's next attack. At that moment, Heiya laughed and waved his hand. Enough, today's not my day. Wang Beihai, you're not yet a match for the Black Gold Society. I'll give you 3 months. Then, at the headquarters of the Black Gold Society, in Imo City on the border of the Divine Land, we'll settle this once and for all. How about it? Hearing this, Wang Beihai was taken aback. He hadn't expected Heiya, who held the upper hand, to make such an offer, even revealing the location of the Black Gold Society's headquarters. All right, I accept. In 3 months, I'll flatten your Black Gold Society. Wang Beihai breathed a sigh of relief and accepted the challenge. I'll be waiting. With that, Heiya waved his hand, leading his underlings and Li Yishuan away, not even glancing at the unconscious Mo Yuyan on the ground. Why would Heiya say such a thing? Seeing Heiya leave, Wang Beihai was puzzled. After mulling it over without result, he looked at the unconscious Mo Yuyan on the ground, feeling a headache coming on. Never mind, let's take her back first. Wang Beihai shook his head, picked up Mo Yuyan, and quickly left. Brother Heiya, why did you let Wang Beihai go today? Aren't you letting the tiger return to the mountain? On the way, Li Yishuan, pondering Heiya's proposal, felt frustrated and blurted out his thoughts. Shut up, are you questioning me? Heiya turned around, glaring coldly at Li Yishuan, who immediately shivered and wisely kept quiet. Then, Heiya's eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale, clearly suffering from a serious internal injury. If I took another punch like that today, I'd be done for. You're quite something, Wang Beihai. I underestimated you. Heiya wiped his mouth and then revealed a triumphant smile. However, in 3 months, my gu arts will break through, and my strength will surely reach a new level. Plus, with the elders in the headquarters of the Black Gold Society, if Wang Beihai dares to come, I'll make sure he never returns. With that, Heiya's face showed a cruel smile. Chapter 135, Dialogue. Dawn had just broken. Lui Hong stretched and pushed away the woman sleeping beside him. As he walked towards the bathroom, a frantic knocking sounded at the door. Lui Hong raised an eyebrow and walked to the door, opening it to see Wang Beihai standing there, covered in wounds and holding a rather attractive woman. What's going on, Brother Hai? Lui Hong rubbed his eyes, grinning mischievously at Wang Beihai. Cut the crap, fatty. Find me a bed. Hearing this, Lui Hong was taken aback. Brother Hai, you're too impatient. With that, Lui Hong led Wang Beihai to a room, thinking about the beauty still sleeping downstairs and feeling a sudden pang of guilt. He took Wang Beihai straight to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. You go out first. Wang Beihai placed Mo Yuyan on the bed and waved his hand at Lui Hong. Liu Yihong immediately understood, winking at Wang Beihai with a knowing smile. What are you thinking? Get out quickly. Wang Beihai shot Liu Yihong a glare, and then shooed him out of the room. Next, Wang Beihai took Mo Yuyan's pulse, confirming she was fine, and covered her with a blanket before sitting cross-legged on the floor to recuperate. Why did you bring her back? Ling Ruoying floated out from Wang Beihai's embrace, pouting as she looked at Mo Yuyan on the bed. She's set on killing you, and you're saving her? Do you fancy her? Ling Ruoying said sourly. Wang Beihai slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head at the angry Ling Ruoying as he explained, she's been at the headquarters of the Black Gold Society, so she must be familiar with the place. She could be useful in the decisive battle 3 months from now. Besides, she's quite pitiful now. I can't just leave her there, can I? Humph, pitiful? Ling Ruoying glared at Wang Beihai. She didn't hold back when she wanted to kill you. Wang Beihai, I think you've fallen for her. Men are all pigs trotters. Ling Ruoying turned her head away in a huff, refusing to talk to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai chuckled and ignored Ling Ruoying, focusing on adjusting his breath. An hour later, he exhaled a long breath, feeling his wounds were about 70 to 80% healed. During this time, Ling Ruoying stared at Wang Beihai with wide eyes. Miss, you're giving me the creeps with that look, Wang Beihai said with a helpless smile. Ling Ruoying was not pleased. Am I that scary? Sister, being stared at by a ghost like this every day, even if I were a deity, I'd be scared. Wang Beihai spread his hands, which only infuriated Ling Ruoying further. While the man and the ghost argued, Mo Yuyan groaned softly and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Wang Beihai sitting by the bed, her eyes instantly turned cold. She grabbed the bedside lamp and swung it fiercely at Wang Beihai. Watch out! Ling Ruoying shouted as she noticed Mo Yuyan's move. Wang Beihai sensed it too, dodging the attack by tilting his head and then grabbing Mo Yuyan's wrist. Let go of me, you murderer! I'll kill you! Mo Yuyan struggled and shouted. Quiet down. Don't forget it was me who saved you. Wang Beihai frowned, snatching the lamp from Mo Yuyan's hand. Here, you found the trouble. You deal with it. Ling Ruoying floated in the air, watching with amusement. Wang Beihai shot Ling Ruoying a glare, and then looked at Mo Yuyan. If you want to live, cooperate with me. Heh, cooperate? Mo Yuyan sneered, her hair disheveled as she looked at Wang Beihai. You're my enemy. Why should I cooperate with you? It's because of you that I've become like this. Dream on if you think I'll cooperate. With that, Mo Yuyan raised her other hand and slapped Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai blocked the slap and then flung Mo Yuyan aside. I know you hate me. I always thought you were smart, but it seems you're as foolish as your brother. Wang Beihai said, his back to Mo Yuyan. You can leave whenever you want. I won't stop you. But if you still want to kill me to avenge yourself, stay. I'll teach you the cultivation techniques myself. What tricks are you playing now? Mo Yuyan was slightly taken aback, her eyes wary as she looked at Wang Beihai. Nothing. Wang Beihai shook his head, smiling. You've always wanted to kill me, haven't you? Do you think you can kill me with your current strength? My condition is simple. If you agree to lead me into the Black Gold Society headquarters in 3 months, I won't trouble you during these 3 months and will teach you all the cultivation techniques I know. Why should I believe you? Mo Yuyan's eyes darted around as she calmed down. You don't have to believe me. Wang Beihai leaned forward, his face just a fist's length away from Mo Yuyan's. Whether you believe me or not, this is your only choice. After last night's battle, Heya won't take you back. Instead of going back to be humiliated, why not stay here? Enjoy good food and drink, and improve your strength. Mo Yuyan, you're a smart person. Do you really want to endure humiliation? Don't you want to get back at all the humiliation you've suffered? Wang Beihai's words, though calm, stirred 1,000 waves in Mo Yuyan's heart. Seeing Mo Yuyan's silence, Wang Beihai didn't say more and stood up to walk to the door. Your hatred for me stems from your father. That's my fault, so I'm giving you this chance. The decision to stay or leave is yours. With that, Wang Beihai walked out, closing the door behind him. As the door shut, Mo Yuyin's body trembled slightly, her slender fingers gripping the bedding tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Fatty," Wang Beihai called out as he went downstairs. "What's up, Brother Hai?" Lu Yihong jogged over, grinning at Wang Beihai. "Call Zhu Xiao and Lao Ran, and invite them to your Dihao hotel. We'll have a meal together." After that, Wang Beihai took out his phone and called Lin Feng and Ling Tianxue. Hanging up, he looked at the sky. 3 months, we need to hurry. Chapter 136, Discussion. An hour later, on the top floor of the Imperial Grand Hotel. "Beihai, why did you suddenly call us here?" Zhu Lingji sat in front of Wang Beihai, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "Is there something good to announce again?" Wang Beihai smiled slightly and waved his hand. "It's not exactly good news, but it's not bad for you either." As he spoke, Wang Beihai glanced around at the crowd and his eyes lit up with joy. "I didn't expect all of you to have already reached the peak of martial artist level. Haha, this is all thanks to your martial arts techniques." Ren Yunfei laughed loudly, and the others also looked at him with gratitude. Only after becoming martial artists can one truly understand the benefits. Techniques are important, but personal cultivation is the most crucial. In the path of martial arts, laziness must be avoided. Wang Beihai nodded and then stood up. "Pongzi, go get me a few pieces of jade." "What do you need those for?" Lu Yihong blinked his eyes. "Just go do it." Wang Beihai waved his hand, and although Lu Yihong was puzzled, he still did as told. Soon, Lu Yihong returned, panting, with a bag of jade in hand. Wang Beihai took the jade, nodded in satisfaction, and then directly used the jade to set up a small gathering array on the balcony. "Arise." With a lift of his hand, the people inside the array immediately showed expressions of shock and joy. "What's going on? The spiritual energy here has become so dense." Lu Yihong curiously looked around, and the others were also full of curiosity. "This is a gathering array. Your current cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Sit cross-legged, and I will lend you a hand." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and quickly sat down, according to Wang Beihai's instructions. Wang Beihai's eyes sharpened, he activated the gathering array, and then, with his mouth opening and closing, he transmitted a superior cultivation technique to the ears of the group. The entire process lasted less than 10 minutes, and Zhu Lingji let out a long sigh, his aura instantly rising, his cultivation level directly advancing to the level of a martial master. A few minutes later, Lu Yihong, Ren Yunfei, and the others also broke through to the level of martial masters. An hour later, everyone completed their breakthroughs. They excitedly looked at their bodies and then turned their gazes to Wang Beihai, full of gratitude. "All right, take some time to comprehend the experience." Wang Beihai waved his hand. At that moment, the elevator door opened, and Ling Tianxi and Lin Feng walked in. "Old Master Lin Feng, why are you here?" Seeing the two, Ren Yunfei's eyes widened. After all, Ling Tianxi was the head of one of the 4 great families, and his identity and status were naturally not comparable to theirs. "Sit." Facing Ling Tianxi, Wang Beihai was very calm, waving his hand to signal the two to sit down. "Grandpa." At this moment, Ling Ruoying, seeing Ling Tianxi, excitedly flew to his side. But no matter what she said, Ling Tianxi could no longer hear her. Ling Ruoying's face showed a hint of disappointment. Ling Tianxi seemed to sense something and turned to look in the direction where Ling Ruoying was, but then shook his head and sighed. Wang Beihai watched this scene, and looking at Ling Tianxi, who had aged significantly in just a few days after learning about Ling Ruoying's demise, he narrowed his eyes and planned to find an opportunity to let the old man see Ling Ruoying's soul. "Why did you call me here? If there's nothing, I'll go back first." Ling Tianxi's eyes showed a hint of fatigue, clearly not having rested well. "Old master, I've avenged Ruoying." Seeing Ling Tianxi's appearance, Wang Beihai felt a pang of heartache and softly said. Ling Tianxi's eyes suddenly widened. He stood up abruptly, and then sat down again, the light in his eyes fading as he weakly asked, "Who were the murderers of Ruoying?" "The Li and Su families." Wang Beihai's words shocked everyone present. These were 2 of the 4 great families in Jiangnan. "Today, I called you here to discuss these matters." Wang Beihai blinked and continued. The first matter is that last night, I led people to destroy the Li and Su families. Now we have 3 months to handle their family businesses. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. After all, even a dying camel is bigger than a horse, and the businesses of the Li and Su families were an unimaginable wealth. Of course, what surprised everyone even more was Wang Beihai's means, managing to eliminate 2 great families overnight. Of course, I also lost many good brothers because of this. Wang Beihai shook his head and then looked at Lin Feng. Sorry, I couldn't save them. Lin Feng's eyes glistened with tears but still nodded. Everyone dies eventually. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Wang Beihai nodded and then stood up, looking at everyone. The second thing I want to say is that I've made an appointment with Haya, 3 months from now, to settle the score at the headquarters of the Black Gold Society in Imo City. Either I die or he perishes. These words plunged everyone into silence. 3 months, isn't that too soon? A few minutes later, Lin Feng broke the silence with a frown. Not too short. Wang Beihai shook his head. Actually, I called you here to inform you. As for whether you go or not, the choice is yours. After all, the Black Gold Society is powerful, and this battle will be either death or injury. I won't force you. As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Ling Tianqi slammed the table and stood up. There's nothing to discuss. The Black Gold Society has repeatedly suppressed my Ling family. It's time to fight back. Although my Ling family is not a martial arts family, thanks to your techniques, we now have 100 martial artists. If we go to battle, my Ling family will follow with all our strength. After Ling Tianqi spoke, Lin Feng also stood up. The dragon-slaying team's 285 members are ready at any time. Seeing Ling Tianqi and Lin Feng being so straightforward, Lui Hong and the others naturally didn't back down and immediately placed their hands on their chests. Brother Beihai, we are brothers at heart. 3 months from now, I'll accompany you to flatten the Black Gold Society's lair. Lui Hong chuckled, and Ren Yunfei and the others nodded in agreement. Wang Beihai looked at the people around him, his eyes moistening. Thank you all. Wang Beihai bowed to everyone and then changed his expression, continuing, we still have 3 months. Now let's plan how to deal with the Black Gold Society. After speaking, Wang Beihai brought out a map and pointed to it. Imo City is here. If we go there with so many people all at once, it will definitely attract the attention of the military. So in these 3 months, we need to transport people there in batches. And don't forget, we still have to take over the businesses of the Li and Su families. Therefore, we must divide our forces. Saying this, Wang Beihai looked at Ren Yunfei. Lao Ren, you and Lui Hong will take over the businesses of the Li and Su families. The speed must be fast. I give you 1 month. 1 month is more than enough, Ren Yunfei thought for a moment. With his years of experience and Lui Hong's help, a month was plenty. Seeing this, Wang Beihai nodded and then looked at Ling Tianqi and Lin Feng. During these 3 months, Lin Feng and Old Master Ling will train the subordinates together and then transport these people to Imo City in batches, ready to move at any time. Remember, these people are our key to victory. Keep them hidden. Lin Feng and Ling Tianqi did not speak but nodded. Then, Wang Beihai looked at Zhu Lingji. As for Zhu Xiao, I might trouble your father, as such a big move must be informed to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Naturally, Zhu Lingji nodded. If this matter suddenly erupted without prior notice, it could very well cause an official uproar, with unimaginable consequences. All right, that's settled then. Wang Beihai spoke, extending his hand with his palm facing down. Seeing this, the others also extended their hands and placed their palms on top of Wang Beihai's. With a cheer, they dispersed, each beginning to make their arrangements. Chapter 137. Breakthrough. 10 days later, in Wulong Village, Wang Beihai sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by swirling mist. With each breath, the air around him rippled slightly. Li Xiaofeng stood at the door, her large eyes filled with concern as she watched Wang Beihai. How is he? At that moment, Yang Li walked over. After taking over the winery and Jishir Hall, Yang Li had also started to dress up. Her already beautiful face, now adorned with exquisite makeup, stood out even more strikingly, almost unrecognizable from her previous appearance. It's been 3 days, and Beihai Gij has been in this state the entire time, Li Xiaofeng said worriedly. 3 days? Yang Li furrowed her brow, thinking deeply before sighing and addressing Li Xiaofeng. There's a record in the books he gave us, saying that once a cultivator reaches a bottleneck, they enter a state of nothingness, known as meditation. I think Beihai has probably reached that state. Meditation? Li Xiaofeng blinked, but Beihai Gij hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. I'm worried about him. Before Li Xiaofeng could finish, Yang Li signaled for silence. Don't worry. If Beihai can't solve it, then we certainly can't. Yang Li said, her eyes fixed on Wang Beihai, her gaze resolute. Given the current complex situation, I hope he wakes up soon. After saying this, Yang Li stepped out, making a phone call. Another 10 days passed, and Wang Beihai still hadn't woken up. His face now bore a stubble. Li Xiaofeng, watching the stubble on Wang Beihai's face, felt an urge to reach out and pluck it each time, but considering it might disturb his cultivation, she held back. On this day, Lu Yihong and Ren Yunfei had completed the acquisition of the Li and Su families' businesses in Phoenix City. Whether intentionally or not, they used Wang Beihai's name for the acquisitions. A quick calculation revealed that Wang Beihai's assets now exceeded 100 billion. Who would have thought that in less than 2 years, that unremarkable country boy Beizi would become a billionaire tycoon, Ren Yunfei said, sitting on the rooftop of what was once the Li family's building, admiring the cityscape. Indeed, Lu Yihong, wearing sunglasses, lay on a recliner. Ever since we met Hai Ji, our fortunes have only improved. Not only am I richer, but I've also become slimmer, he said, patting his stomach with pride. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Hey, Lu Yihong suddenly looked at Ren Yunfei as they laughed. Old Ren, do you think Hai Ji might be a reincarnated immortal? Otherwise, how could he be so extraordinary? Ren Yunfei was slightly taken aback. Normally skeptical of supernatural beliefs, he hesitated. Another 10 days went by, and Li Xiaofeng had grown accustomed to Wang Beihai's state. She no longer watched over him day and night. In her spare time, she began to study martial techniques on her own. That night, with his eyes closed, Wang Beihai's eyelids twitched. A golden light lit up within him, and the book of no words silently flew out, hovering above his head. Who would have thought? It would be this Beizi, the book of no words said excitedly. In Wang Beihai's mind, countless memory fragments emerged. As the scenes flashed by, Wang Beihai witnessed the beginning of chaos, experienced the birth and death of all things, encountered the ancient war between immortals and demons, and saw through countless cycles of reincarnation. Soon, the memory scenes returned to the day Wang Beihai's family was murdered. In the vision, a group of people engulfed in black flames stormed into Wang Beihai's home, attacking his parents. Wang Beihai's father, using his last strength, hid Wang Beihai in the cellar, while he himself was brutally killed by the mysterious intruders. Dad, Wang Beihai shouted, trying to step forward but unable to move, like an observer watching history repeat itself. As Wang Beihai grieved, the leader of the mysterious group stepped forward, waving his hand to pull the hidden Wang Beihai from the cellar. What? I was discovered, so how did I survive? Wang Beihai's eyes widened, his brow furrowed as he looked down. The leader, holding the young Wang Beihai, was about to strike when suddenly the child cried out, and a golden light enveloped him. The mysterious intruders, seeing the golden light, screamed in horror. Undeterred, the leader extended a finger, risking being consumed by the golden light, and lightly touched Wang Beihai's forehead. Then, he quickly abandoned Wang Beihai and retreated. So that's how I lost my mind. Realizing the past, Wang Beihai understood the reason for his stupor and furrowed his brow deeply, pondering. Who are these people? Why did they do this to me and my family? And what was that golden light? Wang Beihai thought, becoming more suspicious. Then he noticed that each of the intruders had a demonic face tattoo on their hand. Just as he pondered, Wang Beihai felt a flash of light, and a golden glow filled the world. Then, sitting on the bed, Wang Beihai suddenly opened his eyes. The golden light in his eyes gradually faded. Wang Beihai moved his body, and a series of bone cracks erupted. Then, touching his face and feeling the rough stubble, Wang Beihai couldn't help but smile bitterly. "How long have I been in meditation?" he muttered, lightly jumping off the bed and stretching in the courtyard. Looking up, he saw a full moon. "The moon is quite round tonight," Wang Beihai sighed, instantly recalling the scenes he saw during meditation. The demonic face tattoos on the intruder's hands made Wang Beihai frown. "What are these tattoos? I must investigate thoroughly. Perhaps I can uncover the truth behind my family's massacre." Thinking this, Wang Beihai looked at his hands. "After such a long meditation, I must have broken through with the Haoyan Jingqi Ju and the Hunyuan Ju." Wang Beihai said softly, closing his eyes. In his consciousness, his soul form had transformed from a child into a young man. "Go," Wang Beihai whispered, and instantly, his consciousness spread invisibly, sensing everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Opening his eyes, Wang Beihai's face was filled with joy. With this ability, he could always sit in his tent and detect the enemy's movements, a significant advantage for Wang Beihai, who was about to battle the Black Gold Society. Now, let's see what the third level of the Haoyan Jingqi Ju is like. With a determined look, Wang Beihai's Haoyan Jingqi erupted, an unprecedented power filling his body. For a moment, Wang Beihai felt incredibly strong. "Break!" Wang Beihai punched towards the wall in front of him. Although his fist was still several meters away, the mere force of the punch instantly created a hole in the wall. "This is insane." Wang Beihai looked at his fist, both shocked and excited. Chapter 138. Stealthy Maneuvers. What's going on? What happened? Just as Wang Beihai was rejoicing over his enhanced strength, Li Xiaofeng, hearing the commotion, quickly rushed out of her room. Seeing Wang Beihai standing in the courtyard, Li Xiaofeng's heart leaped with joy. She dashed towards him and embraced him tightly. "Beihai-go, you've finally woken up. If you hadn't, I would have been worried to death." Feeling Li Xiaofeng's concern, Wang Beihai smiled gently, caressing her head, but then his eyes darted around, revealing a peculiar look. "Ahem, Xiaofeng, you're not a child anymore. You should pay more attention to your appearance." Wang Beihai coughed lightly, awkwardly stating so. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofeng let go of Wang Beihai. A gust of cold wind passed by, making her feel a sudden chill. Lowering her gaze, she realized she had rushed out so hastily that she was only wearing her underwear. Li Xiaofeng's face instantly turned crimson. She cursed Wang Beihai as a pervert and covered her face as she ran back into her room. "How did I become a pervert? Is there any justice left?" Wang Beihai shouted a few innocent words towards the room, but when Li Xiaofeng didn't respond, he just shook his head with a smile. Come to think of it, this girl is developing quite well. Recalling the scene he had just witnessed, Wang Beihai couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. Himph, big scoundrel. At that moment, a cold snort came from the air, interrupting Wang Beihai's thoughts. Looking up, he saw Ling Ruoying floating in the air, dressed in white, her face full of anger. "Oh, you've misunderstood, Ruoying." Wang Beihai was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten about this major character. Just as he was thinking about how to explain, Wang Beihai suddenly paused and then looked up at Ling Ruoying closely. "You changed your clothes? How did you do that?" I change whenever I want. What business is it of yours?" Seeing Wang Beihai's astonished expression, Ling Ruoying lifted her chin, looking very proud. "To be honest, I've already reached the second level of ghost deity technique. Now, as long as I want, I can briefly appear in front of people, and I can transform into whatever form I desire." Ling Ruoying boasted, transforming into Wang Beihai's appearance, and then into Li Xiaofeng's before changing back to her original form. However, doing this too often makes me feel very tired, and the duration I can maintain is not long. Ling Ruoying sighed, reverting to her original appearance. "It's only been a short while, and you've reached the second level?" Wang Beihai was astonished, feeling quite frustrated. He had thought his cultivation speed was extraordinary, but compared to Ling Ruoying, he seemed to pale. All right, don't be so dissatisfied, Beihai. This girl's soul is quite unique. She naturally progresses faster in cultivating the ghost deity technique. At that moment, the book of no words floated out from Wang Beihai's body. A flash of golden light appeared on the book, and another beam of light merged into Ling Ruoying's body. Girl, seeing your talent, I will bestow upon you this secret technique. It is called the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. When mastered to its peak, you can create hundreds of phantom shadows to fight alongside you. It is a renowned skill created by the Ghost King himself. You must cultivate it diligently and not tarnish the Ghost King's reputation. After speaking, the Book of No Words returned to Wang Beihai's body. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ling Ruoying's eyes lit up with joy, nodding slightly towards Wang Beihai. Hey, I can't help but notice that the book seems to favor you a lot. Wang Beihai looked at Ling Ruoying with confusion, his words tinged with a hint of jealousy. Maybe it's because I'm beautiful? Or perhaps I'm more insightful than you. Ling Ruoying blinked mischievously, intentionally teasing Wang Beihai. Indeed, these words made Wang Beihai quite upset. Beihai Ge, who are you talking to? At that moment, Li Xiaofeng, dressed properly, walked out of her room. Glancing around and not seeing anyone else, she looked at Wang Beihai with confusion. Well? Wang Beihai scratched his head, thinking about how to explain, when Ling Ruoying suddenly materialized in front of them. Hello, Xiaofeng's sister. Ling Ruoying smiled at Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng's eyes widened, and she screamed, Ghost, before fainting. Look what you've done. How am I supposed to explain this later? Wang Beihai shook his head helplessly, then bent down to carry Li Xiaofeng to the bed in the room. I didn't mean to. Ling Ruoying pouted, sticking out her tongue at Wang Beihai before quickly hiding in his embrace. You're really a troublesome one. Wang Beihai shook his head, glancing at the time, which was close to dawn. Deciding not to rest, he took a bath and then headed straight to the city. How are the preparations going? Before dawn, Wang Beihai summoned Lin Feng and Ling Tianqi. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Ling Tianqi spoke first. Over the past month, many of my Ling family's warriors have stealthily infiltrated Emo City. And according to our informants in Emo City, the Black Gold Society has also been secretly gathering various forces. This battle will undoubtedly be difficult. Wang Beihai nodded gravely. The Black Gold Society has been entrenched for so long. Their strength will undoubtedly surpass ours. We must prepare thoroughly. With that, Wang Beihai turned to Lin Feng. How about your side? How are the Dragon Slayers? Rest assured, brother. Lin Feng patted his chest, saying, During your seclusion, the Dragon Slayers' training never ceased, and a part of them have secretly moved to Emo City. Once you give the order, they will swarm in and catch the Black Gold Society off guard. Good. Wang Beihai nodded in satisfaction, then narrowed his eyes and continued. Just that isn't enough. This way, split 100 warriors from the Dragon Slayers. What are you planning? Lin Feng looked puzzled. Think about it. With the Black Gold Society's wealth and influence, what's the easiest and quickest way for them to expand their strength before the battle? As soon as Wang Beihai finished speaking, Ling Tianqi's eyes lit up, and soon Lin Feng also understood, looking at Wang Beihai with a newfound respect. You're right. Seeing their realization, Wang Beihai's lips curled slightly. With the Black Gold Society's power, they will undoubtedly issue substantial bounties, recruiting a large number of warriors in a short time. If our people infiltrate as warriors and penetrate the Black Gold Society's inner circle, when the decisive battle comes, we can strike from within and catch them off guard. This plan is excellent. Ling Tianqi laughed heartily, and Lin Feng nodded in agreement. That settles it then. Over the next few days, Lin Feng, send out our people disguised as mercenaries or hunters, waiting for the right moment. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. All right, you can go now. Ling Lao and I have some more things to discuss. Wang Beihai waved his hand, and Lin Feng nodded slightly before leaving the room. After Lin Feng's departure, Wang Beihai turned to Ling Tianqi, then knelt directly before him. Chapter 139, Part Not. Elderling, I truly regret what happened to Ruoying. If I hadn't said those words to her that day, she wouldn't have chased after me, and she wouldn't have been gunned down by those thugs. Wang Beihai knelt before Ling Tianqi, his tears finally breaking free. Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai, who was sobbing, with flickering eyes, and finally let out a long sigh. Trembling, he helped Wang Beihai to his feet. It's fate, her choice. No one else is to blame. Ling Tianqi's eyes dimmed, and after a long silence, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. My poor granddaughter, so young, so beautiful. Wang Beihai stood emotionless beside him, witnessing the nearly 100-year-old man in such heart-wrenching pain, his face showing a hint of reluctance. It was clear that Ling Ruoying's death had always been Ling Tianqi's unhealed wound. I should tell him. Wang Beihai glanced at Ling Ruoying, who was crying in the air, and muttered softly, "Mm." Ling Ruoying nodded, then cautiously called out, "Grandpa." At the sound, Ling Tianqi's body stiffened slightly. He looked around, hope flickering in his eyes, but it quickly faded. No, it's impossible. Ling Tianqi shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. No, you didn't hear wrong. At that moment, Wang Beihai patted Ling Tianqi's shoulder and said to the air in front of him, "Come out." In the next second, Ling Ruoying's figure slowly appeared before them. Ruoying. Ling Tianqi shook his head, pinching his thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming. The sharp pain made him grimace, and he looked at Ling Ruoying in front of him with disbelief, slowly extending his aged hand. However, just as his hand was about to touch Ling Ruoying's face, it passed right through her body. Why? Ling Tianqi stared, stunned. I'm sorry, Elderling. Some things are hard to explain, but the truth is as you see it. Wang Beihai stepped forward to comfort Ling Tianqi. What you're seeing now is Ling Ruoying's soul, in layman's terms, a ghost. Hearing this, Ling Tianqi's eyes widened, then he shook his head. I know, with the impending battle, you're worried this will distract me. I appreciate your concern. Thank you, young friend. Rest assured, I won't let this affect the important matters. With that, Ling Tianqi wiped away his tears and was about to leave. Grandpa, wait. At that moment, the silent Ling Ruoying spoke. Ling Tianqi stopped abruptly and turned around. Grandpa, I really am Ling Ruoying. I really am your granddaughter. Ling Ruoying said anxiously, I know this is hard to accept, but I really am in a soul state. Ling Tianqi's eyes blurred instantly, his body trembling as he slowly approached Ling Ruoying. Is it really you? Really you, Ruoying, my dear granddaughter? With that, Ling Tianqi broke down in tears. Wang Beihai watched the long-separated grandfather and granddaughter with a comforting light in his eyes, a slight smile on his lips, and quietly left the room. Half an hour later, with a creak, the door slowly opened, and Ling Tianqi walked out, his eyes still wet, but the clouds of sorrow on his face had lessened. I'm sorry, Elderling, I didn't mean to keep this from you. Wang Beihai said sincerely, his face filled with regret. It's all right, Beihai. Ling Tianqi stepped forward, patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder. Ruoying told me everything, though not very clearly. But for all you've done for her, I am grateful. With that, Ling Tianqi took 2 steps back and bowed deeply to Wang Beihai. Elderling, you don't have to. Wang Beihai's eyes widened, wanting to help him up, but Ling Tianqi waved his hand. No need to help me. Straightening up, Ling Tianqi looked at Wang Beihai seriously. Wang Beihai, the debt you owe my Ling family, I, Ling Tianqi, will always remember. In the battle 2 months from now, my Ling family will spare no effort to support you. Feeling Ling Tianqi's determination, Wang Beihai's heart was filled with mixed emotions. After all, this was just a personal vendetta with the Black Gold Society. And there was no need to drag the Ling family into it. At that moment, Ling Tianqi seemed to see through Wang Beihai's concerns and stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Beihai, I, Ling Tianqi, may not be anyone of importance, but I always keep my word. You have saved my Ling family from dire straits multiple times before. This time, let my Ling family be your vanguard, I beg you. Ling Tianqi's eyes were filled with determination, and Wang Beihai's heart trembled. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly nodded. That makes me feel better. Ling Tianqi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Beihai, I haven't asked much from anyone in my life, but I've asked a lot from you. With the battle imminent, I, Ling Tianqi, ask you one last time. If I don't return from this battle, Ruoying will be left in your care. That girl's feelings for you, you know? I don't want to threaten you with this. I just hope she can be happy after she's revived. With that, Ling Tianqi walked away without looking back, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Grandpa! At that moment, Ling Ruoying, her face tear-streaked, floated out of the room, her soul form somewhat faint, clearly having expended much of her strength to reveal herself. Ah, the old man had his intentions. Wang Beihai sighed, then looked seriously at Ling Ruoying. Why are you looking at me like that? Ling Ruoying blushed, feeling embarrassed under Wang Beihai's intense gaze. Nothing, I was just thinking about the old man's request. Wang Beihai said indifferently, but Ling Ruoying was displeased. What, do you want to back out now? The moment the words left her mouth, Ling Ruoying regretted them. She looked at Wang Beihai, who stood silently, his face expressionless, seemingly angry. I was just teasing you. If you really find it difficult, you don't have to listen to my grandfather. Now that I'm like this, it's enough for me to quietly accompany you. With that, Ling Ruoying lowered her head, her eyes filled with loneliness. I know, your heart already belongs to Xiaomin. I won't force you, don't worry. Just as Ling Ruoying was feeling sad, Wang Beihai spoke. Once this matter is settled, I'll find a way to restore your body as soon as possible. Then, we'll roam the world together, spending our lives side by side. Chapter 140, Before the Storm. Ah, what did you say? Ling Ruoying was momentarily stunned by Wang Beihai's sudden promise. I said, after this battle is over, I'll marry you. Wang Beihai's eyes met Ling Ruoying's, causing her to panic and stumble over her words. You, are you joking? Besides, aren't you already engaged? I'm serious. Wang Beihai gazed at Ling Ruoying, his eyes devoid of any jest. Both Xiaomin and you have risked your lives to save me. Xiaomin is the first woman in my life, and I've promised never to let her down, but I also can't let you down. In the long years ahead, I don't know how this battle will turn out or whether I'll live or die. I feel that giving you this promise before the battle is something I must do. As Ling Ruoying listened to Wang Beihai, her expression gradually grew somber. Enough. Wang Beihai was about to say more when Ling Ruoying shook her head. Don't say any more. You said yourself you don't know how this will turn out. What good are these empty promises to me? Loving you and taking a bullet for you is my choice, but it's not a reason for you to marry me. Ling Ruoying looked at Wang Beihai, her eyes sparkling like stars. I hope you accept me out of genuine feelings, not out of some misplaced sympathy. I don't want you to break your word and hurt others because of me. If that's the case, I'd rather not have this kind of love. With that, Ling Ruoying turned into a beam of white light and entered Wang Beihai's body. Wang Beihai stood there in shock, his face showing pained expressions from time to time. Perhaps it was the impending battle, but inexplicably, Wang Beihai's heart was in turmoil. That evening, Wang Beihai surprisingly did not attend to any pre-battle preparations. Instead, he went to the Ji Shirtang clinic. Standing in the clinic's lobby, surrounded by doctors and patients with smiling faces, Wang Beihai finally felt a sense of peace. Beihai, you're out of seclusion? While Wang Beihai was lost in thought, Yang Li hurried over. Wang Beihai looked at Yang Li and immediately felt a sense of warmth. Sister Li. Wang Beihai smiled at Yang Li and added, long time no see. Long time no see. Yang Li smiled, confident and shrewd, her smile like warm sunlight that penetrated Wang Beihai's heart. It's been tough on you, Sister Li. Wang Beihai felt guilty seeing the sweat on Yang Li's forehead. To be honest, ever since he started the winery and then the Ji Shirtang Clinic. Yang Li had been handling everything. You seem out of sorts today. Yang Li looked at Wang Beihai in surprise and said slowly, What's on your mind? Hearing this, Wang Beihai shrugged and pretended to be carefree. What's on my mind? I just came out of seclusion bored, so I'm wandering around. Seeing Wang Beihai's demeanor, Yang Li covered her mouth and laughed, then gently tapped his head. Come on, tell me what's bothering you. Wang Beihai was slightly taken aback and quickly waved his hand. Really, nothing, Sister Li. You go ahead and do your work. As he said this, Wang Beihai turned to leave. Why don't we find a place to sit down? At that moment, Yang Li called out to Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai quickly turned around and replied, Sure. A few minutes later, the two left the clinic and found a quiet coffee shop in the mall. Spill it. What's the matter? After all these years, do you think you can fool me with your poker face? Yang Li took a sip of coffee and smiled at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai let out a bitter laugh, looking out the window. After some thought, he activated the Hun Yuan Ju, creating an invisible barrier that blocked their voices from the outside world, ensuring only they could hear each other. Over the next period, Wang Beihai recounted everything about Xiaomin and Ling Ruoying to Yang Li. In Wang Beihai's eyes, Yang Li was like an elder sister to him. Only in front of Yang Li could Wang Beihai truly open up. Little did Wang Beihai know that Yang Li harbored an unspoken affection for him. As she listened, Yang Li stirred her coffee with a spoon, trying to calm her emotions. That's the situation. What do you think? What should I do now, Sister Li? Sister Li? A few minutes later, Wang Beihai finished telling the story and felt much lighter. Just as he was about to ask Yang Li for advice, he noticed Yang Li was lost in thought. Sister Li, are you okay? Wang Beihai patted Yang Li's shoulder. Oh! Yang Li snapped out of it, downed her coffee in one gulp, and quickly said, I'm fine, just too moved. Yang Li's eyes were complex as she looked at Wang Beihai. They were willing to give their lives for you, which is really good. In the end, it doesn't matter who you choose for them, but your attitude is crucial. My attitude? Wang Beihai was taken aback, looking at Yang Li in confusion. Beihai, ever since you became clear-headed, you've radiated a certain charm. This charm is like a star in the night sky, always attracting outstanding people, including the opposite sex. Yang Li's eyes were gentle as she looked at Wang Beihai and said slowly, I don't know if this is good or bad for you. Having such a halo is naturally good, but the difficult part is the choice. When all the good things come rushing towards you, choice becomes your biggest dilemma. As she spoke, Yang Li's eyes sparkled. If there has to be a choice, I hope you marry both of them. If possible, marry me too. At this, Wang Beihai's eyes widened, and he spat out the coffee in his mouth. Cough, Sister Li, what are you saying? Wang Beihai looked at Yang Li, his face red. Hee, I'm kidding. Actually, I don't know either, but I believe you'll come up with a perfect answer. Yang Li shrugged, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes as she thought to herself, how many words in this world are said as jokes? Thinking this, Yang Li stood up. All right, I hear you're about to go to war with the Black Gold Society. Thinking about these things isn't good. Before the battle, find some time to talk to me, even just to chat. As she spoke, Yang Li picked up her coat and walked forward, stopping halfway. Beihai, promise me, Sister Li, that you'll come back alive. With that, Yang Li waved and left the coffee shop. Wang Beihai stood by the table, watching Yang Li's retreating figure, nodding, and then showing a warm smile. I promise you, Sister Li. As he said this, Wang Beihai's phone in his pocket vibrated. Taking it out, he saw an unfamiliar number. After answering the call, Wang Beihai's expression changed instantly. Chapter 141. Mysterious Forces. Half an hour later, Wang Beihai sat in his original spot at the cafe, his head resting on his hand as he gazed out the window, his eyes half closed as if lost in thought. A mysterious force attacked the branch offices of the Black Gold Society across various locations a day ago. Wang Beihai repeated the message from Nightingale in his mind, his eyes filled with doubt. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor reached his ears, and a slender silhouette was reflected on the glass in front of him. You're here? Sit down. Order whatever you'd like. Wang Beihai didn't turn around, still pondering the words Nightingale had just spoken. Seriously, not even a glance. I went through the trouble of dressing up today, Nightingale complained, sitting directly across from Wang Beihai. She then glanced at the menu and called over the waiter. Seeing that Wang Beihai still wasn't looking at her, Nightingale wasn't polite and ordered the most expensive coffee and a bunch of desserts. Hey, what are you thinking about? Nightingale, displeased, waved her hand in front of Wang Beihai's eyes. Tell me, who exactly attacked the Black Gold Society? Why did they do it? Are they our enemies or friends? Wang Beihai finally moved, slowly turning his head to face Nightingale and asking a series of questions. Brother, have a heart, okay? Just monitoring the Black Gold Society is all I can manage. Who has the energy to care about the forces that attacked them? Nightingale rolled her eyes at Wang Beihai. Besides, in less than 2 months, you'll be going to war with the Black Gold Society. This incident is not bad for you. I know, Wang Beihai said, his brow furrowing even deeper. Think about it. The Black Gold Society's branches are everywhere in the Divine Land. To launch a surprise attack at the same time and successfully destroy their branches, what kind of force could that be? Hearing this, Nightingale's eyes widened, and she immediately realized, showing a look of horror. At that moment, Wang Beihai continued, according to the latest data we've gathered, the Black Gold Society has no less than 100 branches in the Divine Land. Even though it's clear the other side has been planning for a long time, to achieve this, that force must be extremely terrifying. And what's even more terrifying is that this force is in the shadows. I can't think of anything more frightening than a hidden viper. Wang Beihai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. With the war imminent, I absolutely cannot allow any other incidents. Investigating this mysterious force is crucial for me. So Nightingale, I need you now. You make it sound nice. I've said it before, I'm already stretched thin. As for investigating any forces, you'd better find someone else. With that, the coffee and desserts were brought over, and Nightingale ignored Wang Beihai, digging in with gusto. What if it were this? Wang Beihai, seemingly expecting Nightingale's refusal, pulled out a book from his coat and handed it to her. Nightingale grabbed the book and her eyes lit up with excitement. This is the complete version of the mythical beast scripture, she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of surprise and struggle as she looked at Wang Beihai. How about this deal? Wang Beihai said calmly, reaching out to take the book back. Nightingale glanced at the manual in her hand. Then with a determined look, she pulled back, avoiding Wang Beihai's grasp. Seeing how sincere you are, I agree, she said, quickly stuffing the manual into her handbag. She then looked at Wang Beihai and continued, I'll get a few companions to help investigate this matter, but as you said, this force is extremely powerful. If they truly want to stay hidden, there's not much I can do. She winked at Wang Beihai, adding, so, if there's no news, you can't go back on your word. Just go ahead and investigate. Wang Beihai waved his hand dismissively. For him, who possessed the Book of Nothingness, such top-tier manuals were easily obtainable. All right, thank you then. I'll inform you at the first sign of anything, Nightingale said happily, continuing to enjoy her food. When she looked up again, Wang Beihai had already left. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Black Gold Society in Imo City, in a dimly lit hall, Heya sat on a stone thrown in the center, his eyes closed, his brows knitted with intense anger. In front of him, several bruised and battered men knelt on the steps, their heads down, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes filled with fear. Speak up, what happened? Who did this? Heya said coldly. The men below him broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, but none of them spoke. Useless fools. After waiting for 10 seconds with no response, Heya's eyes snapped open, a murderous glint flashing in them. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of the men. Spare us, boss. Realizing Heya's fury, the men panicked and began to plead for mercy. But Heya waved his hand, and several tiny goo insects flew out, burrowing into their bodies. The men's eyes turned red, and they let out a series of shrill screams. Their bodies then withered visibly until soon, only skin and bones were left. Could this be the work of Wang Beihai? Li Yishuan, who was watching with trepidation, wheeled his chair over and asked. Heya shook his head. It couldn't be him. My Black Gold Society has 108 branches in China. Even though we've moved our main forces, those left behind are all masters at the Wuxia level. Even if Wang Beihai were to develop for another 10 years, he wouldn't have the strength to do this. So, what should we do now? Li Yishuan continued to ask. The force behind this is definitely not small. With the war imminent, confronting them head-on would only add to the pressure on our Black Gold Society. It's better to use this time to prepare well. I've promised that boy Beizi that I'll make sure he doesn't return alive, Heya said with a cold smile. How is the task I assigned you going? Heya asked Li Yishuan, his fierce gaze making Li Yishuan shudder. A month ago, I issued a bounty notice, and many have been attracted by the high reward. At this rate, by the time the war officially begins, not counting our Black Gold Society's warriors, there will be over 1,000 external warriors, Li Yishuan reported. 1,000 people. Heya was delighted and said, Good, very good. Wang Beihai, this Emo City will be your grave. Chapter 142, Pointing the Sword at Emo City. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and now, only 3 days remained until the agreed-upon date. On the rooftop of the Imperial Grand Hotel, Wang Beihai gathered with everyone. It was here that I met you all. Time really flies, and it's been over 2 years already, Wang Beihai said, looking at Lui Hong, Ren Yunfei, and the others in front of the tea table. Indeed, looking back, it feels like a dream, Ren Yunfei sighed, his eyes fixed on Wang Beihai. Who would have thought that a small-town boy would become a shining star? I, as the richest man, feel quite ashamed. Ren Yunfei shook his head, his words tinged with regret, but his eyes full of joy. Yes, Brother Hai, thanks to you, we've benefited a lot over the years. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that I managed to lose weight successfully, I, Lui Hong, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life, Lui Hong said, and Zhu Lingji next to him smiled slightly, not speaking but raising his teacup towards Wang Beihai, then downing the tea in one gulp, the meaning clear. Hee, you all flatter me too much. Wang Beihai modestly smiled, glancing at them before continuing. If not for the pressures of the world, I would still like to return to being an unburdened villager. 3 days from now is the decisive battle with the Black Gold Society. This battle is unpredictable in life and death, and before we set off, there are some things I need to tell you. Wang Beihai's expression grew serious as he spoke. According to reliable information, the Black Gold Society's headquarters has gathered a total of 2,000 martial artists this time, among whom there are 600 to 700 martial masters, and even dozens of martial sovereigns, Wang Beihai said. So many. Lui Hong and the others exclaimed in shock, their expressions becoming complicated. How many do we have on our side? Ren Yunfei asked with a furrowed brow, his expression grave. Including the Ling family and the Dragon Slayers, there are less than 500 martial artists, Wang Beihai said with a bitter smile. He mentioned 500 as a rough estimate, but the actual number of participants would be even smaller. What are our chances of winning this battle? Ren Yunfei continued to ask. There is no chance of winning, Wang Beihai bluntly stated. I still say this. You all have bright futures. This battle will be extremely dangerous. You can leave at any time and I, Wang Beihai, will not blame you. Wang Beihai scanned the group, speaking each word clearly. Lui Hong and the others looked at each other, each showing hesitation. Seeing this, Wang Beihai did not say more, raising his teacup to toast everyone before standing up. I will set off for Emo City tomorrow. Whether to go or stay is your own decision. I do not force it. After speaking, Wang Beihai left resolutely. After leaving the Imperial Grand Hotel, Wang Beihai did not find a place to rest. He went straight to the airport alone. From a distance, he saw Lin Feng and Ling Tianqi arranging for the Dragon Slayers to leave beside a helicopter. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Beihai smiled slightly and approached. Seeing Wang Beihai arrive, Lin Feng and Ling Tianqi came forward to greet him. After sending this batch, all the combat personnel will have arrived in Emo City. This went so smoothly, thanks also to the authorization from Zhu Xiao and Secretary Zhu, Lin Feng reported to Wang Beihai. Good. Wang Beihai nodded. Then, a flash from his chest, and Ling Ruoying floated out from his embrace. I have something to say to Grandpa. Go ahead. Wang Beihai nodded, then gave Ling Tianqi a meaningful glance. Ling Tianqi immediately understood, his eyes lighting up with joy as he walked to the side, Ling Ruoying following closely. What's this about? Lin Feng, seeing Ling Tianqi's unusual actions, couldn't help but ask. Secret. Wang Beihai smiled faintly, then looked at Lin Feng. By the way, we're leaving tomorrow. Don't you want to see your family and friends? At Wang Beihai's words, Lin Feng was suddenly stunned, his heart filled with a mixture of emotions, his eyes showing hesitation. Hee, go ahead, have a good gathering. At this time, you can still have a meal with your family. I'll stay here and guard. Wang Beihai smiled, seeing through Lin Feng's thoughts, and patted his shoulder. Thank you. I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Lin Feng thanked Wang Beihai with a glance before hurrying off. Watching Lin Feng leave, and then turning to see the grandfather and granddaughter chatting happily, Wang Beihai sighed, took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed Xiaomin's number. This time, surprisingly, it connected. Wang Beihai's eyes lit up, and he ran to a corner, listening to the ringing on the phone, his heart tightly clenched. Pick up, Wang Beihai prayed inwardly, and finally, in the last second, the call was answered. Hello. The familiar voice came from the other end of the line, and Wang Beihai's heart leaped with joy, his eyes turning red. You finally picked up. Xiaomin's soft voice replied. How have you been lately? Are you doing well? Where are you? Can I come to see you? Wang Beihai excitedly asked a series of questions, but the other end fell into silence. After a long while, Xiaomin's choked voice came through the phone. I'm leaving, Beihai. This is probably my last call with you. Xiaomin paused before continuing. I've heard about your situation. This battle, you must survive. Also, don't look for me. Ling Ruoying is good. Treat her well. Take care. With that, Xiaomin hung up the phone. Wang Beihai stood there in a daze. After coming to his senses, he quickly dialed the number back, but this time, he only heard the prompt of an empty number. A piercing pain spread from Wang Beihai's heart throughout his body. He shuddered, his eyes becoming vacant. She's a good girl, Ling Ruoying softly said. She had seen Wang Beihai's expression and followed him, so she naturally heard the content of the call. Seeing Wang Beihai's sad look, Ling Ruoying's eyes showed a hint of heartache. No, I must stay strong. I must pull myself together. After this is over, I must go to the Xiao family to ask her clearly. Wang Beihai wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes filled with determination. I'll accompany you. Ling Ruoying nodded. Even if Wang Beihai was thinking of someone else at the moment, she had no regrets. That night, Wang Beihai sat by the helicopter, feeling the cool night breeze, gazing at the starry sky, lost in thought all night. Ling Ruoying also sat beside Wang Beihai, silently accompanying him. The next day, before dawn, Lin Feng arrived at the helicopter, patting Wang Beihai on the shoulder. After a brief conversation, just as the sun was about to rise, Wang Beihai looked around, not seeing any other figures. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Wang Beihai waved to Lin Feng and was about to board the plane. Wait for us. Suddenly, a shout came from behind, and Wang Beihai turned to see a black Audi speeding towards them, doing a drift to stop in front of the helicopter. The door opened, and Lui Hong, Ren Yunfei, Zhu Lingji, and Zhang Shuming got out of the car. What, not welcome? The group walked up, smiling at Wang Beihai. I thought you. Wang Beihai's eyes began to moisten. At that moment, Lui Hong patted his chest. To hell with 3,000 or 2,000. What does the number matter? If our brother is in trouble, even if it's a dragon's lair, we are willing to go with you. Saying this, everyone extended their hands. Seeing this, Wang Beihai sniffed, then laughed heartily, placing his hand on top of everyone's. Brothers united, their strength can cut through metal. With the few of us today, we point our swords at Emo City, ready to kill them all. Chapter 143, Snowfall in Emo City. After a bumpy 10-hour helicopter ride, Wang Beihai initially had some interest, looking down at the scenery from the plane. Later, he grew tired and decided to take a nap leaning against his seat. It's snowing, it's so beautiful. Ling Ruoying's voice reached Wang Beihai's ears, and he opened his eyes to find himself astonished. Looking out, the mountains were all covered in silver, a sight Wang Beihai had never seen before, growing up in the south where snow was rare. Wang Beihai stared at the snow outside the helicopter, unaware that Ling Ruoying's gaze was on him. My biggest wish in life was to watch the snow with someone I like. I never thought it would come true, even if not in the way I wanted, but being here is enough for me, Ling Ruoying thought, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she floated gently to Wang Beihai's back and carefully leaned against him. Perhaps too engrossed in the snow, Wang Beihai did not notice Ling Ruoying's actions. We're almost there, Lin Feng, sitting in the co-pilot seat, turned around and announced. The groggy group woke up, and upon seeing the snow outside, they all exclaimed in surprise. After all, in the south, where the weather is mild year-round, such a majestic snowscape is uncommon. All right, don't look like you've never seen the world before, Wang Beihai chuckled, shaking his head at their amazed expressions. Don't talk about others, you were the most engrossed, Ling Ruoying retorted, rolling her eyes at Wang Beihai from her position on his back. The group chatted and laughed while admiring the snow, and after another half hour, a city covered in snow appeared before them. This is Emo City, Lin Feng said, guiding the helicopter to land on an open space. Emo City, we're here. As soon as they disembarked, the icy chill of the north hit them, and Wang Beihai shivered involuntarily. At that moment, Lin Feng approached with a large bag, which he opened to reveal thick down jackets. Wang Beihai and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly put on the jackets. Let's go. It's too windy and cold outside. Let's get inside first, Lin Feng said, leading the group into a nearby building. Once inside, Lin Feng clapped his hands, and the room's lights turned on. The group shook off the snow and Lin Feng turned on the heating. The warm air made Wang Beihai and the others feel better. My goodness, what kind of place is this? So cold, Lu Yiheng said, shivering as he stretched his feet towards the heater. Emo City is one of the northernmost places in the country, with heavy snow all year round, so it's naturally cold, Lin Feng explained, pouring hot water for everyone. This house is nice. How did you find it? Wang Beihai asked after taking a sip of water and surveying the surroundings. In Emo City, where the population is sparse, such houses are common. I bought all the houses within a kilometer as per your instructions, for all the brothers to have a place to stay, Lin Feng replied. Good job. How are the team members adjusting to the environment? Wang Beihai inquired, concerned about the impact of the weather on their operations. Lin Feng hesitated. The Dragon Slayers are fine. They're all retired special forces and are used to harsh conditions. But the martial artists from the Ling family are struggling. Ling Tianchu added, those who arrived earlier have adapted, but the later arrivals are experiencing altitude sickness and catching colds. That's a big problem, Wang Beihai frowned, then said, I'll make a batch of medicine tonight, and you two can deliver it to the brothers. Medicine? That's great, Ling Tianchu said with a smile. After a short rest and a meal, Wang Beihai gathered everyone in the living room, and Lin Feng brought out a map. Are we discussing the battle plan, Haigo? Lu Yiheng asked. Not yet. We're waiting for someone, Wang Beihai replied as a knock sounded at the door. Lu Yiheng opened it to see a provocatively dressed woman standing there. Miss, who are you looking for? It's so cold. You should dress warmly, Lu Yiheng said with a flattering smile, his eyes glued to her. Ying frowned at Lu Yiheng's lewd demeanor and walked straight into the room without a word. You're here, Wang Beihai said with a smile, gesturing for her to sit down. You're late. I was starting to think you were chickening out, Ying said, stretching her body on the sofa, her curves making Lu Yiheng stare in awe. Who is she? Lin Feng asked cautiously, sensing danger from Ying's presence due to his years as a bodyguard. Don't worry, she's on our side, Wang Beihai reassured, patting Lin Feng's shoulder. Thanks to her, We know the movements of the Black Gold Society. Everyone was shocked, never expecting this alluring woman to have such capabilities. Wang Beihai spread the map on the table and gestured for Yi Ying to proceed. She tied her hair back and marked a large circle on the map. The Black Gold Society is here, Yi Ying said, causing Lin Feng's expression to darken. This area is surrounded by cliffs and heavy snow, and it's near the border, rarely visited. If the Black Gold Society is really here, it will be difficult for us to even reach them, Lin Feng said. Don't worry, Yi Ying said with a coquettish laugh. The location doesn't mean we have to approach that way. She marked several points on the map, all within the city. What's this? Wang Beihai asked, puzzled. These are secret passages the Black Gold Society uses to communicate with the outside world, Yi Ying explained. However, the entrances and exits are now guarded by Black Cliff's men, and he even filled the tunnels with poison gas a day ago, making it extremely difficult to use them. So, what's the point of saying that? Lin Feng snorted, looking disdainfully at Yi Ying. Yi Ying ignored him and turned to Wang Beihai. You can't, but he can. Wang Beihai smiled and shook his head. We'll take the tunnels, maybe we can catch them off guard. He then asked, what's their deployment like, and the layout of their headquarters? Over the next hour, Yi Ying detailed the Black Gold Society's layout, earning the admiration of the group. Even Lin Feng, who initially held reservations, began to respect her. It seems my choice was right. Only you could have observed the Black Gold Society so thoroughly. Tomorrow is the battle. Your task is done, thank you, Wang Beihai said, nodding to Yi Ying, as did the others. It's a mutual benefit. By the way, the forces you asked me to investigate, I found them. She told me to tell you not to worry, she won't interfere with you. She? Who is she? Wang Beihai asked urgently. Yi Ying smiled and stood up, waving her hand. No need to ask, you'll find out in time. Take care, Wang Beihai, you're interesting, don't die. With that, she walked to the door and disappeared into the snow. She? Wang Beihai stared at the closed door, silently pondering. After a while, realizing he couldn't figure it out, he turned around and slammed his hand on the table. Everyone, everything is set. Let's rest well tonight, and set off tomorrow morning to flatten the Black Gold Society. With that, a chilling aura instantly filled the entire room. Chapter 144. The War Drum Sounds. The next day, before dawn, Wang Beihai gathered everyone in the hall. Lin Feng and Ling Tianqi, both seasoned veterans, maintained their usual calm expressions, while Lui Hong and the others, despite their noble status in Longquan County, were visibly nervous. This was their first time truly going to battle. Wang Beihai smiled at Lui Hong and the others, noting their tense expressions. Scared? He asked lightly. Not scared, Lui Hong replied, patting his chest for reassurance. It's just the first time, so there's some unease. Wang Beihai nodded and brought out 3 large boxes, placing them in front of the group. The first box contains 500 Pui pills, which grant immunity to most poisons when consumed. As he opened the box, a rich medicinal aroma filled the room. Lin Feng and Ling Tianqi's faces lit up with joy at the sight of the pills. And what's in the second box? Lui Hong asked eagerly, eyeing the remaining 2 boxes. The second box also contains pills, Wang Beihai said, opening it to reveal another set of fragrant pills. These are called Liang pills, which protect against cold and cure colds. Ling Tianqi immediately took one and swallowed it, feeling an instant warmth that made him shed his down jacket. The others followed suit, experiencing the same effect. And the third box? Lui Hong pressed, now looking at the final box with anticipation. Wang Beihai's expression turned serious as he opened the third box, revealing a pile of jade talismans. These are the key to our victory, he said. Ren Yunfei examined a talisman, puzzled. What are these for? Ling Tianqi, recognizing the items, exclaimed, could these be jade talismans? Yes, they are, Wang Beihai confirmed. Lui Hong scoffed. I don't see how these little things could be of any use. Wang Beihai took out a pistol from Lin Feng's waist and fired 3 shots at Lui Hong without hesitation. The group gasped in shock, but Lui Hong, after lowering his hands from his face, found himself unharmed. The bullets lay flattened at his feet. As you can see, these talismans can block at least 3 fatal attacks, Wang Beihai explained. In a battlefield where death can come at any moment, these are indeed crucial. The group, no longer concerned about their status, rushed to take the larger talismans. After all, everyone fears death. Lui Heng laughed. Beihai, you're incredible. With these, the Black Gold Society will be in for a surprise. Wang Beihai checked the time and announced, it's 4 a.m. now. There are 3 secret tunnels. Lin Feng, you'll go with Fatty and Lao Zheng. Ling Tianqi, you'll go with Zhu Xiao and Lao Ren. I'll take the 3rd tunnel alone. Gather your men, distribute the pills and talismans, and we'll launch our attack at 6 a.m. sharp. With that, Wang Beihai nodded and disappeared into the snow. Lui Heng looked worried. Is it okay for Beihai to go alone? Lin Feng confidently replied, trust him. We need to prepare ourselves now. After a quick distribution, the group dispersed into the snow. Half an hour later, Wang Beihai arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Using his skills, he sensed the surroundings. It seems we've arrived, he murmured, entering the warehouse to find several bodies and Mo Yuyin, bloodied but standing at the end of the room. You've reached the peak of martial master. Impressive, Wang Beihai remarked. Mo Yuyin attacked without warning, but Wang Beihai easily dodged. She then dropped her weapon, sighing, I'll kill you next time. Wang Beihai tossed her 2 pills and a talisman, which she accepted with a surprised but quickly hidden expression. Let's go, Mo Yuyin said coldly, her eyes burning with vengeance. Not yet, Wang Beihai replied calmly. What are we waiting for? Mo Yuyin asked, her brow furrowing. For the war drum, Wang Beihai said, his eyes suddenly opening as the clock struck 6 a.m. in Mo City. The war drum has sounded. Let's go and flatten the Black Gold Society, Wang Beihai declared, opening the door and leading the way into the tunnel. Chapter 145. Unstoppable Momentum. Wang Beihai entered the secret passage and, as expected, found it filled with thick toxic gas, just as the Nightingale intelligence had reported. Thankfully, I prepared the Pui Dan in advance, Wang Beihai thought to himself, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Black Gold Society, Heya sat with his eyes half closed on a stone throne, surrounded by 3 voluptuous beauties. Li Yixuan stood nearby, watching Heya's lewd expression with great anxiety. Boss Heya, Li Yixuan hesitated before finally steeling himself and cautiously stepping forward. Today is the day of your decisive battle with Wang Beihai. Is it wise to be so careless? Himph, are you doubting my strength? Heya reached out and caressed the skin of one of the women beneath him before glaring coldly at Li Yixuan. No, I didn't mean that, Li Yixuan said, his heart freezing as their eyes met. He quickly lowered his head, trembling. It's just that Wang Beihai is cunning and resourceful. We shouldn't underestimate him. Underestimate? Ha ha ha. Heya paused, then burst into laughter, clapping his hands. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps filled the hall as hundreds of warriors poured in within 2 minutes. Heya pushed aside the women and slowly sat up, looking at Li Yixuan with disdain. I have nearly 3,000 warriors under my command, with at least 100 guarding each entrance to the headquarters. The secret passage is also filled with poison gas. Tell me, how could Wang Beihai possibly make it up here? Well, feeling the overwhelming presence of powerful auras in the hall, Li Yixuan was momentarily at a loss for words, his brow furrowed with a lingering sense of unease. At that moment, Heya waved his hand and continued. Even if Wang Beihai had wings and flew up here, do you think his small force could stand against my 3,000 warriors and tens of thousands of bullets? Ha, Li Yixuan. Perhaps you misunderstand the meaning of underestimation. Hearing this, Li Yixuan could only nod and step aside. All right, you all may leave. I'm tired and need to sleep with my beauties. Heya dismissed the warriors in the hall and, ignoring Li Yixuan, buried himself among the women, engaging in shameless activities. The moans echoing through the hall were unbearably grating to Li Yixuan's ears. He squinted his eyes and, seated in his wheelchair, quietly left the hall. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai had reached the end of the secret passage. With a turn of the Hunyuan Ju in his mind, he sensed the formidable presence at the passage's exit. 300 warriors and 100 martial masters. Heya sure thinks highly of me, Wang Beihai sneered, summoning the red cloud sword to his hand. He glanced at Mo Yuyan, noticing her trembling, and asked, "Scared?" Mo Yuyan slowly raised her head, her eyes flashing with bloodlust. Ignoring Wang Beihai, she opened the passage door and charged into the crowd. Heya is really something. He filled the passage with poison gas and still had us guard here. Isn't that overkill? A guard in the passage grumbled, only to see a black shadow flash before him. Before he could react, a bloodstain appeared on his neck. Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! Another guard sounded the alarm. In an instant, the doors of 3 passages burst open, and hundreds of warriors poured out, clashing with the guards. Unprepared and affected by the jade talismans, the guards fell one after another within a quarter of an hour. "That's it, push forward," Lu Yihang shouted, exhilarated, as he fended off enemies with powerful strikes. The others grew more spirited, each warrior fighting with all their might, thanks to the talisman's boost. The enemy crumbled, and Wang Beihai, wielding his sword, darted among the foes, targeting the higher-ranked warriors. With each swing of his sword, a martial master fell. The battle lasted less than an hour, leaving no enemies at the passage exit. "Awesome!" Lin Feng exclaimed, gazing at the hundreds of corpses on the ground, his heart brimming with combat fervor. This first battle was flawless. Not a single casualty on our side, Ling Tianqi marveled, looking at his warriors, who were injured but none had fallen. Thanks to Beihai's talismans, Ling Tianqi laughed, and the others looked at Wang Beihai with admiration. Wang Beihai smiled, standing at the elevator entrance leading to the Black Gold Society's headquarters, his sword raised with a heroic air. "Brothers, we've won the first battle. The next one will be against the Black Gold Society itself. Are you afraid?" "No." "Do you have confidence?" "Yes." Inspired by Wang Beihai's stance, the warriors were filled with determination and fearlessness. "Good. If you're not afraid, then follow me and crush the Black Gold Society." With that, Wang Beihai swung his sword, and the warriors surged into the elevator, heading towards the Black Gold Society. Ling Lao, Lin Feng, command the troops. Be careful. Wang Beihai turned to Lin Feng and Ling Tianqi as the elevator ascended. "Aren't you coming with us?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Given the situation earlier, there must be a large force guarding the elevator. Splitting up and rushing in could lead to a total wipeout. "I'll go ahead and take out some of the enemy. Then, when you all gather and combine with our inside contacts, we'll strike from within and without to take down Heya." With that, Wang Beihai leaped agilely across the steep cliff, soon becoming a distant speck. "Let's go too," Ling Tianqi ordered, and the warriors began boarding the elevator. Meanwhile, the guards at the elevator noticed something amiss. Seeing the elevator rising, they were puzzled. "Why is someone coming up today? Didn't we get orders not to use the elevator?" An old man shouted, and the others around him shook their heads. "You're overthinking it, old man. Probably just someone with a report to make," another elder said. "Besides, if that Wang Beihai could break through the defenses below, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair for you all." The group burst into laughter. At that moment, the elder who had noticed something amiss narrowed his eyes and looked up. "What's that?" he exclaimed, seeing a dark spot plummeting from the sky. Before anyone could react, Wang Beihai landed and slashed their throats. Wang Beihai sheathed his sword, surveyed the area to ensure no one was left, and then opened the elevator. The warriors poured out. Within half an hour, Lin Feng and the others had led their forces to the top. "Now comes the real fight," Wang Beihai said, his eyes narrowing. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of warriors charged towards Heya's hall. Chapter 146, The Variable. On the way, Wang Beihai led his team with unstoppable momentum, cutting down nearly 1,000 enemies in no time. With the intelligence from Nightingale and the guidance of Mo Yuyan, Wang Beihai was like a fish in water. Within half an hour, they had already taken over half of the manor. Just as Wang Beihai grew more and more courageous, Heya, who had been sleeping among beauties, was finally awakened by an alarm. What's going on? At the sound of the alarm, Heya instantly woke up and immediately summoned Li Yixuan. What's going on? This alarm only goes off when enemies approach the main hall within 500 meters. Why did it suddenly go off? Heya looked angrily at Li Yixuan. In his mind, even if Wang Beihai had 8 pairs of wings, he couldn't possibly have made it up here so quickly. However, the unpredictable happened. Li Yixuan turned on the hidden surveillance and saw hundreds of warriors shouting and charging towards the Black Gold Society. Though the number was small, their fearless spirit firmly suppressed the Black Gold Society. Seeing this, Heya widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Impossible, impossible! How could he have so many men, and each one so valiant?" With that, Heya kicked the table in front of him, shattering the solid wood. "Damn it! What's the use of raising you scouts?" Heya cursed loudly and then quickly calmed down. Those who reach such a position all have their unique strengths and wouldn't easily lose their composure. Li Yixuan, you have many tricks up your sleeve. What do you think of this situation? Heya squinted at the surveillance, easily seeing that the Black Gold Society was at a disadvantage, at least for now. Don't worry, boss. While you were resting, I've already made arrangements. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Li Yixuan gave a sinister smile. Earlier, he had been uneasy and had sent men to ambush around the main hall and set up many traps. Unexpectedly, his premonition had come true. Oh, as expected of Li Yixuan, your mind is sharp. Hearing this, Heya was slightly taken aback and then nodded in satisfaction, looking at the screen, waiting for Wang Beihai and his group to step into the trap. Wang Beihai, just wait. This time, it's specially prepared for you. Li Yixuan also coldly stared at Wang Beihai in the video, his mouth curling into a triumphant smile from time to time. Another 500 meters ahead is Heya's main hall. As the group followed Wang Beihai and fought their way forward, Mo Yuyin raised her hand, and everyone stopped in their tracks. 500 meters. Wang Beihai squinted, looked at the high wall in front of him, and then at the map in his hand. Suddenly, he realized that the next 500 meters would be the real challenge. On the map, Wang Beihai and his group were at the entrance of a maze, with their target, the main hall, on the other side of the maze. What should we do now? Wang Beihai looked at the maze in front of him, feeling uneasy. Sure enough, at that moment, Mo Yuyin spoke emotionlessly. This maze has only one correct path. Not to mention what happens if you take the wrong path. If I were Heya, I would definitely set up a trap on this path. Saying this, Mo Yuyin turned back to look at the group. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened as she saw no one in the group showing fear. Instead, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Let's go. Today is the dragon slaying operation. For us, life and death are no longer important. Wang Beihai smiled, but Mo Yuyin snorted coldly and turned her head away. If you want to live, follow me closely. With that, Mo Yuyin led the way into the maze. Wang Beihai waved his long sword and followed. Not far in, Wang Beihai raised his eyebrows. This maze definitely has something up its sleeve. Feeling something, Wang Beihai immediately slowed down, signaling others to go ahead while he stood still, activating the Hunyuan Ju to sense the surroundings. He was greatly surprised. This isn't a maze. It's clearly the legendary 8 trigrams formation from ancient times. Wang Beihai shook his head in disbelief. Fortunately, this 8 trigrams formation has lost its original changes due to the passage of time. Otherwise, just by ourselves, we would never be able to get out of this formation. What a mockery. Thinking of this, Wang Beihai smirked. It's ironic that such a large Black Gold Society would abandon their winning weapon. If this formation were active today, I would surely fail. It seems the heavens are on my side. Wang Beihai laughed loudly, but before he could celebrate, a cry of pain came from a team member ahead. Looking far ahead, he saw countless poisonous insects emerging from the bushes. Although the team was immune to poison, the dense swarm of insects was still extremely uncomfortable. However, this was just the beginning. Along with the appearance of the insects, countless warriors emerged from above the passage, suddenly attacking Wang Beihai's team. The team members at the front were already affected by the insects and, suddenly faced with enemies, were overwhelmed, losing their lives in an instant. In just one encounter, Wang Beihai's team had already lost over 100 men. We only have 500 people. We can't afford such losses. Ling Tianchu looked at the fallen Ling family warriors ahead with heartache in his old eyes. He punched out, dispersing the surrounding insects, but upon returning, his body was covered in red sores. Ha ha ha, this is good. In the main hall, Heya watched the disheveled team and burst into laughter. Li Yishuan, your father was right. In terms of strategy, not only do I not compare to you, but even my peers can't match you. Heya looked at Li Yishuan, his eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent, which he quickly suppressed. Though brief, the killing intent was still noticed by Li Yishuan. Boss, you flatter me. All I hope for is to work alongside my father for the Black Gold Society and for you. As a useless person, I dare not think of anything else. With that, Li Yishuan bowed to Heya. Oh, is that so? Heya squinted and then walked up to Li Yishuan, helping him up before turning his back and saying lightly, now is the crucial moment of the battle, and we need strategists like you. Work hard, and after the battle, I will make you second only to me in the Black Gold Society. After saying this, Heya stretched. It's about time. I should go see these uninvited fools. Don't die too early, Wang Beihai. With that, Heya walked out of the main hall. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yishuan's mouth curled into a cold smile, his gaze towards Heya growing colder. Meanwhile, Wang Beihai sighed. Under the organization of Lin Feng and Ren Yunfei, the team quickly regrouped, though with some casualties, the number had significantly decreased. 10 steps to kill one, 1,000 miles without a trace. At the moment when everyone was in pain and dejected, a figure passed through the crowd and directly charged into the swarm of insects. Then, all they saw was a flash of sword light, and when they looked again, the ground was covered with insect corpses. Brother Hai is awesome. Recognizing the figure as Wang Beihai, Lu Yihong shouted first. Earlier, he had suffered a lot from the insects. Thanks to the protection of the Jade Talisman, he managed to escape. Now seeing Wang Beihai exterminate the insects, he was naturally excited. With Wang Beihai's sword strike, Lin Feng also waved his hand and shouted, "Charge!" The members of the dragon-slaying team roared and charged forward. Chapter 147. The Might of the Dragon Slayers. Wang Beihai stood amidst the swarm of venomous insects, his gaze sharpening as he watched the dragon slayers charging towards him. In the eyes of these men, he saw not only determination and fervor, but also a willingness to die without fear. This was the result of relentless, brutal training day after day. Take care, Wang Beihai murmured silently to himself. Then with a swift change in his expression, he brandished his sword towards the direction of the Black Gold Society's Grand Hall and shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, the dragon slayers became even more frenzied, a formidable force of killing intent charging straight towards the Black Gold Society's Grand Hall. At this moment, the square in front of the Grand Hall was already packed with martial artists, numbering in the thousands. What is that? Blackya stepped to the entrance of the Grand Hall, looking towards the sky not far away. There, it seemed like an overwhelming wave of killing intent was approaching them. Does Wang Beihai still have a trump card? Blackya frowned. In his view, Li Yishuan's methods should have been enough to make Wang Beihai retreat. Unexpectedly, instead of being crushed, Wang Beihai's team surged forward with even greater momentum. As the dragon slayers drew closer, the sounds of battle and screams from the maze passageway reached the square. The martial artists of the Black Gold Society, hearing these sounds, all twitched their eyelids and looked fearfully towards the exit. Some with weaker cultivation already trembled in their legs. Hey, this won't do at all. Blackya observed the reactions of the crowd and immediately his face darkened. He shouted at the crowd, "What's wrong with you? Are you, martial artists, really scared of these small fry?" Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly regained some clarity. Seeing this, Blackya revealed a sinister smile. don't be fooled by their imposing presence. In reality, they are at the end of their rope. We have rested and gathered thousands of elites. Can't we handle just these 200 or so people? As Black Ya's words were spoken, the martial artists finally realized that the force they were facing was vastly inferior to their own. Thinking of this, the crowd immediately became excited. Just then, with several figures flying out from the passageway, the figures of the Dragon Slayers appeared at the exit. "Ha, ignorant fools, let your grandpas take your lives." Seeing the Dragon Slayers appear, and observing their weak auras, the crowd believed Black Ya even more. 3 burly men in leather jackets wanted to claim the first merit and immediately charged towards the Dragon Slayers. Unexpectedly, facing the attack of the 3, the few Dragon Slayers at the front did not dodge, but instead placed their hands in front of their chests to withstand the blow, looking for death. Seeing this, the 3 men increased the force of their strikes. Instantly, their fists, carrying powerful energy, hit the Dragon Slayers, who let out a muffled groan and were sent flying. However, before the 3 could rejoice, another group of Dragon Slayers appeared behind the ones who had been knocked flying. Without hesitation, these new arrivals launched attacks, each aimed at fatal points. The 3 men could not dodge in time and instantly became 3 cold corpses. Now, the crowd's expressions grew serious, and their gazes towards the Dragon Slayers no longer held any contempt. What ruthless tactics, Black Ya thought to himself, slightly startled. Such tactics were clearly not something that could be honed overnight. While he was still in shock, the Dragon Slayers did not stop. Taking advantage of the morale boost from the first round, the Dragon Slayers behind surged forward one after another, like meteors crashing into the martial artists of the Black Gold Society. In an instant, the martial artists of the Black Gold Society could not withstand the onslaught. With only 200 Dragon Slayers, they fought like a 1,000,000-strong army, causing the Black Gold Society's martial artists to lose their formation. Damn it, looking for death. At this moment, Black Ya finally moved. With a flash, he rushed into the crowd, grabbed the neck of a Dragon Slayer, and with a kick, lifted him onto a nearby stone pillar. "Stop, all of you." Black Ya's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, spread across the entire square. The crowd turned to look at Black Ya, and the Dragon Slayers revealed expressions of fury. On the other hand, the Black Gold Society's side, seeing Black Ya's appearance, regained some stability in their morale that had been on the verge of collapse. "Wang Beihai, you have some skill," Black Ya said, standing on the stone pillar, one hand gripping the Dragon Slayer's neck, his eyes fixed on the graceful figure in the battlefield. Wang Beihai turned to look at Black Ya, his eyes filled with anger. "Black Ya, let him go. Come at me if you have any grievances," Wang Beihai shouted, slashing out with his sword. The invisible sword energy instantly cut towards Black Ya, but was easily dodged by him. "I admit, I underestimated you. To cultivate such a group of fanatical warriors, Wang Beihai, you are indeed very capable," Black Ya said, revealing a sinister smile, and then a small purple worm appeared in his hand. "Go," Black Ya whispered softly, and the worm immediately burrowed into the Dragon Slayer's body. Soon, the face of the Dragon Slayer in his hand began to contort, followed by a series of extremely agonizing screams. "Damn it!" In the field, the Dragon Slayers who witnessed this scene all revealed expressions of fury, and Wang Beihai clenched his teeth so hard they creaked. Not long after, the Dragon Slayer turned into a pool of blood under the torment. Black Ya threw the corpse away, his eyes cold as he looked at the crowd and shouted, "See the current situation clearly. Even if you are brave, you cannot fight against overwhelming numbers. Now, I give you one last chance. Surrender to the Black Gold Society, or else he will be your fate." Unexpectedly, this statement did not make the Dragon Slayers fear, but instead ignited their bloodlust. The cruel method of killing their comrade completely stoked the fury of the team members. Before Wang Beihai could speak, Lin Feng rushed forward and shouted, "Dragon Slayers, assemble." Immediately, the 100 team members who had infiltrated the Black Gold Society's ranks launched a counterattack, their long swords carrying full-throated fury slashing towards the Black Gold Society members around them. In an instant, screams echoed across the square once more. Beihai, we must avenge our brothers. Today, let our dragon slayers take the lead. Even if we all die today, we must kill Blackya to avenge our brothers. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Wang Beihai. It was not hard to imagine the burning military spirit within the soldiers upon witnessing their former comrades being tortured to death. Go, if you do not return, I will surely avenge you. Wang Beihai's eyes were moist as he nodded heavily. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not speak further. He wiped away the tears in his eyes, turned around and shouted, "Kill Blackya, avenge our brothers. Kill Blackya, avenge our brothers." In an instant, the dragon slayers shouted in unison, their imposing momentum shaking the morale of the Black Gold Society, which had just stabilized. The dragon slayers surged forward like tigers descending from the mountain, slaughtering in all directions amidst the thousands of opponents. The might of the dragon slayers was terrifying indeed. Chapter 148, The Wounds of War. Damn it, do they really think my Black Gold Society is easy to bully? Watching the dragons slaying team members ruthlessly trample over the motley crew of the Black Gold Society, Heiya's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with anger. Immediately, Heiya's eyes rolled, and he shouted to the many martial artists below. Everyone, today Wang Beihai has insulted my Black Gold Society. This enmity is irreconcilable. Anyone who kills Wang Beihai's subordinates will be rewarded with 1 million in cash. Kill more and get more. If anyone can kill Wang Beihai, the reward is 10 million in cash. As the saying goes, money makes the mare go. As soon as Heiya spoke, everyone on the field turned red-eyed, completely forgetting their fear of the dragon-slaying team just moments ago. Brothers, the chance to turn the tables has come. Someone in the crowd roared, and then thousands of martial artists began to resist. Hee, that's what I've been waiting for. Among the martial artists, a group of strong men who had been dodging earlier changed their previous dejected state after hearing Heiya's bounty, each unleashing their hidden cards. As the saying goes, one pair of fists is no match for 4 hands. After a few rounds, even the brave dragon-slaying team couldn't withstand the sheer numbers, and as the enemies began to seriously resist, casualties among the dragon-slaying team members began to rise. Damn it! Old Ghost wielded a dagger, deftly moving through the battlefield. Seeing the many enemies start to take things seriously, Old Ghost narrowed his eyes. This way, the advantage we gained earlier is gone. Glancing at the wave after wave of enemies rushing forward, Old Ghost's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Just as Old Ghost was considering, an enemy charged forward, so fast that even Old Ghost couldn't react. Be careful. In the nick of time, Lin Feng inadvertently noticed someone trying to sneak attack Old Ghost, instantly rushing to Old Ghost's side and kicking the sneak attacker away. What are you doing? Distracted at a critical moment? Lin Feng complained, leaning against Old Ghost. This isn't working, Brother Feng. Old Ghost answered off topic, his brows furrowed. The disparity in numbers is too great, and some of the enemy's strong men haven't even used all their strength yet. If we don't think of a way, we'll either be killed or exhausted to death by their human wave tactics. Hearing Old Ghost's words, Lin Feng also realized, taking a closer look at the battlefield, the martial artists of the Black Gold Society were no longer in the previous panic. Each attack was cautious, and if unsuccessful, they would retreat to the back, with others taking their place. Yes, we only have a total of 500 people, let alone the many casualties we've suffered, Lin Feng said, punching a martial artist beside him back, then turning to look at Wang Beihai. Wang Beihai stood with his hands behind his back on a stone pillar, coldly observing the battle. Beihai, what should we do now? At that moment, Lu Yihong and a few others were forced back, anxiously looking at Wang Beihai. The numerical disparity is indeed troublesome. Wang Beihai narrowed his eyes, then continued, this way, the advantage we gained by surprise is completely gone. Seeing the remaining half of the enemies, Wang Beihai frowned. The number of enemies had not yet reached the level he needed for the next step, but if the battle continued in this manner, within half an hour, Wang Beihai's dragon-slaying team would be buried in this icy wilderness. Looking at the warriors falling one after another in the battlefield, Wang Beihai gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Elder Ling, Lin Feng,